Chapter 1 Presents two young people Roman 2. Dame Nature intervenes Roman 3. Fair Rosamond's choice Roman 4. Raymond of the SIFV, the bird of war VI. Sherbrand Roman 7. The Consolatrix Roman 8. Monseigneur Roman 9. Sir Thomas entertains X. A Superman Roman 11. Patrine Saxum Roman 12. The Gathering of the Storm Roman 13. The Superman Roman 14. A Paris Dance Garden Roman 15. The Bite in the Kiss Roman 16. The Wind of Joy Roman 17. Introduces an Old Friend Roman 18. Saxum Pays Roman 19. Born Roman 20. The Modern Hippocrates Roman 21. Margot Looks in Roman 22. Margot is Square Roman 23. A Modern Club Roman 24. Disillusion Roman 25. Three Men in a Car Roman 26. A Pair of Pals Roman 27. Sir Rowland Tells a Story Roman 28. The God from the Machine Roman 29. A Secret Mission XXX. The Reaping Roman 31. Von Hernung Bates the Hook Roman 32. Adventure in the Air Roman 33. Bourne Learns the Truth Roman 34. The Brown Satchel Roman 35. Number 18 Roman 36. Hue and Cry Roman 37. Patrine Confesses Roman 38. The Rebound Roman 39. A Night in July XL. Macromby is Sacked Roman 41. Saxum Lies Roman 42. Saxum Breaks the News Roman 43. The Plundered Nest Roman 44. Patrine Remembers Roman 45. Flotsam from the North Sea Roman 46. At Nordyke Wireless Roman 47. The Man of the Day Roman 48. Patrine is Engaged Roman 49. The War Cloud Breaks L. The Eve of Armageddon Lie. The Inward Voice Lei. Khaki. Lei. Frankie Goes to the Front Live. Official Reticence LV. News of Bourne LVI. LA Brabanson LVI. The Belgian Wife LVI. Sherbrand Buys the License Licks. The Woe Wave Breaks LX. Coulter LXI. Lynette. Dreams LZI. Wounded from the Front LZI. Bourne Finds a Friend LZIV. At Sea Sheer LXV. Goodbye Dear Love Goodbye LXVI. More Coulter LXVI. The Question LXVI. The Devil Egg LZix. A Menace and Good News LXX. A Lover's Journey LXXI. Living and Dead LXZI. Love That Has Wings That Which Hath Wings. Chapter 2. In January 1914, Francis Athelstan Sherbrand, Viscount Norwater, only son of that fine old warrior, General the Right Honourable Roger Sherbrand VC.KCB, 1st Earl of Michelborough, married Margaret Mountjohn, otherwise known as Kittums, and found that she was wonderfully innocent for a girl who knew so much. It was a genuine love match, Frankie being a comparatively poor guardsman, with only £2,000 a year in addition to his pay as a second lieutenant in the Royal Bearskins Plane, and Margaret a mere Cinderella in comparison with heiresses of the American canned provision and cereal kind. It had seemed to Frankie, standing with patent-leathered feet at the Rubicon dividing bachelorhood from Benedictism, that all his wooing had been done at Margaret's club. True, he had actually proposed to Margaret at the Royal Naval and Military Tournament of the previous June, and Margaret, hysterical with sheer ecstasy as the horses gravely played at push-ball, had pinched his arm and gasped out, "Yes, but don't take my mind off the game just now. These dear beasts are so heavenly." And theatres, film picture shows and variety halls, race meetings, receptions, balls and kettledrums, polo and croquet clubs had fostered the courtship of Frankie and Margaret, but all their lovemaking had been carried out to the accompanying hum of conversation and the tinkle of crystal and silver plate in the dining room of the ladies' social, where Margaret had her favourite table in the glass-screened corner by the fireplace, or in the circular smoking room with the Persian divan and green glass dome that Margaret had given the club on her 19th birthday, or in the boudoir belonging to the suite she had decorated for herself on the condition that no other member got the rooms if Margaret wanted them, which Margaret nearly always did. There was a big, rambling, ancient red brick hall, stone-faced in the early Jacobean manner, standing with its rare old gardens and glass houses, lawns and shrubberies. About it within sight and sound of the channel, amidst pine and beechwoods carpeted with bilberry bushes, heathery moors and coverts neck-high in July with the Osmunda regalis fern. The hall belonged to Margaret, though you never found her there except for a week or two in September and 3 days at Christmastide. The first fortnight with the birds was well enough, but those 3 days at Christmas marked the limit. Of human endurance Margaret meant, possibly, she never vouchsafed to explain. She also possessed a house in town, but just as her deceased father's spinster sister lived at the Hall in Devonshire, so did her dead mother's brother Derek, with his collection of European moths and butterflies and other lepidoptera, inhabit the fine old mansion in Hanover Square. Devonshire at Christmas marked the limit of dullness, but Hanover Square all the London season through beat the band for sheer ghastly boredom. Not that there were any flies on little old London. Paris and Ostend were ripping places, and you could put in a clinking good time at Monte Carlo. Margaret had tried New York and liked it, except for the place itself, which made you think of illustrations to weird Dunsany legends in which towering temples climb up unendingly upon each other into black star-speckled skies. But the club and London, with unlimited bridge and tango, constituted Margaret's idea of earthly happiness. She never had dreamed of marrying anybody until Frankie had arrived on the scene. Perhaps you can see Frankie, with the wholesome tan of the autumn manoeuvres yet upon him. 27, well-made and muscular, if with somewhat sloping shoulders and legs of the type that look better in Bedford cords and puttees, or leathers and hunting tops, than in tweed knickers and woolen stockings or court knee breeches and silks. Observe his well-shaped feet and slight strong hands with pointed fingers like those of his ancestors painted by Van Dyck. His brown eyes, distinctly good if not glowing with the fire of intellect, his forehead too steep and narrow, his moustache of the regulation toothbrush kind, adorning the upper lip that will not shut down firmly over his white, rather prominent front teeth. Cap the small rounded skull of him with bright brown hair, brushed and anointed to astonishing sleekness. Dress him in the full uniform of a second lieutenant in the bearskins plain, and you have Frankie on his wedding day. Photographs of the happy couple published in the Daily Wire, the Weekly Silhouette, the Ladies' Dictatorial, and the Photographic Smile hardly do the bridegroom justice. In that without the busby his features are fixed in a painful grin, while in the other there are no features at all. But Margaret in a hobble skirt of satin and chiffon with a tulle turban veil, starred with orange flowers in pearls and diamonds, and a long serpent-tailed train of silver brocade, hung from her shoulders by ropes of pearls, was almost too sweet, to quote Margaret's club friends. Search had been made amongst the said friends, many of whom were married, for a pair of 5-year-old pages to carry the bride's train. But there being, for some reason, a dearth of babies among Margaret's wedded intimates, the idea had to be given up. The wedding was quite the prettiest function of the season. The 8 bridesmaids walked in moss-green crêpe de chine, veiled with silver-spotted chiffon. On their heads were skull-caps of silver tissue, each having a 30-inch-high aigrette supported by a thin bandeau of gold, set with crystals and olivines, the gift of the bride. Their stockings were of white lace openwork, the left knee of each being clasped by the bridegroom's souvenir, a garter of gold, crystal and olivines. Silver slippers with 4-inch heels completed the ravishing effect. "O Perfect Love" was sung before the bishop's address, and the ceremony concluded with the voice that breathed and Stainer's 7-fold Amen. The bridal party passed down the nave to the strains of the wedding chorus from Lohengrin, and there was a reception at the Workeley Square house of one of the dearest of Margaret's innumerable dearest friends, and the happy pair left in their beautiful brand-new Winston Beeston touring car en route for the old red brick hall in Devonshire. Decidedly the honeymoon might have been termed ideal, and 4 subsequent months of married life proved tolerably cloudless, until fate sent a stinging hailstorm to strip the roses from the bridal bower, An unexpected, appalling, inevitable discovery was made in Paris in the Grand Semaine at the end of the loveliest of June seasons. It utterly ruined for two people the day of the Grand Prix that marks the climax of the big week, when the Parisian coaching world tools its foreign hands to Longchamp's racecourse, and the smartest, richest and gayest people mustered from every capital of Europe parade under the chestnut trees that shade the sunny paddock to display or criticize the creations of the greatest couturiers. Margaret had put on an astonishing gown for the occasion. You will recall that the summer dress designs of 1914 were astonishing. The autumn modes promised to be even more so, according to Babin. Touch It and the Brothers Paylott, skirts already as short and as narrow as possible, were to be even narrower. The alpha and omega of perfection would be represented by the amphora silhouette, and Margaret, revolving before her cheval glass in a sheath of jonquil-coloured silk lisse, embroidered with blue and green beetle wings, found to her horror and consternation, shall one phrase it, that Dame Nature, intent upon her essential, unfashionable business of reproduction, was at variance with Madame Fashion re the amphora silhouette. The slender shape was not yet spoiled, but long before the autumn came, no art would mask the wealthy curves of its maternity. Chapter 3. I can't bear it. I won't bear it, Margaret reiterated. With her tumbled hair, swollen eyes, pink up-tilted nose, and the little mouth and chin that quivered with each sobbing breath intaken, she looked absurdly babyish for her 20 years as she vowed that wild horses shouldn't drag her to Longchamps and railed against the injustice of fate. None of my married friends have had such rotten luck, she asserted. She stamped upon the velvety carpet and flashed at Frankie a glance of imperious appeal. Not Tota Stannis or Cynthia Charterhouse or Joan de Larbrand or anybody. Then why me? That's what I want to know. After all the mascots I've worn and carried about with me, Gojo and Jollikins and the Jade Tree Frog and the rest. Every single one given me by a different woman who'd been married for years and never had a baby. This very day I'll smash the whole lot. By the great brass hat. Frankie exploded before he could stop himself and laughed until the tears coursed down. So Gojo, the black velvet kitten, and Jollikins, the fat, leering, naked thing that sat and squinted over its pot belly at its own huge, shapeless feet, and all the array of gadgets and Netsukis crowding Margaret's toilette table and secrétaire down to Pat-Pat. The bog oak pig and Tai-Tai, the jade tree frog, were so many insurances against the menace of maternity. By Jove, women were regular children, and Margaret, nothing but a baby, this poor little Margaret, going, in spite of Jollikins and Gojo, to have a baby of her own. What is one to believe? Whom is one to trust in? Trust in, my best child, you don't mean that you believed those women when they told you that such twopenny gadgets could work charms of that or any other kind. Indeed, indeed they do. Tota Stannis was perfectly serious when she came to my boudoir one night at the club, about a week before the wedding. She said, I can hear her now, well, old child, you're to be married on Wednesday, and of course you know the ropes well enough not to want any tips from me. Still, that wasn't overwhelmingly flattering, Frankie commented, from a married woman twice your age. What else did she say? She said I must be aware, went on Margaret, that a woman who wanted to keep her friends and her figure simply couldn't afford to have kids. And you, Frankie no longer battled with the grin that would have infuriated Margaret. Something had wiped it from his face. I said she was frightfully kind, but that I was quite well posted. Everything was okay, and she needn't alarm herself. And she said, oh, if you've arranged things with Frankie, jolly sensible of him. Too often a man who is open and liberal-minded before marriage develops gerontocracy afterwards, don't you know? And I told her that you were the very reverse of narrow-minded. And she kissed me and wished me happiness and went away. And the maid knocked later on to say Mrs. Stannis sent her apologies for having forgotten to leave her little gift. And the little gift was Jollikins, and my special pals joined in to stand me a farewell dinner, and they drowned my enamel club badge in a bowl of maraschino punch, and fished it up and gave me this diamond and enamel one, mounted as a tie brooch instead. And every married woman brought me a mascot. I had Gojo from Joan de Larbrand and Tai Tai from Cynthia Charterhouse, and the jade tree frog from Patrine Saxum, and the carved African bean from Rona Helverlin, and, Frankie objected, neither Patrine Saxum nor Rona Helverlin happen to be married women. Perhaps not, but Patrine is an advanced thinker and Rona Helverlin is a militant suffragist. Frankie commented, as for suffragists, that club of yours is stiff with gassing about their cause. I loathe the noisy crowd. Then you loathe me, I share their convictions, Margaret proclaimed. I hold the faith that Woman's Day will dawn with the passing of the bill that gives us the vote. My best child, you wouldn't know what to do with the vote if you had it. Margaret retorted, I cannot expect my husband to treat me as a reasonable being while the state classes his wife with infants and imbeciles. It will be seen that a very pretty squabble was on the point of developing. Fortunately, at this juncture, a valet of the chambers knocked at the door to say that a waiter from the restaurant begged to know whether my lord and Milady would take lunch à la carte, or prefer something special in their own apartments. Tell him no, wailed Milady to the unconcealed consternation of my lord, who had a healthy appetite. Must keep up your pecker, never say die. Frankie, stimulated by the pangs of hunger, developed an unsuspected talent for diplomacy. Look here, we must talk over things quietly and calmly. I'll order a taxi and we'll chuff to that jolly little restaurant in the Bois de Boulogne where you can grub in the open air under a rose pergola and order something special and odd. Since Eve's day, this lure has never failed to catch a woman. Margaret began to dry her eyes, then she asked Frankie to ring. 3 times, please, that's for Pauline. I want another handkerchief. Have 2 or 3 while you're about it, advised Frankie, obeying, returning and perching on the arm of the settee. And bathe your eyes a bit, have a swab over of the pinky cream stuff and a dab of powder. He brushed some pale mealy traces from his right arm sleeve and coat lapel, ending, and put on your swankiest hat and come along to Nadia's. Could we get anything to eat at Nadia's that we couldn't get here, or in London at the Tarleton or the Rockroy? Stacks of things, for instance, canard à la presse. They squeeze the juice out of the duck, you twig, with a silver kind of squazzer and cook it on a chafing dish under your nose. Look here, Frankie, now desperate, produced his watch. All the cushiest little tables will be taken if you don't look sharp. Not on the day of the Grand Prix, Frankie retorted, spurred to maddest invention by the pangs of hunger. My best child, there are about 100,000 wealthy Americans in Paris who don't care a red cent about racing, while with most of them, to eat canard à la presse at Nadia's in the Bois de Boulogne in the June season is a kind of religious rite. So Margaret disappeared to dab her eyes and apply the prescribed touches of perfumed cream and powder, and duly reappeared, crowned with the most marvelous hat that ever promenaded the ateliers of the Mason Blin, on the head of a milliner's mannequin. You are to imagine the tiny thing and her Frankie seated, not in one of the smart automobiles that wait for hire outside Spitz's, but in a little red taxi, borne along with the broad double stream of traffic of every description that ceaselessly roared east and west under the now withering red and white blossoms of the chestnut trees of the avenue of the Champs-Élysées, inhaling the stimulating breezes, flavored with hot dust and petrol, sane stink, sewer gas, coffee, patchouli, fruit, ragey tobacco and roses of Paris in the end of June. All the world and his wife might be at Longchamps, but here were people enough and to spare. Luxurious people in costly automobiles or carriages drawn by shiny high-steppers. People in little public taxis, men and women on motor bicycles and the human power kind. People of all stamps and classes, clustered like bees outside the big, smelly, top-heavy autobuses, soon to vanish from the Paris avenues and boulevards, with the red and yellow and green flagged taxis, to play their part in the transport and nourishment of the army of France. People of all ranks and classes on foot, though as of old the midinette with her big cardboard bandbacks, the military cadet or the student of art or medicine, the seminarist and the shaggy-haired and bearded man with the deadly complexion, the slouch hat, the aged paletot, and the soiled and ragged crimson necktie that distinguish the milder breed of anarchist, made up the crowd upon the sidewalks, liberally peppered with the sight-seeing stranger of British, American, or Teuton nationality, the brilliantly complexioned, gaily plumaged, loudly perfumed lady of the pavements, the gendarme and the National Guard, and with Marie or Jeanette proudly hanging on his elbow, Rosalie in her black leather scabbard dangling by his side, his crimson képi tilted rakishly, the blue-coated, red-trousered French infantryman, the poilu whom we have learned to love. The boys was not seething with fashionable life as it would be towards the sunset hour. The dandy clubmen, the smart ladies, had gone to Longchamps with the four-in-hands. Polo was going on near the Pont de Chaussnes. The band of a regiment of cuirassiers was playing in the Jardin d'Acclimatation, and Hungarian zithers and violins discoursed sweet music on a little gilded platform at the axial point of Nadia's open-air restaurant, which is shaped like a half-wheel, with pergolas of shower roses and crimson ramblers radiating from the gilded bandstand to the outer circle of little white tables at which one can lunch or dine in fine, whether under a light screen of leaves and blossoms, beneath which the green canvas awnings can be drawn when it comes on to rain. The tables were crowded with French people taking late déjeuner, and English, Germans, and German-Americans having lunch. The gravelled courtyard before the terrace was packed with showy automobiles. If canard à la presse did not grace the meal supplied to Frankie and Margaret on Nadia's terrace, the pottage printanière and écrevisses and a blanquette d'agneau were exquisitely cooked and served. Asparagus and a salad of endive followed, and by the time they had emptied a bottle of Chateau Yquem and the omelette soufflé had given place to Peach's Melba, Margaret had smiled several times and laughed once. She was so dainty and sweet, so brilliant a little human hummingbird that the laughing, chattering, feasting crowd of smartly or extravagantly dressed people gathered about the other trellis-screened tables under Nadia's rose pergola sent many a curious or admiring glance her way. And Frankie was very proud of his young wife, and theirs had been undeniably a love match. Yet in spite of the good dishes and the excellent Chateau Yquem, little shivers of chilly premonition rippled over him from time to time. He had got to speak out, definitely decline in the interests of posterity to permit interference on the part of Margaret's club circle in his private domestic affairs. How to do it effectively yet inoffensively was a problem that strained his brain capacity. Yet again, in the interests of posterity, Frankie had never previously interested himself in posterity. The thing had to be done. He refused Roquefort, buttered a tiny biscuit absently, put it down undecidedly, and as the waiter whisked his plate away, conjured crystal bowls of tepid rose water and other essentials from space, and vanished in search of dessert. He spoke, assuming for the first time in his 5 months' experience of connubial life the toga of marital authority. "I think, do you know, Kittums," Kittums was Margaret's pet name, "that it will be best to face the music." "Connu," Margaret shrugged a little, widely opening her splendid brown eyes. "But what music?" The Frankie took the plunge. "The cradle music, if you will have it." Margaret's gasp of dismay and the indignant fire of a stare that was quenched in brine awakened Frankie to the fact of his having failed in tactics. The return of the waiter with a pyramid of superb strawberries and a muskmelon on cracked ice alone stemmed the outburst of the pent-up flood of reproach. Entrenched behind the melon, Frankie waited. The waiter again effaced himself, and Margaret said from behind another handkerchief, "Oh, how could you? I never dreamed that I should live to hear you speak to me in that way." Over the melon, whose rough green quartered rind had delicate white raised traceries all over it, suggesting outline maps of countries in fairyland, Frankie curiously regarded his wife. He said, "Why are you and all your friends so funky of what's only a natural fee? What do you call it? What do men and women marry for if it isn't to have children? Perhaps you'll answer me." What do people marry for? Margaret regarded him indignantly over the neglected pyramid of luscious, tempting strawberries. To be happy together, to have a clinking time. Her voice shook. And this is to be a gorgeous season. Balls, balls, right on from now to the end of July, then from the autumn all through winter. Period costume balls reviving the modes, music and manners of ancient civilizations, Carthaginian, Assyrian, Babylonian, Gothic, got up and arranged by the committees of the Circle Modern. Here in Paris and in London by the New Style Club. Tony Gisiguignol and Paul Pagault and their set are busy designing the dresses and decorations. Nothing like them will ever have been seen. And Pagault says tango and the Maxics are to be chucked to the little cabbages. A new dance is coming from Sao Paulo that will simply wipe them out. And now, just when I was looking forward, when everything was to have been so splendid, the shaking voice choked upon a note of anguish. Frankie had picked up the melon quite unconsciously and was balancing it. At this juncture he gripped the green globe with both hands and said, summoning all his courage to meet the agonized appeal of Margaret's tear-drenched eyes, "Look here, this is strict bridge. Do you loathe the kiddies so horribly that the idea of having any is hateful to you? Or is it not only the veto it puts on larking and kickabout and the temporary disfigurement you're afraid of, but the inevitable pain?" He glanced round cautiously and looked back again at his wife, saying in a low voice, "Nobody's listening, tell me frankly." He waited an instant and then said in an urgent whisper, "Answer me. For God's sake, tell the frozen truth, Margaret." Chapter 4. The terrace under Nadia's roses, dotted with little tables covered with napery, silver, crystal and china, surrounded with laughing, chattering feasters. The terrace was no longer a scene out of a comedy of the lighter side of Parisian life. Tragedy, pale and awe-inspiring in her ink-black mantle and purple chiton, had stepped across the gravel in her gold-buckled leather buskins to offer to the girlish bride a piece of human porcelain prinked in the height of the fashion, and lovely with her wild rose cheeks and little up-tilted nose, her floss silk hair and wide, dark, lustrous deer eyes, fair Rosamond's choice, the dagger or the bowl. Yes, yes, it is the ugliness of the thing. The little mouth was pulled awry as though it had sipped of verjuice. The tiny hands knotted themselves convulsively and the colour fled in terror from her face. The grotesque ugliness, and the last two words came as though a pang had wrung them from the pale lips. The pain, the awful pain, and besides, my mother died when I was born. Margaret's voice was a fluttering, appealing whisper. Her great eyes were dilated and wild with terror. Perhaps that is why I am so deadly afraid. She caught her breath. But there are heaps of married women who fear that equally, and they arrange to escape it. I don't know how, for I knew nothing when I married you. She lifted her great eyes to Frankie's, and he realized that it had been so actually. I've been ashamed ever to confess that I was ignorant about these things. I've talked a language, amongst other women, that I didn't understand. There are moments when even the shallow-brained become clairvoyant. Frankie's love for her made him see clear. He looked back down the vista of Margaret's 20 years of existence and saw her the motherless daughter of a self-absorbed, cultivated, art-loving valetudinarian who habitually spent the chillier part of each year in ranging from French to Italian health resorts, occupying the spring with art in Paris, returning to London for June and July, generally spending August and September in Devonshire, to take flight southwards before the migrating swallows. At the first chill breath of October frosts, Margaret had been educated at home down in Devonshire by a series of certificated female tutors. The spinster aunt, the younger sister of her father, extended to her niece for a liberal remuneration, a nominal protection and an indifferent care. And Mr. Mountjohn had died when the girl was 16. Leaving her unconditionally heiress to his considerable fortune, and the aunt had let Margaret have her head in every imaginable way. She had allowed her to take up her residence at the Ladies' Social Club 3 years subsequently, on the sole condition that a responsible chaperone accompanied Margaret to society functions. Hence Mrs. Ponsonby Riwez, the irreproachable widow of a late King's messenger, was evoked from Kensington Tower mansions upon these occasions, by telephone to vanish when no longer wanted in the discreetest and most obliging way. Poor little Margaret, poor little woman. Frankie could see how it all had happened by the wild light of the great dear eyes, so like those in the portrait of the girl's dead mother, half Irish, half Greek by birth. While Frankie reflected, the tables had been emptying. People were hurrying away to hear the band of the Jardin declimatation or to fulfill other engagements of a seasonable kind. Some remained to smoke and gossip over liqueurs and coffee. The light blue wreaths of cigar and cigarette smoke curled up towards the awning overhead. Frankie mechanically produced his own case and lighted up, and Margaret, stretching a slender arm across the table, was saying, "Give me one, I've forgotten mine, ought you, is it wise?" Frankie was on the point of asking, but his good angel must have clapped a hand before his mouth. He silently gave Margaret a thick masculine sobriquet and supplied a light, and as their young faces neared and the red spark glowed, and the first smoke wreath rose between the approximating tubes of delicate tobacco-filled paper, his wife whispered as their eyes met, "You're hurt, but now you know you're sorry for me, aren't you?" It was a dragging, plaintive undertone, not at all like Margaret's voice. Frightfully, all the more because Frankie drew so hard at his cigarette that it burned one-sidedly. "I can't help being thundering glad." "I see," as she breathed out the words with a thin stream of fragrant Turkish vapor crawling over her scarlet underlip. It seemed to Frankie like a pale blue worm, and he bit through his sobriquet and threw it on his dessert plate, saying desperately, "Not yet. Will you listen quietly to what I've got to say?" She nodded. Frankie launched himself upon the tide of revelation. Nearly everybody who had been eating when he had come into Nadia's with Margaret had got up and gone away, and the cuirassiers' band was playing the love music from Samson et Dalila on the terrace of the Jardin declimatation, as melodiously as only a French military band can play. It's got to do with the peerage. Only a second Afghan war earldom dating from 1879 tacked on to the viscounty they gave my great-grandfather after Badarjo's, but worth having in its way or the dad wouldn't have accepted it. And naturally enough, I want a boy to take the viscounty when I succeed my father, and have the earldom when I've absquatulated, just as the kiddie'll want one when his own time comes. Margaret was burning a strawberry leaf on her plate with her cigarette end. She asked, impressing another little yellow scorched circle on the surface of rough green, would it matter so very much if there wasn't any boy? Frankie jumped and turned red to the white, unsunned circle left by the field cap on the summit of his high forehead. It would matter lots, for my uncle Sherbrand, a younger brother of my father's, would come in for the viscounty when I succeeded the dear old dad. And my uncle Sherbrand is a blackguard, got cashiered in 1900, when he was an artillery officer in a gun-testing billet at Wanwich. Kicked out of the army in wartime, mind you, for not backing up his C.O., and the brute has got a son too, an apprentice in an engine shop if he isn't actually a chauffeur. Probably the young fellow's respectable, and of course it ain't the pup's fault he's got such a sire. But my dad would turn in his grave at the idea of being succeeded by the brother who disgraced him. And as for his grandfather, the jolly old cock 'ud bally well get up and dance, I should say. So you see, I can't sympathize with you as you want me to do in this, darling. I want you to buck up and be cheerful and face the music like a brick. As for what you've told me about your mother," in spite of himself, Frankie gulped, and little shiny beads of sweat stood upon his cheeks and temples. "That sort of thing doesn't run in families like rheumatism." He was getting idiotic, or Roman noses. "Be plucky and everything will turn out all right. Can't possibly go wrong if we call in Saxham. Saxham of 000 Harley Street. Man, my sister Trix simply swears by. Brought her boy Ronald into the world 13 years ago, and successfully operated on him for appendicitis only the other day." Margaret looked at Frankie attentively and bent her head slightly. Had she understood? She must have. Had she tacitly agreed? Of course. Chapter 5. Raymond of the SIF. The masculine will had conquered. You had only to be firm with women, bless their hearts, and they caved directly, couldn't hold out, not built that way. Frankie's sternly clamped upper lip relaxed. He beamed as he proposed a noonday stroll in the boys' in the direction of the bigger lake by one of the narrower avenues, or if Margaret preferred a look-in at the Polo Club, another avenue, intersecting the Allée de Longchamps and skirting the enclosure of the Gun Club, would take them there in a jiffy via Bagatelle. Margaret assented to the latter proposition, and with a little flutter of the lips Frankie accepted as a smile, reached for her egret stole, a filmy feathery thing she had removed on entering Nadia's, and drew on her long mousquetaire gloves and pulled down her veil of sunset chiffon, half-shaded red, merging into jonquil yellow, matching the shade of her marvelous gown. And Frankie paid the bill in plump English sovereigns, invariably exchanged as good for louis of 20 francs by the suave and smiling waiter, and tipped the said waiter extravagantly, and took his hat from the second waiter, who invariably starts up by the side of the first when you are going, and tipped him, and got his stick from the third waiter, who came forward with this and the en-tout casse of Madame, a lovely thing in the latest dome shape, of black net over jonquil colour, with a flounce and an ivory stick, upon the top of which sat a green monkey in olivines, eating a ruby fruit, and lighted another cigarette, and returned the elaborate bow of the manager with a nod of the cheerful patronizing order as he followed Margaret through the rambler-wreathed archway leading by a flight of shallow steps from Nadia's terrace to the wide carriage sweep that links the broad Allée de Longchamps with the narrower Route de Madrid, and the towering plume of her astonishing hat brought down a shower of red rose petals as she passed out before him, and Frankie, with some of these on his top hat brim and others nestling in the front of his waistcoat, was irresistibly reminded of their wedding day. Unconsciously, Frankie and Margaret quitted the broader, more frequented avenue, crowded with people in carriages, people in automobiles, people on motor bicycles and bicyclettes, and followed narrower pathways, stretching between green lawns adorned with shrubberies and clumps of stately forest trees, and chiefly patronized by sweethearting couples, nursemaids in charge of children, children in domineering but affectionate charge of white-haired ladies, while venerable gentlemen dozed on rustic benches over the columns of Figaro or Paris Midi. When even these figures became rare, it was borne in upon Frankie that he and Margaret were not upon a path that led to the grounds of the Polo Club. Reluctantly, he admitted himself lost. Does it matter? Margaret's voice was weary. If you're absolutely set on it, we could ask one of those men in cocked hats and waxed moustaches and red and yellow shoulder cords to give us the straight tip, but I don't feel the least bit keen about the Polo Club any more than the lakes. These alleys are quiet and the grass is nice and green. I vote we go on. Madam cannot pass this way. It is not open for strangers. A Republican guard, a good-looking sous-officier, had spoken, comprehending the tone rather than the English words. Why not? Margaret's eyes suddenly brightened. She eagerly sniffed the air of the forbidden avenue. The corporal indicating with his white-gloved hand other Republican guards posted at equal distances down the prohibited alley, and at its intersection with another some 200 yards distant, brought his eyes back to Margaret to answer, "Madam, for the reason that certain military operations are taking place here today. But my husband is an English officer," Margaret was beginning, when Frankie, reddening to his hat brim, exhorted her to be quiet, and the Republican guard, civilly saluting, stepped upon the grass and moved away. "All the same, you are an English officer," Margaret persisted, "and what use is the entente if that doesn't count? Best child, don't be a giddy goose," Frankie implored her. "You don't suppose the authorities care a bad tomato for an English lute? What they'd cotton to would have to be a British brass hat of the very biggest kind. Look there, more to your left, little Bantams." He indicated yet other Republican cocked hats strung at equal distances down the length of a neighboring alley, precisely outlining the farther border of the sandwich-shaped half-acre of greensward by which their particular avenue ran. And there, his professional eye had noted a big grey-painted military motor lorry numbered and lettered S.I.F. Behind the driver's seat towered the slender T-shaped steel mast of a field wireless, whose spidery aerials pegged to the turf were in charge of men in capes and blue overalls, while a non-commissioned officer, wearing the telephone headband of the operator, leaned on the elbow rest of the tripod supporting the apparatus, his finger on the buzzer key. Near him his clerk squatted, pencil and pad in readiness, while at a respectful distance from two oblong patches of white in the middle of the green plat of turf, several active upright figures in dark uniforms stood conversing or walking to and fro. Officiers, aviateurs, telegraphists and mechanics of the French service aéronautique. You are listening to Frankie, tremendously well organized compared with our little footling flying corps, tinkered 14 months ago out of the old air battalion of the R.E. These chaps are engineers going by the dark red double stripes on their overalls and their dark blue capes. Some of their machines'll be out for practice, dispatch drop-in or bombs. Here's a man with brass on his hat coming our way. Takes me for a German soldier officer, I shouldn't wonder. Lots of 'em get their clothes cut in Bond Street. But though you can hide a limb and legs in English trousers, Frankie was recovering his customary cheeriness, and some of 'em do it uncommon cleverly. You can't deodorize an accent that hails from Berlin. The officer approaching, a youthful, upright figure walking quickly, with the short, springy steps of a man much in the saddle, proved to be grey-haired and grey-moustached. The double-winged badge of his service was embroidered in gold upon the right sleeve of his tunic, and upon the collar a single wing, in this case ending in a star. He carried binoculars suspended from his neck by a rolled leather thong, and a revolver in a black leather case was attached to the belt about his middle. There was thick white dust upon the legs and uppers of his high-polished black boots, which the grass had scoured from the toes and soles. His bright blue-grey eyes ran over Frankie as the slight soldierly salute was exchanged. He said, speaking in excellent English, "If Monsieur the English officer will obligingly mention his name, rank and regiment, it might be possible to allow him to continue his promenade with Madame, the invention we are testing being the patent of his countryman, and already familiar to the authorities at the British War Office." Thus coerced, Frankie produced his card. Margaret dimpled into smiles. The polite officer saluted again, introduced himself as Raymond, Capitaine Commandant Pilot of the TH Escadrille, wheeled and walked away. But he returned to say, this time directly addressing Margaret, should Madame la Vicomtesse desire to witness the test of her countryman's apparatus, there can be no objection to her doing so, but that Madame should keep clear of the vicinity of the— he pointed to the two oblong strips of white canvas adorning the middle of the expanse of green. The signal intended for the guidance of the aviator is of absolute necessity. Madame must understand. There won't be any. Margaret was beginning nervously. "Mais non, madame, past explosion," the officer assured her, and stiffened to attention, facing eastwards, and scanning the sky with eyes that blinked in the dazzling glare of early noon. For the droning whir of a plane just then reached them, drowning the sign of the hot south breeze that rustled in the tops of the acacias and oaks, ilexes and poplars, that rose about the arena of open ground. Chapter 6. The avian comes from Drancy. The speaker looked back at Margaret as he focused his binoculars. "It is not one of our army machines, but a British monoplane built by your countrymen and fitted with the invention whose usefulness we are here to test," he continued. "Should the officer pilot in charge of the apparatus, and who for the time being represents an enemy, succeed in poising—" He hesitated a bare instant, for a stipulated number of moments over the target. "Those two lengths of white canvas approximating on the grass represent the target. He scores a bull's eye." He blinked a little, and before Frankie's mental vision rose the aggregation of government buildings near the Carafa des Cascades, marked magazines et depots on Baedeker's maps. He scores a bull's eye, resumed the speaker. He has already paid one visit of the requisite duration to an address near the Port d'Aubervilliers. Frankie had a mental vision of the array of big, bloated gasometers pertaining to the Strasbourg railway yards. He has made a similar call at a point indicated between the station of the Batignolles and the station of the Avenue de Clichy. The well-preserved teeth of the officer showed under the grey moustache as he smiled, and Frankie had another vision of the huge Gare aux merchandises tucked in the angle between the railway of the Jaintia and the Western Railway lines. As the speaker went on suavely, and the target succeeding this will be the last, it is situated on the Champ de Manoeuvres at Issy. The wireless telegraph operator of my escadrille informs me that 2 bull's eyes have already been registered, which for your countryman's invention presages well. Frankie with British plumpness queried, and the invention, some new bomb-dropping device planned to get rid of the way the engine always puts on M. If the English inventor fellow has done that, his goods are worth buying, I should say. Raymond, Capitaine Commandant, answered as the droning song from the sky grew louder. Of certainty, monsieur, if his invention prove worth buying, my government will undoubtedly purchase what has already been unavailingly offered to yours. It is our custom to examine and test, closely and exhaustively, new things that are offered, but what would you? We seek the best for France. He isn't flying his aeroplane himself, is he, or working his own invention, whatever it may be? But no, madam. One of our officiers aviateurs is acting as pilot. A skilled mechanic of our service occupies the observer's place. Despite the entente cordiale, the happy relations prevailing between my country and England, it would hardly be convenable or discreet to permit even an Englishman. The tone of graceful, subtle irony cannot be conveyed by pen or type. Even an Englishman to fly over Paris or any other fortified city of France. But see, in the sky to the northeast, above that silvery puff of vapor, arrives now the avian built and christened by your countryman. Margaret asked, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she searched out the darkish speck upon the hot blue background. The plane, you mean? What does he call it? Raymond answered without removing his eyes from his binoculars. Madam, he calls it the bird of war. The tuff-tuff of a motorcycle sounded faintly in the distance, as the resonant vibrating noise of the aeroplane came more triumphantly out of the hot blue sky, save for a scintillating white reflection to the north that might have been the crystal dome of the great big palm house in the Jardin d'Acclimatation, and that unavoidable, useful ugliness, the gilded lantern of the Tour Eiffel, thrusting up into the middle distance over the delicately rounded masses of new foliage upon the right hand looking east. The glory and shame and magnificence and squalor of the Queen City of cities might have lain 100 leagues away, so ringed in by delicate austere brown of serried tree trunks, rising above rich clumps of blossoming lilac, syringa, yellow azalea and pink, mauve and snowy rhododendron, was the spacious green arena wherein Frankie and Margaret were destined to play their part, now followed by the wide-winged shadow that the sun of high noon threw almost directly beneath her, darkening drifting cloud and open city spaces, passing over breasting treetops and wide stretches of municipal greensward. The bird of war drew nearer and more near, and glancing up as the portentous flying shadow suddenly blotted out the sunlight, Frankie realized that the two-seater monoplane was hovering, and buzzing as she hovered, like a Brobdingnagian combination of kite, hawk, dragonfly and bumblebee. He pulled out a pair of vest-pocket field glasses and scanned her as she hung there, gleaming in the sunlight, at a height of perhaps 500 feet above the white cloths on the grass. He could make out the Union Jack on her under wings, the huge black raking capitals of her name bird of WAR painted on the side of the tapering canvas-covered fuselage. the diamond-shaped tail swaying between the pendant flaps of the huge triangular elevators, clearly as though these features had been filmed upon the screen. In a curious misty circle spinning under the fuselage, he suspected lay the secret of her kite-like poise and hover, and behind his immaculate waistcoat he was sensible of a thrill. If the English inventor had not solved the baffling problem of stability, he had come uncommonly near it by the great brass hat, and the dud heads at Whitehall had shown the door to him and his invention. Good Christmas, how like M, reflected Frankie, lowering the glasses to chuckle and looking round for Margaret. There she was, some 20 yards distant, planted right in the middle of the avenue, lost to the wide in rapt contemplation of the hovering aeroplane. "Kits," he called, but she did not hear or disdain to pay attention. He tried to call again, but his mouth dried up and his feet seemed rooted to the ground. For swinging round the turf-banked corner of the avenue at its junction with another, charging at a terrific pace down upon the little brilliant creature, came a whitey-brown figure on a motorcycle, the frantic honking of its horn and the racket of its engine's open throttle mingling deafeningly with the tractor's roar. Chapter 7. The frantic honking of the pneumatic horn was lost in the crashing collision of earth and metal. Frankie, pallid and damp with apprehension, reassured himself by a rapid glance that Margaret was safe and sound. The aeroplane had ceased buzzing and hovering, headed southwards and floated on, trailing her shadow, leaving the traces of her passage in a smear of brown earth indicating a vicious slash made by the right side footrest of a motorcycle in the greensward. Conserved and sacred to the French Republic, the upset machine to which the footrest appertained, and an angry young man in dusty overalls sitting in the middle of the raked-up avenue. "You've had a spill," Frankie heard himself saying. "Yes, I have had a spill thanks to that young lady." The dusty young man's tone was frankly savage. He regarded the brilliant little figure in the distance with a scowl of resentment as he gathered himself up from the gravel and dabbed at a jagged, oozing cut on his prominent chin with a handkerchief of Isabella hue. "The brake handle did that," he curtly explained, more for his own benefit than apologetic Frankie's. But he looked full in the flushed and dewy countenance of Margaret's lord as he added, "If I'd killed her, a French jury would have found that she deserved it, running like a corncrake across the avenue when I was scorching up at top speed." "I know," Frankie stammered. I see how it all happened. You had to steer slap into the bank to save my wife's life. How can I apologize? You see, she was crazy about the aeroplane. She'd been warned to keep well out of the way. You know what women are." "Oh, as to that." The dusty young man, moving with a perceptible limp, went to the prone motorcycle, stood it up on its bent stand with one twist of his big-boned wrist, and began to examine into its injuries. "Not much wrong," he said to himself, and straightened his back, and in the act of throwing a leg over the saddle felt Frankie's restraining grip upon his arm. "You don't go until my wife has thanked you." Frankie's upper lip was radamanthine. "Margaret," he called, in a tone of authority such as he had never previously heard from his own mouth. "Come here at once, please. I want to speak to you." The fluttering little figure waved a hand to him. The gay little voice called back, "Yes, oh, but look at them. Can they be going? Why, I believe they are." The canvas strips had been rolled up by a mechanician of the service aeronautique and stowed away behind the big grey telegraph car, in the recesses of which the telescopic steel mast and aerials of the wireless had been snugly tucked away. The mechanics in capes and overalls had stowed themselves away inside the camion. The wireless operator, a capey having replaced his headband, was acting as chauffeur, and occupying the front seat beside a junior officer, who piloted a second, smaller car. Raymond, Capitaine Commandant pilot of the TH Escadrille of France's service aeronautique, gave the signal for departure with an upward wave of his hand. Then, with some sharp, staccato trills of a whistle and the double honk of a pneumatic horn, the car of the commandant turned and sped down the avenue, followed by the tractor wagon, and both were lost to view. "But they are gone, and the aeroplane." Margaret gasped out the words in amazed discomfiture, sending her eyes after a dwindling shape beating down the sky to the southward, and straining her ears to catch the last of the tractor's whirring song. Nearly at Issy, I should calculate, travelling at 80 miles an hour. Impossible now to catch up with her in time to see her do the last stunt. Can choose my own pace for going anyhow, said the motorcyclist ruefully. Nothing left to do but take the bird over and fly her back to the Drancy hangar. He tried to laugh, but his wrung face gave the lie to the plucky pretense of indifference. He went on, still doggedly mopping away at his bleeding chin. I was lucky in getting a hearing on this side of the Channel. The bigwigs at Whitehall simply referred me to the superintendent of the Royal Aircraft Factory at Freyborough, and as I'd tried him twice already, I knew what he'd got to say. Commander of the Central School of Military Aviation was a brick, I'll say that for him. He sent a French flying officer to look me up at Hendon, who got me in touch with the Inventions Bureau of their service aéronautique. Well, the big test's over by this time. I shall know my fate in a week or two, or possibly in a year. Oh, you don't mean? The horrified cry broke from Margaret. Frankie yelled, by the great brass hat, you're the inventor, the whole thing was your show. Yes, I'm the inventor, the tanned young man in the dusty overalls answered rather contemptuously. What did you take me for? A French medical student having a joyride or a commis voyageur? Can't say, never thought. Fact is, my wife had frightened me horribly. When your machine bore down on her, posted right in the middle of the gravel, I was scared stiff, give you my honor. You might have sunk a brace of dreadnoughts in the palms of my hands. Frankie made this absurd statement with so sincere an air and clinched it so effectually by displaying a lovely silk cambric handkerchief in a state of soppy limpness that the abrased inventor nearly laughed. But his thick, silvery, fair eyebrows settled into a straight line across his tanned forehead. He said with a directness that seemed to belong to his lean, keen, hatchet-faced type, once more, I am glad that no harm has happened to the lady. The delay caused by the mishap can hardly have prejudiced my success. For all I know, the test of my hoverer may have favorably impressed the judges. If it has done otherwise, I have no right to blame man, dog, or devil for a failure that may be my own. He lifted his goggled cap to Margaret with a good air, pulled it down, and was in the act of lowering the visor when Margaret's voice arrested the big-boned hand. That voice Frankie knew could be wonderfully coaxing. It pleaded now, soft as the sigh of a Mediterranean breeze. Whether the test is successful or isn't, will you promise that we shall hear from you? Good egg, joined in Frankie. Do let us know. We are stopping at the Spitz Place Vendome. He warmed and grew expansive in the light of Margaret's smile of approval. Drop in on us there, he urged. As soon as you've found out, come and dine with us in any case. No, we're engaged tonight, but come and lunch at 2 sharp tomorrow and tell us all about your hover over a bottle of bubbly. Suite 10, second floor, name of Norwater. Stick this away to remind you, he ended, tendering his card. You're awfully good, but at the same time I hardly. The voice broke off. A glance at the proffered pasteboard had dyed the inventor flaming scarlet from the collar of his dusty gabardine to the edges of his goggled cap. He dropped the card quietly upon the gravel and said, looking Frankie straight between the eyes, even if I were able to accept, I'd have to decline your invitation. My name's Sherbrand, I'm your Uncle Alan's son. He settled himself in the saddle and finished before he pulled up the starting lever. Understand, I'd no idea who you were until I saw the name on your card. It has been a queer encounter, I can't say a pleasant one. Let me end it by saying good day. Frankie's newfound cousin touched the goggled cap and pulled up the starting lever. With the customary bang and snort, the motor bicycle leaped away. Margaret had uttered a little gasp at the moment of revelation. Now she turned great eyes of dismay on Frankie and withdrew them quickly, for Frankie's eyes had become circular and poppy. His mouth tried to shape itself into a whistle, but his expression was merely vacuous. He continued to explode with great snipe. At intervals, as he and Margaret made their way back to more populous avenues, chartered a fortuitously passing taxi, and were driven back via the Port Dauphine to Spitz's gorgeous caravanserai in the Place Vendôme, when Margot vanished into her own bower, sending her French maid to intimate to my lord that Milady would take tea alone in that apartment, and did not intend to dine. Thus Frankie, relieved from duty, presently found himself, in company with a cigar, strolling bachelor fashion through the streets of Paris. No very clear recollection stayed with him of how he spent the afternoon. At one time he found himself with his features glued against the plate-glass window of a celebrated establishment dedicated to the culture and restoration of feminine beauty, contemplating divers gilt wigs on stands, porcelain pots of marvelous unguents warranted to eliminate wrinkles, sachets of mystic herbs to be immersed in baths, creams guaranteed to impart to the most exhausted skin the velvety freshness of infancy. Later he strayed into a sunny, green-turfed public garden, full of white statues, sparkling fountains, and municipal seats whereon Burgundian, Dalmatian, and Alsatian wet nurses dandled or rocked or nourished their infant charges, and bonnes or governesses presided over the gambols of older babies, who played with belled pierrots or toy automobiles or inflated balls of gorgeous hues. There is nothing profoundly moving in the sight of a stout, beribboned wet nurse suckling her employer's infant, but into the company of these important hirelings came quite unconsciously a young working woman in a shabby brown merino skirt and a blouse of white Swiss. Her shining black hair was uncovered to the sunshine. On one arm she carried a bouncing baby, on the other a basket containing cabbages and onions and a flask of cheap red wine, which receptacle its owner, having taken the other end of the seat Frankie occupied, set down between herself and the young man. She was a healthy, plump young woman with too pronounced a moustache for beauty, but when, having methodically turned the baby upside down to rearrange some detail of its scanty dress, she reversed it and bared her breast to the eager mouth, a strange thrill went through Frankie. A dimness came before his vision, and it was as though those dimpled hands plucked at his heart. He suffered a sudden revulsion strange in a young man so modern, up-to-date, and beautifully tailored. He knew that he longed for a son most desperately, and the devil of it was, Margot did not. Chapter 8. Thus Frankie got up and moved away, driven by the stinging cloud of thoughts that pursued and battened on him, and presently found himself following a stream of people up a flight of marble steps, and under an imposing portico that ended in a turnstile and a national collection of paintings and sculptures. Wandering through a maze of long skylighted galleries, where the masterworks of modern art are conserved and cherished, he was to encounter the thought that haunted him in a myriad of images, wrought by the chisel, the brush, the berin, and the graving tool in marble or bronze, upon canvas or panel in ivory or silver or enamel or gold. A sculptured Hagar mourning by the side of her dying Ishmael caught his eye as he entered the first gallery. Farther on, Eve after the fall lifted the infant Cain to receive the kiss of Adam, homing to his shack of green branches at the end of the labouring day, and a shag-thighed, curly-horned Pan romped with a litter of sturdy bear cubs, and medallions and panels of childhood were everywhere. It was the same in the galleries devoted to painting. A Breton christening party depicted with the roughness that hides consummate mastery of technique trudged along a snowy coast road towards a little chapel near the seashore. The young mother in her winged, starched cap and bodice of black velvet, yet pale from the ordeal of anguish, walked between her smiling gossips, carrying her newborn infant, chrysalis-like in its linen swaddlings, to be made into a good Christian by M. Le Curé, and seated on a broken throne of red granite beneath the towering propylaeum of a ruined Egyptian temple, whose colonnades of lotus columns and walls painted with processions of hierophants offering incense to bird or beast-headed deities, and bewigged dancers and musicians ministering to the pleasures of long-eyed kings, receded down long perspectives into distance, A woman, young and slender, and draped in a long blue cloak over a white robe, gazed downwards at a naked child sleeping upon her knees. And about the downy temples of the child shone a slender ring of mystic brightness, and another, more faint, haloed the chastely beautiful head of the mother bending above. Another canvas, austere and gorgeous, with the marvelous blues and emeralds and rich deep crimsons of old Byzantine ornament in relief against a background of dull tawny gold, showed the same maternal figure, far older and in darker draperies, seated upon a chair of wrought ivory upon a dais, looking outward and upward with deep eyes of unfathomable tenderness and sorrow, and pale hands lifted in supplication to that heaven whither her son ascended after his victory over death. Across the knees of the Consolatrix Afflictorum, a mourning mother lay prone and tearless, and at the feet of the Virgin, outstretched amidst the scattered petals of some fallen roses, you saw the nude, beautiful body of a male child of some 3 years old, but little of the inner meaning of Bouguereau's great picture filtered through Frankie's honest brown eyes to the mind that lay somewhere behind them. But he realized that for the grieving woman who had borne a son and lost him, there was no more joy in the world. The child of that woman upon whose knees she leaned her breaking heart had lived to attain to the perfect ripeness of glorious manhood. But then, Frankie followed the lines of the dark, downward drifting veil up to the rapt mother face with the sorrowful, close-folded mouth and the deep, fathomless eyes, and remembered what had happened to her son. Beg pardon, he found himself muttering between his teeth. His hand went up, and he had bared his sleek brown head before he knew. This wasn't a Roman Catholic church anyway. There was no obligation even to appear respectful. France had long ago kicked over the traces of religion. All French people were freethinkers in these days. Telling himself this, Frankie did not replace the shiny topper. One rapid glance to right and left had shown him that the gallery was nearly empty. The few visitors it contained were too far distant to have observed the action, except possibly one person, a lean, short, elderly man in shabby black who stood some paces behind, a little to the left of Frankie, holding a shovel-brimmed round-crowned beaver with both hands against his sunken chest as he gazed with bright, absorbed eyes at the wonderful rapt face of the consoler, his lips moving rapidly as he whispered to himself, not breaking off or twitching a muscle because Frankie had glanced round. Frankie glanced round again, and this time encountered the oddly young eyes of his neighbor, looking from a brown, deeply wrinkled visage framed in thickly growing, straight black hair, heavily streaked with white. Monsieur is a lover of art, undoubtedly a Frenchman. He addressed Frankie in cultured English with a tone and manner excellently graced. The vivid clearness of his amber-colored eyes set in the now smiling mask of walnut-brown wrinkles was attractive, and Frankie answered, unconsciously warming to the look and smile, "Must say I hardly know. Things that clever, intellectual people go into raptures over bore me simply stiff. Other things they howl down, go straight to the spot, you see. And all I can say when I'm hauled over the coals for liking rubbish is that the rubbish is good enough for this child. I comprehend. Monsieur has the courage of his convictions. It is a quality rare in these days, and this painting particularly appeals to Monsieur. May one be pardoned for asking why?" The voice was suave, but it somehow compelled an answer. Frankie, with an indistinct remembrance of viva voce examinations awakening in him, cleared his throat and fell back a pace or two. Well set up and well bred, well groomed and well dressed, his figure beside that other in the priestly soutane of rusty alpaca, short enough to reveal coarse-ribbed stockings of black yarn and cracked prunella shoes with worn steel buckles, made a contrast sufficiently quaint to provoke a stare of curiosity. Had any observer passed just then? But standing together on the beeswaxed floor at the upper end of the long, bright, skylighted gallery, the guardsman and his temporary acquaintance were as private as it is possible to be in a public place. Thus, at the cost of a heightened complexion and an occasional stammer, Frankie explained himself. The painting appealed to him because it recalled a Bible story, made familiar to Frankie by reason of having swatted it at school for Sunday ques, with other fellows of the 5th in Grayshot's time. Also on the wind-up Sunday of his, Frankie's last term, having passed for the army with the of a lot of trouble, a beastly epidemic of diphtheria and scarlet fever having broken out among the children of the Windsor poor, the head had preached from the text in Big Chapel, and the text went something like this. A voice in Ramah was heard of lamentation and mourning, Rachel bewailing her children, and would not be comforted because they are not. The haggard, beautiful, tearless Rachel of the picture hadn't bucked at the disfigurement and the pain and the danger of childbearing, as she had welcomed them for the sake of the kid. It was a thundering pity he hadn't lived, in Frankie's opinion. Woman jolly well deserved to have been let keep that clinking fine boy to rear. I comprehend. The clear eyes flashed into Frankie's, the withered brown mask was alight with sympathetic intelligence. To Monsieur, an English officer and a member of the Protestant Church of England, that woman who leans her bursting heart upon the knees of the Mother of Consolation is Rachel. He quoted, Vox in Rama audita est, ploratus el ululatus, Rachel plorans filios suos, et noluit consolari quia non sunt. That's it, Frankie nodded, admitting candidly, though I always was a duffer at Latin and we weren't taught at school to pronounce it quite in that way, said the clear-eyed old man, whose dark wrinkled throat displayed no edge of linen above the plain circular collar of the soutane, only a significant border of purple from which 2 widdish lappets of the same colour depended beneath the peaked and mobile chin, and who might have been a prelate of sorts, had it not been understood of simple Frankie that the state had abolished the Catholic religion and banished all priests, monks and nuns from France. The Italianate Latin puzzles you. It is slightly different to the Latin they taught you at Eton. When I lived in England not so long ago, I counted several brave Eton fellows among my acquaintances, and their mental attitude with regard to the language of Virgil, Horace and Tacitus was precisely that of Monsieur. He chuckled, and his oddly young eyes twinkled quite gaily as he pulled out a battered little silver snuff-box and helped himself, wrinkling his thin hooked nose with evident enjoyment, as he dusted the pungent brown grains from his lappets with a coarse blue-checked cotton handkerchief. An amethyst ring on the wrinkled hand flashed pink and violet in the light. To Monsieur, who is doubtless familiar with the scriptures in Tyndall's translation, I might suggest that the Latin of the ancient Romans should be pronounced in the Roman style, but Monsieur will pardon this tone of the pedagogue. I will not bore you stiff with a classical disquisition. Permit me to thank you for your amiable compliance with the request of an old man, and to wish you good day. He combined apology, farewell and dismissal in a courtly little bow, and as though undoubting that the other would pass on, plunged again into the picture. But Frankie lingered to say awkwardly, perhaps, if you don't mind. The keen eyes reverted to his embarrassed face instantly. What if I do not mind? There is something you desire to ask me. Well, yes, Frankie admitted, don't quite pipe why, but I rather cotton to hearing your version of the meaning of that picture, you know. Yes, I understand. The vivid eyes flashed piercingly into Frankie's and leaped back to the great glorious canvas within the stately frame. To you who were once a boy at Eton, that woman who has no more tears to shed is Rachel of Ramah. To me, once seminarist of the Institut Catholique, as to others of my holy faith and sacred calling, she is France, our beloved France, who leans upon the knees and against the bosom of the Catholic Church in her bereavement, mourning with anguish unutterable her children who are dead, dead to faith, dead to the spiritual life, members separated from the body of Christ by their own choice as by the act of government, lost unless the ray of divine grace find and touch them in their self-made darkness and they repent and turn themselves to Christ again. Frankie said with wholly lovable banality, rather sweeping but natural conclusion from a religious point of view. Still, when a whole nation gets up like one man and bally well chucks a religion, there must be something jolly off-color and thundering rotten about that religion, don't you know? A whole nation. The bright eyes held Frankie's sternly. He lifted his right arm, and the withered hand still shut upon the battered snuff-box shot up 2 fingers in vigorous protest. "Pardon, monsieur, you are very seriously mistaken. France was never more Catholic at heart than now. How strange, when but 21 miles of salt water divide Calais from Dover, when the Entente Cordiale has established between your country and mine nominally close and intimate relations, that so complete an ignorance as to the French nation, its government, its mode of thought, its moral, religious and social conditions should be found prevailing in Great Britain today." "My dear sir, you're off the bull, completely off," protested Frankie, whose second sister was married to a Frenchman, Frankie who knew Paris as well as the inside of his weekend suitcase. "By Jove." A deprecating shrug and a supple outstretched hand cut short the speaker. "Pardon, Monsieur l'Anglais, I know what you would say to me. There is much force in the argument. It is très sensé and there is truth in it, and yet it is false to be guilty of a paradox. The aristocracy of Great Britain, like her plutocracy, set high value upon much that comes from France. British gold is poured into my country in return for the newest and most fanciful modes in costume, millinery and jewelry. And not only do your beautiful women adorn themselves with the inventions of our bold and original genius for ornament, but for your menus, your pleasures, the novels and plays that paint in intoxicating colors the joys of unchaste love and illicit passion, for the sensuous poetry that is garlanded with the flame-hued flowers of evil, you are ready to praise and pay us lavishly, as though no nobler growth than this rank luxuriance sprang from the intellectual soil of France. Our vices, alas, with the appalling diseases that spring from them and the combinations of drugs that alleviate these, all find with you a ready market, and you attend our race meetings at Longchamps and Auteuil, where English jockeys ride French and Irish horses, and you believe that you know the social life of France. No, but you are ignorant, profoundly ignorant. May God be thanked that you misjudge us thus cruelly. For if my country were no better than Great Britain and other foreign nations believe her to be, it were time indeed for a rain of fire from heaven." Hardly raising his voice above a clear whisper, the emotion and vehemence with which he spoke, and the swift and fiery gesticulations with which he illustrated utterance, made the sweat start out in beads upon his wrinkled forehead and cheeks. He wiped these off with the blue-checked handkerchief, saying, "Pardon, I grow warm when I speak of these things. I recognize that if in the judgment of other nations France is a courtesan drunk with lechery, or at the best un esprit follet, she has brought this judgment upon herself. Flippancy, the desire to faire de l'esprit under any circumstances, the bold and brilliant gaiety that is her exclusive and most beautiful characteristic, these have caused her to be misunderstood. But whatever else she be, she is not pagan nor agnostic. To believe that is to wrong her cruelly, monsieur." Frankie, by now hopelessly at sea, endured the hailstorm of swift, vehement sentences with an expression of amiable vacuity, his stiffly pendant hands plainly yearning for the refuge of his trousers pockets, his mind rocking on the waves of the stranger's passionate eloquence like a toy yacht adrift on the bosom of the Atlantic. And the resonant Gallic voice went on. Chapter 9. The masters of France today are hostile to Christianity. They are Freemasons. Freemasonry in England is not Freemasonry as it is understood here. They are freethinkers, socialists, internationalists and hedonists, the avowed enemies of the Catholic faith. Hence, churches, seminaries and schools have been closed by government, communities of religious men and women have been uprooted and exiled, priests have been banished, ecclesiastical and private property has been appropriated and confiscated, churches have been desecrated, the symbols of Christianity and religion everywhere torn down. In France upon Good Friday, the standard of the Republic waves proudly, while the flag of every other Christian nation hangs at half-mast high. And yet the great mass of the French people are Catholic and nothing but Catholic. The light may be hidden, but the fire of devotion still burns in millions of faithful hearts gathered about the church's altars, beating beside the hearths of innumerable homes in France. Torrents of blood would not quench that sacred fire. When the day of expiation comes, as it will come most surely, the Catholicism of France will prove her salvation yet. With the final sentence, the hand that had been lifted in gesture dropped to the side of the speaker. The flashing glance took in Frankie from the top of his sleek, bewildered head to the tips of his beautiful patent leathers. He said with a smile of irresistible amusement, "Monsieur, I fear I have fatigued you. Let me thank you for your admirable patience. Au revoir, or if you prefer it, adieu." Another of the quick little bows, and he had covered himself and passed on rapidly. Frankie reflected, staring after the short black figure in the caped soutane with the worn purple sash and shabby beaver shovel hat as it receded from his view. Fruity old wordster, pon my natural, toppin' fine talker, wonder who he is. Head of a public school, swatting an address for the beginning of the midsummer half-term, a professor of divinity getting up a lecture, the Archbishop of Paris rehearsing a sermon. Whichever they call him, why don't he pitch his language at a man of his own size? And he went back to the Spitz through the boulevards that were surging with the afternoon life of Paris, and heard from Pauline that Milady had retired to bed. She had already dispatched a billet of excuses to Sir Braham, with whom Milady and my lord were engaged to dine downstairs that evening, explaining that a headache prevented her from accompanying my lord. My lord, must be sure to make no noise in changing for dinner, as Milady, after a crisis of the nerves of the most alarming, was now sleeping like an angel, having taken a potion Carmante of orange flower syrup with water, not the veronal so heartily detested of my lord. Sleeping like an angel, is she? Good egg, though I thought angels never went to bed, flew about singing all the giddy time. Righto, though I won't disturb her ladyship. When she wakes, give her my love." And Frankie entered his dressing room on cautious tiptoe, lighted a cigarette, rang the bell for his valet, and began to reflect. It was to have been a dinner of 8 people, Braham the host, with Lady Watt, skinny little vitriol-tongued woman, a man unknown who was to have sat next Margaret, Commander Courtly, ripping good fellow old Courtly. No better sailor walked the quarter-deck of a first-class cruiser. Damn shame those Admiralty bigwigs denied such a fellow po-strank. And Lady Beauvais, formerly Miss Sadie Sculpin of New York, pretty American with pots of boodle, married to that ghastly little bounder who'd stepped into the shoes a better man would be wearing if his elder brother, handsome fellow who married an actress, Leslie Lavine of the Jollity, good old Jollity, hadn't got pipped in that scrum with the Boers in 1901. Leslie Lady Beauvais, the widow, called herself on the posters and programs. Come down to second-rate parts in music hall review, gettin' elderly and stout. Must see red when she happened to spy the present Lord Beauvais's pretty peeress in the stalls or boxes. Wonder why the P.P. made such a pal of Patrine Saxham, niece of Saxham of Harley Street, handsome as paint, proud as the devil, and an advanced thinker according to Margaret. Remembering the gift of the jade tree frog, Frankie involuntarily wrinkled his nose. With Lady Beau and the Saxham girl there would be a party of 7, counting the man unknown. Might go on afterwards to the Folies Berger or the Theatre Marigny or perhaps the Jardin de Paris. Why hadn't Jobling answered his master's bell? Why had he deputized a waiter to enquire whether his lordship wished his valet? Did he think waiters were paid to do his, Jobling's, work for him? Or did he, Jobling, suppose he was kept for show? The strenuous stage whisper in which Frankie addressed the recalcitrant Jobling penetrated the door panels of the adjoining bower as such whispers usually do. But Margaret was really sleeping. The orange flower water had had a few drops of chloral mingled with it. My lord had never prohibited chloral, as Pauline had pointed out, but unsuspicious Frankie, unrigging, as he termed the process, while the tardy jobling prepared his master's bath and laid out his master's glad rags, plumed himself upon having made a notable advance in the science of wife government. Even the blameless potion of orange flower testified to his masculine strength of will. Chapter 10. You're invited to follow Frankie and sit with him at his friend Tom Braham's circular board, decorated with great silver bowls of marvelous rayon d'or roses that seem to exhale the harvested sunshine of summer from their fiery golden hearts. You remember the famous dining room of the big Paris caravanserai, with its archways supported by slender pillars of creamy pink Carrara marble, wreathed with inlaid fillets of green malachite and lapis lazuli, and its electric illuminants concealed behind an oxidized silver frieze. And possibly you need no introduction to the deity, plain and middle-aged, in whose honor Braham, the Hon. Sir Thomas Braham, an ex-justice of the King's Bench Division, in the remote mid-Victorian era a famous Q.C., made oblation of luscious meats and special wines. The clever, sharp-tongued, penniless niece of a famous minister for foreign affairs, she had made a love match at 20 with Lord What-ho-What, a handsome and equally impecunious subaltern in a famous Highland regiment, who was killed upon active service 20 years later, while travelling upon a special mission to the front headquarters during the South African War of 1900. 2 years later, his widow conferred her hand upon Mr. Reuben Muntz, of Kimberley and South Carfordshire, a diamond mining magnate who had made his colossal pile before the war. She had never borne her second husband's name, and when he died, leaving her sole mistress of his millions, Lady Watt resumed her place in society, thenceforwards to sparkle as never before. The chronique scandalous in a diamond setting, some phrase-maker clever as herself had aptly termed her. Without her riches, stripped of her wonderful diamonds, society might have found her to be merely a little chattering woman, avid of the reputation of a humorist and raconteuse, unflagging in her relish for stories not seldom of the broadest, related at her own expense or at the cost of other people, and over-liberally garnished with nods and becks, darting glances and wreathed smiles. Upon this night of the Grand Prix, one you will remember by Baron M. de Rothschild's Sardanapal, the little lady's jests fizzled and coruscated like Japanese fireworks. Her jibes buzzed and stung like wasps about a lawn-set tea table, when new-made jam and fragrant honey tempt the yellow and black marauders to the board. And yet from the soup to the entremets, Frankie listened in dour and smileless silence, unable to conjure up a grin at the sharpest of the goblin's witticisms, or swell the guffaw that invariably followed the naughtiest of her double entendres. Off colour, what? His crony courtly queried in a sympathetic undertone, catching a glimpse of Frankie's cheerless countenance behind the bare, convulsed back and snowy heaving shoulders of Lady Beauvais, who occupied the intervening chair. Putridly off colour, walked in the boys and got a touch of the sun, I fancy. Frankie whispered back too loudly, drawing upon himself the goblin's equivoque. The son or the daughter, did you say, Lord Norwater? Dear me, the goblin shrilled, you're actually blushing. You've revived a long-lost early Victorian art. Was blushing really an art with the ladies of that dim and distant era? Asked the friendly Braham, not in the least comprehending Frankie's discomfiture, yet desirous of diverting the goblin's glittering scrutiny from her victim's scarlet face. It was the art that concealed heart, or assumed it. Lady Watt retorted with a peal of elfish laughter, turning her tight-skinned, large-eyed, wide-mouthed ugliness upon the speaker, and nodding her little round head until the huge and perfectly matched diamonds of the triple-rayed tiara that crowned her scanty henna-dyed tresses flashed blinding sparks of violet and red and emerald splendor in the mellow-toned radiance of the electric lights. The goblin had meant nothing, Frankie assured himself as the angry blood stopped humming in his ears and his complexion regained its normal shade. The bad pun that had bowled him over had possibly been uttered without malicious intent, Yet Lady Watt rented a gorgeous suite upon the floor below the Norwater apartments, and one of her 3 ladies' maids might have been pumping Pauline. What was she saying? Why was everybody cackling? The Goblin was launched upon a characteristic story. Its denouement, worked up with skill and related with point, evoked peal upon peal of laughter from the guests at Braham's table, with the sole exception of Frankie, whom the anecdote found sulky and left glum. He said to himself that if Lady Beauvais, née Miss Sadie J. Sculpin of New York, sole child and heiress of a Yankee who had made millions out of chewing gum, chose to forget her position as the wife of a British peer and mother of his children, by Jove, and scream at such nastiness, it was her lookout. If the big red-blonde man who sat on Frankie's right shook with amusement, as he recapitulated the chief points of the story for the benefit of the girl who sat next him, it was his affair. But that the Saxon, an unmarried girl who oughtn't to see the bearings of such a tale, should openly revel in its saltness, made Frankie feel sick on this particular night. He realized that he detested the Saxon girl, one of Margot's chosen club intimates, more fervently than even Tota Stannis or Joan de Larbrand, more thoroughly than Rona Helverlin, only little less heartily than he hated Cynthia Charterhouse. Big, bold, galumphing, provocative, in fact, so much IT that you couldn't overlook her. He found her more unpleasantly attractive than usual, in a bodice that was no more than a fold of shimmering orange stuff above the waist, tossing the panache of ospreys that startlingly crowned her, offering up her persistent illusion perfumes for the delectation of the appreciative male. Only look at her, ready to climb into her neighbor's pocket, leaning her round white elbows on the Gipua tablecloth, half shutting those long greeny-brown Egyptian eyes of her, wreathing her long thick white neck to send a daring challenge into the face of the laughing man. A big man, bright red-haired, blue-eyed and broad-chested, showing every shining tooth in his handsome grinning head. She's screaming, isn't she, dear Lady Beau? Thus the Saxon to her employer, friend and ally, across the silver bowls of rayon d'or roses, her naked shoulder brushing the coat sleeve of her neighbor, the big rufous man. And Lady Beau gushed back, in marvelous form tonight. Don't you think so, Count? Do agree with us? And the big man agreed, with the accent of the German fatherland. She is colossal, wunderlich. Who's the German next me? Big beggar. Lady Beau and Miss Saxon are gushing over. Frankie presently telegraphed to Courtly behind the charming American's accommodating back, and Courtly signalled in reply, von Hernung, German count of sorts, engineer and Flieger officer, son of an imperial councillor and cousin to Princess Willie of Kikauer Easton, really rather an interesting beast in his way, made a one-stop flight to Paris from Hanover in April, with an Albatros biplane, previously won an event in the Prince Heinrich circuit competition. He added, we can't decently blink their progress in military aviation. It's one of them their facts which the brass hats at the War Office pretend to regard as all my eye, yet they know the fatherland, or if they don't they oughta. Good-looking chap this, not over 30 I should guess him, always dodging in and out of the German embassy. The Goblin frightful nuts on him, going to steer him through the next London season. Suppose he's looking out for a moneyed wife. Hope he gets her, Frankie mentally commented. But he looked with new interest at his big blonde German neighbor, mentally calculating that with all that bone, brawn and muscle, von Hernung couldn't tip the scale at less than 16 stone. Small-boned himself and of stature not above the medium, Frankie appreciated height and size in other men, and von Hernung was undeniably a son of Anak. The noiseless, demure waiters who paused beside his chair to refill his glass or offer him dishes were dwarfed by his seated presence to the proportions of little boys. Once, when there was a momentary bustle at the principal entrance to the now crowded restaurant, and a party of men, ceremoniously ushered by M. Spitz in person, passed up the central gangway between the rows of glittering tables, shielded by glass-paneled screens framed in oxidized silver, and crowded now with gossiping, laughing, gobbling patrons, men and women of varied nationalities, representing the elite of the fashionable world. Von Hernung rose and remained imperturbably standing at the salute, his eyes set and fixed, his head turned rigidly towards the personage, semi-bald, stout, with a prominent under jaw and a hard official stare rendered glacier by a frameless square monocle, and showing beneath the open front of a loose military mantle a star upon the left side of his evening dress coat, and the glitter of an order suspended from a yellow riband about his thick bull neck. The German ambassador, Baron von Giesnau. Lady Watt returned to a question from Lady Beauvais as the portly official figure creaked by, leaving a whiff of choice cigars and a taint of parfum très persistent, lifting 3 fingers of a white-gloved hand in acknowledgement of his countryman's salute, and von Hernung unstiffened and dropped back into his chair. "No, I'm not sure where the Emperor is," she added, with one of her laughs and a shrug of her thin, vivacious shoulders. "Ask Count von Hernung, he's sure to know." "Gnädige Gräfin," von Hernung returned when interrogated, "I am not able to answer your question." He shrugged his broad shoulders and showed his white teeth. "Unser Kaiser is who shall say where at the Hof, possibly at Homburg. Stop, now I remember, Seine Majestat is at Kiel," he continued, arranging with a big white hand displaying a preposterously long thumbnail a corner of his glittering, tightly rolled moustache. "At Kiel, yes. He has been there since the 25th of June, entertaining the British and American ambassadors, visiting the commander-in-chief of your British squadron, superintending the armament of one of our own new battle cruisers, seeing put into her those great big Krupp guns that are to sink your super-dreadnoughts by and by." The deliberately uttered words of the last sentence dropped into a little pool of chilly silence. He had spoken with perfect gravity, and the Englishmen who heard him stared before they grinned. Then the women shrieked in ecstasies of amusement, the goblins' laugh overtopping all. "For he hates us, you can't think how he hates us," she crowed, writhing her lean little throat, clasped by 7 rows of shimmering stones, wagging her kobold's head crowned by its diadem of multicolored fire. "Tell us how you hate us, Tydo, do, pray do." "I hate you, yes. All German officers are like that, particularly the officers of our field flying service," gravely corroborated von Hernung. "We have many pleasant acquaintanceships with men and women of British nationality, but your race, the Anglo-Saxon branch of the great Teutonic oak tree, it is natural that we should hate. For that Germany must expand upon the west and northwest as well as south and east, or suffocate is certain. She must wield the trident of sea power, she must transform the map of Europe, she must exploit and disseminate German trade and German culture. Therefore, as the British, more than any other nation, stands in the way of German development, we look forward to the day when we shall exterminate you and take our right position as masters of the world." The women screamed anew at this. The men were now laughing in good earnest. Frankie found it impossible to restrain the convulsions that shook him in his chair. Purple-faced Braham tried to speak, but broke down wheezing and spluttering. The goblin shrilled, "Tell them, Tydo, please tell them, do, ha ha, tell them how you're spoiling for a scrimmage with us. Show them your thumbnail, pray do." Thus adjured, the big German solemnly extended his left hand for general inspection. The pointed, carefully manicured thumbnail was at least 2 inches long. Its owner said with perfect gravity, "This is the badge of a society of England haters, chiefly Prussian military officers, young men of noble birth, bound by an oath of blood. This mark we carry to distinguish us. It is a sign of our dedication, to remind us of the purpose for which we are set apart." He added, "Count Zeppelin himself set the fashion of the uncut thumbnail. It will be cut when the day comes, and it has been dipped in blood." "In blood, how beastly," said the Saxon girl, curling the corners of her wide red mouth contemptuously. "What a horrid crowd your noble young Prussian officers must be. And when is the dipping to come off?" Her voice was deep and resonant as a masculine baritone, and of so carrying a quality that Frankie started as though the words had been spoken at his ear. Nedige Freiulin von Hernung answered, I have already told you, when the day comes for which we are preparing, when the great German nation shall abandon Christianity, cast off the rusty fetters of morality and virtue, call on the ancient god of battles, and beat out the iron scepter of world power with sword blows upon the anvil of war. When we're all to be exterminated, he means. Lady Watt gasped behind her filmy handkerchief. Tydo, you're too absolutely screaming. Do say why your noble young Prussians keep us waiting. And von Hernung answered composedly, because we are not yet ready. We shall not be perfectly ready before the spring of 1916. His hard, bright glance encountered Frankie's, and he lifted his full glass of champagne and drank to him, smiling pleasantly. Of course the German was rotting, reflected Frankie. If he wasn't the combined insolence and brutality of such a menace, uttered at the table of one of the Britons in whose gore von Hernung and his comrades yearned to dip their preposterous 2-inch thumb-nails, took the bun. By the great brass hat, he was perfectly cool as his muscular white hands, for the dinner had arrived at the dessert stage, manipulated the silver knife that peeled a blood-red nectarine. What a splendid ring, a black and white pearl large as a starling's egg and set in platinum, the fellow sported on the little finger of that clawed left hand. What was he asking in the suave voice with the guttural Teutonic accent? You were in the boys, I believe, Lord Norwater, early in the midday. Did you see any avians of the service aeronautique? Did the invention they were testing come up to expectations? Did the English aerial stabilizer answer well? Frankie knew as he encountered the compelling stare of the hard blue eyes that he objected to their owner. He returned in a tone more huffy and less dignified than he would have liked it to be. Can't say. I was merely walking in the boys with a lady, wasn't on the ground as an investigator of the professional sort. So, von Hernung's face was set in a smile of easy amiability. The shot might have missed the bull for anything that was betrayed there. And the name of the inventor, it has escaped my memory. Possibly you could tell me, eh? Certainly, said Frankie, planting one with pleasure. He happens to be a cousin of mine. Would you like me to write down his address? Jewess, thanks so very much, but I will not trouble you. Nobody had heard the verbal encounter. Lady Watt was holding the table with another anecdote punctuated with staccato peals of laughter, tinkling like the brazen bells of a beaten tambourine. Mademoiselle Nunu, a Paris celebrity, belonging to the most ancient if not the most venerable of professions, had promenaded under the chestnuts at Longchamps that morning, attired, as to the upper portion of her body, in a sheath of spotted black gauze veiling, unlined save with her own charms, and a witty Paris journalist had said that the costume was designed to represent Eve, not before nor after but behind the fall. And Paylette, who was there working up her modes letter for Le Style, had answered. Everybody at table was leaning forward and listening, as the goblin quoted the riposte of Paylette. Von Hernung, showing his big white teeth in a smile, chose another nectarine from the piled-up dish before him, seeming to admire the contrast between his own muscular white fingers and the glowing fruit they held. But Frankie saw that he was angry as he neatly peeled the fruit, split the odorous yellow flesh, tore the stone out crimson and dripping like a little human heart, and swallowed both halves of the fruit in rapid succession, dabbing his mouth with the fine serviette held up before him in both hands. Then, with an air of arrogant self-confidence peculiar to him, he said loudly, addressing the whole company, Madame Paylette certainly deserves the Croix de Honneur for so excellent a bon mot. As for Mademoiselle Nunu, I do not myself admire her, but my brother Ludwig, when he was alive, paid intermittent tribute to her charms. He added, he was killed in the charge by a fall with his horse in the autumn manoeuvres of last year, while the Emperor was being entertained by command at a shooting party, upon a forest property of my father's that is about 50 kilometers from Berlin. Chapter 11. Do tell what the Kaiser said when he heard of the accident, came in the voice of Lady Beauvais, pitched now in a high nasal tone that was a danger signal to those who knew her, like the mischievous twinkle in her beautiful eyes. I guess he must have been real upset. Ja, ja, Jewess, returned von Hernung, slightly shrugging his broad, square shoulders. Of course, the Emperor was greatly grieved for my father's loss, but naturally the program had to be carried out. There is another day's imperial shooting. The business is concluded very satisfactorily and Seine Majestat takes leave. But of course he sent to my mother a sympathetic message which greatly consoled her. And his chief equerry, Baron von Wildenberg, represented him at my brother's funeral, and shortly afterwards he graciously conferred upon my father the second class of the Order pour le Mérite. How nice, but what for? Demanded the downright American with astonishment so genuine that Braham strangled with suppressed chuckles, and the bearded mouth of Commander courtly assumed the curve of a sly smile. What for? Exclaimed von Hernung. He stiffened his big body arrogantly, reddening with evident annoyance, and thickly through his carefully accentuated English the Teutonic consonants and gutturals began to crop. Nedige Greffin, because that so coveted decoration is the reward of special service rendered to the Emperor, and my father in his personal sorrow conquering, that it upon the amusements of imperial majesty might not intrude, had the noblest devotion and courage exhibited, in the opinion of the All-Highest. My land, exclaimed Lady Beauvais, stimulated by the undisguised enjoyment of Braham, Courtly and Frankie, if that don't take the team and wagon with the yeller dog underneath it and the horsefly sittin' on the near-wheel mule's left ear. She added, no wonder your Kaiser thinks himself the hub of this little old universe, being nourished from infancy on flapdoodle of that kind. She added, dropping the sore-edged artificial accent and reverting to the agreeable, drawling tones familiar to her friends. But last fall, when King George and Queen Mary were allowing to spend the day with us at Foltelbar Abbey, and see the Gobelins tapestries after 10 years that were restored by our great American dye specialist, Charlotte B. Pendrill of New York, and I had a dud head with neuralgitis, and couldn't have bobbed a curtsy without screaming like peacocks before a wet spell. Lord Beauvais just sent a respectful note of excuse over by fast car to the place in our county where their majesties were spending a weekend, and got a kind, cosy little line by return, making an appointment for a more convenient day. Is mag wohl sein, said von Hernung stiffly, repeating an apparently favourite phrase. It may be so in Great Britain, but in Germany the trivial happenings of ordinary existence are not permitted to interfere with the imperial plans. Mustn't spoil great Caesar's shoot by letting a natural sorrow dim your eye, in case you're unexpectedly informed of a family bereavement, said Braham to Lady Beauvais. So now you know what to expect in case the Kaiser should take it into his head to pop in on you at Foltelbar somewhere about July. I surmise I'd expect a visitor of mine, whether he's the Kaiser, the King, or the President, retorted Lady Beauvais, to be a gentleman. Her beautiful eyes blazed with genuine ire as she gave back von Hernung's dominating stare. She continued, reverting more purposefully than ever to the exaggerated New York accent, mingling cutting Yankee humor with bitter irony in the sentences that twanged, one after another, off her sharp American tongue. And I guess, Count von Hernung, though between your father and Amos J. Sculpin of Madison Avenue, New York, and Sculpin Towers, Schenectady, there's considerable of a social gulf. If your emperor had been a house guest of my papa's and my elder brother, she lifted an exquisite shoulder significantly ceilingwards, had happened to get the hoist, papa'd just have said, Your Imperial Majesty, I am unexpectedly one boy short and far from feeling hunky. My cars are waiting at my door to convey you right away to your hotel. Look in on us after the interment, when Mrs. Sculpin has had time to get accustomed to her mourning. And as my chef had orders to serve a special dinner in honor of your Majesty, I shall be gratified by your taking the whole menu along outside instead of in. The goblin cackled. Ecstatic Braham shrieked, magnificent, by gad, he ought to know your father. Frankie and Courtly yielded unrestrainedly to mirth, as did the Saxon girl, while her teeth, dazzling as those of a Newfoundland pup, gleamed in her wide red mouth and her long eyes glittered between their narrowed eyelids. Von Hernung gave her a quick sidelong glance of anger. She caught the look and suddenly ceased to laugh as the young Newfoundland might have stopped barking. She said below her breath, vexed, "Why, you're really—" And Lady Beau wasn't joking about your brother. She wouldn't dream of such a thing. She's tremendously kind and sympathetic. Was he your brother? Nice. And most women thought so. Would I have thought so? What was he like? The girl persisted. Von Hernung turned in his chair so as to face her, answering, "You see him now with one difference. He was as black as I am red." The blue eyes of the man and the long agate-colored eyes of the young woman encountered. She said slowly in her warm, deep voice, less like a feminine contralto than the masculine baritone, "I like red men best. So, then it was lucky that instead of me my brother Ludwig died," said Von Hernung so loudly that Lady Watt's quick ear caught the final words. She shrilled out a laugh. "But you're a wretch, Tydo." She shrugged her thin, vivacious shoulders under their glittering burden. "A heartless wretch. Of course I was regretting my brother, yes," said Von Hernung, "but I do not pretend that his death did not improve what you English would call my worldly prospects. That is the cant of Christianity, particularly the sentimental Christianity of England. One world is not enough for your greed of possession. You must eat your cake here and hereafter. But for the robust superhumanity of Germany, this world is both hell and heaven. It is hell for the man who is stupid, weakly, poor, and conscience-ridden. It is heaven for the man who has knowledge, power, health, wealth, the craft to keep his riches, and the capacity to enjoy to the fullest the pleasures they can procure him, with the courage to free himself from the bonds of what Christians and agnostics term morality and live precisely as nature prompts. So when my brother fell in the charge," continued Von Hernung with perfect seriousness, "he opened for me the gates of heaven. Since then I am a god." "A mortal god," called out the chuckling Braham, "for you've got to die, you know, when your number's up." "When the time comes, of course I shall die," acquiesced Von Hernung in the vulgar sense of the word, "but not so those who come after. Our bacteriologists will have discovered the microbe of old age and its antitoxin, and then we shall die no more. Dashed if I know the difference between the vulgar way of dying and the other style." Ibrahim snorted apoplectically, feeling in his waistcoat pocket for the box of digestive tabloids that showed in a bulge. Dashed unpleasant certainty, however you look at it. And a man who weighs 18 stone at 50 has got to look at it every time his tailor lets out his waistcoats and his valet asks him to order more collars because the last lot have shrunk in the wash. "Ah yes, to die is a hellish bore," agreed Von Hernung, contemplating his obese and purple host with a cruel smile. "But I and my friends have no hell, and we have done away with the myth of heaven. To dissolve and be reabsorbed into the elements, that is the only afterlife that is possible for a Superman." "You'd hardly call it life, would you?" came unwillingly from Frankie, for Von Hernung's eyes seemed to challenge his own. "Imperial Caesar, dead and turned to clay, what?" quoted courtly, to whom Von Hernung transferred his smiling regard. "I venture to hope that my clay may serve a more patriotic purpose than stopping a draft hole," said the German, carefully fingering the tight roll of glittering red hair upon his upper lip. "It may be baked into a sparking plug for the aeromotor of one of our Zeppelin dirigibles, the mysterious ZX, for instance, in whose trial trip from Stettin across the Baltic to Uppsala in Sweden you were so keenly interested some months ago. Or some of my body's chemical constituents may pass into the young tree, beneath which my ashes will be deposited. If beech or spruce, then I may furnish ribs or struts for an aviatic or a torb. But the best way of continuing to exist after one is dead is to leave plenty of vigorous sons behind one, to perpetuate the race." He continued, speaking to Lord Norwater, who had flushed and moved restlessly. "That is the high and noble obligation duty imposes upon the German Superman." "You'll have to hurry up your matrimonial arrangements, Tydo," interposed the goblin, with her cackle, "if your family is to tot up to a respectable number. before the year 1916. You mean that I may get killed in our great war of extermination? That is possible, agreed von Hernung. Our flying service is not a profession conducive to long life. Many of our keenest officers remain unmarried for that reason. The Emperor would prefer each of us to marry or at least adopt a son. For myself, I would like to steal one of your splendid British boys and rear him up as a true German. Something sharp and keen and burning stabbed through Frankie's brain to his vitals. It would have been a relief to have insulted von Hernung. He set his teeth, fighting with the desire as the guttural voice went on. I would teach him to hate you. The speaker sucked in his breath as though he relished the idea exceedingly. You cannot think how he would hate you, my German-British Superman. By the by, the literary genius of dreadnought type who invented the Superman, began Courtly, who had been peaceably nibbling salted pistachios. Can't pronounce his name for ginger nuts, but it sounds something like a sneeze. Von Hernung said stiffly, you doubtless speak of our great Nietzsche, whose triumphant thought has crushed all other mental systems. Quite so, must be the chap, said Courtly. That is, if he died a lunatic, but possibly I'm mixing him up with some other philosopher of the crushing kind. No, it is true, corroborated von Hernung. The brain of Nietzsche gave way under the terrific strain of incessant creation. How should it be otherwise? He became ponderous, even solemn, when he descanted upon the literary idol of modern Germany. How should it indeed be otherwise? He demanded. And was it not the fitting crown of such a career, the appropriate end to such a life work, to evolve the Superman and die? Quite so, Courtly agreed. He smoothed his well-trimmed beard with his broad hand, and his eyes assumed a meditative expression. Rather tantalizing, always hearing about Germany's supermen and never seeing any. What sort of chaps are they? I'm really keen to know. You have not to go far, returned von Hernung. His fine, florid complexion had suffered a deteriorating change. Savage anger boiled in his blood. He had thrown the iron gauntlet of German military preparedness in the faces of these cool, well-bred, smiling English and brandished the iron thunderbolt of German intellectual supremacy, and with this result that they took his deadly earnestness as jest. Kreutzdernewitter, these English officers, the pig dogs, the sheep's heads. He swallowed down the abusive epithets he would have liked to pitch at them and stiffened his huge frame arrogantly as he stared in Courtly's simple face. A burr, you have not far to go to visualize the type conceived by Nietzsche. I and my comrades, we are supermen. Thanks for explaining frightfully, said Courtly with artless gratitude as Braham purpled apoplectically and even the goblin tittered behind her fan. Shall know what to ticket you now, you know, thanks very much. You have read Nietzsche, the sailor's victim queried, said Courtly with his best air of frank simplicity. His works were recommended to me by my doctor when I had a bad attack of insomnia about a year ago. Ordered a volume of Thus Spake Zara Somebody, half A. Chapter 12, like a mite in a gorgonzola, the instant my head touches the pillow, never read another word. But heaps of friends in the fleet'll be wanting to borrow the book presently, depend on it. For we'll all be too scared of Germany to sleep in the year 1916. Laughter broke forth. Lady Watt gasped, dabbing her tearful eyes with a lace-bordered handkerchief. Oh, Tydo, will you dead in earnest Germans never learn what pulling a leg means? Ach ja, I should have understood. He had stared, frowned, and reddened savagely. Now, with a palpable effort, his equanimity was regained. He turned with a smiling remark to Patrine Saxham as Lady Beauvais breathed in Courtly's ear. You perfect pet, how I love you for that. Man simply suffering for a set down. Good egg you, murmured Frankie in the other ear of the commander. Felt sorry for him, had to do something common humanity, rejoined Courtly, eating more and more pistachios. Seems as overcrammed with their culture as a pet garden titmouse with cocoa nut. Vain too, but that's the fault of the women. Lord, how they gush at those big, good-looking blighters. See the Saxham, ready to climb into his waistcoat pocket and stop there. Would too, if she wasn't built on dreadnought lines herself. She was laughing into von Hernung's smiling visage as he offered her a light from his cigar. For with the arrival of coffee and liqueurs, the fragrance of choice Havana and Turkish had begun to mingle with the tang of mocha, the heady bouquet of choice wines, and the odors of fruit and flowers. The screens of frosted glass were rearranged. The ladies had produced their cigarette cases, of gold with the monogram of the goblin set in diamonds, of platinum adorned with turquoises and pearls wrought into the Beauvais initial and coronet, and of humbler tortoise-shell, bearing in fanciful golden letters the name Patrine. Patrine. The Saxon girl had taken the tortoise-shell cigarette case from the front of her low-cut, sleeveless bodice. Von Hernung had leaned towards her, boldly exploring with his eyes the bosom where the trinket had been hiding, and read the golden letters. He smiled as he met her puzzled eyes, saying, "Patrine is your name. Now I know it, I will not forget it. Tell me." He spoke in lowered tones. "Why do you carry your cigarette case just in that place?" She laughed, half shutting her long eyes and slightly lifting her big white shoulders. "Simply for convenience when I'm in evening kit. Dressmakers don't allow us poor women pockets in these days." It may be so, as von Hernung spoke with a calculated roughness that he had found useful in dealing with many women. He took the cigarette case from her, momentarily covering her hand with his own. As his curving fingers touched her palm, he felt the soft, warm flesh wince at the contact. Her black brows drew together, her sleepy agate eyes shot him a hostile sidewise glance. "I have not offended," he whispered in some anxiety, and she answered in a louder tone under cover of the talk and laughter of the others, "No, only I hate to be touched, that's all." He smiled under the crisp, tight roll of his red moustache, and his large, well-cut nostrils dilated and quivered. "One day you will not hate it. I will wait for that day. But about your cigarette case, you do not now tell me the truth. The real reason is more subtle. You carry that thing there under your corsage to make live men envious of an object that cannot feel. Really, what a lot you must know about women." The words were mocking, but the voice that uttered them was big, warm, and velvety, far above the ordinary stature of womanhood. You remember that Frankie regarded her as a great galumphing creature. Her head would yet have been much below the level of von Hernung's, but for the height of the extraordinary diadem or turban that crowned her masses of dull, cloudy black hair. Folds of vivid emerald green satin rose above a wide band of theatrical gilt tinsel, set with blazing stage rubies, and above the center of the wearer's low, wide brow a fan-shaped panache of clipped white ospreys sprang, boldly challenging the eye. Thrown with royal prodigality upon the back of the chair she occupied was an opera mantle of cotton-backed emerald green velvet, lavishly furred with ermine and sables that were palpably false as the garish gold and jewels of the diadem that crowned her, yet became her big, bold, rather brazen beauty, as well as though the Siberian weasel and the Arctic marten had been trapped and slain to deck and adorn her, instead of the white rabbit of ordinary commerce and the domestic pussy-cat. That which hath wings. Chapter 13. Who was the girl, the woman rather, who diffused around her so powerful a magnetic aura, whom prodigal nature had dowered with such opulence of bodily splendor, that cheap, tawdry clothes and ornaments borrowed from her a magnificence that conjured up visions of the Salambo of Flaubert, gleaming moonlike through her gold and purple tissues, of Anatole France's Queen of Sheba treading the lapis lazuli and sardonyx pavements of King Solomon's palace in her jeweled sandals of gilded serpent skin, darting fiery provocations from under the shadow of her painted lashes towards the wise one rising from his cushions of purple byssus, between the golden lions of his ivory throne. What a voice the creature had, thought von Hernung, soft and velvety like that dead white skin of hers. The tortoise-shell case he held in his big palm still glowed with the rich vital warmth of her. His blood tingled and raced in his veins, his hard, brilliant stare grew languorous, and his mouth relaxed into sensuousness. He said almost stupidly, so keen was his enjoyment, "You English ladies smoke a great deal, I think. Why should we leave all the pleasant vices to the men? She asked the queer question not defiantly but bluntly. Her strange eyes laughed a little as she saw Frankie wince. Lord Norwater hates me. Well, that's about the limit, as she told herself, and I helped on his love affair for little Margaret's sake. I beg your pardon, Lord Norwater, you were saying something. You're an advanced thinker, aren't you, Miss Saxham? At least my wife tells me so, Frankie began. Well, I'm not, but I've got my doubts as to whether vice is pleasant for one thing, and for another whether the general run of women in these days aren't quite as vicious as the men. He wants to be nasty. Poor boy, what have I done to him? It passed through the brain, topped by the bizarre diadem. But before its wearer could reply, von Hernung interposed. Naturally they are vicious if they desire to please men. A dash of vice, that is the last touch to perfect an exquisite woman. It is the chili in the mayonnaise, the garlic and citron in the ragout, the perfume of the carnation, the patch of rouge that lends brilliance to the eye, the bite in the kiss. The bite in the great snipe, what an expression, thought Frankie, whose attack of propriety had reached the acute stage. Patrine Saxham repeated slowly and with brows that frowned a little, the bite in the kiss. You pretend not to understand, said the guttural voice of von Hernung, speaking so that his wine and cigar-scented breath stirred the heavy hair that hid her small white ear. But you are wiser than you would have me believe. Are you not? Tell me, am I not right? He bent closer, and she broke a web that seemed in the last few moments to have been spun about her, invisible, delicate, strong, making captive the body and the mind. Her odd agate-coloured eyes laughed into his jeeringly. Her wide red mouth curved and split like a ripe pomegranate, showing the sharp white teeth that, backed by a vigorous appetite and seconded by a splendid digestion, had done justice to every course of Braham's choice menu. Men always waxed sentimental or enterprising towards the close of a rattling good dinner. Patrine didn't care, not a merry little hang. They might say and look what they liked, as long as they kept their hands off. At a touch, the quick revulsion came. You are amused, I understand. Von Hernung spoke between his teeth in a tone of stifled anger. Always to rot, it is your English fashion. When you encourage a man to make love to you, you are rotting. When you say sweet things to him, possibly you are rotting too. She turned her face away from him, striving to control her irresistible laughter. In vain. It took her as a sudden gale takes a pennant at the masthead, seized and shook her as von Hernung could have shaken her had they been alone. He turned savagely from her. She heard him speak to Braham, who responded with what-wottings, his fleshy hand to his deafest ear. Von Hernung repeated his utterance. Braham goggled in astonishment, courtly murmured to Frankie, hear what the blighter's saying, no keeping him down, is there? Buoyant as one of his own zeppelins. They looked and listened. Braham's thick bull neck was shortening as his shoulders climbed to his mottled ears. They caught a sound between a snort and a bellow. Then Lady Watt's diamonds flashed all the colours of the rainbow as she turned vivaciously to her friend. Count Tydo wanted to propose a toast, the custom in dear, sentimental Germany. Why shouldn't he? Rather amusing. She begged him to go on. Said von Hernung, tonight the laugh goes much against me. I have been most frightfully rotted. Now, in my country it is the custom when a guest has been made game of that those who have laughed at him must drink a toast with him to show there is no ill will. Never heard of such a custom, and I've lived in Germany a good deal. This from Braham. The German persisted. Still it is a custom, and it may be you will gratify me. He went on, now addressing the company generally. Here at the Spitz they have a Tokay that is very old and very excellent. If I might order some, it would be amusing if you would all join me in drinking to the day. The speaker, without waiting consent, beckoned to one of the attendants. Braham, his cockatoo crest of stiff grey hair erect, stared as at a new and surprising type of the human kind. But the words Braham might have uttered were taken out of his mouth. A swift glance had passed between the English naval officer and the rather stupid, titled young guardsman occupying the seat left of von Hernung, and while the commander coolly intimated to the advancing waiter by a sign that his services were not needed, Lord Norwater, lobster-red and rather flurried, turned to von Hernung and said, not loudly yet clearly enough to be heard by every guest at the table, "Stop, sorry to swipe in, Count, but you'd better not order that wine, I think." "You think not?" asked von Hernung with coolest insolence. "I don't think so, I'm dead sure," said Frankie, getting redder. "We Britons laugh at brag and bluffing and the gassy patriotism shown by some foreigners we are apt to call bad form. We abuse our institutions and rag our governments. We've done that since the year one, far as I can make out. And when other people do it we generally sit tight and smile. We've no use for heroics, but when the pinch comes it ain't so much that we are loyal. We are loyalty, we are it." With all his boggling he was so much in earnest, and with all his earnestness so absurdly, quaintly slangy, that the listeners, men and women of British race, whose blood warmed to something in his face and utterance, were forced to struggle to restrain their mirth. Some inkling of this increased the speaker's confusion. He cast a drowning glance at his bulwark Courtly, and Courtly's eye signalled back to his, "Good egg, drive on, old son. You're a foreigner here, of course." Frankie pursued before the German could interrupt him. He appeared oblivious to his own analogous case. Perhaps for the moment the Hotel Spitz in the Place Vendôme, Paris, and its gorgeous namesake in the London West End were confused in his not too intellectual mind. He went on, "We are ready to make allowances, too rottenly ready sometimes. But I read off the idiumpties to full stop a minute back. Count von Hernung, when you ask English ladies and Englishmen, 2 of 'em in the service, to drink that toast with you, you must know you're putting your foot in your hat." "Especially," said Courtly as Frankie collapsed, dewy all over and wondering where his breath had gone to, "especially as a friend of mine happens to have heard that toast proposed rather recently during a staff banquet at a military headquarters in Germany. And the words are not quite exactly flavoured to suit the British taste. To the day of supremacy, on the land and on the sea, under the sea and in the air, Germany victorious for ever and ever," said von Hernung, who had got upon his legs and loomed gigantic over the lace-covered, flower-decked table, now in the after-dinner stage of untidiness, with its silver gilt and crystal dishes of choice fruit and glittering bonbons disarranged and ravaged, its plates littered, its half-emptied wine goblets pushed aside to make room for fragrant, steaming coffee cups in filigree holders, and tiny jewel-hued glasses of maraschino Cusinier and Pierre Kerman. There was a rustle and a general scraping back of chairs. Courtly had also risen, and Lord Norwater. A susurration of excitement had passed through the long, lofty, brilliant dining room. People were getting up from the tables, the pink and yellow sheets of Paris Soir, the late edition of the Daily Mail and another of the Liberté were fluttering from hand to hand, and the shrill voice of Lady Watt was heard. Chapter 14. "Sit down, Tydo," said Lady Watt. "What is the matter with everybody? What are they talking about? Tell a waiter to get us a paper. What do you say, Sir Thomas? Of course, stupid of me to forget. Today was to be the official summing up of the evidence in the Perdrew murder case. A French jury won't guillotine a woman. You said they wouldn't, Sir Thomas, from the beginning. But of course the verdict's guilty for Madam." Braham, with a King's Bench cough, admitted that he had few misgivings as to the ultimate upshot. Upon the waiter's return without a newspaper, affirming a copy not to be procurable, judicial inquiries elicited from the man that the general furore for news was less due to popular interest in the famous cause célèbre than to popular thirst for details with reference to the assassinations at Sarajevo, which brought from Lady Watt the shrill query, "Sarajevo, where's Sarajevo? Ask him about the verdict, I simply must know." The verdict had been not guilty according to the waiter. The goblin screamed, "But she is, good heavens, my dear Sir Thomas. Isn't it murder to riddle an editor to death in his own office before his subordinates with bullets from a revolver you've hidden in your muff?" Ibrahim summoned up his best King's Bench manner to answer, "If he dies, and a jury don't happen to decide that you're innocent, the evidence is against you, my dear ma'am." Lady Watt's vivacious gestures provoked astounding coruscations from her panoply of jewels. She had been certain from the first that there would be no capital sentence, but not guilty. Surely it should have been Mars's for life, or New Caledonia. Didn't they send murderesses to New Caledonia? Braham, with a tone and manner even more deeply tinged with the King's Bench, begged leave to correct error, his very dear friend's impression that the blameless and much-tried lady, now probably Ahara, supping in the company of her husband and her advocate in her own luxurious dining-room, might without libel be called a murderess. Like many other highly strung women, Madame Perdrew had recourse to the revolver as the ultima ratio. But the verdict pronounced by the president of the Paris Court of Assize that afternoon had purged. Bother the verdict, snapped the goblin. Braham, incensed at this irreverence, replied with acrimony. The pair wrangled as Paris had wrangled since March 16th, while the great, crowded restaurant buzzed with the name of an obscure town in Eastern Europe, Sarajevo. Sarajevo tossed and bandied from mouth to mouth. We have learned to our bitter cost the appalling significance of this crime of Sarajevo, which had dwarfed in the estimation of the keen-witted Parisians the most sensational cause célèbre ever tried before a French criminal court. The Perdrew trial and its probable result had split Paris into hostile factions. The press had attacked or defended, lauded or vilified the chief personages of the drama with tireless energy for weeks. The verdict of not guilty would have caused fierce rioting upon the boulevards this sultry night of July. Blood would have been spilt between the partisans of Madame Perdrew and her opponents, but for this unexpected bolt from the blue. Berlin had had the story of the assassinations with its breakfast rolls and hot creamed coffee. Now, in the blue-white glare of the great electric arc lamps of the Paris boulevards, men and women leaned over one another's shoulders to get a whiff of the big black letters on the displayed contents bills. At every kiosk and bookstall, the newspaper vendors were sold out. Much-thumbed copies of the papers were bought by knowing speculators, to be sold and bought and sold again. The Kaiser at Kiel was racing his own clipper when the operator of the Imperial Private Wireless read a story from the notes of the singing spark that smote him pale and sick. When his anointed master heard the gory news, his chief regret seems to have concerned the untimely decease of the partner of his life work. It will have, he said with bitterness, to be begun all over again. One wonders, in the blood-red light of 4 years of dreadful carnage, seeing hell and its dark powers still unchained, and raging on this war-torn earth of ours, what would have been the nature of the edifice reared by these two imperial craftsmen, had the younger not been removed by a violent and sudden death? Did the prospect of unlocking, with one touch on an electric button and the scrawl of a wet pen, the brazen gates of death and terror ever strike cold to the heart of the Rufus Habsburg Archduke? Madness, we know, is in the blood of his evil-fated house. But when the shots from a Bosnian high school student's revolver pierced Franz Ferdinand's brain and body, was he sane enough to realize that the crime of the anarchist had saved his own name from foul, indelible, and hideous infamy? We shall know when the trumpet of the archangel sounds the last réveillé, and the grave gives up its dead, and the sea spews forth its victims, and the secrets of that deeper abyss, the human heart, are revealed in the sheer, awful light that streams from the throne of God. Chapter 15. People had for some time been rising, passing out through the oxidized silver-framed glass doors of Spitz's big, brilliant dining room. Beyond these the vestibule was now full to the walls, so that its palms and tree ferns rocked amidst the billows of a heaving human sea. Many guests lingered in conversation, standing in groups near the vacated tables. The glitter and blaze of jewels, adorning bizarre coiffures, bare and powdered throats, bosoms, arms and backs, the dazzling display of brilliantly hued toilettes made an ensemble marvelously gay. And now, returning as they had arrived but unattended by Spitz, came the party of notables from the German embassy, talking together in loud, harsh Teutonic accents. Von Hernung, erect, stiffening to the salute as previously, remained in the rigid attitude until the ambassador had passed. But this time the official finger beckoned. He turned, pushed back his chair, and in a stride joined the squat. An elderly figure. The yellow-white, heavily featured face with its stiff brush of white hair above the square brainbox turned to him. The deeply pouched, shrewd grey eyes looked past him to the table he had left. The coarse mouth under the white moustache with the brushed-up points uttered a few emphatic words. Then with a slight nod the representative of the all-highest at Berlin passed on. The swing doors opened and shut behind him and his following, and von Hernung rejoined his party, saying with a queer, excited breathlessness, "The ladies will pardon." His Excellency had something to say. The ladies were rising, looking for their theatre wraps. He deftly lifted the barbaric garment of green velvet and sabre-edged ermines from the back of Miss Saxham's chair, and opening it, held it to receive her tall, luxuriant person, mentally commenting, "With such hips, such a bosom, and such shoulders, the jade must be 28 or 9. And remembering how boldly she had said to him that she liked red men, he thought, amusement here. Nothing needed but time and opportunity, which this Bosnian affair reduces to a minimum. "Nedij's Fraulein, will you not put on your mantle?" She told him that she was too hot. He insisted, with all the Teuton's dread of chill, "But it will be cooler in the vestibule and cooler still when we are driving. Do we not go on to a theatre? I think Lady Watt has told me so." She shrugged her splendid shoulders. "Nothing so proper. The Jardin des Mille Plaisirs on the Champs-Élysées. We're all dead nuts on seeing the new dance from Sao Paulo. The thing that has exploded tango and Maxix, you know. Look, the others are moving. Don't let's lose them. No, I won't take your arm. Please carry my wrap with your coat." "I will put my coat on. Then I shall better carry your mantle." An attendant deftly hung von Hernung's thin black, sleeveless garment over his broad shoulders, and gave him his white silk wrap and soft crush felt. He slipped a coin into the man's palm, its small value being instantly reflected in the features of the receiver, and moved towards the swing doors with Patrine. She said, as a slight block momentarily arrested their progress, "What are they all jabbering about? Who has been assassinated? What has happened at this place with the crack-jaw name?" "Sarajevo," came in von Hernung's guttural accent. "Sarajevo, not that I know where it is," said the deep, warm voice that was more like a young man's baritone than a young woman's contralto. And von Hernung answered with a renewal of that tingling thrill, "Sarajevo is the capital of Bosnia in Eastern Europe. When Austria annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1909, she made her seat of government at Sarajevo. The Slavs grumbled. They wished for union with Servia, that little nation of pig breeders. They themselves, the Bosnians, are stupid peasants, Duma Tufels. Schafskopf, they cultivate their land with the wooden ploughs that were used at the date of the Trojan War. But this does not interest you at all, I think. How do you know it doesn't interest me? Because dress and jewelry and amusement are the chief things in your life, Nedij's Fraulein. You are not even interested in der Politik or in the higher culture. The social progress of your own country is nothing to you. You are too frightfully stupid." "Thanks, I did not say too stupid," von Hernung contradicted. "But if you were stupid, you are too hellishly handsome for that to matter in the least." To be called hellishly handsome pleased her. Her eyes gave him a flashing side glance. As a surge in the crowd pressed her curving hip against his tall, muscular body, she took his offered arm with a rough, brusque grace. They were near the swing doors when she spoke. "Tell me about the Sarajevo business. Who is the official swell the Trojan ploughmen have hoisted, as Lady Bow would say?" "I will tell you. It has happened only this morning." She felt the man's powerful muscles thrill and become rigid with suppressed excitement under the hand that rested on his arm. "Two personages of the highest rank have been horribly assassinated. The Archduke Franz Ferdinand, Kronprince of the Imperial House of Austria, and his wife. You have heard of the Gräfin Sophie Chotek, created Duchess of Hohenberg. Virtually she was Erzherzogin Archduchess, but the wife of the Archduke by a marriage de la main gauche. A morganatic marriage, such unions have been heard of in your virtuous England. They had passed the swing doors now and mingled with the crush in the vestibule. Patrine said, signaling with a pair of long black suede gloves and a vanity bag of gilded metal chainmail. "There's Lady Bow, behind the second column right of the entrance, and here's Captain Courtly coming to hurry us up." Courtly, smiling and unruffled as ever, dodged under the huge roseate elbow of an immense lady in oriental kincob tissues. He gave his message, turned and dived back again. The rich, womanly baritone of Miss Saxham said, addressing von Hernung, "Lady Watt and Sir Thomas Braham have gone on in Lady Watt's auto brougham. Lord Norwater has done a bunk, pretended he had an appointment. He's been frightfully fed up with all of us this evening. Lady Beauvais says her chauffeur is on the string all right, but about 1,000,000 cars are ahead of him. Why did your Austrian Archduke and his wife go to that place in Bosnia if it wasn't healthy for royalties? Fancy, they went to their deaths this Sunday morning. Why does one always forget it's Sunday in Paris? That English Sunday of yours," exclaimed von Hernung, "is very good to forget, I think." She gave her deep, soft laugh. He went on rapidly. "Of the Archduke and the Duchess I tell you, since you have asked me. They inspected the troops' regiments of the Austrian garrison. Then they drove in their automobile along the Appel Quay towards the Sarajevo town hall. They are passing beneath the shade of an avenue of tamarind and oak trees when a bomb is thrown at them by a man hidden among the branches. The Archduke is very prompt. He wards off the bomb with his arm. He is not then hurt, nor is the Duchess, but his adjutant in the car behind them is wounded in the neck. When they arrive at the town hall, the mayor commences the address of welcome. To him Franz Ferdinand says angrily, 'Halt den Mund, shut up you silly fellow, what the big devil is the use of your speeches? I came to Sarajevo on a visit and I get bombs thrown at me. It is too damned rotten for anything.' 'Yes, yes, go on.' She bit her lips, fighting a nervous impulse to laugh. So the imperial cortege drove away, and a student threw at the Archduke another bomb. It did not explode, so he shot him with an automatic revolver, an American Browning. The Duchess tried to cover him with her body, and the assassin shot her also. The Archduke begged her to live for their children, but both victims died as they were being taken to the governor's house. They have arrested the assassins, he who tried to kill and the fellow who succeeded. They are both young and men of Serb race. They are rebels all, they hate their Austrian rulers. Sarajevo is swarming with fellows of the same breed. What will the Austrian government do to them now they've caught them?" To the regicides, von Hernung returned harshly, "Austria will do nothing that very much matters. It is not an important thing to destroy 2 trapped rats. But I think there will be an ultimatum from Vienna to the Servian government, and if the terms of that are not complied with, then the Emperor of Austria may give the signal for his monitors upon the Donau to open fire upon the capital of Belgrade." Patrine asked negligently as a new surge of the crowd thrust her tall, lithe figure away from her companions, forcing her to tighten her hold upon his arm. "Monitors. I used to think monitors were big schoolboys and schoolgirls, senior pupils told off to keep order. I was one myself once, chosen because I was bigger and noisier and naughtier than any other girl in my class." "Ha ha ha, Prächtig, that is capital." She could feel the laughter shaking his big ribs. "That is just what they are, those monitors of the Donau. Each is a big girl who keeps order, von Andren's sort, but they have turned-up noses, not Egyptian and beautiful like yours." He added with the calculated roughness that had previously pleased her, "You shall now put on your mantle, for the car I see is open." He shrugged his broad, square shoulders closer into his overcoat and pulled up the collar about his throat, saying ill-temperedly, "Always does one find it with the English. It is lächerlich, that passion for the air. Lovely, did you say?" Ignorant or careless that he had said ridiculous, Patrine suffered him to wrap her mock ermines about her, seeing above the frieze of waiting figures that filled in the lower part of the picture framed by the portico, the emerald-green bird-of-paradise plume of Lady Beauvais whisk into the big white Rolls-Royce, past the neat black-haired head of Courtly and the peaked cap and pale cockney profile of Morris the chauffeur. She threw back a jest as she passed out. "I'm glad you think it lovely. It's one of the nicest things about us, that we are keen on soap and water and can't do without lots of fresh air." She was in the car before his outstretched hand could touch her. He followed, letting Courtly precede him because he wished to sit opposite, and the great Rolls-Royce purred out of the jam beneath the illuminated glass archway, and in a moment was out of the Place Vendôme and moving with the stream of vehicles down the avenue of the Champs-Élysées. In the mingling of moonlight and electric light, the tawdry paste jewels of Patrine's preposterous diadem rivaled the costly splendors of the jeweled fillets adorning Lady Beauvais's coiffure. Her panache of white osprey flared above her broad, dark brows as insolently as though they crowned a Nitocris or a Cleopatra. And here was a titillating discovery. The strange face with its broad brows, wide, generously curving cheeks, and little rounded chin, did not belong to a woman of 30 or even 25. She was much younger than the German who plumed himself upon his flair for the accurate dating of women had at first credited. It would be amusing, he told himself again, hellishly amusing, to cultivate this curious hybrid, half hoyden, half femme du monde. Sarajevo, still Sarajevo. You caught echoes of the crime of that morning in the tongues of 20 nationalities upon the Paris boulevards that night. People in automobiles and open carriages, people in the little red and blue flagged taxis, people crowding the autobuses and Cook's big open brakes, the army of people on foot, endlessly streaming east and west along the great splendid thoroughfares, tossed the name of the Bosnian capital backwards and forwards, as though it had been a blood-stained ball. A gay masculine voice called from a knot of chatterers standing near the wide illuminated archway of electric stars and crowns and flowers under which streamed a variegated crowd of pleasure-seekers as the big Rolls-Royce deposited its load. Nom d'un chien, what a pack of assassins these Serbians! And yet, what if the whole show were got up by Rataplin at Berlin? His bosom friend, you say, the big Franz Ferdinand. Zut, what of that? Sometimes one finds inconvenient the continued existence of even a bosom friend. Chapter 16. By Rataplin was meant the Kaiser, Patrine comprehended, as her companion glanced over his shoulder at the candid speaker, muttering something that sounded like a German oath. But Lady Beauvais was twittering through a filmy screen of verd-blue chiffon now discreetly enveloping her lovely Romney head. "We are going to hunt up Lady Watt and Sir Thomas. Take care of Miss Saxham, Count von Hernung, in case we get separated in the crush. Don't forget our program, Pat. A whiff of café concert. Colette Collin is billed to sing some of her old songs and the very newest of the new ones. Then we are coming to the Pavilion de la Danse to see the Sao Paulo sensation. La Rivadavia and Herculano and all the rest of the crowd. Meet you there. So long, mind you're not to get lost. In London you often hear La Colette," said von Hernung as he paid the lane-jawed functionary in the gold-laced light blue uniform, the usual notice of free entry having vanished from the entrance, and passed with his companion into the gravelled promenade of the open-air concert hall. "But tonight you will hear no songs of old France, no Chansons Pompadour nor Chansons Crinoline. She comes to this place from her own theatre to oblige an old comrade. There is Nunu in that box with some smart women and the Turk who wears our Prussian Order of the Red Eagle with the star and crescent of the Medjidi. He is Yusuf Pasha, the Sultan's envoy extraordinary. Nunu has brought him to hear La Colette. Shall we not sit here?" "Who is Nunu?" Patrine asked as she settled her tall, luxuriant person on one of the little green-painted iron chairs. "Who is Nunu?" her companion echoed. "You saw her today at Longchamps in her black confection. Everybody was looking. She is wonderfully chic. Nunu, may I be permitted to light a cigar?" "Do, but why is she so much the rage? She isn't even pretty, your Mademoiselle Nunu." Patrine said it with her bright gaze fastened on the famous impropriety who had paraded under the chestnuts of Longchamps in the sheath of black gauze unlined, save with her own notorious attractions, both irresistible and fatal, judging by their recorded effects upon excitable Parisian viewers and gourmets. She saw a triangular and oddly crumpled face, rouged high upon the cheekbones in circular patches, a pair of almost extinguished eyes indicated by streaks of blue pencil, and caught a sentence screamed at the stout Turk in a voice like a hoarse cockatoo's. Boldly erect upon the skull adorned by a scanty thatch of lemon yellow balanced a black feather, long and attenuated as the wearer. Nunu's stick-like, fleshless arms, the cadaverous and meagre torso unblushingly revealed by the transparent casing of her upper person, might have enthralled a keen student of anatomy, but of feminine charms in the accepted sense of the word she possessed not one, it seemed to Patrine. Do not look at her too hard, or she may send round and invite you to supper, warned the laughing voice of von Hernung speaking close to her ear. She has all the vices, the good Nunu, including the vice of indiscriminate hospitality. Patrine laughed, but a little uncontrollable shudder rippled over her as she withdrew her eyes from the painted, crumpled visage, leering with half-extinguished eyes from under the canary-coloured wig. That is so. Tell me, you and Lady Beauvais seem great friends, quite inseparable. He leaned nearer, his bold eyes closely scrutinizing her face. How comes it that she leaves you alone in a Paris dance garden with me whom you have met tonight for the first time? She knows I can take jolly good care of myself wherever and with whomsoever I may happen to be. Her black brows frowned. It was evident she resented his criticism. And what are you getting at? What's the matter with poor old Paris? You know, perhaps it sounds odd, but I've never been in Paris before, and I love it. Down to the ground, it suits me. It's so gay and brightly coloured and pagan. The public buildings and parks are dreams, the shops too entrancing for anything. And this place, with its jabber and music and stagey illuminations, trellises where real roses mix up with artificial ones, ornamental beds of geraniums and calceolarias and thingumbobs bordered with smelly little oil lamps, gilt bandstands, concerts and lovely trees in blossom. Is it so luridly awful? To me it's rather sweet. Of course the dancing, everybody knows the dancing is pretty well the limit, but one has seen such a lot of tango in London, the bloom will be pretty well rubbed off. Yet some lingers. You have still something to learn from Herculano and La Rivadavia. Do I strike you as such a perfect daisy of inexperience? Something in his tone stung, for the full white cheeks coloured faintly. You didn't talk to me at dinner as though I were one. How could I help that? He asked, with the roughness that had previously intrigued her. Am I to blame that you look like Phryne or Aspasia when you are only Mademoiselle de Maupin before she set out upon her travels? For you have only got as far as Paris with your friend Lady Beauvais. Why does she bring you? I am curious to know. Because I am her paid secretary and amanuensis. Patrine brought the words out with a rush. It was clear that she thought the candour a necessity but hated it. She can't get on without one, and her husband, Lord Beauvais, awful little bounder, won't stand her having a man. Don't great ladies have secretaries in Germany? Can't you see me doing Lady Beau's correspondence in my fearful fist, enclosing cheques to people who solicit donations for charities with a committee and Hon. Treasurer tearing up the begging letters full of howlers in the spelling line, smelling of bad tobacco and beer or gin. Then I have to keep her posted in her engagements, go to shows and functions and kettledrums with her when she hasn't a pal handy. That's where my share of the fun comes in. Just as I'm visiting Paris, as I dare say I shall visit other centres of lively iniquity, in the character of the sheep-dog that doesn't bow-wow at the wrong man. You should bow-wow at me. His teeth were hidden, but his eyes were crinkled up with soundless laughter. For I am a very wrong, a very wicked man. How sad. Her brows were still frowning, but her wide red mouth was beginning to curl up at the corners. Couldn't you reform? Is it too late? I hope so, he answered her, for if I were good I should possess no attraction for a woman of your type, and to charm you I would give my soul if I had a soul. Great Scott, you're candid, modest too, and complimentary. I am candid because I cannot help myself. 3 comedians had come upon the stage. She told him not to talk to her. She wanted to see the turn. She liked music hall stuff. He obeyed, mentally congratulating himself on having ascertained her social status, something better than a typist, hardly on the same level with his sister Gusta's Dame de Compagnie. While his bold eyes read the book of her provoking beauty, the performance on the stage, backed by the deep green palmate foliage and white or ruddy candelabra-like blossom sprays of the chestnuts, framed by a broad band of electric lamp flowers, was culminating to its final gag. A preposterously fat man attired in the historic low-crowned hat, Union Jack waistcoat, brass-buttoned blue tail coat, leathers and hunting tops of the traditional John Bull, another comedian in the legendary costume of M. Jacques Prudhomme, and a truculent-looking personage whose Teutonic French accent spiked silver helmet with the Prussian eagle, First Imperial Guards cuirass and tunic, breeches and spurred jack boots, in combination with a well-known moustache with upright ends, a huge iron cross, and a great many other property decorations, left no doubt as to the political bent of the scrap of pantomime. It was an ordinary bit of comic knockabout, to which the tragic circumstances of the day lent a peculiar tang. One has seen it before, played by the three comedians, in the green baize aprons, brown duffel knee breeches and shirt sleeves sported by the waiters of low-class Paris or Munich brasseries. In the center of the stage, instead of a bright hooped beer barrel on a wooden cellar stand, was a revolving globe representing the world, and each of the three comedians, being armed with a tumbler, a spy-lawl and a spigot tap, proceeded with appropriate patter, gesture and grimaces to insert his spigot, draw and drink. John Bull turned the globe to the United Kingdom and tapped the big black patch in East Middlesex. Creamy-headed London porter filled his glass. He held it up, nodded a "here's to you," and toped off. M. Prudhomme punctured France in the rich vine-growing district of Epernay. Champagne crowned the goblet, and he drank in dumb show to Gallia, the land of love, laughter and wine. It was then the turn of the Teuton. He bored, and Brandenburg yielded a tall bock of foaming blonde lager. He sucked it down with guttural echs of delight, but this was not all. John Bull exploited the East Indies. A stream of rubies and emeralds filled his glass. He bored deep in the Union of South Africa. Diamonds and gold dust heaped the vessel. Fired by his success, M. Prudhomme inserted his spigot into wealthy Bordeaux, whipped it out, applied his lips and drank deep. He corked the oozing spot and tapped Algerian Africa. Coffee rewarded him, fragrant and richly black. He next exploited Pondicherry, Chandernagore on the Hooghly, French Equatorial Africa and New Caledonia. Nothing came. He tried Cochin China and drew off a glass of yellow tea at boiling point. Encouraged to drink the strange beverage by the appreciative pantomime of his British neighbor, he swallowed it, with results of a Rabelaisian nature, at which everybody laughed heartily, including Patrine. It was now the turn of the Teuton. He drew German beer from Togoland, Cameroon. German Southwest and Southeast Africa yielded an indifferent brand of the beverage. German New Guinea in the Pacific, the Solomon, Caroline and other islands with Asian Kaiarokeo merely wetted the bottom of the glass with a pale fluid German beer by courtesy. Sapperlot, der Teufel, cruised in a witter. He tasted, spat, stamped, and sputtered forth strange expletives. M. Prudhomme's terror at these unearthly utterances being provocative of more humor, of the Rabelaisian kind. Then he decided to try again, excited to envy by the spectacle of the stout Briton drawing gold from Australia, gold from Canada, gold from New Zealand and the West Indies, and gold from Ceylon, gold from the Crown Colonies in China, gold from the Gold Coast, gold from Rhodesia and Nigeria, gold from everywhere, filling the capacious pockets of his blue brass-buttoned coat, of his tight breeches, of his nankeen waistcoat, until he bulked enormously, a bull of gargantuan size. Such wealth roused respect in Prudhomme, who esteems the yellow metal. He embraced the Briton, heartily congratulating him. This roused the Teuton's ire. He seized the spigot and once more plunged it into Germany, Prussia, Bavaria, Saxony, each of the states yielding beer, beer, beer. He went on tapping, filling and guzzling, 12 full tumblers, and he had begun to swell most horribly. 15, and his rotundity equaled that of John Bull. But one state remained untapped. He swilled down the 24th Bock, drawn out of Lübeck, plunged the spigot into the Reichsland, once Alsace-Lorraine, and the big glass crimsoned with a sudden spurt of blood. It was over in an instant. The comedians had skipped nimbly from the scene. The globe had developed a pair of very thin human legs and followed them off at a proscenium wing, before many of those who had witnessed clearly understood. Only the men and women of Gallic race among the cosmopolitan, polyglot audience answered with a deep inward thrill to the ruby gush that told how the blood of France still ran red in the throbbing arteries of the beloved, reft, alienated province, in spite of her 45 years of separation, in defiance of the loathed laws, customs, language, service, all the gyves riveted on her by the Teuton, her conqueror. Now round after round of applause signified their comprehension, but the comedians did not answer the call. Von Hernung, who had worn the same contemptuous smile for every phase of the clumsy byplay, relaxed his stiff features. A stout tenor from the opera appeared and sang a spring song by Tchaikovsky, following it with the exquisite serenade of Rimsky-Korsakov, Sleep, Sad Friend. The tenor was recalled. Colette Collins succeeded him. She sang Notte Petite Compagnon and La Beauvieuse d'Absinthe to the accompaniment of a pale, lean, red-nosed man with a profile grotesque as ever adorned a comic poster, who touched the piano keys as though they were made of butter, and had a way of sucking in his steep upper lip and cocking his eye at the star as he waited on her famous efforts, that made Patrine shake with suppressed laughter on her green iron chair. The last ironic line of Rollinat's ballad, marvelously uttered rather than sung, died out upon a stillness. A storm of approval broke. Men and women stood up applauding in their places, and the singer came back to sigh out the bittersweet lyric of Jam's Le Parle de Dieu. Then, while her name still tossed on the surges of human emotion, backwards and forwards under the electrics, Colette Collin, the pet of Paris, the eclipser of the famous Theresa, was gone. Something of the yearning anguish of Jams, who sees religion as a dusty collection of ancient myths and folk tales, to whom faith is mere superstition, but who would give his all to be able to pray once more as in childhood, had given the girl lumps in the throat as she listened to Colette Collin. Though unlike the sad, agnostic poet, Patrine had no tender, sentimental memories in connection with a mother's knee. Not from Mildred Saxum had she learned her first childish prayer, but from a procession of nurses, beginning with Now I Lay Me Down and Gentle Jesus, instilled by Hannah, a Church of England woman, continuing with the Lord's Prayer insisted on by Susan, a Presbyterian, culminating in the Our Father, learned the Childer by Nora, the Irish Catholic, a petition which, minus the final line, was just the same as the Lord's Prayer, also the Creed in English, and a surreptitious Hail Mary, which brought about the sudden exit of Nora from the domestic scene. For teaching Patrine and Irma about God and heaven and all that was sufficiently interfering, said Mrs. Saxum, but when it came to popery, rank popery, it was time the woman went. So Nora ceased to be, from the point of view of the little Saxams, and he who had risen above the horizon of childish intelligence, a being vaguely realized as all-powerful and awful, great and beneficent, stern and tender, sank and vanished at the same time. But the idea of him remained to be merged in the personality of the child Patrine's Dada. Dada, so handsome and jolly and nearly always kind to his rough little romping Pat. The boy, Patrine's senior by 16 months, had died in infancy. Captain Saxum was always gloomy on the deceased David's birthday. Mildred reserved a nervous headache of the worst for the anniversary, the kind that is accompanied by temper and tears. She was indifferent to Patrine, who resembled the Saxams, but she was devoted to Irma, her own image, bodily and mentally. Thus nothing interfered with Patrine's adoration of her father. The handsome, genial ex-officer of cavalry was his daughter's god, until Mildred tore away the veil of deity, broke the shrine and cast down the idol one day when Patrine was 14 years old. The girl learned that Captain Saxum's noisy fun and alternating fits of rage were due to overindulgence in brandy and soda, that he gambled away Mildred's income over cards and turf speculations, as he had wasted the sum of money for which his commission had been sold, that he was not even faithful, that he spent weekends at hotels with fast women, that he was not worthy the sacrifice Mildred had made for him, had she not for his sake jilted his younger brother Owen. Even on the verge of their marriage, the presents received, the house taken and furnished, the trousseau ready, everything perfect to the last pin in the wedding veil. Nobody could resist David when he chose to woo, but why had Mildred yielded? So fierce a sense of shame awakened in the daughter as she listened that it seemed to her as though her face and body scorched in the embrace of an actual material flame. How could he, how could you, betray Uncle Owen? One of you was as low down as the other to play a beastly, sneaking game like that. You insult your mother and father. Leave the room, commanded Mildred, and Patrine left it, vigorously slamming the door. Captain Saxum, who had sold out of the army when Patrine and Irma were respectively 7 and 6 years old, never knew what he had lost in the esteem of his elder daughter. She loved him still, but he had ceased to be her god. They lived at Croyborn and occupied 3 sittings at one of its several Anglican churches. The vicar, a strenuous man, whipped in Patrine and Irma for confirmation classes. They studied the 39 Articles, the Athanasian Creed, and dipped once more into the Protestant Church Catechism, first instilled at the certified high school for the daughters of gentlemen, an establishment they attended as day pupils, and were to leave without passing the Oxford Secondary in the following year when Captain Saxum died. For David, that cheerful, easygoing hedonist, dropped off the perch quite suddenly in the smoking room of his London club. In life he had been of the easygoing type of Christian who avoids open scandal and hopes to die at peace with the clergyman. An attack of cerebral effusion had anticipated the clergyman. Mildred and Irma wept bitterly. Patrine sat dry-eyed, even in the face of the new tombstone at Woking Cemetery, testifying to the many virtues of David as soldier, husband and father. Her stiff eyelids remained unmoistened by a tear. At the base of the scrolled Cymric cross ran a text in leaded letters, "Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord." The undertaker had recommended the text to the widow because it contained the right number of letters required to fit in at the bottom. But did it fit in? Patrine had sometimes wondered. Quite so appropriately at the close of her father's life, she treasured his portrait, taken at the age of 30, the tinted presentment of a handsome, stupid young officer, resplendent in the gold and blue and scarlet of a crack dragoon regiment. It had fallen to her keeping when her mother had remarried, but she cherished no illusions regarding the original. How often, since her own eyes had been opened to the fact of their existence, had she not screened David's vices from strangers' eyes? She had made him her ideal, and Mildred had revealed him to her as vicious, unprincipled. She could not forgive her mother for telling her those horrors. She, Mildred, seemed to forget whenever she was pleased, but Patrine had never forgotten. She would wake at night, even now, with the dry sobs shaking her. To have been able to believe in that dead father as noble, chivalrous, good, would have been so sweet. She had shed big surreptitious tears in sympathy with the anguish of James, who would have so loved to believe in the existence of Almighty God, and the dear little Jesus, the Blessed Virgin and the holy angels, because faith is so restful. See Paisible. Chapter 17. But von Hernung was saying, as they moved with a straggling procession of similar pleasure-seekers, over smooth sanded pathways between beds of geranium and verbena and lobelia, ivy-leaved geranium and gaily coloured foliage plants bordered with little twinkling lamps, shall I tell you what I have just heard as those people passed us? The tall man with the white moustache and the chic little woman in the Spanish mantilla. She told her friend that we make a handsome couple. Perhaps that makes you a little angry. Shall I make you still more angry? Well then, listen. If we were really a couple, you would not have that so black hair. Why not? He had roused her curiosity. She put away the little damp-laced handkerchief. Would your cruel usage of me have turned it white? Not that, but you would have added the one touch that makes perfection. You are too somber, too much like a night in October with all that cloudy blackness. You would have bleached and dyed your hair not yellow, nor yet orange, nor even flame, the color of beech leaves in winter as one sees them burning against a snow bank. And all the women would be crazy with jealousy, and all the men would be dying at your feet. For you would be Isis then, you would be the Sphinx woman of whom La Forgue wrote and Colette has sung to us. You would be hellishly, divinely beautiful. Hellish again. She gave her low, deep laugh, prolonging it a trifle stagily. What do you bet me I don't do what you said? Bleach and dye. That's it, she nodded, to the color of, what was it, beech leaves in winter, against a snow bank. He added, the snow is your wonderful skin, and I will bet you 420 marks, that is £20 English. Is it agreed? Do you not say done? £20. She shrugged her big white shoulders. My dear man, I haven't got £20 in this blessed old world. He hesitated, finally said with reluctance, I will lend you £20. It will cost you £20 to have your hair done here in Paris, but you will be assured the money will be well spent. No. For she had shaken her head, frowning. It is offered, why will you not accept? Because I won't. There are some things I draw the line at. Borrowing money's one of them. Then I will bet you my magpie pearl, you may have seen it. He displayed the ornamented little finger against that not very good diamond you wear on your left hand. She burst out laughing and repeated through her laughter, not very good, I call that insulting, when it cost me 15 francs in the Palais Royal. Well done with you. It is done, but you have not done with me. Von Hernung's tone had a new note of triumph. He urged, you go back to London when? The day after tomorrow, gut. I have myself to visit London upon business. I shall see Isis with her beautiful new hair. One thing more, an address where I may call and see it. Be quick, we turn down here. Patrine protested, peering with narrowed eyes through the dusk-blue twinkling semi-darkness. But no, that big marquee thing at the end of this avenue, with all the festoons of lights and the ring of promenade about it, surely that's the Pavilion de la Danse. Halt den Mund. His hand closed peremptorily on her arm. He hurried her down the trellised vine walk that invited on the left of them as light measured footsteps padded on the gravel, and a man ran past calling, as it seemed, to somebody ahead. Miss Saxham, ahoy, Lady Beauvais. He's calling me, it's Captain Courtly. Patrine persisted. Let him call, are you not with me? Von Hernung's tone was masterful. You shall go to him when you have given me that London address. She was amused and yet annoyed by his persistency. Oh, all right, the Ladies' Social Club, Short Street, Piccadilly West, that's where I'm generally to be found when I'm in town. Say a gut, tell me once again, then I shall not forget. No, write it on your cuff. It is written in a safer place, he told her. We Prussian officers are trained to remember without writing things down. A face, an address, a conversation, the outlines of a country. Though for reconnaissance there is nothing like dye photography. He added, when we meet in London I shall be able to tell you everything you wore tonight. Really, how flattering, you've made a mental inventory. They were retracing their steps to the avenue recently quitted. He walked with noiseless strides behind the tall, supple figure as it moved between the trellised vines and roses, gowned with its flaunting diadem, robed in the insincere splendors of the opera mantle already described. As you say, I shall be able to tell you that the back of your mantle was cut in a V-shape nearly reaching to your waistline. Shall I tell you why? If you're keen to. She felt a scorching breath between her shoulders and quickened her pace, making for the avenue. But he moved with her, his voice came thickly. Because your back is so superbly beautiful you cannot bear to hide it from men. R.H. She whirled about, glaring like an angry leopardess, her strong white arm upraised to strike. Face, throat, and bosom glowed with painful crimson. Between her violated, insulted shoulders his furious kiss still burned and stung. How dare you touch me, she gasped. But he had shot past her even as she turned. He was running towards the avenue, calling gaily, were you looking for us, Lady Beauvais? Here we are. Cad, she stammered. Insufferable, beastly. Then, because a scene was quite out of the question, she went forward with head held high and resentment heaving her broad bosom to meet Lady Beauvais. "Pat, you needle in a haystack," cried her friend. "Where did you get to?" "Nowhere. We missed you at the cafe concert," Patrine began. And then, von Hernung explained, "We happened to take the wrong turn. But we have not gone far before we are recalled." "To the path of probity," suggested Lady Beauvais, adding, "And in this instance the path of probity leads to the Pavilion de Chahut." She explained to Patrine, Chahut is the modern version of the Cancan famous in the days of the Second Empire, when the great cocodettes of the court of the Tuileries, rivals of Cora Pearl and Skittles and other naughty persons, did high kicking under the rose here, and they called the place Mabille. It was not easy to get near the pavilion, so dense and variegated a crowd had congregated before its illuminated entrance. But the entrance fee was doubled. Gold must be paid to see the famous Sao Paulo dance. Thus many would-be pleasure-seekers of the less affluent kind turned back disappointed from the row of gilt turnstiles under the blazing archway, compelled to content themselves with the outer promenade. Breasting the human eddy caused by these, Patrine and her party passed the barrier, climbed a flight of shallow gilt marble stairs carpeted with pink plush and decorated with roses and tree ferns, and reached the elevated promenade. Set within the circumference of the outer one, it commanded a complete view of the circular ballroom, to whose level descended from it at intervals yet other flights of broad gilt stairs, similarly carpeted and flower-decked for the convenience of those who wished to join the dancers, or return from the ballroom to the level of the promenade. The revels were in full swing. Standing upon the brink looking down as into a cockpit, you saw Patrine, superb in her false diadem and mock ermines, leaning her bare white hand upon a velvet-covered rail. At first she could only make out a giddying whirl of arms and heads and shoulders. Presently the picture began to clear. To the wail, clang and clash of strange, discordant, exotic music, rendered by an orchestra of colored performers, two wide circles of dancers rhythmically spun. The floors they danced on were set at different levels and rotated automatically, each floor revolving in a different direction. Colored lights, flung at intervals from reflectors in the ceiling, conveyed to Patrine the impression of staring down upon the whirling planes of a huge gyroscopic top. Only the central space of shining parquet was void within the double circle of gyrating dancers. A crash from the orchestra and three couples, oddly costumed, leaped suddenly out upon the floor. Patrine could not make out where they had come from. They appeared, and there was a slight commotion. A hedge of applauding spectators, 4 or 5 deep, formed about the central stationary patch of parquet. The music changed. The 6 Brazilians began the famous dance. They were not beautiful to look at, it seemed to Patrine, the men familiarly styled by voices in the crowd as Lauro, Pedro and Herculano, being undersized, sleek-headed, lithe and sallow, attired in faultlessly fitting evening dress coats, white vests, black satin knee breeches, black silks and buckled pumps. They wore shallow collars of curious cut, lawn-frilled shirts and wide black neckties. Their female companions were swarthy as Indians even through their paint and plain of feature. But their superb hair and eyes, the rounded grace of hip and waist and limb, the slenderness of throat and wrist and ankle, testified, like their tiny feet and high-arched insteps, to a strain of Spanish blood. La Rivadavia, Alexandrina and Silvana, the eager spectators named them. They wore transparent sheaths and brief, oddly bouffante overskirts like flounced muslin lampshades with a boldly suggestive forward tilt. They began the dance with some familiar tango figures. The poses, the approaches, the hesitations were well known to Patrine. Nothing very new, but the music made by those buck niggers, bizarrement isn't the word for it. One expects to see gombos covered with serpent skin, trumpets of elephant tusk, skull rattles and all the paraphernalia of Ober in the orchestra instead of those huge, superb brass wind instruments, cymbals as big as table tops and 10-foot silver trumpets like Pour de Sousa's. raised in the States, but wasn't he a Brazilian by birth? It was the voice of Lady Beauvais, and von Hernungs answered from behind Patrine. It may be so, but the Blechinstrument and the Blasinstrument, for the biggest of those they have to go to Germany. Nowhere else can they be made as there. Bravo, bis bis, he applauded. Everybody was applauding. The gyroscopic whirl of dancers had become stationary. All now were eager spectators, and the three couples from Sao Paulo had reached the culminating point of a uniquely curious and exotic figure. Savage and violent, sinuous and creeping, suggestive of the nocturnal gambols of enamored jaguars in the deep primeval forests of Brazil. Horrid, one expects them to lash tails and roar. I've got what Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch called cold clams walking up my backbone. Lady Beauvais shuddered and made a pretty grimace. All the same, I think I'll go down and look at them a little closer. R.H., good grapes, why? He simply picked her up by the scruff of the neck with his teeth and shook her. I've just got to see that done over again. She was gone, with a whisk of the emerald bird of paradise and a waft of parfum très persistent. Captain Courtly vanished in her wake. Patrine made no motion to follow them. The tense excitement, the pungent exhalations rising from the crowded ballroom were affecting her brain. She felt giddy, and the steady pressure of the crowd behind her was thrusting her to the very verge of the promenade. She yielded automatically, unconscious of danger near. You are to see her there, poised on the verge of the rose-carpeted precipice, her hand gripping the velvet-covered railing, her wide nostrils distended, her broad bosom heaving as she inhaled the sultry, vitiated atmosphere heavy with a myriad perfumes, tainted by 1,000 breaths. Her stare lifeless as the enameled, glittering regard of some princess mummy of old Egypt was fixed upon the artists, of whom two couples had retired, as though in despair of competition with the chief favourites, leaving La Rivadavia and her comrade Herculano in possession of the floor. And the passions expressed by the rhythmical, sinuous movements of these dancers grew moment by moment less human and more bestial. Art of the most consummate was displayed and degraded. Beauty and truth shone preeminent in the hideous display. Now the woman sank towards the ground, with supple limbs outstretched and her wild head thrown back in fierce surrender. Her white fangs gleamed, her dumb mouth seemed to roar, and as her conqueror crept stealthily towards her, the play of his great muscles could be seen beneath his civilized attire, as though his supple body had been clothed with the tawny golden, black-dappled hide of the Brazilian jaguar. As Herculano crouched and sprang, La Rivadavia's muscles visibly tightened. She bounded high, turned in the act. Their gleaming fangs clashed in mid-air, and from the massed spectators came a hiss of excitement, thhhh, like the hissing of 1,000 snakes. Great Scott, Patrine heard herself saying. Great Scott! She no longer heard von Hernung harshly breathing behind her. He had moved to the leftward. His tall, broad-shouldered figure now stood against the railing some dozen feet away. His well-cut face, seen in profile, was purplish red to the crisp scarlet waves topping his high, square forehead. The big white hands that held the glasses glued to his eyes jerked, and as he pressed against the railing, Patrine knew that he was shuddering. Now he looked at her, and his ravaged face was terrifying to the girl. "Will you not?" He began thickly. She quivered, cast a look about, saw the ugly emotion under which he labored reflected in every face within her range of vision, as round after round of plaudits rose to the roof of the pavilion, escaping through the wide-open spaces between its gilded, rose-twined pillars into the night. The rafters vibrated with demands for a repetition of the popular sensation. The dancers accepted the encore. If von Hernung beckoned now, asking Patrine to go down with him amongst the acrid exhalations of that cockpit of variegated lights, thronged with excited men and strangely bedizened women, rent by devastating emotions, drunk with strange excitements, would Patrine say yes or no? Oof, but it was hot. How thick the air was with those illusion perfumes. And from whence was that cool breeze blowing that suddenly freshened the heavy air? Chapter 18. Patrine drew back from the edge of the promenade. A stout, swarthy Frenchman, a southerner evidently, whose full brown face streamed with little rills of perspiration, stepped nimbly into her vacated place. His female companion instantly took his. The same movement was repeated. The packed bodies seemed to melt before her. In a few more steps she had merged from the crowd upon the outer edge of the elevated promenade. There was another velvet railing there, and steps leading down to the promenade upon the ground level. Against the background of starlit sky and illuminated gardens stood the tall figure of a man. He was broad-shouldered and lightly built, the poise and balance of his figure admirable. But for the gleam of his living eyes in his tanned face, and the movements of his head as he turned it from side to side, evidently seeking somebody, he might have been a statue of Mercury cast in light-hued bronze, for he wore loose, waist-high leggings strapped at the ankles, and a belted gabardine of thin light brown material, while a cap with an upturned brim and ear flaps dangled from his sunburnt hand, and a uniformed official, all lacquered moustaches and gold-laced blue cloth, stood gesticulating a few paces from him, keen on defending from so unceremonious an intruder the integrity of the upper promenade. Monsieur cannot possibly descend into the ballroom. The costume of Monsieur is not appropriate. It offends against good taste. It outrages the proprieties. It is peu convenable even that Monsieur should be here. Patrine heard the protest, saw it driven home by swift, expressive Gallic gestures, caught a gleam of mirth in the eyes of the oddly garbed intruder, and the quirk of a smile at the corners of his mouth. No doubt the suggestion of the proprieties in connection with the traditions of Mabel had evoked it. She liked his face. It was lean and hard and rather hatchety, with a brave outlook of clear light eyes under the marked eyebrows, thick and straight and silvery fair against his sunburnt skin. To her woman's eyes fatigue was stamped upon it and anxiety, and a kind of rueful impatience as he apologized for the necessity of the intrusion in fragmentary but excellently accentuated French. He came in search of a friend who was here and must be found. It was imperative. There is tomorrow. There is always tomorrow, the official stated with a wave. That's just the point, tomorrow. The stranger's forehead was ploughed with lines of anxiety. He spoke in English now, the well-bred, modern, clipped English of the public school and the university. No, you don't understand, for the official had vigorously disclaimed all knowledge of the strange, barbarous tongue in which the other addressed him. And I don't believe I'd ever make you. If I could only hammer into you what sort of a hat I'm in. He knitted his brows, pulled himself together for a crowning effort. Patrine spoke not as a stranger yielding to a sudden, helpful impulse, but quite simply with a little joyful catching of her breath. Could I explain for you, do you suppose? Thanks, you're awfully good. He turned to her eagerly, if with a certain embarrassment. If you would. There is a man here I have to get word to, and what French I have is simply technical. You hardly find it in modern dictionaries. The argot of the engine shop and the flying school. Now I understand. She smiled in his perplexed face, drinking in deep breaths of the fresh, fragrant air that blew about them as they stood together behind the thick wall of bodies that hid the cockpit from their view. A deep dimple von Hernung had never seen showed low down in one of her pale cheeks. Their whiteness was slightly tinged with delicate pale rose, and her eyes had lost their brilliant enameled hardness. They shone like dusky stars as she went on. Now I know why I thought of wide green spaces and a breeze blowing to me over gorse and heather as I looked at you. Subconscious memories of Hendon and Brooklands and Upavon, for you're a flying man. Just that, his ruefulness was banished. And now you know how I come to be in Paris with the clothes I stand up in and not another rag. 2 of us flew the Channel yesterday morning. If the weather holds decent, we should be on the wing again by 4 a.m. And my mechanic's given me the slip. To say he's taken French leave would be appropriate under the circumstances. Left a line, the cool beggar, to say I'd find him here. Too bad, she said, as fresh furrows dug themselves into the tanned forehead. Not fair to leave you in the cart like that. No wonder you followed, hot upon his track. Combed the whole place, everywhere they'll let me in. But my aviator's kit's against me. I've seen some rummy get-ups, but they draw the line at Carberry's overalls. One hand rested easily on his hip, in the other hand he swung the eared cap with goggles. A pedestal in the moonlight would have suited him. It occurred to her to ask, "What was he like, your runaway mechanic?" "I hardly, oh, little black-avised Welshman barely tips the scale at 8 stone, has to be a lightweight because I weigh all of 11, and with the hovering gear, but that can't interest you." "Indeed it does. What of the hovering gear?" His face darkened and hardened. He said, "It's an invention of mine." And after no end trying, our own people at Whitehall simply wouldn't have anything to do with me. The chiefs of the French service aeronautique consented to give it a test. Sporting of them, wasn't it? He agreed. No end sporting. So I bucked the Tiger over the channel with Davis to find that an officer and mechanic of the S.A. were told off to try the hoverer over the selected area. For us to engineer the thing ourselves wasn't l'étiquette militaire. That's the French for government red tape. Bother etiquette. I'm beginning to sympathize with Davis. His vexation broke up in laughter. That's what she did. She sympathized with Davis and carried him off here. Patrine said, a light breaking in on her. Why, of course there would be a girl. He'd hardly come to a place like this alone, would he? Some query in his look made her add hastily, what was she like? Like the girl who's carried off Davis. He reflected a moment. Pretty and plump and fluffy with a pair of goo-goo eyes. She's daughter or niece or something. He boggled the explanation rather. To the German chap who hired us the hangar at Drancy, if you can give that name to a ramshackle shed in a waste building lot. And Davis, thundering good man but once on a spree. He whistled dismally. If I could only get my claws on him. Here the uniformed official returned to the charge. Monsieur has found his friend. Monsieur has explained the situation. To enter the salon de dance with Madame is not permissible in the costume Monsieur displays. No doubt Madame will understand, Patrine said with a slight catch in her breath as though some drops of chilly pleasant perfume had been suddenly sprayed on her. He thinks that I'm your friend. I'll explain. He reddened, turning to the official, saying in the French of the British schoolboy laborious, devoid of colloquialisms, Monsieur vous n'avez pas compris, Madame L.L. n'êtes qu'une étrangère. Pour mon ami Genie lui voies, si vous permettez d'être peut-être, rototo, voyez man blausier j connais bien la sorte, sufficit, assez sarem fate sua comprens. The gold-braided arm described a magnificent sweep. The large white kid-covered hand indicated remote distance, sortes. The Briton, thus invited to retire, looked at Patrine. I can't quite follow, but it's plain he's telling me to hook it. The rest is pretty strong, she nodded, biting her lip. Frightfully rude, not that I know much Paris slang, but a friend of mine, she broke off to listen as from under the functionary's waxed moustache rattled another sentence. À l'instant où j'appelle le sergent de ville. He's talking about sending for the police now. She added hastily, don't let him do that, offer him a tip. Magic word must have been comprehended of the braided functionary. He ceased to fulminate. He waited, his avid eye upon the pair. The lean hatchety face of the aviator had flamed at Patrine's suggestion. He said, don't you think I'd have tipped him in the beginning if I'd had the wherewithal? But expenses have been frightful. The waste lot with the shed, I've stalled the machine in costs as much as a suite of rooms at a decent middle-class hotel would. Had to fork rent in advance too. Proprietor's a German as well as a jerry builder. And when I've paid his goo-goo girl for our coffee and rolls tomorrow morning. The speaker exhibited a disc of shiny metal bearing the classical capped and oak-wreathed head of the Republic, value exactly 2p halfpenny. I'll have just one of these blessed tin things left. How rotten. In the gilt metal vanity bag, Patrine's inseparable adjunct lurked in the company of a mirror, powder puff and notebook. A tiny white silk purse. In the purse nestled 2 plump British half-sovereigns, the moiety of Patrine's salary for the previous week. Would you jump down my throat if I asked you to let me finance you? She pleaded, an eager hand in the depths of the receptacle. Why not? Because I'm a decent man. If he had been previously crimson, he was now scarlet as a boiled lobster. Thanks all the same, though. I can't wait here even to catch Davis. I must bike back to Drancy, where I've left the bird, the machine, in the German's shed. Not a soul to keep an eye on her. My heart's in my mouth when I think of what might hap. He bit off the end of the sentence and went on. But if you'd be so awfully kind as to take charge of this in case there's a message written on it. He offered her a soiled, bent card. I understand if I should chance to come across your Davis, a little man looking like a Welshman, but you haven't told me whether he's dark or fair. Black as a crow, he told her. Not dressed like me. His well-cut mouth began to twist upwards at the corners. Quite a swell in a silk-faced frock coat, white vest and striped accompaniments. A silk hat too, rather curly-brimmed but still a topper. I suppose a friend of the ladies rented Davis the kit. Of the ladies, she remembered. Yes, of course, the German's appendage. Why, look, those two people who have just passed the turnstile at the other end of the promenade. If there's anything in description, here comes Davis with the goo-goo girl. By gum, you've nailed me the pair of them. As the aviator's long strides bore him down in the direction of the little sallow, black-avised mechanic in the capacious silk-faced frock coat, and his high-bosomed, florid, flaxen-haired enchantress, and before the moustached guardian of the promenade could renew his indignant protest, Patrine had dropped the little sovereign purse in his deep, rapacious hand. And at that instant the music ended with a crashing succession of barbaric chords. The Sao Paulo dance was done. Merci mille fois, madame. Patrine turned from the hireling's thanks to see the high head and powerful square shoulders of von Hernung forging towards her, towering above the polyglot, variegated crowd. He hailed her with, "So you met a friend? Is that why I found myself deserted?" She answered coldly, "I did not desert you, and I did not meet a friend." His face, still suffused with a purplish flush, pouched and baggy about the eyes, told of the maelstrom of unhealthy excitement the dance of the jaguars in the jungle had set whirling in his brain. She guessed that he had taken advantage of their separation to descend into the ballroom, and that as one of the spectators in the front rank he had revelled in the final thrill. He persisted. But what means it? I have lost you. I think you must have gone down into the ballroom after your friend. I follow and you are not there. I come back to find you. Who was that dirty bounder I saw you talking to? He wasn't a dirty bounder. His rudeness enraged her. He was a nice, clean, first-class, top-hole, plucky English boy. He sneered. Boy, men of 40 are boys in the mouths of you English ladies. You borrow the term from women of the street-walking class. Then I'll call him a man, the best kind of man going, English from the top of his nice head to the very tips of his toes. How can you tell if he was not a friend of yours? What do you know of him? He fixed his eyes compellingly on hers. She answered nothing but that he flew the Channel yesterday with Davis to test his invention, and he has got to be on the wing for home at 4. So he has told you all this, and you do not know his name even. Perhaps it is on that card you hold in your hand. She started, and the card fluttered from her twitching fingers to the carpet. Allow me. Von Hernung stooped as though to retrieve the bit of pasteboard. Curious, it has gone. It is not there, he said. I think you have your foot on it. Her eyeballs ached. She felt weary and flat and stale. Please lift up your foot and let me see if it is there, she urged, and grown suddenly obtuse. He lifted up the wrong foot. She was trying to explain that he had done so when they were rejoined by Courtly and Lady Beauvais. Say, did you see she wore a headband with a rubber mouth hold at the back of her neck, and waist fixings under her frillies so's Herculano could swing her around his head? My land, that man has jaw power to whip Teddy Roosevelt, and she's got vim enough for a nest of rattlesnakes. Used up, Pat, if you aren't you look it. The speaker yawned prettily. I'm about ready to be taken back to bye-bye, though it's only 2 o'clock. Von Hernung escorted the wearer of the green bird of paradise as they went through dark alleys and illuminated avenues back to the archway with the blazing crowns and stars. Courtly accepted the offer of a lift back to the hotel. The German declined, saying that he preferred to walk as the car was closed. Pardon. His voice had arrested Morris on the point of starting the Rolls-Royce. His handsome face had appeared in the frame of the car window. "Excuses, but this belongs to Miss Saxham." His cuff shone white in the semi-darkness. The great magpie pearl on his little finger gleamed maliciously as he dropped the missing card upon Patrine's lap and drew back uncovered and smiling as the car moved away. Later on, when she was safe in her room, she looked at the card and read upon it in plain black lettering, plus Alan Sherbrand, pilot, instructor and builder of aeroplanes, Fanshaw's School of Flying. The aerodrome, Collingwood Avenue, Hendon, NW+. Plus something was scrawled in violet pencil on the upper blank space. Being a girl with notions about squareness, Patrine would not at first read, remembering that it was his private message to Davis, whom chance had brought within his master's reach. But later still, or earlier, when after a brief interval of silence, the traffic of Paris began to roll over the asphalt, a principle yielded to impulse. She switched on the electric light above her pillow and read, "This Sarajevo business spells war. Must get back at once to Hendon. I trust to your honor not to fail me. You know what this means to A.S." So the young Mercury in gabardine and overalls was a professional, a teacher, a pilot who helped men to qualify for the certificate given by the Royal Aero Club without breaking too many bones. She had seen the big painted sign in the Collingwood Avenue, Hendon, that advertised Fanshaw's flying school. "I trust to your honor," he had written to his mechanic. The word would have seemed big and awful and imposing, spelt like that with a capital H, if the writer had been a gentleman. Disillusioned, she tore the card into little pieces and sank into a heavy sleep before the broad yellow sunshine of Monday outlined the pink velvet brocade curtains unhygienically drawn before the open windows. And she dreamed not of the magic wind that had blown upon her that night, nor of the Mercury-like figure in the suit of Carberry's, but of the supple bodies that had bounded and whirled, and of the gleaming panther fangs that had clashed in mid-air. Then the dominant figure became that of von Hernung. Again the red mouth under the tight-rolled red moustache alternately flattered, insulted, and cajoled. Again she felt that violation of her virgin flesh, its moist, hot touch upon her naked shoulder. Its kiss bit and stung. She awakened late from those poisoned dreams to a riotous blaze of color and a breath of musky fragrance. On the coffee stand beside her bed lay a great sheaf of long-stalked roses, deep orange-hearted, with outer petals of ruddy flame. She plunged her face deep into the flowers. The corner of a large square envelope thrust from amongst them. She caught it between her teeth and pulled it out. It was from von Hernung, written on paper bearing the device of the Société Aéronautique Internationale in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. It was brief enough. "That I offended yesterday, Isis will pardon. The address I promised is Atelier Weiber 000 Rue de la Paix. The good Weiber demands no fee for making beauty yet more beautiful. All has been arranged. Devotedly, TVH." Chapter 19. Saxham, M.D., FRCS, M.V.O., consulting surgeon to St. Stephen's and the Hospital of St. Stanislaus and St. Teresa, sat busily writing at the big leather-topped table in the consulting room that, with the well-stocked library adjoining, occupied the rearward ground floor of the Harley Street corner house. The hands of the table clock pointed to 11 a.m. Since 9 the doctor had sat at the receipt of patients. The crowd in the waiting room had melted down to half a dozen souls. 14 years had gone by since Saxham, late temporary captain RAMC, attached headquarters staff HIM Forces Geldersdorp, had taken over the lease and bought his practice from the fashionable physician who had been ruined by the war slump in South African mining stocks. The broken speculator's successor had struck pay reef from the outset. Society had taken Saxham up and could not afford to drop him again. He was harsh and unconciliatory in manner, a perfect bear according to society, but quite too frightfully clever, and as yet no speedier rival had outrun him in the race. Now as the July sunshine, its fierceness tempered by the short curtains of pale yellow silk that screened the wide-open windows, came streaming in over the fragrant heads of a row of pot-grown rose trees, ranged on the white-enameled window seat. It shone upon a man to whom both time and fortune had been kind. The admirable structure of bone, clothed with tough muscle and firm white flesh, had not suffered the degrading changes inseparable from obesity, nor had the man waxed lean and gristly in proportion as his banking account grew fat. His scholar's stoop bowed the great shoulders even more, disguising the excessive development of the throat and deltoid muscles. The square, pale face, with the short aquiline nose and jutting underlip, was close-shaven as of old. The thickly growing black hair was streaked with silver-grey and tufted with white upon the temples. His loosely fitting clothes of fine silky black cloth were not the newest cut, neither were they old-fashioned. They were suited perfectly to the man. While Saxum minutely copied his prescription, the patient who sat facing the window in the chair on the doctor's left hand had not ceased from the enumeration of a lengthy catalogue of symptoms, peculiar to the middle-aged, self-indulgent, and tightly laced. At the close of a thrilling description of after-dinner palpitations, she became aware that her hearer's attention had strayed. Following up his glance, she ran him to earth in one of 3 tinted photographs that stood in a triptych frame upon his writing table, and glowed with an indignation that tinged with violet a plump face coated with the latest complexion cream. "How very charming your wife is still." The speaker, her recent character of patient now merged in that of visitor, plucked down her veil of violet gauze with a gesture that betrayed her wrath. But her voice was carefully honeyed to match her smile as she continued, "You have been married quite an age, haven't you? The anniversary of her own second honeymoon was due next week." She went on answering her own query. "Nearly 14 years, I think," Saxum answered, not glancing at the silver table almanac but at the threefold photograph frame. "To be precise, just 14 years and 6 weeks. We were married on the 6th of June 1900. You have a good memory for some things." The undisguised resentment in her tone pulled Saxum's head round. He surveyed her with genuine surprise. She bit her lips and tossed her head, waggling her tall feather, jingling her strings of turquoise and amber, coral and onyx, kunzite and olivine, big blocks of which semi-precious stones were being worn just then, strung on the thinnest of gold chains. Each movement evoked a whiff of perfume from the scanty folds of her bizarre attire. Her frankly double chin quivered, and her redundant bosom, already liberally displayed through its transparent covering of embroidered chiffon, threatened to burst its confining bands of baby ribbon as the doctor said, "Is it not natural that I should have a particularly clear recollection of the greatest day of all my life, save one? You're quite too killing, Owen." She laughed tunelessly, clanking her precious pebbles. "Of course, we all know you're fearfully swanky about your wife's beauty. I saw her yesterday at Lord's, sitting under the awning on the sunny side with the Duchess of Broads and Lady Castleclare. Your boy was with them, jumping out of his skin over Norman's bowling for Oxford. Really marvellous. Your poor dear Cambridge hadn't a chance. Tremendously like you he grows, I mean born, really your very image." "I should prefer," said Saxum stiffly, "that my son resembled his mother." "Ha ha ha, how quite too romantic." She threw back her head, its henna-dyed hair plastered closely about it and fastened with buckles of jade, set with knobs of turquoise. A kind of stovepipe of enamel green velvet crowning her, was trimmed with a band of miniature silk roses in addition to the towering violet plume. The plume, carefully dishevelled so as to convey the impression of a recent wetting, threatened the electric globe lamp springing from a standard near. Her crossed legs liberally revealed her stockings of white silk openwork, patterned with extra-sized dragonflies in black chenille, and her laugh rattled about Saxum's vexed ears like Harlequin's painted bladder, full of little pebbles or dried peas. "In love with your wife, and after 14 years and 6 weeks. Her fleshy shoulders shook, and her opulent bosom heaved stormily. She passed a little filmy perfumed handkerchief under her violet gauze veil and delicately dabbed the corners of her eyes. "You remind me of my poor David. I was always the one woman on earth in his opinion. To the last he was jealous of the slightest reference to you. To me, why should he have been? Mildred, for this was Saxum's faithless bride-elect of more than 20 years previously, swallowed her wrath with an effort, and went on with the mulish obstinacy of her type. Perhaps it was absurd, but men in love are unreasonable creatures, and David was perfectly mad where I was concerned. He worshipped me to the point of idolatry. He never could quite believe that I did not regret my choice, that my heart did not sometimes escape from his keeping in dreams and become yours again, Owen. He never really cared for Patrine because she has a look of you. Absurd, considering that she was born 2 years after you disappeared into South Africa. Though of course I could not truthfully say that I did not think of you a great deal. It seemed to the silent man who heard that Mildred offended against decency. His soul loathed her. She went on. Her brother, my darling boy who died, was the very image of David. Her tone was even womanly and tender in speaking of the dead boy. But Patrine, a year younger, Patrine is really wonderfully like you, with her commanding figure and almost Egyptian profile, those long eyes under straight eyebrows, and all those masses of dead black hair. As Saxum writhed under the category, she gave out her irritating laugh again. "Ah, I forgot. When Patrine was in Paris with Lady Beauvais for the big week, Lady Beau took her to the Atelier Weiber, the famous hairdresser's establishment at 000 Rue de la Paix, where they specialize in chevelures des teintes modern, all the newest effects displayed by stylish mannequins, and really the change is astonishing. Her sister Irma and I hardly knew Patrine when she came to see us at Kensington, looking superb, with hair one might almost call it terracotta-colored, showing up her creamy white skin. Do you tell me that Patrine has bleached her splendid hair and stained it with one of those vile dyes that are based on aniline or Egyptian henna at the best?" Mildred retorted acidly. "It was a very expensive process. 500 francs, but I understand that Lady Beauvais was so good as to insist on paying Weiber's charges herself." Saxum answered brusquely, "I would have given 10 times the money to know my niece's hair unspoiled. Whoever paid. The process will prove an expensive one to Patrine when she finds herself excruciated by headaches, or when the color changes, as it will by and by." Mildred shrugged. "She can have it redipped, surely, or let it return to its original black. There are many chemical arguments against human hair so altered returning to its original color," came from Saxum grimly. "As these women who have made coiffures of orange, pink, crimson, blue and green fashionable had previously found to their cost. Do you not realize that from mishaps of this kind resulted the chromatically tinted heads one sees at public functions? Bizarre and strange in the electric lights, hideous in the sun. Ha ha ha." Mildred's laugh rattled about the doctor's ears like a shower of walnuts. "I shall certainly bring Patrine to call upon you if her hair happens to turn peacock green or pinky crimson. I would not miss seeing your face for all the world. But seriously, my dear Owen, when a girl is as handsome as my girl and has no dot to back her, she must make herself attractive and desirable to eligible men. By trying to make herself look like a Parisian cocotte, she renders herself neither attractive nor desirable to the kind of man whom I should like to see married to my niece. The cleanly kind of man with wholesome tastes, a sound constitution and an upright character. My dear Owen, you might be composing an advertisement for a butler or a chauffeur." Mildred ostentatiously controlled a yawn as the doctor continued. "As to a provision for Patrine on her marriage, you know that I shall gladly give it, of course upon condition." Yes, I know what your condition would be." Mildred's fingertips, adorned with nails elaborately veneered and dyed, drummed a maddening little tattoo on the table ledge. "That she marries the right kind of man, with wholesome tastes and all the rest of it. The question is, would Patrine be able to endure him? She is, let us say, more than a little difficult to get on with, and essentially an independent, up-to-date girl. If Patrine would have subdued her ideas about independence and given up this idea of taking a place as salaried companion, I would have welcomed her, and so would my wife. Patrine is, as you are very well aware, something very different to a mere companion. She is reader and secretary to Lady Beauvais. Her club subscription is paid. She moves there amongst gentlewomen and is treated at Berkeley Square exactly like a favoured guest. You should see the presents Lady Beauvais absolutely showers upon her, and she gets all her expenses and 100 a year. Saxon was silent. Patrine might have had all this and much more if she would have accepted the home he offered, not only because she was his niece, but the girl was dear to him. His wife loved her, and in her strange, wild way Patrine returned some measure of Lynette's tenderness. She is worth loving, Lynette had told her husband. She has a generous, brave, independent nature and a deep heart. She is not easily won because she is so well worth winning. Ah, if the mother were only with us, how well she would understand and help Patrine. But Mildred had risen to depart. Saxon rose too, not without alacrity, and taking her offered hand, pressed it and let it fall to her side. Well, goodbye, my kind regards to Captain Dyneham. He referred to the second legal possessor of Mildred's once coveted charms. When can I dine with you at Kensington, do you ask? I fear I have very few opportunities for sociality. Some day, tell Patrine to come and see me. 1:30 tomorrow, lunch after my scolding and a chat with Lynette. You are extremely kind to Patrine. Mildred's tone was sweetly venomous, but I fear just at present she has little time to spare. Men in love are so exacting. Dear me, what a feather-brained creature I am. Haven't I told you about Count von Hernung? You have told me nothing. Oh, said Saxon, and you know it. Who and what is the man? Mildred said with a great air of dignity. He is a distinguished officer of the Prussian flying service, the son and heir of a high official in the German Foreign Office. He holds the rank of count by courtesy. I assure you I never met a more agreeable young man. Even were he all that you say and more, and even while I regard the German army as a marvel of organization and efficiency, I should not, knowing the type of man that is the product of their military system, desire my niece to marry a German officer. Mildred mocked. Marry? Who said anything about marriage? When they have not known each other for a month, not, her tone became sentimental, that I am a disbeliever in love at first sight. No one could doubt that Patrine is attracted, and he, the Count, she dropped her eyelids, is simply too fearfully gone for words, absolutely dead nuts. Gone, dead nuts. I give you my word, entangled hopelessly. What a captive to lead in chains, I said to Patrine. He is quite 6 feet in height or over and has the most perfect features, simply magnificent eyes, the most fascinating manner and the build of a Greek athlete. He is staying at the Tarleton, and I must say Lady Beauvais is extremely sympathetic. For since they came back from Paris together, the Count has been taking Patrine about everywhere. She can hardly have had a glimpse of my gay girl. Dinners, theatres, the opera, and heaven knows what else they have crowded into the week. The smiling speaker shrugged her ample shoulders. To say nothing of cabaret suppers and dances, he even promises to take her to the famous Upas Club, wonderful by all accounts. They say the French Regency came nowhere near it. Dancing in the Hall of the 100 Pillars, a simply wonderful 3 a.m. supper, and champagne of the most expensive brands, served up in gold-mounted crystal jugs. Can it be possible? It broke from Saxon. Are you mad that you countenance this German in taking Patrine to such an infamous place? Infamous, really, Owen, your notions are too old-fashioned for anything. Her laughter broke out and her chains and bangles jingled an accompaniment. Do, she urged, come out of your shell, dine with us on Thursday. We have a box for the Minister's Theatre. We'll go on, you and I, George and Irma, from there to the cabaret supper at the Rocroy. We can't afford the Upas, the subscription is too fearfully prohibitive. But the entertainment at the Rocroy is really chic. The dancing is as good, everyone says, as they have it at Maxim's. Do come, of course, you can trust us not to blab to your wife. Mercy, how severe you look. Her tone changed, became wheedling, her made-up eyes languished tenderly. Odd how we poor, silly women prefer the men who bully us. Come, one chance more. Dine Thursday and see Squift at the Minister's. Try a whiff of Paris at the Rockcroy after midnight. 'Twill buck you up like nothing else. Take my word, won't you? I will not. Why not? I have told you why not. Because these places are centers of corruption, schools for the inculcation and practice of vice in every form. Men and women, young or old, those who take part in or witness one of these loathsome dances, hot and reeking from the brothels and voodoo houses of Cuba and the Argentine, are equally degraded. I had rather see my niece Patrine dead and in her coffin than know her capable of appreciating such abominable exhibitions, pernicious in their effects, as I and others of my profession have grave reason to know, ruinous in their results to body, mind, and soul. Intolerable. Her plump, middle-aged face was leaden grey beneath her violet veil as she screamed at him, "You have insulted me, horribly, abominably. How dare you tell me that I frequent infamous places and encourage my daughter to visit schools of vice? And it is not for Irma you are so rottenly scrupulous, but for Patrine, your wife's favourite, who will do as she pleases and marry whom she prefers without by your leave or with mine. She is a mule for self-will and obstinacy, another point of resemblance to yourself." He had recovered his stern self-possession. His face was granite as he said, "I have not insulted you, but if you will set no example to your daughters in avoiding these evils, it is my duty to expostulate." She reared like an angry cobra, then spat a jet of scalding venom. "I take leave to think my present example quite harmless to Irma and Patrine. Now yours of a few years ago was certainly calculated to damage the bodily and worldly prospects of your son." She added, as Saxum silently put out his hand to touch the bell, "No, please don't ring, I know my way out. Good morning. Pray remember me to Bourne and your wife." Chapter 20. Thus having shot a bolt, Mildred departed. The doctor, standing in the open doorway, watched the gaily accoutred middle-aged figure in the peg-top skirt and bouffante tunic of green taffeta patterned with a violet grapevine moving down the white-panelled corridor. Saxum watched her out of sight before he shut the door and went back to his chair. There he sat thinking. No one would disturb the doctor until he touched his electric bell. Ah, if the truth were told, not all of us find solace in the thought that in the niches of heaven are safely stored our ancient idols. To Owen Saxum it was gall and verjuice to remember that for love of this woman, weak, vain, silly, spiteful, he, the man of intellect and knowledge, had gone down quick to the very verge of hell. Mildred was just 18 when he had wooed and won her. She had been slight and willowy and pale, with round, surprised brown eyes, an indeterminate nose, and a little mouth of the rosebud kind. Her neck had been long and swan-like, her waist long and slim, her hands and feet long and narrow. He had desired her with all the indiscriminating passion of early manhood. He had planned to pass his life by her side. He had hoped that she might bear him children. He had wrought in a frenzy of intellectual and physical endeavor to take rank in his chosen profession, that success might make life sweeter for Mildred, his wife. She had seemed to love him, and he had been happy in that seeming. Then the shadow of a tragic error had fallen blackly across his path. From the omission to copy in his memorandum book, a prescription made up by himself in a sudden emergency, had sprung the branding suspicion that culminated in the Old Bailey criminal case of the Crown v. Saxum. His acquittal restored to him freedom of movement. He left the court without a stain on his professional reputation, but socially and financially a ruined man. Friends and patients fell away from Saxum. Acquaintances dropped him. Mildred, his Mildred, was one of the rats that scurried from the sinking ship. She had thrown him over and married David, his brother. Her betrayal had been the wreath of nightshade crowning Saxum's cup of woe. Those vertical lines graven on his broad white forehead, those others that descended from the outer angles of the deep-cut nostrils to the corners of that stern mouth of his, and yet those others at the angles of the lower jaw were chiefly Mildred's handiwork. They told of past excess, a desperate effort to drown memory and hasten longed-for death on the part of a man who had quarreled with his God. The demons of pride and self-will, defiance and scorn had been cast out. An ordeal such as few men are called upon to endure had purified, cleansed, and regenerated the drunkard. Friendship had taken the desperate man by the hand, plucked his feet from the morass, led him into the light, and set his feet once more on firm ground. His profession was his again to follow. Love, real love, had come to him and folded her rose-white wings beside his hearth. Years of pure domestic happiness, of successful work had passed, and now the July sunshine had no warmth in it, though it streamed in through the open window over the tops of the pot roses. The doctor's head was bowed upon his hands, his great shoulders shook as though he strove with a mortal rigour. The wood of the table where his elbows leaned, the boards beneath the thick carpet on which his feet rested, creaked as the long shudders convulsed him at intervals. It had seemed to Saxum, in whom the seed of faith had germinated and put forth leaves in one great night of storm following upon years of arid dryness, that Almighty God must have forgiven those 5 worse than wasted years. Fool, he now cried in his heart, the divine mercy is boundless as the ocean of air in which our planet swims, and for the cleansing of our spotted souls the blood of the Redeemer flowed on Calvary. But he who said in his wrath that the sins of the fathers should be visited on the children does not break, even for those repentant prodigals whom he has taken to his heart again, the immutable laws of nature. Nature of all forces most conservative, wastes nothing, loses nothing, pardons nothing, avenges everything. The shouted curse, like the whispered blessing, is carried on the invisible wings of air forever. Thus the deformed limb, the devouring cancer, the loathsome ulcer, and the degrading vice are perpetuated and reproduced as diligently and faithfully as the beautiful feature, the noble quality, the wit that charms, the genius that dominates. Nay, since nature turns out some millions of fools to one Dante or Shakespeare or Molière or Cervantes, it would appear that she prefers the fools. So it is. Divine grace has reached and saved the sinner. The ugly vice, the base appetite have been eradicated by prayer and mortification, by years of self-control and watchfulness. Free will, moral and physical force, self-command and self-respect are yours again. And with sobs of gratitude the erstwhile slave of hell gives thanks to heaven. Saved, cured, great words and true in Saxum's case as in many others, but though they are saved and cured they cannot ever forget. Their eyes have a characteristic look of alert, suspicious watchfulness. For wheresoever they move about the world, in the drawing-rooms of what is called society, in the business circles of the city, in the barracks or the mining camp, on the ship's heaving deck or the floor of the Pullman carriage, amidst the sands of the desert or the goldenrod of the prairie or the red sand and dry Karoo scrub of the lone veld, they will hear when they least expect it the thin, shrill hiss of the asp that once bit them to the bone. Or supposing that they have forgotten in reality, so cleverly has the world pretended to, with what a pang of mortal anguish memory awakens, when you recognize the devil that once entered and possessed you, looking out of the eyes of your child. When Saxum lifted up his ashen face and looked at the portrait in the 3rd leaf of the triptych frame and met the clear, candid gaze of his son's blue eyes, you know what he was seeking and praying not to find. To have given Lynette a drunkard for her son would be the most terrible penalty that could be exacted by merciless nature for those 5 sodden, wasted years. Ah, to have had a clean, unspotted life to share with Bourne's fair mother, that his priceless pearl of womanhood should gleam upon a drunkard's hand, his spotless convent lily have opened to fullest bloom in a drunkard's holding, had been from the outset of their married life, verjuice in Saxum's cup by day, and a thorn in his pillow by night. But never before had it occurred to the man of science, the great surgeon, the learned biologist, that relentless nature might be saving up for him, Saxum, a special rod in saltest brine. Bourne. He sat in silence with set teeth, asking himself the bitter question, how could I have forgotten Bourne? Chapter 21. As so often happens, the thought of the beloved heralded his well-known thump upon the door panel. When had the doctor ever cried, "Come in," with such a leaden sinking of the heart? The boy who came in was alert, upright, slim and strong for his 12 years. You saw him attired in the dress with which we are all familiar, the loose shirt of khaki brown with its knotted silk neckerchief of dark blue, the lanyards ending in clasp knife and whistle, the roomy shorts upheld by a brown leather pouch belt supporting a serviceable axe, the dark blue stockings turned over at the knee, fitting close to the slim muscular legs, the light strong shoes, the brown smasher hat with the chin strap, completed the picture of a scout of whom no patrol need be ashamed. He carried his light staff at the trail and, entering, brought it to an upright position and saluted smartly. The salute formally acknowledged, he came straight to the table and stood at his father's elbow waiting, as Saxum feigned to blot a written line. Outwardly composed, the drumming of the man's heart deafened him, and a mist before his eyes blurred the page they were bent upon. Fatherhood gripped him by the throat as in the first moment of his son's separate existence. A thing we prize is never so poignantly precious as when we contemplate the possibility of its ruin or loss. Father, you aren't generally pleased when I come bothering you in consulting hours, but this time it is really serious business, no kid and honor bright. Saxum answered with equal gravity. If you have a reasonable excuse for coming, I have said that you may come. The boy was like him, you saw it as he stood waiting. The vivid gentian blue eyes were Saxum's, as were the thick throat and prominent underjaw and the square facial outline, but the plume of hair that swept over the broad forehead was red-brown like linettes. The delicate, irregular profile and a sensitive sweetness about the lips were gifts from his mother. The directness of his look and the tinge of brusqueness in his speech were unconsciously modelled on the father's, as he said, sacrificing sufficient of manly independence to come within the curve of the doctor's strong arm. First, I wanted to show you my new badge. Saxum's left hand squeezed the arm most distant from him, where a familiar device was displayed upon the sleeve midway between the shoulder and elbow, below the 6-inch length of colours distinctive of this scout's patrol. Turn round and show it then. Father, you're larking, that's my General Scout badge. I've had it ever since I passed my second-class tests. Before then, you know, when I was a tenderfoot, I'd only the top part, the fleur-de-lis without the motto, and you wear that in your left pocket buttonhole. But this is something special, don't you see? Saxum eyed the row of little enamelled circles on the sleeve next him with respectful gravity. The boy went on, trying to control the gleeful tremor in his voice. I've got the ambulance badge, look at the Geneva cross, and the signaler's badge, this is it with the crossed flags, and the interpreter's badge, the one with the 2 hands holding, but this is the very latest. Our scoutmaster gave it to me after parade today. It's the airman's badge. He caught his breath. The secret was coming in a moment. He went on, to get it you must have made a model aeroplane, not a flying stick. Any kid of 9 can make one, but a model that will really fly. That's my special reason for coming. Mother was out, and next to her I wanted to tell you, and next after me. The boy considered a moment before he looked up to answer, Cousin Pat, because she can keep a secret so tightly. Saxum patted the sturdy square shoulders. You are fond of Cousin Patrine, aren't you? Rather, just tell me why. Because the young brows were puckered, because she's so big and so beautiful, and she'd just die for you and Mother. She comes in my prayers next after you too. And the chief scout. Father, wouldn't it be a bit cheeky to go and pray for a man like that? A spark of laughter wakened in Saxum's sombre eyes. Not quite respectful, you think, is that it? Why so when you're taught to pray for the Holy Father, Mother Church and the King and Queen? The boy's puckered brows smoothed. The question was settled. Of course, I forgot. Then the chief scout must come in after Cousin Patrine, because a gentleman must always give place to a lady. That's what Mother says. Suppose Cousin Patrine never came to see you any more, what would you do then? Bourne straightened the sturdy body and proclaimed, I would go and find her and bring her back. Suppose she did not want to come, Bourne said instantly, I would tell her mother was wanting her. For mother would be, you know, and cousin Pat wouldn't keep her waiting. Not much, sir, she wouldn't. She cares so, doesn't she? Why, have you forgotten when I was a little shaver and mother was so ill? Saxum, with a certain tightening of the muscles of the throat, recalled the wan, red-eyed spectre that had haunted the landing outside the guarded bedroom where Lynette lay white and strengthless while her husband fought for her with death. Well, well, go on loving Patrine and praying for her. Now tell me of your model, the boy said, controlling his exultation. It's not a flying stick, like the things I used to make when I was a shaver, nor a glider. You see men in spectacles flying those every day to please the kids on Hampstead Heath and in Kensington Gardens, but a model of a Bristol monoplane with a span of 30 inches and a main plane area of 150. He caught his breath and with difficulty kept his eager words from tumbling over one another as he reached the thrilling climax. And I built up her fuselage with cardboard and sticking plaster out of the first aid case you gave me to carry in my belt pouch, and cut the propeller out of a tin toy engine I've had ever since I was a kid, and made the planes of big sheets of stiff foolscap strengthened with thin strips of glued wood. And her spars, sir, the upright ones are quills, and her stays and struts I made of copper wire, and she's weighted with laid ribbon like what you wrap about the gut when you're bottom fishing for tench or barbel. And her motor power is 18 inches of square elastic twisted, and farther. He broke into a war dance of ecstasy unrestrained. When Roddy Wrench and me went on a secret expedition to Primrose Hill to test her, she flew, sir. First go off, by George. Really flew. Has to be left at our district headquarters until tomorrow. You see, it's rather a special affair, you are certain. Upon my life, sir, and that's my honor. Scouts' honor and life are the same thing. That's what the oath rubs into us. He squared his shoulders and lowered his voice as a boy speaking of high matters that must be dealt with reverently. I think it's ripping. I can say it. Would you like me to? Saxum nodded without speaking because of that choking something sticking in his throat. That something Leah called the mother, and dammed away behind his eyes were scalding tears that only men may shed. As the young voice said, "On my honor I promise that I will do my best to be loyal to God and the King. On my honor I promise that I will do my best to help other people at all times. On my honor I promise that I will do my best to obey the Scout law." You see, the boyish arm was on Saxum's shoulder now, the ruddy fair cheek pressed against the pale, close-shaven face. You see, father, when a scout says on my honor, it's just as if he swore on the crucifix. Saxum said, crushing down the fierce emotion that had almost mastered him. It is just the same, for the man who breaks a promise will never keep an oath. I have a friend of whom I have told you. I think he would like to hear about your model aeroplane. May I tell him? Or would you prefer to tell him yourself? Bourne's fair face glowed. He gasped in ecstasy. Father, you mean Mr. Sherbrand, your flying man who's in the hospital? My flying man, but he is well again and back at work at Hendon. There was not much the matter with him. A slight obstruction in one of the nasal passages that prevented him from breathing with his mouth shut as he should. Now he has asked me, this afternoon, if I am at leisure, to bring my little son to the aerodrome and see him make a flight, and go up in his aeroplane with him. Father, say yes, do, please do. As the little figure bobbed up and down beside him in joyous excitement, Saxum answered, not without an inward tug, "If your mother says yes, I shall not say no. Now off with you, my son." The boy saluted and went. Even his bright obedience wrung his father's heart. The man looked haggard and old. He hid his careworn face in his hands for a minute. His lips were still moving when he looked up and made the sign so well known to many of us upon his forehead and breast. Prayer, that most powerful of all therapeutic agents so often prescribed by Saxum for his patients, was his own tonic and sedative in moments of bodily exhaustion and mental overstrain. He had prayed, he the skeptic, on that unforgettable night at Gelderstorp when he wrestled with his possessing fiend. Lynette had taught him the habit of prayer, And even as she, a friendless, neglected waif, had learned to look up and see the shining faces of our divine Redeemer and his virgin mother through the features of a pure and tender woman, so her husband, looking in the eyes of Lynette, had found the gift of faith lost years before. Oh, prayer, you say, faith, and I see you shrug and sneer a little, you who are intellectual and highly educated, and have ceased to believe in what you term the Hebraic myth or the Christian legend, since you learn to point out the weak places in the first book of Genesis and sneer at the discrepancies between the statements of the gospel narrators, though you will hear such testimonies sworn to in good faith wherever witnesses are examined in a court of law. But no, you tell me you are not an agnostic. You credit the existence of Almighty God, but prayer is the parson's affair. Well, because a man wears a straight black coat, will you abandon to him so inestimable a privilege? Is it not a marvelous thing that you or I should lift up our earth-made, earth-begrimed hands, and that he who set this tiny planet to spin out its eons of cycles amidst the innumerable millions of systems wheeling through his universe should stoop to hear the words we utter? Feeble cries, drowned by the orchestras of the winds, and the chorus of the spheres revolving in their orbits, or silent utterances imperceptible to any ear save his alone, that which hath wings. Chapter 22. Patients rapidly succeeded one another in the chair that faced the window. There were confirmed invalids who were really healthy men and women, and certain others who came in smilingly to talk about the weather and the newest Russian opera, who bore upon their faces the unmistakable stamp of mortal disease. The wife or the husband, the father or the mother had worried for nothing. Would the doctor prescribe a little tonic to buck them, or the surgeon alleviate a little trouble of the local kind? Really nothing but death's knock at the door, and there were cases, open or unacknowledged, of the liquor habit and the drug mania. To these, instead of dropping out bromide of potassium and throwing in the chloral hydrates with strychnine, and the chloride of the metal that is crushed and assayed out of the quartz reef near Johannesburg, or pickaxed out of the frozen ground of the Klondike, Saxum dealt out that savage tonic truth in ladlesful. The secret dipsomaniac or druggard could not deceive this man's keen scrutiny or escape his unerring diagnosis. When beaten, they admitted the fact. Saxum said to them as to the others, "You say you cannot conquer the craving. I myself once thought so. Your moral power can be restored even as was mine. In your case, the habit is barely as ingrained as in the case I quote to you. I drank alcohol to excess for a period of 5 years. Some of the sufferers, elderly women and mild-mannered old gentlemen, were horrified. Others thought such candor brutal, but attractively so. Yet others responded to the sympathy masked by the stern, impassive face and the blunt, brusque manner. At any rate, the man's no humbug, such and one would stutter, and seems to have any amount of will. Think I shall put myself in his hands for a bit." Adding with a rueful twinkle, "He knows how the dog bites if anyone does." He did, and those hands of his were strong, prompt, and unfaltering, since the grip of human sympathy had fastened on the doctor of Gelderstorp, and drawn him up out of the depths into sunlight and free air, and set his feet once more on the firm ground. How many of his fellow sufferers had Saxum not hauled reeking and squelching out of the abysmal sludge, whose secrets shall only be revealed upon the last day? Yet Saxum realized that the grand majority of these 20th century men and women really wanted little more of the physician and surgeon than the 13th century patient desired of the apothecary or the leech. A patient hearing given to their category of evils, a little hocus-pocus, and a nostrum or so. We scoff, thought Saxum, at the ignorance of those men of the Dark Ages, yet in this enlightened era the eye of newt and toe of frog, the salted earthworms and the pulvis besordicus magistralis or pulvis sanctus, dissolved in the liquor of herbs gathered under a propitious conjunction of their ruling planets with the moon, have but given place to extract of the dried thyroid gland of the sheep, the ovaries of the guinea pig, the spinal cord and brain of rabbits and mice and other small mammalia, with, instead of broth of vipers, liquor distilled from the parotid secretion of the tropical toad, identical with the reptile administered in boluses to pagan patients by the Greek Hippocrates, with other remedies hideously akin to the hell brews that whipped the sated desires of Tiberius and Nero, such as the pacilloids frequently prescribed by bland-mannered, frock-coated 20th-century physicians, professing Christians who pay West End purents and deplore the abnormal drop in the birth rate for the spurring of the sense of debilitated hedonists. Thus summed Saxum, we have rediscovered organotherapy. We have harnessed the bacillus to Hygeia's silver chariot. In surgery, the short circuit is the latest word. It is wonderful to know how well one can get on at a pinch, without organs hitherto deemed indispensable to existence. Radiology reveals to us the inner mysteries of the human machine, alive and palpitating. The splintered bone, the bullet or the shell splinter embedded in the muscle or the osseous structure can be detected and photographed by the teleradiographic apparatus. The electromagnet automatically carried out the removal of such fragments, provided only that they are of steel. Ah yes, we are very clever in this 20th century, reflected the doctor. Modern science has even weighed the soul. Could Dee and Lily have bettered that? Debate consider. This quenchless spark of being kindled in Saxum's breast and in yours and mine by the supreme will of the divine Creator, this ego for whose eternal salvation Christ died upon the bitter cross, dips the scale at precisely 1/16 of an ounce of avoirdupois. The expiring man weighed a moment previously to dissolution, and again immediately afterwards, was found to have lost so much and no more. The dying world is in the scales today, thought Saxum bitterly and sorrowfully. Religious faith being the soul of the world, one wonders, when the last thin hymn shall have died upon the fierce, irrespirable air, when the last human sigh shall have exhaled from earth, how much imponderability shall be lacking to the acorn-shaped lump of whirling matter. Will the result proportionate with the moribund's 16th of an ounce? It seemed to Saxum that without a moral and social upheaval upon a vaster scale than historian ever recorded or visionary ever dreamed, a cataclysmic cleansing, a purging as by fire, the regeneration of the human race, the reconstitution of the human mind, the renaissance of the divine ideal could never be brought about. Unconsciously he sought for the decadent world some such ordeal as he himself had passed through. You looked at him and saw the scars of suffering. The soil of his nature had been rent by volcanic convulsions and seared by the upburst of fierce abysmal fires. Before the green herb clothed the sides of the frowning steeps, the jagged peaks were wreathed with gentle clouds, the pure springs gathered and ran, the valleys became fruitful, and the plains carpeted themselves with flowers. A miracle had been wrought for Saxum the man, and he saw the need of one for the world, and said in his heart that, though holy men might pray, it would not, could not, ever be vouchsafed. And all the while the miracle was ripening, the day was coming, the great awakening was at hand. Chapter 23. It drew on to the luncheon hour. The last patient, a very young, very little, very pretty married woman, was summoned by the neat maid from the waiting room, in a remote corner of which a husband of military type and ordinarily cheerful countenance remained, maintaining with obvious effort a fictitious interest in the pages of a remote issue of Punch. The dainty little lady bore a name well known to Saxum. The fact that a title was attached to it did not interest him, nor had it shortened her term of waiting by a second of the clock. But her youth smote him with a sense of pity as she took the chair upon his left hand facing the window, and without overmuch embarrassment made clear her case. She was going to have a baby. Frankie, her husband, earnestly desired the kiddie for family reasons, yet its advent was unwelcome to him, in that it must inevitably involve physical pain and mental anxiety for the little lady, Frankie's wife. The little lady had been frightfully downed by the prospect. She rather cottoned to kiddies, she explained, than otherwise. It was the bother of having them that didn't appeal. It put everything in the cart as regarded the autumn season. Besides, there were family reasons on her side why the prospect should not be too rosy. She stated the reasons, and Saxum's listening face grew grave. He realized the danger of a preconceived idea. He said nothing. Margaret went on talking. Her beautiful dear eyes were alternately wistful and coaxing. They entreated sympathy. They begged for gentleness. They grew brilliant with enthusiasm as she explained that after a lot of chinning, she and Frankie had hit upon a perfectly ripping plan. A friend recently encountered in Paris had thrown a ray of hope upon the doubtful prospect. No doubt Dr. Saxum was in sympathy with the pioneers of the new crusade against unnecessary pain. Of course, Dr. Saxum knew all about the wonderful experiments of German Gynaecology. The right term was frightfully cracked jaw. Perhaps Dr. Saxum knew what was meant. Saxum reassured the little lady. You refer, of course, to the experiments of Professors von Wolfenbüttel of Vienna and Krause of the Berlin Frauenklinik, resulting in the method of treatment now known throughout the continent as purple dreams. Wolfenbüttel and Krause have published a pamphlet on the subject. Perhaps you have read the pamphlet. Yes, I've read it. A wonderful book that has been translated into every language. A German officer friend of a friend I met in Paris told her about it. His sister had tried the treatment and found it A1, so I bought a French translation of the book in Paris and an English one at a shop in the Haymarket. It's bound in rose-colored vellum stamped with a rising sun in gold. Weep No More Mothers, it's called. Isn't that a charming title? And the subject is pangless childbirth produced through purple dreams. In a sweet, coaxing voice that trembled a little, she began to tell the doctor about the wonderful results obtained by hypodermics of Krause and Wolfenbüttel's marvelous combination of drugs. And Saxum hearkened with stern patience, while the table clock ticked and the luncheon hour drew near, and Frankie chewed the cud of suspense in the doctor's waiting room. Thousands of peasant women and others of the lower middle class in Germany had become mothers under the Purple Dreams treatment. Maternity hospitals in Paris, Brussels, and New York had adopted the method after controversy and hesitation. It had triumphed over every doubt. An American woman whose brother's wife had had a Purple Dreams baby at the Berlin Institute had told the little narrator only yesterday how quite too wonderful was the discovery of the enlightened Krause and the gifted Wolfenbüttel. Everything was made easy. When your ordeal drew near, you simply went to the place and signed your name in a book and put yourself in the hands of skilled persons. You felt no pain, not a twinge, only the prick and throb of the hypodermic needle syringe, and most people were used to the peak nowadays, administering the first subcutaneous injections of the wonderful new drug. Under its mild sedative influence, you dozed off to sleep presently, and when you woke up, there was the baby, beautifully dressed, and lying on a lace pillow in the arms of a smartly dressed, fresh-cheeked nurse. This had been the experience of the sister of the German officer, as of the wife of the brother of the American lady. The same thing happening to thousands everywhere. The philanthropic Wolfenbüttel and the benevolent Krause had made of the stony Via Dolorosa by which womanhood attains maternity, a path of soft green turf bordered with fragrant lilies and bestrewn with the perfumed petals of the rose. She ended. Saxum had kept his keen blue eyes steadily upon her during the eloquent recital. Not a hair of his black brows had twitched, not a muscle of his pale face had moved, betraying his urgent inclination to smile. His fine hand, lying upon the blotter near the small black case book, might have been carved out of ancient Spanish ivory or yellow-white lava. Now he said, "There is nothing new nor marvelous about the dreams method. It is persistent narcosis obtained from the subcutaneous injections of morphine with the hydrobromide of hyoscine, another alkaloid obtained from henbane. I have visited not only the institute at Berlin, but the Rotberg Frauenklinik, and an establishment of the same type in Paris and another in Brussels. It is a fact that when a patient awakens from the anesthesia, There is no recollection of anything that has taken place subsequently to the injection of the drug. There has been no pain, absolutely none whatever. She spoke with a little joyful catch in her breath. "Pardon me," said Saxum. "You labor under a delusion which the rose-colored pamphlet was not written to dispel. There must have been pain if there has been childbirth. Perhaps there has been overwhelming pain. Pain manifested by outcries and convulsions, violent struggles, subdued by the attendants and nurses. For the friends and relatives of the patient are rigidly excluded. The patient enters and leaves the home alone. 2 or 3 days may have vanished in that vacuum which has been created in her memory. Days in which she has been lying, it may be, strapped to the bed in the private ward of the nursing home, her purple, congested face and staring eyes concealed by a mask of wetted linen, her agonies only witnessed by paid attendants whose interests are best served by denial or concealment. Supposing anything to have gone wrong, the relentless surgeon's hand had torn away the painted curtain. Margaret contemplated the grim truth in silence for a moment. Then she found words. "But nothing ever does go wrong. The pink pamphlet says so. My American friend's sister-in-law says so. Thousands of women have had children under scopolo, what's its name, and none of them felt pain, not the slightest. And in every case, there was the baby when they woke up." The sweet bird voice quivered. She had entered the room so full of hope and enthusiasm, and this man with the piercing eyes and the brusque, direct manner was putting things before her in a way that dashed and damped. Hear him now. Yes, there is generally a baby. When it is necessary, there should be one. Though the patients who are treated in the free wards of German and Austrian clinics may not always be scrupulous upon this point, still, if the treatment can be carried out without undue peril for the mother, and I do not allow this for a single moment, have you not considered the risk for the child? Margaret had pulled off one long glove. Now she murmured, setting the tip of a little bare, jeweled finger near the corner of a distracting little mouth. "You consider that it's handicapping the start for the kiddie." The avalanche fell, shocking and freezing and stunning her. "Ask yourself, Lady Norwater, and do not forget to ask your husband, will a healthy or a degenerate type of man or woman be eventually reared from an infant in whom the springs of life have been deliberately poisoned with henbane and morphia before its entrance into the world?" She gasped. "Then it's all you, P." She was slangy even in her tragic misery. She sought in her gold vanity bag and produced the envelope that held the check, but Saxum waved it away. "Pray put that back. Neither from rich nor poor do I accept unearned money. You have not really consulted me. You have asked my opinion upon a course of treatment, and I have given it for what it is worth. You will go home and tell your husband that I have talked tosh and consult another physician." "No, I won't," she said it bravely. "I want you to prescribe." "If I prescribe," Saxum told her, "you shall certainly fee me, but you do not need treatment." His eyes smiled, though his mouth did not relax its grimness. As he added, "You strike me as being in excellent health." She owned to feeling top-hole, first-class, and simply awfully beany, though, and her dimple faded as she owned it. The thought of what must happen in November took the gilt off the gingerbread. "Do not think of what is going to happen in November," Saxum advised her, "or teach yourself to think of it in the right way." The sense of her childishness and inexperience went home to the sensitive, quick beneath the man's hard exterior, as she said to him with an unconsciously appealing accent, "But how am I to find out what is the right way?" He had gained upon her confidence. The admission proved it. With infinite tact, he began to win yet another woman to drain out her chalice of motherhood, untinctured with the druggist's nepenthe, to gain for the race yet another babe unmarred before its birth. And for this end no labor was too great for Saxum. A crank you may call him, but that cranks of this type are the leaven of the world, you know. It is typical of the human butterfly Saxum dealt with that his clothes pleased Margaret. She liked their characteristic mingling of elegance with simplicity. Some fashionable doctors got themselves up like elderly bloods, others affected garments dating from the year one. There was neither perfume upon Saxum's handkerchief nor flew upon his coat sleeve. His shirt of soft white cashmere, his slightly starched linen cuffs and narrow double collar were fastened with plain buttons of mother-o'-pearl. The black silk necktie was blameless of pin or ring. The handsome gold chronometer he carried because it had been presented to him by the staff and patients of St. Teresa and St. Stanislaus. The chain attached to it, rather worn and shabby now, was of woven red-brown hair, the hair of his wife. A creamy pale Nephito's rose stood where her hands had placed it near his writing pad, in a tall, slender beaker of green and gold Venetian glass. His eyes drank at the beauty of the lovely, scarce unfolded blossom. Perhaps the resemblance of the fair flower to the beloved giver softened the lines of the stern, square face into the smile that Margaret liked, as he found her eyes again, saying, "Perhaps I could better answer your question by telling you how another patient bore herself in circumstances akin to yours. Will it tire you? I promise not to be unduly prolix, and to listen commits you to no course of action. Now shall I go on? I'd love you to go on, always in extremes." The little wayward creature. She flushed and sparkled at the doctor as he took from its place on his writing table a triptych photograph frame in gold-mounted mother-o'-pearl, folded the leaves so as to reveal but one of the portraits, and held under Margaret's eyes the delicately tinted photograph of a girl of 20. The portrait had been taken the year following Saxum's return from South Africa with his young wife. "How beautiful!" Margaret exclaimed. "Beautiful, as you say, but does she look happy?" Margaret wrinkled her dainty eyebrows, puzzling out the question. Did she look happy, the girl of the portrait, whose face and figure might have served one of the old Greek masters as model for an Artemis to be carved upon a gem? Well, perhaps not quite happy now one came to look again. The black-lashed eyes of golden hazel were full of wistful sadness. There was a faintly indicated fold between the fine arched eyebrows, much darker than the rippling red-brown hair, whose luxuriance seemed to weigh down the little Greek head. The closely folded, deeply cut lips spoke dumbly of sorrow. The nymph-like bosom seemed rising on a breath of weariness. Something was lacking to complete her beauty. So much was plain even to Margaret, but not until the doctor showed by the side of the second portrait did she realize what that something was. In the first portrait both face and figure were shown in profile. In the second, bearing a date of 2 years later, the beautiful, sensitive face of the young woman was turned towards you. Still rather grave than smiling, she held in her arms a sturdy baby boy of some 12 months, upon whose downy head her chin lightly rested. The clasp of her slender arms about her child, the poise of her still nymph-like figure expressed fullness of life, buoyant energy, and happiness in fullest measure. What was previously lacking was now made clear. "Lovely, quite lovely," trilled the sweet little voice. "And what an exquisite kiddie. Then you do not dislike children?" Saxum asked, as his visitor's husband had done not long ago. On the contrary, the little lady assured him, "I rather cotton to them," but she shrugged her little shoulders prettily and quoted boldly from another woman, "But the fag of having them doesn't appeal." The doctor replaced the threefold frame and turned his regard back upon his visitor. "These photographs speak for themselves," he said quietly. "She, the mother of the boy you see, was, when she first knew that she was to be a mother, fragile and delicate in body and in mind, highly strung and sensitive. As a child she had known neglect and unkind usage. Twice she had sustained an overwhelming shock, physical and mental. She had rallied, passed through a crisis and regained lost ground, but the possibility of a relapse was not to be blinked at. It was a lion in the path. The slight form of the listener was convulsed by a shudder. The pretty face lost its wild rose tint. "The lion in the paths." Margaret saw him crouching, his tawny eyes aflame, his great jaws slavering, his tail lashing the dust, his great muscles tightening for the fearful spring. And Saxum went on. She maintained from the first a sweet, sane mental standpoint. She tamed her lion by sheer force of will. Her courage was her own. She did not owe it to the physician and surgeon. But he advised as he knew best, and she followed his advice implicitly as to wholesome diet and regular exercise, thus keeping her body in health. She surrounded herself with objects that were beautiful in form and color, She made a point of hearing great music and of rereading the works of great poets, essayists, and novelists. She wished her child to owe much to prenatal influences, for that these, the speaker faltered for a moment before he resumed the thread of his discourse, that these form character for good or evil no physiologist can deny. Therefore, while she did not flee from, she avoided the sight of deformity or ugliness, as she shunned active infection or tainted air. It was desirable that her child should be healthy, strong, and beautiful, but the love of loveliness, though one of the dominants of her character, scales lowest of the triad. Human love, the love of mother, husband, and friend, rank above it, and first of all stands the love of God. How awfully good she must be! She took the child first and last, as a gift from God to her. If she lived or died, and she longed inexpressibly to live, death, like life, would be the fulfillment of the divine will. Fortified by the sacraments of her church, she lay down upon her bed of pain as though it were an altar. She suffered intensely. His voice broke. She suffered inexpressibly. Not until the actual crisis did I have recourse to chloroform. When I was about to use it, she said to me, "Not yet. I will wear it a little longer. This mother's crown of thorns. Today the crown is one of roses. Does not this appeal to you?" The doctor's supple hand displayed the third portrait in the triptych, and Margaret saw the same assured joy, rounded with a richer and more deep content. The exquisite face was fuller. The outlines of the form displayed the ripeness of early maturity. The slender palm was now a stately tree. The girl of 20 was merged in the woman of 30, rich in all feminine graces, beautiful exceedingly, with the beauty that is not only of line and proportion, form and color, but shines from within, irradiating the perishable living clay with the immortal radiance of the soul. Her boy stood at her side, a manly, square-headed young British 12-year-old, wearing a simple, distinctive dress, familiar to us all. "Why, yes, but I'm afraid you have forgotten I told you at the beginning, or I meant to. My own mother died when I was born, and that sad fact increases your natural fear and repugnance. Naturally, it will strike you as a curious point of resemblance between your case and that of the patient whose portrait I have shown you, when I tell you that her mother did not survive the birth of a later child. May I tell you further that the possibility of some inherited weakness does not render you more promising, regarded as a subject for the treatment of Wolfenbüttel and Krauss." Margaret was beginning to hate this stern-faced man who set forth things so clearly. He had bored her almost to weeping. Why on earth had she come? The fact that Frankie's sister Trix's boy Ronald had been helped into the world by Saxum 13 years ago and recently operated on for the removal of the appendix was no reason that Frankie's wife should regard him as infallible. She glanced at her tiny jeweled wristwatch. 10 whole minutes had gone. She rose. "You have been so kind and I have been so much interested, but I must go now," she said, like a weary child pleading to be let out of school. "Frankie, my husband, will be waiting. I have promised to lunch with him at the club. If he is here, perhaps Lord Norwater would like to speak to me," Saxum suggested. Margaret lied badly. She reddened as she answered, "Oh, what a pity that he did not come." Chapter 24. She was in what she would have termed a blue funk for fear that Saxum would accompany her to the threshold. But he merely bowed her out of the consulting room and smartly shut his door. Then she tripped to the waiting room and beckoned forth Frankie with an air of buoyant, fictitious cheerfulness. Her eyes were radiant, her little face was dressed in artful smiles. "Did I seem long? Were you getting the hump?" she asked of Frankie, who rose and hurried to meet her, dropping punches all over the place. His smooth hair was almost rumpled and his brown eyes begged like a retriever's. He asked in the kind of whisper that travels miles, "Yes, no, did you pull off the interview? What does the doctor, SSH?" She glanced anxiously towards the one remaining patient. "Tell you when we get out. Impossible here," he urged. "But is it all right?" "As right as rain. Good egg." She had got him out of the room and as far as the hall door. "Stop. Wait, oughtn't I to go and thank?" No, no. The door was open. The neat little Landau limousine that had brought them was waiting by the curbstone. Before Frankie knew it, Margaret had plucked him down the steps, pulled him into the car and given the chauffeur the signal. They were in Hanover Square before he recovered his breath. "Oh, come, I say, Kittums, that sort of Sando business can't be good for you. Why you're in such a thundering hurry to get me away, I'd rather like to know." Her heart shook her, but she lied again bravely. "Didn't you want to hear what the doctor told me about the Purple Dreams treatment? More than anything in the world, that drug with the freak name. Can it do any harm to you?" And not a scrap. She planted a flying kiss between his ear and his collar. He greatly appreciated the attention, though it tickled him horribly. Dr. Saxum said it was a frightfully clever, practicable method, absolutely harmless, and the patient doesn't suffer, not that much. She measured off an infinitesimal bit of fingernail and showed him, and went on as he caught the little hand and gratefully mumbled it. "You don't know a thing that happens, you simply go to bye-bye. And there's always the baby when you wake up. A first-class baby." His harping maddened her. "A healthy little buffer to send to Eton and represent us in the regiment, and inherit the title presently when his poor old pater pops. Just look me in the face like the little sport you are, Margaret, and tell me that you're playing square with me. For this is the game of life." He had both her hands. He made her look at him. She met his eager stare with limpid eyes, and all the while that sentence of Saxum's about the prenatal poisoning of the springs of existence drummed at the back of her brain. "What a little beast I am," she mentally commented, hearing her own voice answering, "I've told you no, and that I am playing square with you." She grasped the fact that Frankie had suffered by the grunt of relief with which he loosed her hands. "And so it's settled. I go to Berlin about the middle of September, say. Wow, it's us for the gay life, just when the beastly hole's as dusty as the Sahara and as hot as hell. You won't be in the beastly hole, and perhaps I needn't go before the beginning of October. You can go down to Breakhills and slay away at the pheasants, and run over when I cable to bring me back. With my boy, our boy Kittums." His simple, kind face was quivering. He put out a strong brown hand and laid it on hers, and she gave the hand a little affectionate nip. "Hullo." Perhaps he talked on to cover up the momentary lapse into sentiment. "Pipe old St. George's where we did the deed. Hardly seems close on 6 months since we got spliced, does it? And there's the Bijou Cottage." Frankie thus irreverently designated the large, drab, stucco-faced, eminently respectable if mousy mansion on the square's east side, where Margaret's bachelor uncle Derek lived with his collection of moths and beetles. "Shall we stop and give the old gentleman a cheero? Is he at all likely to be in?" His hand was on the silk-netted rubber bulb of the chauffeur's whistle when Margaret caught it back. "No, don't stop. Of course he's in. He never goes out unless it is to a meeting of the Entomological Society or the Museum of Natural History, or some other place equally stuffy and scientific. Besides, Uncle Derek is a vegetarian, and there wouldn't be anything but tomato soup and pea-flour cutlets and lepidoptera for lunch. Poor little woman, was she peckish then? All litty will chuff along and fill up tanks at the club. Bally odd bill of fare, pea-flour cutlets and lepidop, what's their names? But we'll get things nearly as rummy served up to us in Berlin. Pork chops with sweet gooseberry sauce and pink sausages with lilac cabbage and dumplings." "Why do you look so scared?" She forced a laugh. "Not scared, but you said we. You don't suppose I could go shooting when you were facing what you've got to face?" He asked her, and added in a tone and with a look that she had once before encountered from him, "When you go to Berlin in October, Kittums, I go with you. Take that as straight from headquarters, old child. Unless something happens to prevent our going there at all," he added, answering the mute question in her eyes. "Something that's been on the cards since the Anglo-French Agreement of 1904. It cropped up again in 1905 when the German Kaiser's feelings were so upset by John Bull's carryings-on with the pretty lady in the tricolour petticoat and cap of liberty, that he called on the Sultan of Morocco at Tanya to ask his sublimity to interfere. And again in 1908 we were up against it, when Austria annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina and Russia took the needle. and William ordered out his best suit of shining armor in readiness for a scrap. If there's anything in the triple entente, the fat was nearly in the fire then. And again in 1911, over the French occupation of Morocco, when the German gunboat Panther and the German cruiser Berlin were sent to the closed fort of Agadir near the mouth of the smelly river Sus. That piffed out after a good deal of what they call acute tension between the powers. To the services, acute tension means the stopping of leave. And I'd fixed things up for spending the July fortnight before Henley with some jolly people at Baden-Baden. And if the trip had come off, the chances are I'd have come back engaged to another girl. Are you sorry? Do I look sorry? Was the quick riposte. He went on. France and Germany went in for precautionary measures that time. Precautionary measures mean concentration of troops on both frontiers and general maneuvers on the biggest scale. Dress rehearsal for a general mobilization you tumble, while our home fleet quietly concentrated on our northeast coast. And just when the lid seemed on the point of being taken off, William the Bumptious climbed down and withdrew from Agadir. The squabble was patched up. France got a free hand in Morocco in return for the open door and 100,000 square miles of the Congo Basin. French and German troops left off mugging at one another across the frontiers. Whitehall Wireless, Nordyke Station and the Eiffel Tower emitted radios reversing the weather signals from 10 to 0, which means a dead calm. And the British fleet gave up all hope and went home to bed. But and don't you swipe in kittums, for I'm getting to the thrilling part. The bigwigs who manage foreign affairs weren't taken in so easily. They knew the bad blood had got to break out somewhere, and it did. Italy and Turkey went to war in November 1911, and the Balkan rumpus broke out 10 months later. Turkey didn't win, though her army has had German instructors ever since von Moltke licked it into shape in 1835, and Germany naturally expected her to finish as top dog. So the concessions Germany wanted from Turkey were lost. I rather think the Prussian eagle had its eye on Adrianople on the Black Sea coast, and the Gallipoli Peninsula for the furthering of her views on the Near East, and Austria had a fancy for the Sanjak of Novibazar, and wanted Salonika as a base for operations on the Mediterranean. Anyhow, both of them were wiped on the jaw, and William the all-too-knowing, as Courtly calls him, Courtly's going in strong for Nietzsche just now, says his works are a slogging attack on Teutonism. William has got to the end of his patience. The shining armor's been hanging up all these years, getting too tight for an emperor inclined to run to tummy. The shining sword was getting rusty in its regulation sheath, and then in the nick of time happens the affair of Sarajevo. The news came through that Sunday in Paris. I remember how Spitz's restaurant boiled over, and the people were shouting Sarajevo on the boulevards. By George, I forgot you were in bed and asleep while we were dining. Margaret, between waking and sleeping, had got some inkling of the tragedy of that night. She asked as Frankie took off his hat and proceeded to mop his non-intellectual forehead, "And is Sarajevo likely to stop me from going to Berlin?" Frankie left off mopping and said, looking at her squarely, "If Austria's note to Serbia is what the Kaiser would like it to be, you may take it we're on the giddy verge of a general all-round scrap." "You mean a war?" "I mean the war that'll dwarf all others by comparison. The war of nations, that the prophet wrote of in Revelations. Armageddon, the last battle, the big bust-up that comes before the end. Darling old boy, what rot. Rot if you like, you wait and see what happens. Do you pipe me tipping you the gag a Squithian?" He grinned at the idea. "Frankie, you've set me asking myself something. Why you've married an idiot, is that it?" He turned upon her a rueful face from which the grin had been wiped away. Margaret said, as the car turned smoothly into Short Street and stopped before the club portico, "No, but how is it you know all the things you know when I've always known you knew nothing about anything?" He shook his head. "Give it up." "No, I don't. The answer is, I'm one of those fellows, and the services are simply stiff with M, who are absolute asses till it's necessary for M to be something else." Chapter 25. Perhaps in those prehistoric days before the war, you knew the big, cool, ground-floor dining room of the Ladies' Social Club. They lunched excellently at Margot's pet table in the corner near the conservatory, between whose rows of well-tended pot plants you passed to the smoke room, celebrated for its Persian divan and green androse-colored glass dome. Soon the club would be abandoned to sweeps, painters, charwomen, and window cleaners. Just now everything was in full swing. As the little tables became vacant, the drawing rooms and lounges filled up. The smoke room was a crush of well-got-up men and extravagantly caparisoned women, chattering 19 to the dozen under a thick blue canopy of Turkish, Egyptian, and Virginian. The tang of Kümmel and Benedictine and crème de menthe came to you with the fragrance of the club's especial coffee and the reek of innumerable illusion perfumes. People were having a cigarette and a gossip before going on to Lord's to see the tennis singles between Oxford and Cambridge, or the interregimental polo finals at Hurlingham. Others had just motored back from witnessing the rowing matches at Henley, between Eton and Darley and the Eton Second 8 and Montbeau College, and were recuperating before dropping in for a whiff of the new comedy at the Ambassadors, or the latest review at the Fleur de Lis, to be followed by tango tea at the Rockroy or unlimited bridge at the house of an accommodating friend. Perhaps you can recall them, those men and women of the best and bluest blood in Britain, strenuously spending their days in doing nothing as expensively as ever it could be done. Light, frivolous, shallow, dry-hearted, restlessly seeking new things on which to waste their barren energies, they seemed, and bore out their seeming in all thoroughness, the degenerate sons and daughters of a once great and splendid race. Save vanity and the pride of life, there seemed but little in Eve or Adam. Not overmuch grey brain matter appeared to be contained within their small neat skulls, though in comparison with the modern Eve slangy, loud, extravagantly attired in every tint of the Teutonic dye chemist's chromatic register, topped with feathers that missed the ceiling by a bare half-foot, Adam in his neutral greys and buffs and browns and umbers struck you as a being of mild demeanour and uncostly apparel, until looking closer you found him out. His nice hair was gummed about his head as sleekly as a gollywog's. He sported stays for the preservation of his silhouette. His gossamer cambric exhaled perfumes like a Georgian dandy's. Fashionable complexion creams lent his tanned and well-shaved cheek a tempting peakiness. His socks were all too lovely for description by this feeble pen of mine. The uppers of his boots were of every imaginable material and substance, ranging from silk brocade, green lizard, and ivory-white shark skin, to sandy pink armadillo belly or the tender grey of the African gazelle. The results of the Olympic Games of 1912 must have made dour reading for the fathers of these youthful Britons, remembering their own triumphs in the early 80s. A bitter pill for those stark old men, their grandfathers, makers of varsity records in 61 and 67, whose faith in the superiority of British lungs and muscles had been bequeathed them by their own sires. Yet their juniors took it calmly. They carried the stigma of inferiority with cheerful indifference. Even while holding it the thing best worth living for, they placidly submitted to be outclassed in sport. And both the man and the woman of this era were possessed by strange crazes and pleased with vivid contrasts. The musical jigsaw puzzles of Lertz, Heine, and de Blanc vied in their favor with the weird oriental operas of the Russian Rimsky-Korsakov and the delicate rhapsodies of Deleuze, and the sylvan nymphs and fauns of Russian ballet shared their plaudits with Senora Panchita and Herr Maxi Zuch, the celebrated exponents of the tango. Ah yes, it was an extraordinary era. Slips from that old tree that bore the forbidden fruit had been successfully grafted upon so many old-world stocks in British orchards that you caught a tang of its exotic flavour in almost everything. Play ran high, luxury ran riot. Period balls and Upas club cabaret suppers were absolutely it. Morality was at lowest ebb, religion a forgotten formulary. And as the Christian virtues cheapened, so the prices of dress, jewelry, motor cars, and other indispensables of modern existence climbed to still more amazing altitudes. The marvel was because nobody seemed to have any money, where the money came from to pay for these things. What we are yet to pay for the wholesale leveling of moral barriers and the abolition of old-world modesty and good taste that distinguished the years of ill-fame 1913 and 1914, only heaven knows. Even more comprehensively pervasive than the illusion perfumes extracted from coal tar by German chemists and supplied us by German manufacturers. Even more striking than the dazzling, vivid aniline dyes procured from the same source. Even more potent than the vast array of byproduct drugs which represent as it were the scum of the insulated vats wherein the Teuton chemist macerates and mingles his high explosives, was the strange, mysteriously pervasive flavor, the seductively suggestive tang of evil in the social atmosphere. You caught the look of secret, intimate, half-cynical knowledge in the faces not only of the merest youths, but of the youngest, freshest, prettiest girls. Subjects held unmentionable a few years ago were openly discussed in English drawing rooms. Curious lore in strange things old and new was much sought after at this period, when Cubism and Futurism governed design, not only in dress and stage scenery, but in painting, sculpture, and architecture, and dances known in the voodoo houses of East Africa and the West Indies, and the hells of Central America and the Argentine were seen in the ballrooms as in the brothels of Paris and London, Petrograd and Brussels, Vienna, New York and Berlin. Novelty was so much the rage that if the archenemy of mankind had appeared among the exclusive patrons of a fashionable night-club in any one of these cities, a hearty welcome would have been extended to him, and his ripe experience would have been laid under contribution with a view to imparting to the latest cabaret entertainment some exotic novelty from hell. Frankie with obtrusive care selected a comfortable corner of the Persian divan for Margaret, and while she signed for coffee and Kummel established himself at her side. They were isolated, it seemed to Kittums. Friends nodded and smiled cordially but did not attempt to join them. Was it because Frankie's too possessive manner had told secrets? She shivered and glanced at her lord. He said as the light-footed button boys scoured about with coffee and liqueur trays, while the electric fans purred, the blue smoke canopy thickened under the green and rose glass dome, and the clamor of many feminine voices in combination with the gaudy feathers of the clamorers suggested the South American Macaw house at the zoo. My eye, you're pretty thick in here, might be a fog in mid-channel. He mounted a square monocle recently purchased in Paris and the pride of his bosom, threw back his head and stared up into the famous green and rose dome. Swagger affair, how much did it tot up to? 1,700 clear with the carpet and the divan, pretty stiff. His doleful whistle set Margaret's teeth on edge, she added, and rattling cheap at the price, and if it wasn't I was spending my own money. There was nobody then to interfere, he conceded. Of course I don't suggest that you were done in the eye. Probably you got the value of your dibs, but you'll have something better to spend cash on presently. Me too, we must both draw in our horns now, Kittums, for the sake of you-know-who. Hullo, is anything wrong? She had winced, but she gritted her little teeth and fought back the rising hysteria. She could have shrieked or thrown the little coffee pot at his head. He went on, recognizing friends through the smoke haze. There's Lady Beau with that German aviator chap we met in Paris. Big red-headed brute, you remember him. And who's the girl? But for her hair I'd say it was Miss Saxon. By the great brass hat it is, with a wig or dyed. Dyed, it was done in Paris, done most beautifully. Margaret's eyes had lighted up with interest. I must have forgotten to tell you, I've known it 3 or 4 days, don't you like it? Like it? Frankie had reached for his little glass and gulped the contents hurriedly. My stars, I never saw such a transformation. Order another Kummel, please. To give me a buck up, take mine. I simply loathe the sticky stuff. She added as Frankie obliged. I think that Pat looks ripping. All too ripping, that's where the trouble comes in. He went on, when her hair was black you knew where it was you'd seen her. Mackin won in an endless procession of women, all with long eyes and big busts and curving hips, walking like pussy cats along a roof ridge. On the walls of those old Egyptian temples we did together, that November when I got such spoons on you, going up with the Gillinghams from Cairo to Philae, a flat-bottomed Nile tug towing the whole crowd in a string of dahabas. You remember those ochre-coloured Nile sunrises, when a dust storm had been blowing over the desert, and the river was all wrinkly white like curdled milk. How killingly poetic. Am I poetic? Good egg, never thought I'd live to be called that. Live and learn. Margot's laugh was a hard little silvery tinkle. She too was remembering the sunrises and sunsets of Egypt and the long days under the green canvas awnings. How beautiful she had thought the brown eyes that seemed only vacuous now. She, Margot, would be ugly very soon now, she told herself. Already her small face showed lines and hollows. Soon beauty-loving men and women would turn their eyes away. Her cheval glass would tell her why, and shop windows when she passed them would reveal her shapelessness. She would only possess interest for 3 people, for the doctor as a patient, for the certificated nurse as a case, for her husband as the potential mother of the boy he longed for. And what price, Margot? Should you like me to take you to see some polo, or wouldn't a chuff-chuff in the country be best? Frankie's eyes were full of hungry solicitude as they rested on the small, pinched features. You look a bit fagged, it strikes me. She nipped her little lower lip, stung by the tone of sympathetic proprietorship. Oh, very well, a drive, she told him, and they passed together from the smoking room. The sheath skirt revealed as she moved what she would have hidden. Von Hernung smiled, following the little figure with bold, curious glances. Other men stared, if more discreetly. Towering feathers nodded to each other as their feminine wearers commented. Poor little Margot, how quite too rough on her, said Lady Beauvais, assuming the ripsaw Yankee accent in which it pleased her to deliver her witticisms. Say now, if we women could pick babies right away off the strawberry vines, it would save a deal of trouble and a considerable pile of self-respect. Everybody laughed. A slender white and golden woman with a string of sapphires very much the color of her own eyes picked up a toy Pekingese that squatted near her and said, cuddling the goggling morsel under her chin, I agree. When I look at my 2 precious duckies, I say to myself, you little dears, for each of your sweet sakes I became a plain woman with a shapeless silhouette and saucer eyes. Now that I've done my duty to your pappy and posterity, this is the only kind of baby I'll indulge in. She kissed the Pekingese on the end of its black snub nose. And when I want a new one, I'll buy it at the shop. Noch besser, why not hire one? Suggested von Hernung. Mrs. Charterhouse laughed and gave him the Pekingese to hold, but it snapped at him furiously and she took the little beast back again. Dogs do not like me, said the big German. You will read perhaps in novels that is a bad sign, yes. I never read novels, returned Mrs. Charterhouse with her famous manner, nor any books, only bits of the papers for the sporting and society news, and reports of divorce proceedings and the notices in bankruptcy. One likes to know what one's friends are doing and where they are to be found. Don't you count? Not that there is any great difficulty in ascertaining your whereabouts just now, I fancy. Why, what has become of Patrine? Miss Saxham went in there just now to write a letter, said the smiling von Hernung, pointing to the leather-covered swing doors communicating with the writing room. She comes now, I think. Yes, it is she. He rose with his air of exaggerated courtesy as the tall figure of Patrine Saxham returned through the swing doors and recrossed the room. She carried her head high and had a letter in her hand. The alteration in the color of her hair made her whiteness almost startling. There were bluish shadows about her long eyes, and her rounded cheeks had lost a little of their fullness, but her beauty had never been more apparent than now. She has died, therefore she is dead to me, groaned Courtly, who was, as usual, in attendance on Lady Beauvais. He added plaintively, it's like whitewashing the Sphinx or enameling a first-class battle cruiser in some fashionable color. Why did you let her do it, my lady fair? Lady Beauvais retorted. Am I Miss Saxham's mother that I should meddle in her love affairs? If I was acquainted with her mother, said Courtly below his breath, and thought the good lady would take my tip seriously, I'd step in and nip this affair in the bud. It's no go even if Miss Saxon thinks it is. It's a dud. That German flying chap is booked to marry a cousin, a Baroness something von Wolfensprüchen-Hirschenbuttel. I've seen it in the Berlin local Anzeiger, and that's inspired a sort of imperial court almanac. And even if it wasn't true, there are reasons. His kind grey eyes were worried. He tugged at his pointed black beard in a vexed way. Take me seriously, m'laddie, tell her what I've told you before it's too late, and bring on myself the fate of the interferer. Couldn't you, since you're so anxious? Lady Beauvais began. Not possible, said Courtly. Too crushed with responsibilities. Got to brush up my seamanship, while my junior executive swats away in docks at Chatham, filling in the watch bill and making out commissioning cards. You've got a ship, do you mean? Courtly nodded. They call her one at the Admiralty just by way of being funny. When they've scraped off the dirt enough to get at her, she may turn out to be a first-class protected cruiser, 20 months out of commission and mobilized for the Spithead Naval Review. Ought one to be glad? Does it mean that we're to congratulate you on promotion? Asked puzzled Lady Beauvais. Well, Courtly admitted cautiously, when I've got my full-dress frock coat and sword out of pawn and hoisted my pennant and called on the post commander-in-chief, I shall be something between a rear admiral and a post captain, or they'll have told me wrong. And the review, what do you call it? Persisted Lady Beauvais. Can one go and see it whenever it comes off? It'll be big enough to see with a stiffish pair of binkies, admitted Courtly in his gentlest manner, and the newspapers seem to have arranged it for somewhere in the middle of the month. As to what you're to call it, if you called it an object lesson on the biggest scale for the use of German culture classes, perhaps you wouldn't be very wide of the bull. He got up before Lady Beauvais could rejoin, and had met Patrine, and engineered her into his vacated seat next her friend upon the divan almost before she knew. She lowered her tall person upon the cushions, studiously avoiding von Hernung's glances. She wore a white embroidered gown of cobwebby material and extreme scantiness. A stole of black cock's feathers was looped about her shoulders, and on her dead beech-leaf-coloured hair sat a curious little hat of glittering silver spangles, from which sprang a single black cock's plume. "What have you all been talking about?" she asked, looking about her. Lady Wastwood, who sat near, answered, balancing her long, slim, fragile personality on the fender stool before the hearth that was filled with tall ferns and flowering plants in pots. "We were saying, what a wretched pity the process of racial reproduction is so abominably unbecoming. It really points to a loose style of reasoning on the part of nature, or whoever it is who arranges these things. Who does not know Lady Wastwood? She affected at this period a skull-cap of gold-green hair and a triangular chalk-white face with a V-shaped mouth, painted scarlet as a peerot's. Her eyebrows were black and resembled musical slurs. Through her few diaphanous garments you could have counted every bone of her frail person, so light that it was a favourite vacation joke with her eldest boy, who was now at Sandhurst qualifying for a cavalry commission, to sprint with his widowed mother on his shoulder up and down corridors and stairs. Listen to Trixie. I suppose nature, she's so unreasonable, that must be why she's a she in literature. She implanted in us poor women the raging desire to be pretty under all imaginable circumstances. At the same time she says to us, you're immoral, unnatural, and selfish if you don't replenish the race. Go and do it. Consequently, when one is ordered in that bullying way to choose between immorality and ugliness, one calls out, "Oh, do let me be pretty, please." A soldierly, good-looking man sitting with a charming girl in a particularly smoky corner lazily propounded, "Why do women covet prettiness beyond everything?" "To please men, I rather surmise," said Lady Beauvais, turning her Romney head in the direction of the speaker, who queried, "Ah, but why do women want to please men?" "I can answer that," interrupted Mrs. Charterhouse, "because she who pleases is perfectly sure of having a gorgeous time. It has been said by some inspired idiot, lisped Lady Wastwood, that women make themselves beautiful for the sake of their own sex. Give us your opinion on this question, Count von Hernung. Did I put on this perfectly divine frock for Miss Saxum or for you, Nedige Greffin? For neither myself nor Miss Saxum. For your own pleasure, said von Hernung. Have you joy in making yourself beautiful? You feel like that when your tailor has done you particularly well? Asked Lady Wastwood, wickedly, looking down her long, thin nose to hide the sparks of humour in her eyes. Half a dozen pairs of ears were cocked to catch the answer, in which von Hernung's characteristic lack of humour showed. Gracious Countess, certainly. It is practicable for a cultured man to study and develop his physical advantages. To please women, he made his little insolent beau who adore beauty and for the sake of ingratiating oneself with men, but above all for one's own sake, for ugliness is despicable, said von Hernung. His florid face paled, his hard blue eyes dilated, he shivered as he spoke with uncontrollable disgust. It is niedrig, there is no other word. No longer to be beautiful and strong, that would be horrible. There are many ugly accidents in our German flying service. Thus far I have escaped disfigurement, but when my time comes I shall take care to be killed outright. Better to die than to be made hideous. Did you hear? Said the man in the distant corner to the charming girl who shared it with him. The fellow's dead in earnest, and he is uncommonly good-looking, though I don't care about the German service type of man myself. Don't like their clothes, don't like their jewelry, don't like their tone when they are talking to women, and simply loathe it when they are talking to me. It's a case of Dr. Fell, said his pretty friend. Now I should admire him if he admired himself a little less, and his valet or somebody with influence over him could persuade him to cut that awful thumbnail. No, you can't see it now. He's wearing a glove on his left hand, but it can't be under 2 inches long. Queer kind of freak for 20th centurion, said the man contemptuously. All very well for the Imperial Court of China or a Stone Age make-up for a Covent Garden fancy ball. But for a London drawing room in the year 1914 it is a little off the bull. We must approach Miss Saxum in the matter of cutting it. She appears to be the ruling star. His friend glanced across at the big knot of people gathered near the ferny fireplace. They go about together a good deal, and he does stare at her in rather a possessive style. She's so awfully good to look at, isn't she? She is, but she isn't quite so good for you to know. Why? Could we drop the subject? I'll say why later. Let's scoot now. With luck we could nip in for the end of the second act of the Filberts at Riley's Theatre and see Jimmy Grigson do the dance of the Varalette. And they rose and sauntered away in search of entertainment, leaving Cynthia Charterhouse drawing out von Hernung, who seemed in a particularly arrogant mood. Did he like England and London especially? Did he find English women as nice generally as the friends he had left at home? Nice. One is charmed with English ladies, declared von Hernung. So tall, willowy and elegant, so independent of manner and so amiably ready to make a stranger feel at home. True, they have not the plumpness and repose of our German ladies. At the theatres especially they are rather thin than otherwise. But they have Dehan and chic. He showed his white teeth, and change is a delightful thing. Patrine, silent in her settee corner, wondered whether Trixie Wastwood and Cynthia Charterhouse knew that he was insulting them. Change from a fat woman to a thin one, is that what you mean? Asked Mrs. Charterhouse. She added, I'm so glad we strike you as having lots of go. Perhaps it's a result of our being given to exercise, that general effect of slimness you mention. But if German women don't walk, or ride, or skate, or fence, or swim, they do dance a great deal. They dance a great deal, yes, agreed von Hernung. One might say they are passionately devoted to it. Dancing is also one of the chief joys of a German officer's life when he has handsome partners to choose amongst. He added, when one is young and the blood runs hot in the veins, what more glowing pleasures can life offer than to ride a noble horse, to drink glorious wine, or to dance all night with a beautiful woman, to the sound of music voluptuous and exquisite. Patrine, behind the shelter of a copy of the Pall Mall Gazette, was shuddering uncontrollably. Her life seemed driven back from the extremities to center about her heart. In that and in her brain were glowing cores of fire. All else was ice, rigid and heavy and cold. "Dear me," came plaintively from Mrs. Charterhouse. She signalled with her eyebrows to Lady Wastwood and continued, as the diaphanous Trixie came drifting to her assistance. "Really, I shall have to seek a delightful change by going to Germany. I'd quite forgotten how different you are. The way you talk about your blood and all that, it's simply too awfully interesting. Trixie, you've got to listen to this. I need no telling, I assure you. I have been drinking in Count von Hernung's eloquence at every pore," affirmed Trixie. She added, "Like you, I have been deeply intrigued by his descriptions of his countrymen. So different from our poor creatures, who don't drink glorious wine because they funk gouty complications, and leave their noble horses eating their heads off in loose boxes while they are scorching about the country in racing cars. And as for dancing all night," she shrugged her frail shoulders and elevated her pierrot eyebrows beneath the veil that tightly swathed her white triangular face. "Doesn't it fire you to go to Germany?" gushed Mrs. Charterhouse. "Why," she demanded, raising her fine eyes to the genuine Adam ceiling, "why can't my husband get a post in the Berlin Diplomatic instead of stupid old Petersburg? One never dreamed Germans could be so interesting before." "We are interesting, yes," blandly agreed von Hernung. He lighted a fresh cigarette, balanced his magnificent person upon an inlaid oriental chess stool, folded his huge arms upon his broad breast, and turned upon Trixie and the impressionable Cynthia the batteries of his superb blue eyes. "Is mag wohl sein, it may possibly be because the Englishman is a human machine, a cold and formal if intelligent being, while the German is a child of nature, whatever his calling may be. His bounding pulses throb under the official or military uniform as though it were a fawn skin worn by a young satyr. He can sing, he can revel, he can enjoy, he can love, he can love." "Now you're getting really quite too interesting," Mrs. Charterhouse exclaimed in seeming ecstasy. "Do go on, Count. Pray tell us how German officers love." "Yet this exuberance and seeming careless childlikeness," pursued von Hernung, "coexists in the representative male of our glorious German nation with an energy which is pitilessly indomitable and a hardness like that of diamond or of the metal of the hammer of Thor. Scratch the child, joyous and voluptuous." The ladies nodded to each other delightedly at this second reference to voluptuousness. "You will find beneath its rosy skin the German Superman. Gnädige Gräfin, may I give you a cigarette?" He pulled out a massive silver gilt case and offered it to Lady Wastwood, who had thrown away the end of a tiny parer. "Thanks," said the lady, "but it might turn out a super cigarette and disagree with me. How astonishingly well-informed you Germans are upon the subject of yourselves. I've met heaps of your countrymen whom the subject seemed perfectly to obsess. I suppose they begin to teach you at a very early age, don't they?" "Don't you suppose they would, Cynthia dear?" Mrs. Charterhouse agreed. "Of course, but I wonder if that sort of, might one call it, intensive culture, can be good for you." With her charming head on one side, she regarded von Hernung pensively. "Don't you sometimes get fed up with yourselves? One would somehow suppose you would, like the East End board school children whose mother had to write to the 5th standard teacher to ask her not to tell Hemmer and a riot any more nasty things about their insides." Courtly and Lady Beauvais, who under cover of a separate conversation had been listening, were seized with simultaneous attacks of coughing, rose and escaped from the smoking room. Patrine Saxham remained, seeming to study the newspaper she had picked up, but only a confused jumble of letters, big and little, danced up and down the columns she held before her eyes. And yet there were lines scattered here and there throughout the newspapers that boded ill for the peace of the world. How little we dreamed of what was coming, while crowded London audiences applauded Jimmy Gregson in the dance of the Varalette. The river was ablaze with multicolored sweaters. Vast crowds planked their gate money to witness cricket matches, lawn tennis and polo matches, flying contests, and bouts between international champions at the ancient game of fisticuffs. even while the handsome young French heavyweight Carpentier was whacking the Yankee Smith at Olympia. White-faced, weary-eyed men of great affairs were spending the hot hours of the July days and nights, minus a stray half-hour for a meal and a snatched eyeful of sleep now and then, in reading reports in cipher sent by lesser men, agents of the Secret Intelligence Department, who were registered as numbers and owned no names. These told of vast preparations long complete and terrible designs perfect and perfecting. Poison fruit, grown and matured in shade, now bursting ripe and ready to kill. The aerials thrilled, the long waves traveled through invisible ether, carrying the dispatches for the weary-eyed men. The dispatches were not all in cipher. Thus little polyglot employees, youthful radio-telegraphic operators in charge of ship stations in territorial or foreign waters, or wireless posts quite recently established on foreign frontiers, found themselves sharers in the secret councils of ambassadors, emperors, kings, and presidents. In their earpieces such words as situation, utmost gravity, friction avoided, triple alliance and triple entente were repeated over and over. To them the tuned spark sang what the Tsar was saying to his cousin of Great Britain and the dominions overseas. They heard the British Foreign Secretary talking from Downing Street to the British ambassador at Berlin and the British ambassador at Paris and the French president on a visit to Tsarskoye Selo, replying to communiques from the Quai d'Orsay. Also de Munson from the embassy at Vienna, confirming Whitehall views as to the extreme gravity of the Austro-Servian situation. Last but not least, the voice from a certain guarded sanctum in the Kaiserliche Palais on the Schlossplatz, Berlin, saying in a cipher of grouped numbers, the secret language of Hohenzollern intrigue, not understood of little operators. Things that bleached the face of the listener in London to the yellow of old cheese. As vicegerent of the world, charged by Almighty God with the supreme duty of maintaining peace among nations, warn these silly devils of the danger in which they stand. Just for the word neutrality, a word in wartime often disregarded, they risk annihilation of a dynasty by my conquering sword and the inevitable blotting out of the British race. Invasion Belgium indispensable, must strike the blow before Russia could get to the frontier. Life and death as regards the success of my plan. Delay by diplomacy. Promise anything for neutrality, obtain an understanding of non-intervention, bluff for all you are worth. Again in yet more groups of numbers the vocal spark sang on and on. Attention! If the Secret Service agent who has managed to get into Lord Clanronald's service as under-librarian at Gwyll Castle can secure complete copies, or better still, the originals, of the old Lord's plans for construction of the secret war machine that hypocritical England has kept up her sleeve out of so-called humanity since the days of the British Regency, strike a deal with him at once, to the menu that will presently be served to our enemies, beginning with explosive bullets, incendiary shells, lacrimatory shells serving as entrees, the bombardment of Dover from Calais, the destruction of London and the chief naval ports of Great Britain by our Zeppelin fleet being the piece de resistance of the banquet. The Clanronald death engine will be added as fifth course. Thou wilt pay the rogue who has dared to stickle for higher terms £10,000 in English banknotes, on account of the sum of 12 million marks he presumptuously demands of us. The balance will be paid him on personal application at the Wilhelmstrasse, you understand. Warn Prince Henry and von Molt not to risk bringing the secret plans personally. Should the loss of the documents be discovered, suspicion would instantly attach to one of these two. Trust not the thief, he may be tempted to betray us. Send the plans by undersea boat 18 now on coast observation duty in area 88. Fathoms 5044 east of Spurn Head. Annulled. Forward by air. Squadron Captain Pilot von Hernung of my 10th Field Flight will be detailed for this duty, being now in London investigating the value of a new stabilizer. rejected by the English War Office, which the French chiefs of the service are anxious to secure. Tell him to obtain a personal flying test from the inventor. I say no further. As the Hohenzollern were noble robber knights, so also were von Hernung's ancestors. Let the eagle fly home to his imperial master with booty from across the sea. England may suppose him drowned, France also. We shall know better. A hearty welcome awaits the proud bird knight alighting on our German soil. Chapter 26. Rona Helverlin came stalking in, looked round, recognized Patrine, came over and dropped down beside her on the divan, full to the brim of the invariable subject and suffering to talk. Through the good offices of a legal pal she had got in to hear the suffragette trial at the Old Bailey that day. Fan Braid and Kitty Neek had been frightfully plucky, full of grit and vim in spite of the 6 weeks' hunger strike, began shrieking like Jimmy O the moment they were brought into the dock by the warders and wardresses. On being rebuked by the judge, Fan had bunked a bundle of pamphlets at the head of his lordship, catching the clerk of the court, who was seated immediately underneath the bench, no end of a biff in the eye. And then Patrine heard a strange voice from her own stiff lips asking the question. Then both of them were removed from the dock. It was done in time. Rona's light eyes danced with enjoyment. Such a scrimmage, such a rumpus. Took 3 men and a woman to tackle each of them. We could hear M giving tongue all the way down to the cells, then they had to go on with the trial without M. She chuckled. You may guess there were a lot of us at the back of the court waiting just for that. Perfect wodge altogether, hell and trimmings when we started. They had to eject us before they could jog on with their gay old summing up. But in the end they got through. The weary voice was so unlike Patrine's that she wondered why Rona did not jump and stare at her. But Rona was mounted on her hobby horse and unobservant of other things. Through right enough, and Fan and Kitty. Rona screwed up her lips into the shape of a whistle and winked away a tear that hung on one of her fair eyelashes. It's too brutal, 3 months each, and poor little Kitty dying of lung trouble. They only brought her back from Davos in May. That riles me. She clenched her hands fiercely and went on, cautiously lowering her tone. So far I've taken no active share in any militant demonstration. Partly because I'd be wiped off the club books if I got spouting in public or was mixed up in any police court business. Partly because I'm funky, there's the word. But at last I'm wound up. It was Kitty's little peaky white face did it. She broke a blood vessel as the warders were carrying her down to the cells. A sob choked Rona's voice, and a spasm of misery wrenched her. She controlled herself. She was deadly in earnest, wound up to go as she had said. She went on, talking rapidly in a tone that only reached the ear it had been meant for. How many such secret disclosures the Club Dehan had known. I've thought. A regular swarm of distinguished French and Belgian big pots and little pots, mayors, prefects and deputies, judges, press representatives and inspectors general, are engaged in discovering England this week as ever is. It's an echo of the Entente Cordiale. Behind the badge of the International Advancement Association, I've got one. I might drop in at one of their farewell speechifications. I believe the next's on Friday at Leamington, and heckle M like 1 o'clock. Ask M why women don't have the vote in France and Belgium, don't they? Nix a bit, not for all the fuss they make about the sex. Or to fix the scene of my maiden effort nearer home, there's a banquet of archbishops, bishops and their wives at the Mansion House tomorrow night. Music just after the flesh pots and before the speeches, or after, a select company of concert artistes, the gemmen in boiled shirts and the usual accompaniments, the ladies in white with black sashes and black gloves. And that's where I shall come in white with black trimmings. Land of hope and glory, when I get up and ask the Archbishop of Canterbury to plump for female suffrage, or shall it be the Lord Mayor? Won't my Uncle Gustavus burst the buttons off his episcopal waistcoat? You've seen him, he's Bishop of Dorminster and they fasten him at the back. Let the bishop keep his buttons on, said Patrine suddenly and savagely. What the devil does it matter whether women get the vote? Would we keep it if we got it, or throw it away? Oh, idiots, idiots, to gratify some vulgar vanity or some beastly sensual whim. Gee willikins, Rona whistled shrilly in astonishment. Why, I thought you were one of us, not actively militant but a sympathizer no end. Didn't you get our committee in touch with Mrs. Saxham when we'd set our hearts on having her speak at the monster meeting of women we are going to have in October at the Grand Imperial Hall? She's promised to address us on suffrage, and we are all over ourselves to hear her. That last article of hers in the National Quarterly, The Burden of Tyre, has collared the literary cake. People tell me who have read it that she doesn't care a hang about the vote for women in any other sense than that it'd open a gateway to legislation on the sex question of a much more drastic kind. She'd bring in a bill to have moral offences against children dealt with by a jury of mothers, a lot they'd leave of the offender once they'd their claws on him, and make it a life sentence every time for the fellow who seduces a girl. Patrine listened in stony silence. Rona chattered on. Of course the work she does amongst those unlucky wretches, young girls and women who have come to grief, is topping. But why waste herself rescuing prostitutes and street walkers? Aren't any of us good enough or bad enough to interest her? I'm going to ask her that when you introduce me. Remember, you've promised to. Patrine said in a voice jarred and harsh with anger. Since your declared intention is to be offensive to Mrs. Saxham, whose shoes neither you nor myself, nor any woman of our set is worthy to unlace, I take back the promise if it was ever given. What's up? Rona turned and stared. I say, but you look fearfully seedy, worried about Margaret, is that it? She was off on another tack, carried by the light shifting breeze of her imagination. Poor little Margaret, in spite of good advice and top-hole mascots booked for the nursery handicap and out of the running for a year. Who told you that? About Margaret? Melts, the head housemaid here, had it from Kitham's maid Pauline, who dropped in to fetch away some stored luggage of her ladyship's. They've furnished a house at Cadogan Place, Margaret and her Frankie Wanky. West End enough and quite exquis inside, but not as convey as the dear old club. But I believe I'm boring you. Her nimble glance left Patrine's face and darted in the direction of von Hernung. Who's the big, good-looking, carroty man, gobbling you up with his eyes while he's talking piffle to Cynthia and Trix? Now I remember, I have heard some hints of your going over to the common enemy. Rona's sharp, light eyes sparkled like polished gold stones. Is that the reason why you've bleached your hair? What a putrid shame of you. And the enemy's a foreigner, a German. Did he give you that gorgeous ring? Upon the third finger of Patrine's left hand was the magpie pearl set in platinum, gleaming to its wearer's fevered fancy, like some malignant demon's eye. Rona caught the hand and uttered a little squeak as Patrine wrenched it away. Patrine was driven beyond endurance. Her self-command was breaking. Her hair seemed to creep upon her tingling scalp. Down her spine and along the muscles of her thighs passed slow, recurrent waves of physical anguish. She could have screamed aloud, torn her garments, set her teeth in her own flesh. But she mastered herself sufficiently to say, I won the ring over a bet in Paris. You can see for yourself I don't wear it on the engagement left. Do not despair of me. At this moment I do not particularly esteem women, but on the other hand I absolutely abominate men. Hope for you then, politically speaking, said the misanthropic Rona. What are you going? Patrine had thrown aside her paper and risen, towering over her. She nodded without speaking and went out of the smoking room, crumpling the letter she had written in her strong white hand. She would not post it, she told herself as she passed through the outer lounge. She would go and look up Uncle Owen at Harley Street. She spoke a word to an agile hall boy in the vestibule and he skipped out and signalled a taxi cab. A handsome Darracq four-seater, enamelled bright yellow and fitted in ebonized steel, was waiting by the curbstone. As the taxi manoeuvred to get round it, von Hernung's voice said, speaking behind Patrine, "Stop the boy, that machine will not be wanted. I have here a car that is lent me by a friend." She turned and saw him standing hat in hand. His tone was pleasant and he was smiling. He went on, my friend is a secretary of our German embassy. He has 3 automobiles, why should he not lend me one? He replaced his hat and pulled a curved gold cigar case out of the breast pocket of his waistcoat, asking, I may light a cigar after these stupid cigarettes I have been smoking. It will not be unpleasant to Nedige's Fräulein. His courtesy insulted. His smile was an outrage. She controlled the trembling of her lips with difficulty. Whether he observed or not was uncertain. He seemed to busy himself solely with the selection and kindling of his cigar. Pardon that I get in first, as I shall be driving, he said, and threw away the smoking vesta, pushed back the hall boy who was wrestling with the door handle, got in and took his place at the steering wheel, beckoning to Patrine. Thanks, but I cannot. I am going to Berkeley Square. I will drop you at Berkeley Square. He met her eyes hardily. You will not refuse me this pleasure when I have not seen you since. The slight, significant pause stabbed as it had been meant to. He saw her wince and finished. Since 2 days, will you not get in? She took the seat beside him. He stretched his arm across her knees and shut the door neatly. She leaned back to avoid his touch, and he smiled, feeling her shudder. Her eyes were on his gloved left hand as he drew it back. He manipulated the electrical starter, and the yellow Darracq moved up and out of Short Street. Patrine stared before her, sitting rigid in her place. Not once did her glance visit him, but every skillful movement of his hands upon the steering wheel, every creak of the springy leather cushion under his great body, every tightening of his mouth or twitch of his thick red eyebrows were photographed upon her brain. He was irreproachably got up in thin, loose grey tweed morning clothes cut by a West End tailor, and his featherweight grey felt hat testified to the make of Scott. His knitted silk tie, a combination of electric blue and vivid yellow, was a discordant note. Patrine was certain it must have been the work of some other woman in Berlin. The heavy flat gold ring through which the ends were drawn was set with a ruby and 2 diamonds, another false note that jarred her painfully. But he was looking strong and well and in admirable condition. His blue eyes were bright, his red hair and his tightly rolled moustache glittered in the sunshine. There was a bloom of perfect health upon his florid skin. If Patrine did not look at von Hernung, his eyes were less abstemious with regard to her. Under cover of their short red eyelashes, they scrutinized her from time to time. There was unbridled curiosity in their regard, and also a retrospective vanity, admiration, and resentment as well. She rode the high horse. She was hellishly sure of herself, sure of von Hernung it might be. This passed in his mind as he said to her, Do you know that this car has had the honor to carry the Emperor of Germany? When Seine Majestat paid a visit to England in the year 1907, he used it every day. Patrine returned indifferently. It seems to go smoothly, von Hernung said, as the car obeyed every motion of his practiced hands upon the steering wheel. It is a wonderful traveller. It has been fitted with a Heinz motor, 3 times more powerful to its weight than any other known petrol engine. Some journeys, I can tell you, it has had with the all-highest. Travelling incognito, driven always by a certain young Prussian officer, then of engineers attached to the personal staff specially for this work. I dare say you mean yourself. That is a clever piece of guessing. I congratulate you, Nedige's Fräulein. Well, it is now no secret. I do not object to admit having been the young lieutenant in the case. So now you know how I gained my flair for English scenery and my violent penchant for English beauty, a weakness of which I am rather proud, since it is one the Emperor shares. The final sentence might have conveyed a jeer, but Patrine was not listening. She called to her companion, You are driving in the wrong direction for Berkeley Square, but it does not matter. Please put me down just here at the corner of Harley Street. I can leave this letter at a house there instead of putting it in the pillar post. You are not getting out, Nedige's Fräulein. You are coming with me to Hendon. I have there a little business which will occupy an hour. He added with a familiarity that stung, looking at the tense white profile and the black brows knitted in anger, You are yourself to blame that I cannot part with you. You are really as magnificent by day as by evening with your so gloriously colored hair. May I also congratulate you on the effective costume. Black and white are our Prussian colors. I take that as a personal compliment. Take it as you like, it will not make it one. Say a Gutig, I do not need telling, when I want things I take them, it is a habit of mine. He spoke sheer brutal truth. Oh God, what of Patrines had he not coveted and taken only 2 horrible days ago? So, he went on, you will have to post your letter. I will stop at a post-stamp and drop it in for you. You see, I am greedy of your society. At any moment, I may be recalled to Germany. One must catch the bird of happiness and hold it while one can. Now tell me, is not that a pretty speech? Extremely, but it does not alter the situation. I have a particular appointment. I cannot go to Hendon with you. I have already told you that we are going there. Gross Gott, his tone was savage. How is it that you are so confoundedly stubborn? Do you think such behavior sensible or wise? I am certainly wiser than I was 2 days ago. He slewed his head round to look at her with a greedy curiosity. He saw the lines of face and figure grow rigid, and her bare hands clench themselves together in her lap. He glanced at her ringed hand, then transferred his regard to his own left hand, the glove upon which he had retained at the club. The soft-dressed Saïd bulged as though a bandage were concealed underneath. She averted her eyes hastily as though she shunned some ugly, sickening spectacle. He said, I see that you honor me by wearing my mascot. The magpie pearl most excellently becomes your beautiful hand, my dear. They had reached Regent's Park Square and were turning into the broad walk. She plucked the ring from her bare finger and held it out to him, saying in a low tone, Please take it back. I am to take it back. You are in earnest. She repeated her words, holding out the bauble. He released his gloved left hand from the steering wheel to take it. His eyes were on the road ahead and his face was hard as pink stone. But she heard him give a little sigh of relief as he slipped the ring into an inside coat pocket. He said, as though to excuse the sigh, It was given me in April when I made my raid on Paris from Hanover, landing my Albatros once only during 2 days' flight. The weather was magnificent. My engine gave no trouble. That is why I call the ring my mascot, you understand. Now that it has been worn by you, it is more precious than when I first received it. Whenever I look at it, it will speak to me of you. Don't let it. Why should it not speak of you? Isis, my heart's queen. I have told you, don't revolt me with piffle of that kind. And don't touch me unless you want me to jump out of the car. A voice that he barely knew had issued from the face she turned on him. A face all violet shadows and haggard drawn lines under the burning splendor of the dead beech-leaf hair. She vibrated like an electrified wire, and round her pale, pinched mouth and about her blue-veined temples were little points of moisture, fine and glittering as diamond dust. Am I to understand that my touch is unpleasant to you, that you are angry with me, that you do not love me any more? Love. As she laughed out harshly, hugely disconcerting him. Lady Watt said at that grand pre-night dinner in Paris that you were without a sense of humor, but you must have a grain or so to talk of love to me. She turned her face away, and the exquisite beauty of her small white ear appealed to him provokingly. He ground his teeth. He could have thrown his arm about her and crushed the tall, full, womanly figure against him. How superb she was in her mood of hate. The strapped-up wound in his left hand was throbbing and smarting, just as when she had writhed her head free from his furious kisses and bitten him to the bone. He had made her pay richly for her bite. He hugged himself as he remembered. Now the sting of desire was renewed in him, and he eyed her with greediness. Presently he stooped and said in her ear coaxingly, Let us be friends. Dine with me at the Rocroy tonight. We will have a box at the Alhambra and sup again at the Upas. Say you will come, loved one, will you not? Patrine, no, no, but I think you mean yes, do you not? I have said no, is that not enough? You are mad. He blustered at her, mad as a March hare. She answered him, I have been mad, but I am sane now, and I stay so. He said scoffingly, You may not always remain as you are now. If he launched a poisoned dart, its meaning glanced aside from her. "Shall you not write to me when I am back in Germany? Not one line, not one single word. Yet I have a few little notes from you that I particularly value. Make the most of them. I shall write no more." And suddenly her hate and loathing of him reached boiling point and ran over. "My God, can't you understand that I ask nothing better than never to see nor hear of you again? Grossartig, you are hellishly conciliatory." His voice was thick and shook with anger. His smile mocked, and the look in his eyes was hateful as he pursued in a tone that was now quite gentle and purring. "Just think a bit, my dear, because to burn one's boats behind one, that is not prudent at all." She did not answer, and he drove on to Hendon, planning fresh assaults upon this unconquerable woman's pride. Chapter 27. When the yellow Darracq car turned in under the archway that advertised Fanshaw's flying school in 3-foot capitals, the name revived no associations in the mind of Patrine. She had never visited the aerodrome upon an afternoon in the midweek, when as in the present instance practice and instruction were being carried on. The cafes, no longer crowded by smart people, were thinly patronized by bronzed young men in overalls, not innocent of lubricating medium, thirstily drinking ginger swizzle or sucking iced lemon squashes through yellow straws. Business-looking middle-aged men discussed the market prices of steels and timbers, dope and fabrics, over bitter beer and ham sandwiches, while experimenting amateurs, male and female, discussed in loud, relieved voices the experiences of the premier flight. These, having been previously warned not to experiment upon a crowded system, were now ravenously putting in the solid, 3-course lunches they had foregone. It was a perfect July day, hot and blue and green and golden. To the northwest you glimpsed the elms and oaks and beeches of Boreham Wood, westward the chestnuts of Bushy and Stanmore in fullest summer foliage. The hawthorns of New Barnet were already browning in the sun. Hill and common were plummy with the brake fern. Heather and ling were purpling into bloom. Still looking westwards, you snatched a glimpse of Windsor. Eastwards, a diamond set in emeralds, was the Crystal Palace at Sydenham. Across the whitish-grey scarp of Highgate and the verdant shoulder of Heathy Hampstead, you saw the dung-coloured haze that is the breath of London, the huge, black, formidable and formless monster, as sprawling on her ancient river, she keeps her envied place in the sun. At the cafe end of Fanshaw's enclosure, the frogged Romanian string orchestra were playing the dance rhapsody of Delirious. From a rival establishment came the brazen strains of a German band in a death wrestle with ragtime. Behind a straggling crowd of visitors, where the cars that had brought them were parked in a double row, von Hernung stopped the yellow Darracq, leaned across Patrine's unwilling knees and opened the car door. As Patrine was getting out, a large hand in a white leather glove was thrust forwards for her assistance. The owner of the hand was a square-faced, fair-haired, soldierly-looking servant of the somewhat hybrid type that has replaced the carriage groom. He wore a dark blue livery overcoat with silver braid upon collar, belt and shoulder straps, black knee boots, and a white-topped cap with silver braid, a shiny black peak and an enamel front badge in black, white and red. Looking past Patrine, he saluted in military fashion and spoke to von Hernung in German, of which language Patrine possessed a smattering. "Will the Herr Hauptmann speak to the Herrschaft upon business? Ist sehr wichtig." Von Hernung, at the first sound of the messenger's voice, had stiffened to rigidity. He glanced over his shoulder in the direction pointed out by the big hand in the white glove, and answered, "Say to the Herrschaft that I come." The groom vanished. Von Hernung jumped out of the yellow Darracq and went quickly over to the machine that had been indicated, a large, superbly finished F.I.A.T. touring car of the Landau limousine type, enameled dark blue with a narrow silver line of finish. The top was open. A white-capped chauffeur in dark blue and silver livery sat immovable at the steering wheel, and 3 men, only one of whom was plainly visible to Patrine, occupied the roomy body of the car. The visible man sitting in the forward seat with his back to the motor, his baldness topped, in deference to the weather with a white felt Newmarket, was a long-bodied, broad-shouldered personage, certainly over 70, clean-shaven, with staring eyes of light grey tinged with bilious yellow, and skin of a prevailing yellow-grey dowiness, with a huge wart in the middle of the cheekbone on the side next to Patrine. His clothes were of yellowish grey like his eyes and skin. His linen had a yellow line in it, and a huge, crumpled vest of buff nankeen threw into relief a flaming crimson satin necktie confined within bounds by a flat jewelled ring. He had the air of an old actor of character parts, or of a libertine monk who has foregone the cord and cowled habit. Of the two men sitting facing him, little could be seen beyond the peak of a gold-banded white yachting cap, pulled rather low over a bronzed and rather aquiline profile with an upward-turned moustache and slightly grizzled beard of reddish-brown, and a Homburg straw with a broad black ribbon and a slouched brim, overshadowing the face of the man who sat on White Cap's left hand. An astute and cunning face, his, long and sallow, with narrow, blinking eyes, a drooping nose, and a drooping black moustache. With this its owner played constantly, twisting and pulling it with a delicate, white hand that wore a diamond solitaire. He never looked up when addressed by either of his companions, but raised his eyes to the speaker and pivoted without lifting his head. Von Hernung's friends were nothing to Patrine, and von Hernung's person was by now intolerable, yet her eyes unwillingly followed the tall, soldierly figure as he drew himself up, clicked his heels and uncovered. A brown hand went up to the peak of the white yachting cap. The wearers of the straw Homburg and the felt Newmarket slightly raised their hats. Von Hernung did not speak first, he waited bareheaded to be spoken to. When the door of the big blue car was opened by the servant at an imperious signal from the sallow man, von Hernung got inside and sat down beside the personage with the wart on his cheek, leaning forwards deferentially to be addressed by the bearded wearer of the white yachting cap, who made great play with a brown right hand that sported a heavy gold curbed chain watch bracelet. Once the hand clenched and shook in vivacious threat or warning, very close to von Hernung's handsome nose. That made Patrine laugh, and instantly she was angry with herself for laughing. She put up her long-sticked sunshade, turned her back upon the blue F.I.A.T. car and moved away towards the part of the enclosure where the visitors sat or promenaded, drawing eyes as she went with her spangled silver headgear twinkling in the sunshine, and its black cock's plume waving over her strangely coloured hair. So changed, so changed. She was sensible of an alteration even in her gait and gestures. A sickness of the soul weighed on her body as though she walked in invisible fetters of lead. The free space, the fresh air, seemed to yield no physical stimulus. She had bitten deep into the apple of knowledge and found bitterness and ashes at the core. Chapter 28. Among a dozen pairs of masculine eyes that followed the gallant womanly figure, crowned by the plumed hat of silver spangles and displayed in the frank unreticence of fashion by the semi-transparent sheath of glistening white, a pair very blue, very shiningly alert and interested, drew nearer until the elongated shadow of a small boy in Scout's uniform mingled upon the sunlit turf with the longer shadow of Patrine. His thumping heart had said to him, "You know her." It was Pat and yet not Pat. Her tall, rounded figure, her walk, the same face and another woman's hair, the white gown and the long stole of black cock's feathers he had seen before, and the hat had previously fascinated him. He had asked Pat if it were not made of the twinkly stuff with which they covered the bobby dazzlers on Christmas trees. She had cried yes, and assured him that she would always hereafter call it her bobby dazzler chapper. And his cousin Irma, whom Bourne secretly abominated, had said it was too bad to talk costermonger slang to the child. The child! A man must be ready to pardon an insult from the unpunchable female, but Bourne found himself wishing that cousin Irma had been a boy. He loved Pat. You had to love a person who could keep secrets as faithfully as dad or mother and play tennis and hockey better than a great many grown-up fellows. Bowl you out at cricket too, middle bail. Before you could wink, She could cycle all day without getting knocked up and swim a mile easily. For these reasons Bourne knew he loved her, but he loved her most for the reasons that he did not understand. Pat, he had screwed up his courage to touch his crusher felt and speak the name, but the tall lady with the electrifying hair did not seem to hear. Her long eyes looked at him in a blind way without seeing him. He had never kissed this frozen stranger's face. "I thought you knew me. I most awfully beg your pardon," he stammered in scarlet anguish, and the dull eyes suddenly came to life and the stiff lips smiled. "It's Bourne, my sweet. I'm glad. How did you come here?" "Dad brought me because he'd promised," the boy said joyously as they shook hands. "Where is Uncle Owen?" "Over there." Bourne pointed to two men talking apart beyond the straggling line of spectators, and Patrine recognized the great frame and scholarly stoop of the doctor, standing with his side face towards her, a half-consumed cigar in the corner of his mouth, and his stick, a weighty ivory-topped malacca loosely gripped in both hands behind his back. "And the man he is talking to? Why, of course, it's Sir Roland. How is it I didn't recognize him?" "The chief scout." Bourne's tone was one of incredulous wonder. "But you couldn't have forgotten him." "It isn't possible." Nor even to a stranger did he appear a personality to be easily forgotten. The bright-eyed, falcon-beaked, middle-aged man whose featherweight crusher felt was worn at an inimitable angle, and whose slight, active figure set off his well-cut morning suit of thin blue serge in a way to arouse envy in a military dandy of 25. "You see," Bourne explained, "he was talking business with father, so I just took myself out of the way." He added, "They hadn't told me to, but they might have forgotten." And so, the big word came out of the childish mouth quaintly, "I acted on my initiative, you understand." "I understand." The formal handshake once over, their fingers had not separated. She held in her large, strong, womanly palm the hand that was little and hard and boyish. It squeezed her fingers, and the squeeze was an apology. It said, "I'd like you to have kissed me if there hadn't been lots of people looking, for of course you know I love you, Pat. And I love you, Bourne. We'll always love each other whatever happens," said the answering pressure. Her spoken utterance was, "So these are your holidays. How did you leave them all at Charterhouse? And are you still tremendous pals with young Roddy Wrench?" He said with a naive, adorable gravity, "Boys don't squabble like girls, and Wrench is a frightfully decent fellow. We passed together from Shell into under 4th, and we've promised always to stand by each other. Good egg. And now how is it you're here? Has Uncle Owen given in at last about the flying?" Really and truly, man alive, Bourne's characteristic expletive. "I've been up today in the air bus, and wasn't it first class? Honor, twice round the aerodrome with the instructor, and presently I'm to have a longer flight with Mr. Sherbrand in his monoplane." "Mr. Sherbrand," Patrine repeated rather vaguely. Sherbrand had somehow a ring that was familiar. Bourne explained, "He's a great friend of father's. He's splendid, a regularly topping chap. And you've actually flown." "I've flewed, and I mean to go on with it." He repeated the assurance more sedately. "It's the profession I have chosen. They say you've got to begin young, and my legs wobbled and the ground rocked a bit when I got down on it, but I wasn't airsick at all." "Airsick are people," Bourne said from the pedestal of superior knowledge. "Oh, aren't they just like anything? The Calais-Dover steamer crossing's nothing to it sometimes, the instructor told me." Patrine laughed. The latest circulating library novel, Love in the Clouds, had omitted to mention this fact. The heroine had donned an aviator's cap and pneumatic jacket, and leapt nimbly on board the aeroplane in half a gale of wind. As the machine dipped and rose gracefully upon the heaving element that cradled it, Enid had experienced merely a delicious exhilaration. Then a crisp moustache had brushed her rosy ear. The voice of Hubert, attuned to deepest melody of passion, had murmured in the shell-like organ of hearing, "Little girl, at last I have you. Mine, mine, my bride of the swan path. Mine forever and I," Bourne continued, innocently discounting further statements on the part of the author of Love in the Clouds. "He told me before we went up, you know. Of course, when you're flying you can't hear anything but the racket of the propeller." It goes roaring through you till your bones buzz and the very ends of your teeth hum. So the other man has to yell at you through a trumpet or write to you on bits of paper unless he's switched off the engine for diving, and then you don't feel like talking. That's if you're a beginner, you know, but man alive, it's splendid. You must try it, Pat, she declared, laughingly. While a single flight costs a brace of my hard-earned guineas, the sport is not for me. Why haven't I got a pal like your wonderful Mr. Sherbrand? I'm getting envious, you lucky infant, you. It didn't hurt to be called an infant by Pat, because she never would have done it in a stranger's hearing. And it was ripping to have her here, sharing his hour of joy. He told her, "Father brought me here as a reward for making a model aeroplane. Reminds me, I've got to tell you all about that, but it's only a toy and this is the real thing. There's nothing worth having in the whole world," added the unconscious philosopher, "unless it's real and true." "Am I not real?" Patrine asked, squeezing his shoulder. "Now you are," he said it with an effort of candor. "But when I saw you a minute ago, I wasn't quite sure." He glanced up at her and asked shyly, "Why are you different since you have been away in Paris?" "Different? How different?" She whipped her hand from his shoulder. Her black eyebrows knitted and her face stiffened into the strange mask that had puzzled him under the scrutiny of his clear blue eyes. "Do I seem changed?" she queried. And Bourne answered, "A little. I was afraid at first you were somebody else because of," he said it shyly, "because of your hair." "My hair," she repeated blankly and then said awkwardly, "The air of Paris did that, darling, but it will soon be its old color again." "Will it ever be just like it was before?" asked Bourne, looking innocently up at her, and something broke in Patrine's heart just then. She gave a sudden gasping sigh, and a sudden spate of tears rolled over her thick underlids, streamed down her pale cheeks, and fell upon her broad bosom, heaving under its thin covering of filmy white voile. "Pat, you're crying." Bourne had never yet seen his friend weep, and he was wrung between pity and bewilderment. "Who has vexed you? Who has been hurting you?" he begged, and she answered brokenly, "No one, someone, it doesn't matter," adding, "Would you punch him if anyone had done as you say?" "Wouldn't I, my sweet?" Her arm went round his slight, square shoulders. She doted on the little amber freckles on his pure, healthy skin, the little drake's tail of silky red-brown hair at the nape of his brown neck, the half-shy, half-bold curve of his mouth as he smiled, the blue sparkle of his eye glancing sidewise up at her. She found in the pure warmth and sweetness of the slight young body leaning against her a healing, comforting balm. "Why aren't you my little brother, Bourne?" she said, hugging him closer. He answered after an instant's thought, "If my mother could be your mother too, it would be jolly, not unless." He was not going to take on Mildred for anybody. Patrine sighed pensively. "That's what I used to cry for when I was a little pig-tailed girl, my sonny. More than anything, I wanted to belong to Aunt Lynette. But she's so young, only 33, she couldn't be my mother." "No." His eyes considered her face gravely. "Of course not. You're far too old. How old are you?" "Cousin Pat, how old am I?" A shudder went through her. 19 in August, and I feel about 101. "That's 'cause you're not well." His eyes were anxious and a little pucker showed between his reddish eyebrows. "You're not going to be ill, are you?" he asked in alarm. "Not I." She murmured it caressingly in her deep, soft voice. "My pet, don't worry. Everything's all right with me. Perfectly all right, and okay, only talk to me, don't let me keep on thinking. Things are never so bally rotten if you can stop brooding over them." Why did she look like that? What had somebody done to hurt her? His boyish hand clenched, the thumb well turned in over the knuckles. Instinctively, Bourne knew that the enemy who had stamped that dreadful look of frozen misery on the face of his beloved, white as ivory or old snow in its strange setting of flaming tresses, was of his own sex. All the while, ever since Patrine had entered the gates of Panshaw's, the song of the air screw had not been absent from her ears. The tractor of the practice engine roared fitfully, like a tiger being prodded in its den by a spiteful keeper's meat fork. The propellers of the double-engined passenger buses kept up a steady droning as Fanshaw's pilots followed the pointing arms of the red, white and blue pylons marking the limits of the air circuit, or were silent as the machines dropped to earth within the huge white circles, where a giant T indicated land. This was not a show day when visitors' half-crowns rattled unceasingly into the boxes at the turnstile. The rows of green-painted chairs behind the whitewashed iron railings of the spectators' enclosure were but thinly patronized by friends of people taking passenger flights. No man with a megaphone announced events forthcoming or imminent. No white flag fell for the start. No pistol cracked signifying the conclusion of a race. 3 men occupied the judges' stand behind the committee enclosure. One small and dapper in a frock coat and topper kept his eye on what was probably a stopwatch. Another, stout, bearded and straw-hatted, was absorbedly gazing at the sky through a big pair of Zeiss binoculars. The third, in the uniform of a commissionaire, was an employee of the school. No one manifested any particular interest in them or their occupation. The sparse general public were not enlightened as to the reason of their presence on the judge's stand. "Talk," Patrine said, clinging to Bourne, her slender plank in moral shipwreck. "Tell me what Sir Rowland and the doctor are waiting to see. What is that thin man doing with the stopwatch and the notebook? And the fat gentleman beside him who never leaves off staring at the sky through those big field glasses? Nothing is billed to happen, there are no numbers up on the pylons, yet something seems to be going on. Rather." The boy broke into a little gurgle of excited laughter and began to dance up and down under the arm that rested on his neck. "Rather, didn't you know? How funny. Why, man alive, we are waiting for him. For Mr. Sherbrand, father's friend, the flying man I've told you about." "Mr. Where is he?" Patrine asked vaguely, looking all about her. In the tumult of her thoughts, the name that had been upon a crumpled card suggested no association with that so rapturously uttered by the boy. "There." Bourne pointed upwards with another of the excited laughs. "Carrying out a hovering test. The man with the stopwatch is timing him, and the other with the binocs is observing him. He's French, no end of an official swell. The French government sent him," went on the boy with infinite relish, "to see Mr. Sherbrand test his invention. He thought they didn't catch on, but the hoverer has fetched them. If he hovers for 20 minutes, 10,000 feet up, his fortune's made. I heard a fellow say so to the instructor. Man alive. Isn't it topping that you and I should be here today?" Chapter 29. While yet the bird of war hovered invisible at 10,000 feet of altitude, and the lungs of the men aboard her toiled and labored, and foam gathered about their nostrils and lips, Saxum stood talking with the man who in his eyes ranked above all others, the tried and trusty friend of 14 years. In those unforgettable months of the siege of Gelderstorp you might have noticed a crow's foot or so at the corner of the chief's keen falcon eyes. Today, their hazel brightness undiminished, they looked at life from a network of fine criss-crossed lines. But time, the spider, had spun no web in the fine, alert brain, and the man's heart was free from crow's feet or wrinkles. Fresh and evergreen, it was as it would always be, an oasis of kindness for the downhearted or weary, watered by the twin wells of sympathy and enthusiasm. He said, speaking to Saxum of the invisible Sherbrand, "I wish we had a million like him." Saxum answered, "I wish we had several millions. He is a fine, energetic type, a bit of a hero worshipper, a bit of a philosopher, a bit of a stoic. He hath seen men rise to authority without envy, and schooled himself to endure adversity, that he might bear himself the better when his time should come to rule. His time is coming, or I am no judge of capability." And you quoted from the Enchiridion of Epictetus, I think. I've always found good reading meat in that and the Discourses. Used to carry a little sixpenny copy about in my pocket until I wore it to rags. I have often seen and noted its raggedness and its uncompromising Isabella hue. It was negroid in complexion before the relief of Gelderstorp. Perhaps you won't be astonished when I tell you I have got it now. The chief's smiling eyes narrowed in laughter. "My wife has bound it gorgeously, and with other volumes of my siege library, it occupies a special and most sacred shelf near my writing desk at home." He went on, "This fine fellow Sherbrand is an old correspondent of mine. He would say I might tell you the story, and I think it's worth hearing in a way. It must be 8 years ago, when he would be about 17, that he wrote to me from an engineering college at Newcastle to say he had read some papers of mine on the subject of scouting and proposed, if I thought it would not be presumption on his part, save the mark, to enroll and organize a troop on the lines laid down. He wanted a definite code of scout law to work on, and rules and so forth, all of which I supplied him, you may be sure. Busy as I was drilling and cub-licking the North British Territorials, I couldn't find time to spare to run up and see the boy. So he commandeered a holiday and motorcycled to headquarters, rode all through one night in pelters of rain, and caught me in my 5 a.m. tub. He meant business, and it was up to me to encourage such grittiness and enthusiasm. So I ordered coffee for 2 and bacon and eggs for half a dozen, and when I had fed him I talked. My book wasn't published, but I lent him some proof sheets. He thanked me, but before he took them he had to disburden his mind. The fine sunburnt hand went thoughtfully to the grizzled moustache, worn rather longer than of old. He had got something on his mind. He had been reading that old bogey book, Hales on Mental Heredity and the Theory of the Transmission of Base or Criminal Tendencies from the Parents to the Children, had haunted him night and day. He said to me, standing up before me, looking about as long and thin as a fathom of pump water, "My father was dismissed from the army in wartime for not backing up his C. Oh, is there a kink in my brain or a bacillus lying waiting in my body that will one day make a slacker of me?" Saxum's square face was ashen, but the chief's eyes were elsewhere. "And you told him?" "I told him that whilst physical disease and deformity are transmissible from the unhealthy parents to their unlucky offspring, no sensible Christian regarded the theory of inherited vice or crime as anything but the most pernicious lie that the devil ever invented to spread as a net for the catching of bodies and souls. That seemed to buck him up." "I do not doubt it," said Saxum. He breathed more freely, and his face had regained its natural hue. "I reminded him," went on the chief, "that our army and our fleet are indebted for thousands of the finest men, morally and physically speaking, to reformatories and industrial schools and homes. Think of the character borne by Barnardo's boys, I told him, and grind the scorpion lie to pulp under your boot heel, whenever and wherever you find it cocking up its damnable tail." "So he went back," said Saxum, cheered and strengthened by your sympathy, as other men have been before now. "So he went back to the college, fortified by my bit of nervous English, and worked at his troop for all he was worth. Raked in 70 in the first month and kept on raking. He is dandy at drill and organization, is Sherbrand. When he left the college they mustered 300 strong." The speaker struck his stick upon the turf and said emphatically, "How it grows! How the movement spreads and gathers and ramifies. Do you know, Saxum, that there are moments in my life when I am tempted to be proud, when rank upon rank of young, fresh, fearless faces with bright eyes are turned to me, when thousands of active, lithe, healthy young bodies run out into the open and rally about the chief scout. There was a mist in the bright eyes that his manliness was not ashamed of. Years ago, when the officer in command of a certain beleaguered garrison was doing his best to defend it, a great fear came upon him in the watches of a particularly anxious night. Perhaps you will guess what I mean, Saxum. The man had not slept for more weeks than I like to remember, and the hours of rest in the daytime were hot-eyed staring horrors of insomnia. He was up against it. The shrunken lids would not shut down over his bursting eyeballs, and his jaws were clamped so that he could not yawn. Then on this night his fear rose up and mopped and mowed at him, and it had the kind of face that madhouse doctors and keepers know. He wasn't ordinarily a fearful man like Kipling's immortal Bengali, but now he was horribly, sickeningly afraid. "I guessed it," said Saxum. "I realized what you were suffering, but I did not dare to hint my knowledge to you. There was no danger of madness, but you were certainly on the verge of mental and physical breakdown. And being in such desperate case," said the other, "I prayed to God in my extremity. I promised him if he would help me to carry out my duty to him as to my earthly superiors and those men and women and children who looked to me as their protector and guide, that I would one day, if he spared me, build him a big temple made of the little temples that are the work of his hands. And today the temple is a reality, a grand reality. East, west, north and south, it spreads and widens and towers. It is built of boys, clean-limbed, clean-minded, self-respecting fellows, scorning vices, eager for service, sensitive in honor, chivalrous, patriotic, keen for truth and right. It frightens me, Saxum, when I think what a leaven is working through these boys of mine, potential fathers of sons in the ripeness of time, for the ultimate regeneration of this vicious, degenerate world. It makes me understand how near old Coleridge got to the live heart of things, when he wrote The Ancient Mariner, "The service of Almighty God is the love of your fellow man. But why to me and not to another worthier should God have given this wonderful, glorious thing to bring about? Because you are worthy of doing his work for him. Has he not used you as his instrument in my own case? Should I not own to this, I who owe everything to you?" The other laid a hand on the great shoulder of the doctor. "If ever you owed me anything, Saxum, you paid me long ago." He was silent a moment and said in a lighter tone, "I am not quite clear yet as to how you met my whilom scoutmaster. Our acquaintance dates from a cross-channel flight he made in the end of June." "I know." The chief prodded the turf with his walking stick. "A French pilot officer of their service aéronautique, a certain Commandant Raymond, who flew here in the contest for the Ivor International Cup in May, had heard of Sherbrand and his inventions from Lamond of the Central Flying School. He took a shine to the aerial stabilizer and got his chiefs to give it a trial. That came off on the Grand Prix Sunday, when Paris went wild over the Sarajevo affair. And scenting war in the air," said Saxum, "Sherbrand promptly took wing for England without waiting for the decision of the judges who were present at the test." "Did he? He has keen scent." "Better now," said Saxum, laughing, "than when he came to me on the recommendation of an old patient suffering from an aggravated form of nasal catarrh. He had had it at intervals for years and suspected it to be owing to what he described in the language of the engineering shop as a defect in the air intake. He proved to be right, and I sent him into the hospital, where Barry Boyle performed a slight minor operation which removed the trouble and left him capitally fit. Then, when he came out of the hospital, he found a letter from the French consul waiting at his office." The chief interpolated, "Ah yes." The aerial stabilizer had gained the suffrages of messieurs the chiefs of the Aéronautique Française. "I hope M. Jourdain's report to his government will induce them to buy the patent. For judging by the interest that the representatives of another power seem to take in." The chief broke off. The smiling lines about his eyes and mouth had vanished as he queried, "Who is the lady my scout over there is squiring?" "A superbly shaped young woman with hair of the fashionable terracotta shade. But for the hair I should have said it was your niece, Patrine." Saxum's eyes followed the direction of the chief's glance. He said, and his face looked hard as a mask of stone, "Your memory for faces is correct as usual. The lady with the terracotta hair is my late brother's daughter, Patrine." The chief's familiar whistle filled in a space of silence, with a pensive little fragment of Delir's spring song, while Saxum's frown grew deeper and his jaw thrust out more angrily. Then the well-known voice said, "I am sorry that Miss Patrine has been tempted to follow the fashion, but I regret still more her choice of friends. I refer to the German officer in whose company your niece arrived here, in a yellow Darracq car, about half an hour ago." The speaker made sure with a rapid glance to right and left that no listener was standing near them, and added, "I know that I may trust you as myself in any private or official matter. Between ourselves, frankly, I am here today for the purpose of keeping an eye on this particular man." The doctor's vivid blue eyes darted rapier points at the other from caves that had suddenly been dug about them. The general went on, The man himself is no common spy, though he may on occasion act as an agent or post box for secret intelligence communications. He is an extraordinarily able young officer, a squadron captain in their field flying service, with some astonishing records to his credit, though he was an engineer lieutenant in 1907 when he came to England as chauffeur officer attached to the Kaiser's personal staff. For a comprehensible reason, his superiors desired him to improve his knowledge of the topography of the British Isles. He certainly did so, but the keen eyes twinkled. The record runs accomplished by von Hernung with the all-highest as passenger were not unattended or unobserved by us. That he is well-born and well-looking is undeniable, and these advantages with other social gifts may easily attract your niece like any other of Eve's daughters. But to say the least, it is inadvisable that she should encourage the advances of this man or of any other German officer, when the next 48 hours may see Britain and Germany at grips in war. That is your opinion. It is my plain, unvarnished opinion, speaking as one of those who are admitted behind the scenes. Not that I am infallible, but the signs and the tokens all laid one way. He lifted his lean brown hand and pointed eastwards. For years they have been making ready, but now what a frenzy of ordered preparation! What secret councils, what reiteration of orders, what accumulations of stores, what roaring of electric furnaces! I'd give my little finger to know what chemical they are making in huge bulk at the Badisch aniline unsoda fabric, and hundreds of other dye and bleaching powder works in Germany and Austria. Everyone backed up by the German imperial state or the dual monarchy on the understanding that at the signal they are to turn to and turn out. What? Benzene for phenol, phenol for picric, and toluene for super-explosive, that's understood. But this stuff puzzles me. Do you see the senile arc in my eyes yet, Saxum? It must be that I'm getting old. He smiled his whimsical smile and went on. A day or two after the burial of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his morganatic partner, murdered by some fanatics among the greater Serbs, a huge majority among the German military and naval officers doing duty in their colonies or on political service in Africa were recalled by wireless. Leave has been stopped. Rolling stock in inconceivable masses is being concentrated on the greater strategic railways, while the official and semi-official press prates and gabbles of peace and neighborly goodwill. He shrugged. Things were safer when they yelled and foamed in convulsions of Anglophobia. Then one doubted, now one is sure. Ah, I thought I wasn't mistaken. Here's Sherbrand coming down, that which hath wings. Chapter 30. The dazzling turquoise of the sky was now streaked with milky bands of haziness. Dappled golden-white cloudlets at the zenith made what is known as mackerel sky. Trails of rounded stratus floated low in the east and southeast. Long shadows of hangars, pylons, semaphore and electric searchlight stations stretched over the turf from westwards, crossed by perambulatory shadows of people moving about. These became stationary, betokening that popular interest was newly awakened. Umbrellas and sticks flourished towards the sky. Bourne gave a little crow of delight as the whitish-brown, shining shape of the monoplane dived down out of the Empyrean, travelling with a bold, beautiful, swooping glide that took away the gazer's breath. "Look, oh look," Bourne gasped, leaning against Patrine. Now her tardy interest was genuinely awakened. Reaching the end of its glide, the monoplane had regained the horizontal position. As she flattened out and hung well-nigh motionless in midair with the sunlight beating on and drenching her fragile, lacy structure, she was a thing of beauty and of wonder. The humming of her tractor came to you mingled with the buzzing of her gyroscopic hoverer, like the incessant vibration of living, sentient wings. She seemed to tire of hanging between earth and heaven, ceased buzzing, tilted a wing sharply and began to frolic after it as a kitten runs after its tail on a hearthrug, or as a swallow gambols on a chase after gnats, always turning towards the west. whilst her greyish shadow danced and skipped upon the gold-white cloud surfaces to eastwards a long way below her, like the ghost of an aeroplane. All the time she was gobbling up distance, steadily descending. She presently reversed her sun-worshipping tactics, dived and spiraled, banking from west to east. You saw plainly the helmeted heads and slightly hunched shoulders of the pilot at the controls and the mechanics strapped in the forward cockpit. Soon she hovered again and swooped, so suddenly that Patrine nipped Bourne's shoulder, saying, "Great Scott," under her breath. Another long sweeping glide brought her close to the green turf of the aerodrome. Then, with an adroit flexing of the wingtips, she balanced, flattened, and landed lightly within the huge white circle, rocking a little on her tiered wheels. The man with the stopwatch checked the mechanism. The bearded man with the big binoculars lowered and closed them, scribbled in a memorandum book, and came down the judge's stand. The bird of war's mechanic stayed in his place. The pilot unhitched his body strap, pushed up his goggled visor, threw a long leg over the fuselage and jumped lightly to the ground. He staggered as he reached it, recovered himself and stood breathing quickly, as a man overcoming giddiness or other physical sensation of distress. Tall, young and lightly built, with long active limbs and a physique suggestive of youth and courage and enterprise, as he stood motionless, his eared and goggled cap now in hand. The play of sunlight upon his thin brown waterproof gabardine and overalls made him look like a statue of Mercury wrought in pale new bronze. And with a lifting of her sick heart, as though it had suddenly spread wings, and soared into a region of unlimited space and glorious freedom, Patrine recognized her flying man of the Jardin des Mille Plaisirs. From what airt of what world unknown did it blow, that cool, fragrant wind that then and always heralded for Patrine his coming? It took her by surprise, lapped her delicately about, enveloped her from head to foot in its pure invisible waves. The hot sore places in her heart were bathed and healed, the deep caverns filled, the little thirsty rock pools set awash and brimming. When the sough of it was no longer in her ears, or the tug and flutter of it among the folds of her garments, when she ceased to be conscious of the cool, resilient pressure upon cheek and neck and forehead, her brief, sweet hour of joy was over. Sherbrand had gone away again. Celer ira-t-il, monsieur. Je suis prêt à faire une nouvelle démonstration si vous n'êtes pas satisfait. His clear, strong voice, speaking in laborious public school French, gave her a delicious shock of pleasure. He was addressing the stout, bearded Frenchman who, accompanied by the thinner man who had timed Sherbrand by the stopwatch, now walked across the turf to shake the aviator's hand. As Sherbrand spoke, he drew a white handkerchief from the sleeve of his gabardine and wiped from the corners of his mouth some little blobs of foam, slightly blood-stained. The stout, friendly Frenchman glanced at him and uttered an exclamation. Sherbrand shook his head in vigorous protest and laughed, repeating his offer to demonstrate again, upon which the bearded man, who had also a moustache with thick, stiff waxed ends, and wore a large checked pattern summer suit with a white drill waistcoat, a low collar and a necktie with flowing ends, and was topped with a high-crowned straw hat that suggested Trouville in mid-season, negatived the proposal with a vivacious gesture, pouring forth a stream of words. Au contraire, monsieur, je suis convaincu que vous avez une idée superbe. Nous vous avons observé avec la lunette Zeiss, pendant votre vol, et nous avons constaté le temps très soigneusement. Vous avez maintenu le brut et la stabilité pendant 5 minutes de plus que les 25 minutes stipulées. Permettez-moi comme une simple formalité de voir votre altimeter. By all means, Sherbrand returned. They went back to the aeroplane together, and Sherbrand reached over and unhooked the altimeter from a board in the pilot's cockpit, and the bearded man examined it and then cordially shook hands. Within 2 days at latest, possibly sooner, Patrine heard the straw-hatted, bearded gentleman say in English, pronounced with a strong French accent, "Believe me," he added, "I shall represent most strongly the usefulness of your invention to the chief of the État de l'aviation." Au revoir, monsieur, et encore mes félicitations. Then he went away with the small dark man who had used the stopwatch, and who carried the Zeiss binoculars slung in their case. During this business interview, Patrine had felt Bourne panting and wriggling close beside her, like an excited but well-mannered fox terrier waiting to be whistled for. But Sherbrand, though he glanced at the boy smilingly, had turned aside to engage in conversation with Saxum and the chief scout, whom Sherbrand saluted in orthodox scout fashion, flushing red under the clear sunburn that darkened his fair skin. "He's one of us," Bourne whispered to Patrine, his own young face alight with pleasure. "He was scoutmaster of a troop in the north, he told me, and I know he must have been a splendid one. He's the kind of chap who'd be prepared for anything. Don't you think he looks like that?" Patrine did not answer. She was feeling cheap, as Lady Beauvais would have expressed it. She had put the man out of her thoughts because she had taken it for granted that Fanshaw's instructor could not be a gentleman. Now, as she watched Sherbrand in conversation with the elder man, his manner of quiet, well-bred deference, mingled with a pleasant courtesy, showed her beyond all doubt that his place was above the salt. He had looked towards her when he had smiled at Bourne, and his glance had swept over her without recognition. She would have known him anywhere, while she had forgotten her preposterously coloured hair. How sweet the breeze was, bringing from the west the smell of strawberry fields and red and white clover. Yet she had not noticed it until now. Her mood had changed. She had put away the thing she most hated to remember. She felt almost like the Patrine of 2 days ago. "Miss Saxum." It was von Hernung's voice speaking behind her, and with a shock of loathing horror she remembered all. She turned to see his tall figure approaching. The first impression was that he was ill, the next, that he was furiously angry. His florid complexion had bleached to an ugly greenish pallor. Even the blue of his eyes had faded to a curious lilac hue. He carried in his gloved left hand, and with evident care, a flat-strapped wallet of brown leather, fastened with 2 Bramah locks and a lock strap. He said to Patrine in a jarring voice of resentment and impatience, "I have been looking for you. Could one not leave you for a minute, but you must go off by yourself? Sapperlot, whom has one here? Where did you pick up the boy?" Her heart swelled as Bourne looked up at her in astonishment, then transferred his stare to von Hernung, puckering his brows in disapproval of the rude, strange man. She answered as calmly as was possible, "This is my cousin, Bourne Saxum, Count von Hernung. Why did you leave me?" Von Hernung grumbled as Bourne stiffly saluted, and she told him, "Because I saw you occupied in conversation with your German friends. Women are incomprehensible creatures. How do you know that they were German? At any rate, whether they were or not, they have gone away now. You find me annoyed. It is because they are, what shall I call it? Perhaps a little exigent. Now I will have a smoke. I suppose you do not mind." He had not freed his hand from the brown leather satchel to remove his hat when he had mopped his perspiring forehead with a big cambric handkerchief scented with the Tres persistent perfume that always clung about his clothes. Nor did he relinquish it to help himself to a cigar, but opened the gold case containing the weeds with the hand that drew it from his pocket, extracted a cigar with his teeth, and returned the case to his pocket, then produced a matchbox, opened it in the same way, picked out a match, shut the box, and struck the match upon it, saying to Bourne as he blew out the first mouthful of smoke, "What do you think of that, my fine fellow? Should I not make a famous one-handed man?" But Bourne's suffrages remained unwon, although the dexterity of the thing had secretly pleased him. He remained doggedly silent, scowling with his reddish-fair brows thrusting out his chin. "Should I not? Tell me," von Hernung persisted. "Or is it that British boys are cowards and afraid to answer when they are spoken to?" "I am not afraid of anything or anybody." Bourne reddened and looked the taunting big man between the eyes squarely. The look added, "And least of all of anybody like you," he went on, "but I think it takes more than that kind of being clever to make a famous man." "Nicht so schlimm," von Hernung nodded. "But all the same, these little tricks are worth knowing. You might be bound with ropes to a post or tree or wagon by the enemy, and if he happened to have left your matches on you and you could get one hand free, there is no knot man could tie that I could not wriggle myself out of. You might burn the rope and get away. I did that once when I was a gunner boy of 17 in South Africa. Von Hernung stopped short. Bourne asked simply and with the same straight look between the eyes, "Did you fight with the Boers against us in the war?" Von Hernung did not seem to have heard. He had caught the drift of a sentence spoken by Sherbrand, who was answering to a question of the chief scout. "Oh yes, I live here, have quarters over Mrs. Dunlit's restaurant. You could communicate with me practically at any time. We've the phone and a private telegraph office and the wireless, under the usual license from the Postmaster General." He pointed towards the well-known tall posts with the short crosspieces, China insulators and lines of thick wire, standing beside the telegraph cabin, over the roof of which straddled the wireless installation's tall lattice steel mast. "We find it useful for business as well as instructional purposes," he went on. "Macromby, the man in charge, is a one-time Royal Navy petty officer telegraphist and a first-class operator." Sherbrand's mouth twisted a little at the corners as he added, "About 24 days out of 30, let us say." The quick rejoinder came, "Then he's D.O.D. to 2 working days in the month, not counting Sundays. I've met plenty of Macrombys in my time. This doesn't happen to be the monthly payday by any chance, or one of the other close days in its neighborhood?" No, he's as right as rain and as sober as a seal," said Sherbrand. "And this tall fellow with red hair must be the man who has written to me upon business. I shall have to go to him." They exchanged a left-handed grip, mutually smiling. "Good old habits stick," said the chief, and Sherbrand answered, "Fortunately they do. Let me say again how much and how gratefully I have to thank you for the teaching that has helped me to find myself." His clear, light glance reverted to Saxum. "The doctor, too, for giving me this chance of meeting you. Please tell him the story if you think it would interest him. I hope with all my heart, sir, that you will soon come here again." "I had already taken the permission for granted," the chief said, as Sherbrand saluted and went forward to meet the fellow with red hair. "There is big business in that gyroscopic stabilizer of his," he added to Saxum, "and our friends at the French War Ministry have tumbled to it as one might naturally expect. So much the worse for our bungling bigwigs at Whitehall, who have let a good thing slip for the millionth time out of their claws. But taking for granted the value of the patent, and recognizing the likelihood of the French bid stimulating Teutonic competition," the gentle, modulated voice broke off. Von Hernung had stepped out upon the green and was striding towards the lightly moving, less stiffly carried figure of Sherbrand, the approximation of the two somehow suggesting a salute of gladiators previous to the fight. Now the big, grey-clad German was arrested in the middle of his stride by the sudden cling-a-ling of a motor gong, a sharp crystal vibration that stiffened him to attention and pricked his ears for a repetition of the sound. It did not immediately come. He raised the left hand that held the leather satchel and swung it from front to rear so that it was for a moment clear of the outline of his body, as who should signal, "I have it safe." Quick, watchful eyes noted this, took in also the ornate bulk of the dark blue F.I.A.T. touring car as with the characteristic noiseless smoothness of its make, it glided between the ranks of parked and waiting automobiles and stopped in the open, perhaps some 40 yards away. A fat yellow hand with a twinkling solitaire upon it waved. A brown hand with a massive gold curb chain watch bracelet on the wrist of it beckoned imperiously. Something had been forgotten, something was still to say. Von Hernung wheeled and went back in his traces as obediently as the pointer that has been called to heel. He did not uncover, perhaps he had been told not to. He saluted and stood stiffly, listening to a harsh German voice that yapped at him. All his arrogance and swagger seemed to have been juggled out of him by the gestures of the brown hand with the flashing wrist bracelet, emerging from the white cuff with jeweled sleeve links and the snowy sleeve with its broad bands of glittering golden braid. The slight sound pulled Saxum's head round. He had not been looking at the occupants of the blue F.I.A.T. His eyes were intent on the tall white figure of the woman standing beside his boy. Her black lace sunshade was closed. She held the tall sticked thing at arm's length, leaning upon it, and the westering light smote a myriad of multicolored sparkles out of the tinsel spangles of the hat with the single black cock's plume, the queer headgear crowning her barbaric hair, and her full white oval face with its wide, low, arched black brows and long eyes made her seem strange, alluring as some tall-stemmed, exotic flower sprung at the incantation of an oriental conjurer from a green stretch of English turf. In the same instant von Hernung touched his hat, stepped back from the blue car, wheeled and walked away toward the waiting figure of Sherbrand. The sallow man in the Homburg hat gave an order. The chauffeur touched the electric starter and the Fiat turned and smoothly bowled away. But in the instant of its turning, the bearded man in the white naval uniform rose in his place, and obtruding half his short, bulky body across the lean person of his sallow neighbor, scrutinized the face and figure of Patrine Saxum with a cool, appraising deliberateness that tortured the wincing flesh it enveloped like the cut of a carriage whip. They were full, bright, and rather handsome grey-blue eyes shadowed by the white cap peak, and they had the indefinable expression of authority and power. Their glance said, and the face with the perfectly trimmed beard and the upturned moustache wore a curious smile that bore out the glance's meaning. So, that's the woman. And a surge of scolding shame and bitter resentment rose in the heart of Patrine Saxum and filled it to the brim. She could not have explained why she felt certain that her shameful secret was known to the man with the powerful eyes, the cast of whose face with its pointed beard faintly reminded one of the king and the Tsar. Patrine had always abominated cheap sentiment. She had once laughed until she cried at a revival of an old four-decker drama, whose hero, waking to the knowledge of a committed, irrevocable deed, cried in throaty, stagey tones of anguish upon God to put back the dreadful clock of time and give him yesterday. Now she perceived the deep, vital interest of the commonplace human story. If asking him on whom that other sinner cried would wipe from time's register a span of hours between 12 p.m. and 3 o'clock in the morning, blot one deed from the roll of things that done are beyond humanity's undoing, Patrine told herself that it would be worthwhile to wear sackcloth, live on boiled field peas, drink brook water and pray until her knees were worn to the bone. She caught Saxum's piercing glance across the intervening strip of greensward. He turned away his eyes and a shudder went through her frame. Had he suspected? Could anyone have found out and told him? The doctor's head was bent now as the general talked to him. It seemed to her that a muscle in his lean cheek twitched, a characteristic sign with him of excitement or emotion. She wondered what the general had said to Uncle Owen to make him look like that. As a fact, the quiet voice was saying in Saxum's ear, "And prepare against a surprise, doctor, for though your nerves are tough as aluminium bronze, a few million gallons of water have rolled under the Thames bridges since you and I held council of war. As I mentioned before, the interest taken by the French government in Sherbrand's gyroscopic hoverer may well have stimulated the interest of our Teuton neighbours. But it doesn't explain the presence on Fanshaw's flying ground of Lieutenant General Count Helmuth von Moltke, Chief of the German Great General Staff, and Grand Admiral Prince Henry of Prussia, brother of the Kaiser, in a Fiat touring car." Chapter 31. Can it be possible? Saxum checked himself. "You see how rusty I am getting, General. You refer to that machine that turned out from where cars are parked just now. The German fellow went up to it. It had a groom beside the chauffeur and 3 other men inside it. While I was looking elsewhere, it must have moved away. It has only turned the corner of the cafe restaurant," the chief said in his quiet tones. He glanced in the direction of the squat block of gaily painted wooden buildings devoted to the inner needs of Fanshaw's clients. "The awning hides it, but I can see a bit of it still. Until it moves, I can go on talking. Frankly, I am in the position of the high church curate who went out wild pig shooting in the territories of the Limpopo with a single-bore hammer gun of Grandpapa's pattern, and got his choice of pot shots between a lion and a rhino. Prince Heinrich is my royal lion, and von Hernung, who counted for little more than a bush pig, has suddenly swelled into a rhinoceros. He pulled the grizzled moustache thoughtfully, keeping his eyes glued on the back of the big blue car. If I could get hold of Sherbrand, but the chance is dead for the rhino and lion winding me. Old von Moltke, with the big wart on his ginger-colored face and the charming manner that makes you forget that you don't like him, would certainly recognize me, and the nautical Hohenzollern and I have met once or twice before. I must lay low like Brer Rabbit and take a single-handed chance. No, doctor, you have your patients to look after. I am not going to drag you into this, but if I'd got a couple of my Boy Scouts handy—" He broke off, encountering Bourne's bright eyes. "By George, doctor, I'm going to chance it. I'm going to give your youngster an opportunity to prove his Saxon blood." The master hand gave the scout sign, and Bourne shot across like a brownish streak of swiftness. He drew himself up, gave the full salute, and stood waiting, his rigid attitude in sharp contrast with his dancing, expectant eyes. The doctor looked at his watch and moved away silently. The chief said in a clear undertone, "You see that tall, red-haired man in grey clothes over there with Mr. Sherbrand? Don't look at him openly, or he will know we are talking about him, but take a sidelong glyph and say, 'I see him, sir. Do you know anything of him?' Stand easy and answer carefully." The hand came down from the hat brim. The boy said, "I've heard him talk, sir, and I think he is German. I'm learning that and French at Charterhouse." "He is a German. Do you speak enough of the language to understand him? Suppose he were talking to one of his countrymen." "Ich kann lesen, aber ich kann es nicht sprechen." The answer came slowly. "And if they weren't using crack-jaw words, sir, or talking very quick, I might manage. I could make out a lot of what they said." "Very well, keep your man under close observation, and you see that brown satchel he has in his hand." "I've seen it close, sir. A flat brown leather dispatch case thing with a criss-cross pattern on the leather and 2 locks and another lock on the strap that goes round. He hadn't it with him when first I saw him talking to a lady. Then a servant, came and called him away to speak to some gentleman in a big blue motor car. One of them fat and old and bald, with a wart on his cheek, who wore a white topper and yellowy clothes and a red necktie, and looked rather like an inspector of Sunday schools in shooting clothes, passed him the leather case. That's how I know he didn't bring it, sir. Oh, and the yellow car he drives isn't British. She's got an oval international plate with the German D in black on a white ground. I am glad my scout knows how to use his eyes." The chief's own eyes were crinkled with merriment. "That Moltke, the chief of the German Great General Staff, bosom friend of the All-Highest, should resemble a stout inspector of Sunday schools in the estimation of a small British boy was lovely in the extreme. Well, I want to know what the big German officer, he is an officer, does with that leather satchel he's carrying so carefully. Where he goes with it, whom he talks to, and what he says to them. Find out whether it is light or heavy. If it is what I believe it to be, you might be rendering good service to your country in destroying it. But you'll be doing all I want or expect if you stick to the man who carries it." "I'll do that, sir, on my honor." "Good, make your little German serve you. I may have to leave here upon this business, but I'll be back within at least half an hour. If he goes before I get back, find out where he is going. If you can't find out, follow him. On foot if he walks, in a taxi if he doesn't. Here are 6 separate shillings. In that case you'll want money for fares. Remember, if things take a puzzling turn and you find yourself in a tight place, whisper a quiet word to Sherbrand, though I'd prefer you to carry through on your own. Report to me in case he goes before I get back here at headquarters, Victoria Street. Have you got all this tucked away safe in your head?" "Yes, sir." "Then quit yourself like a man. My signal to you that I have left will be a dog's yelping." The keen, bright eyes, glued on the distant back of the blue car, had seen the rear wheels moving. Before the Fiat glided smoothly out of eyeshot, the chief had hurried away. In the opposite direction to the archway of exit, the slight, active figure in the perfectly cut blue serge morning clothes and pot hat of Bond Street block was rapidly walking. Bourne doubted his eyes for a moment before he remembered that the Collingwood Avenue ran along that side of the flying ground fence. There was a smaller gate in charge of a commissionaire in the fence, about 100 yards along it. Taxicabs were standing outside the gate. Any person on foot or a wheel leaving the flying ground must pass the gate and the taxi stand. You could see through the chinks in the fence when they passed, nip out when they were well by, and follow in a green-flagged chuffer. Bourne had settled this to his satisfaction before a wrench at the rein of duty pulled his head round to the business on hand. "I'm not spying on Mr. Sherbrand," the boy told himself, gritting his small square teeth doggedly. "I've got to listen so as to understand the German's game. And I'm going to, this is how I'm going to." He began to turn handsprings after the fashion of the London street Arab, thus lessening the distance between himself and the talking men. They glanced at him and Sherbrand grinned, but they looked back again directly at each other. Then Bourne threw himself down and panted, rolled over and lay still panting. Now he was near enough to hear what passed between the two. Sherbrand said, "No, I was not particularly solid in my conviction that the aerial stabilizer would take the fancy of the chiefs of the service aéronautique. An accident prevented me from witnessing the final test, and I got what the Americans call cold feet and judged it no use staying in France longer. So I flew back here, starting early by daylight the next morning with Davis, my mechanic, and found a cable waiting at my office to say the working of the invention had been observed with interest by the chiefs of the S.I.F., and that if I could carry out a satisfactory time trial at my headquarters in the presence of the French consul, the authorities at the Ministry of War would be willing to buy my patents for France. As it happened, I was suffering from a slight obstruction in the nasal passages that spoiled my climbing. It was absolutely necessary to go into hospital. That is why I could not give M. Jourdain an earlier date for the hovering test you have just seen carried out," von Hernung demanded. "But did you not receive a letter containing a business proposal? A communication from Rathenau, Wolff and Brothers, aeromotor engineers of Paris, 200 Rue Gagnet. I happen to know that it was posted, and the date being that of the Paris trial, Herren Rathenau and Wolff certainly possess the prior claim. Their communication reached me in hospital 3 days later than the French War Office cable," Sherbrand answered. "It had been forwarded from the makeshift hangar I rented at Drancy, a mistake in the address being the reason of the delay." "That fellow Lindemann is a dumber teufel," said von Hernung, shrugging. "My German landlord, why do you know him?" asked Sherbrand with a look of surprise. "No, certainly, but you said the fellow's name was Lindemann, not so, no." "Then I am mistaken," said von Hernung with another shrug. He hurried on as though to cover a mistake with a spate of sentences. "Of course, with Rathenau and Wolff I have nothing to do, save as an old customer of whom they have asked a favour, you understand. Indeed you will pardon me, do not your hoverer regard as an original invention? In 1912 our German Ministry of Marine completed a gunboat fitted with a gyroscopic stabilizer to prevent rolling, you understand, in stormy weather. The device was hellishly effective." "So effective," rejoined Sherbrand, without the quiver of a facial muscle, though there was laughter in his eyes, "that it broke up the ship." "Is mag wohl sein," returned von Hernung, covering discomfiture if he felt it with his imperturbable shrug and hard blue stare. Sherbrand went on, straightening his wide shoulders and clasping his hands loosely at his back as he talked. "I don't claim that my patent is an absolutely new invention. Far from it. But it is a new arrangement of some old ideas, and limited though its use may be, it works. You have seen it working. You agree that it justifies its name." He waited for the assent and went on. "Possibly if I had described it as an aerial drag anchor I should have explained its uses more clearly. It is no good at all when your machine isn't flying level, of course you understand that. If you were ass enough to try to dive without cutting out the power that drives the horizontal screws you would drop to the ground like a plummet and break into a million of little bits, or dig a hole in the earth big enough for a tube station. but keeping an even line of flight. When you switch it on, it pulls against the tractor just sufficiently to give you, not immovability, but poise. Sufficient to take a photograph or drop an explosive with a good deal of accuracy. The small boy lying outstretched on the warm turf near them thought dolefully. Dummer Teufel meant stupid devil in German. But this talk is dreadfully business, I can't stow away much. Man alive, I wish Roddy Wrench or some other fellow with a top-hole memory had got this job to tackle. And yet the chief trusted it to me. All this while Sherbrand was explaining. Jourdain declared himself completely satisfied. His observer said that I maintained poise and stability for 5 minutes longer than the stipulated 25. He looked at the altimeter and said I should receive a definite answer within a couple of days. Unlucky brute, someone must have run over him. The shrill yelp of a hurt dog had evoked Sherbrand's exclamation. The sufferer's plaint came from the Collingwood Avenue on the other side of the fence. Thrice the excruciating sound ripped the ears, then died out in a sobbing whimper. That was for me, Bourne told himself as von Hernung went on. Still, you are not pledged. There is no definite understanding. In the interests of the wealthy firm I am asked to represent solely as a matter of courtesy because they have been immensely civil to me in business, you would not refuse me a test, Sherbrand said, drawing off his left glove and showing blood oozing from under bluish-looking fingernails. I found it uncommonly parky today at 10,000 feet. There was a northeast breeze, a regular piercer. Found myself spitting blood rather badly, and to be candid, I was uncommonly grateful that the French consul declined my offer in case he was not satisfied to do the thing again. The fact is, the operation, slight as it was, has weakened me a little. I wouldn't care to repeat the performance without a good night's rest to buck me up. Von Hernung shrugged and agreed. That it is cold at 10,000 I can credit easily. I have had the oil in my own gauges frozen at 7,000 in midsummer. Da ist nicht zit Strassen. Hemorrhage and dizziness are the chief enemies of the aviator. One's stomach betrays one also, the cursed beast. After a good hearty meal, I don't give mine the chance. Sherbrand returned, but stave off the pangs of appetite with milk tablets and meat lozenges. Do all my flying on these and chocolate. Keep a little store of the things and a thermos of hot coffee in a cache I've made for them under the map desk on the left of the instrument frame facing the pilot's seat. If you will come over to the bird, I'll show you and explain the working of the gyroscopic hoverer. He added, looking squarely at von Hernung. Of course, the cutting of the double screw is the chief thing about the invention. I've registered every way I know and got a trademark. They tell me at the patent office that my international rights are secure. They should be if you have those precautions taken. It does not do to trust, said von Hernung, too much. The monkey proverb is law for most men. He shrugged. It comes, by the way, from Nameland in German Southwest Africa. Nuts in your pouch are nuts in mine. The Freemasonry of their calling had established a degree of friendliness between them. They were laughing over the monkey's philosophy as they went over together to the bird. The small boy who had been idly sprawling on the hot turf near them with his tilted hat shielding his face from the westering sun rays got up and trotted after them like a collie pup. Coming to, young man, Sherbrand said, glancing back and smiling. The boy nodded in answer, and thenceforward kept close at the heels of the men, his ears industriously drinking in their conversation, while his eyes were glued on the brown leather satchel depending from the German's gloved left hand. Both men, now leaning over the side of the pilot's cockpit, examined the gearing of the hoverer, protected by a transparent casing set in the tough ash copper-riveted planking of the fuselage. Then, with the aid of sulky Davis, they tilted the bird and inspected the pair of thin circular plates of toughened steel with flanged edges that, revolving at high velocity in different directions, constituted the horizontal screw, driven from the engine as you see by an endless chain drive arrangement. By manipulation of levers you can throw the tractor out of gear and hover under favorable circumstances and in still weather, by means of the horizontal screw alone. But as a rule you keep the tractor working, and the screw acts in one as a lifter and floating anchor. That's about all it amounts to. I've said I don't pretend to hang immovable in the air like the albatross and the condor, not to mention the gull and sparrow hawk and dragonfly. While I hover I am making way, but way to an inappreciable amount. One of these days we shall find out the big secret of stability. Until then we must rub along as best we can. Von Hernung returned. I am hellishly interested in your invention. It now occurs to me that as you happen to know my flying record, he shrugged his great shoulders and smoothed his tight red roll of moustache with a well-manicured fingertip, that it is possible you would have sufficient confidence to allow me to test your gyroscopic hover myself. He laughed again pleasantly as he finished. Whatever else I may do, I give you my word of honor I shall not pile up your machine. Will you consent? It may lead, supposing you do not close with the French offer to big business done with my friends. Sherbrand had looked doubtful only for an instant. Before the 12-year-old eavesdropper had recovered from the shock that had set his brain spinning and his heart thumping, the situation had been accepted by the owner of the bird of war. He held out his left hand, and von Hernung gripped and wrenched it, noting with inward amusement that his grip had brought fresh lines of blood creeping about the edges of Sherbrand's fingernails. You shake hands with the left, he commented, smiling. Not for the first time have I noticed the peculiarity in Englishmen of the younger breed. It is a custom, Sherbrand answered, with members of an organization to which I had and still have the honor to belong. His eyes, in speaking, went to the bright-haired boy in Scout's uniform standing near them, but von Hernung's glance had not followed his. The boy was staring wistfully at the round-faced clock on the front gable of the café restaurant. 10 minutes to the half-hour and no sign of the chief's returning. Bourne's courage began to ooze away at the ends of his fingers and toes. Then von Hernung was beginning impatiently, when a sallow, undersized young man whose hollow chest and inkai paper cuffs advertised his clerical employment, came up, touched a pen sticking out from behind his ear, and said as Sherbrand turned to him, "Beg pardon, sir, but the telegraph cabin is locked up proper and Mr. Macromby has carried off the key." "Out of sorts today, is he?" Sherbrand asked meaningly, and the telegraph clerk answered, "I've never seen him so bad before in the middle of the month. As fate would have it, Macromby, ex-petty officer telegraphist of the R.N., whose sleeve the Golden Crown and Thunderbolt had been reft by reason of his anti-teetotal habits, had received a visit that morning from a friend who had repaid a debt. Hence the licensed operator of Fanshaw's experimental and educational wireless station had succumbed to an attack of his intermittent complaint. Here Macromby's assistant continuing the recital. He's left the aerial connected to the transmitter and gone out for lemon squashes 4 times since 1 o'clock grub. That's the drink for men who have souls to save, ye little fag eater. He says to me, salvation for soul and body sucked through a straw. If the debauched and hopeless drunkards at the Admiralty could be induced to swear off their cursed alcohol and take to it, I would no longer be deaved to the point of steeping my tongue in profanity by the kind o' idiot's gibberish that is yammering at my lugs. He'd been raking a lot of Admiralty strays in, Sherbrand queried. Von Hernung, who had been grinding his heel into the turf and gnawing his lip with ill-concealed impatience, turned his head sharply and listened to the colloquy with all his ears. "Not so much X's as definite, sir," responded Macromby's assistant. He was upset about 10 minutes before he broke out by getting an urgent without a preparative call. Then comes important in international code and administration and emergency. Then War Office and documents and enforcement of the law. By that time he was purple in the face and half crazy. "If I had my way, why you, ye bung-nosed intemperates," he says, groaning like, "I would keep ye on grits and caller water for a fortnicht. Oh, that men, as old Hosea says in the inspired scriptures, and I append to know myself it was Shakespeare, should pit an enemy until their mouths to steal awa their brains. and E snatches off the telephone aid band and chucks it into the corner. And just as my own instrument starts to tick out a call, he catches me by the neck as if I'd been a tame rabbit, and slings me out o' the office and locks the door. Out o' this, he says, put in the cabin key in his pocket. I will no have your lugs, dirty as they are, polluted by the unclean counsels o' the wicked. I'm awa to cool the wrath o' the righteous, why anither lemon squash, and the winder is blocked by the Morse key instrument, and even if it wasn't, it's too small for me to get in through. Macromby's victim ended with an injured sniff. Well, well, better hang about the cabin a bit and possess your soul in patience. If any pupils drop along, tell them they'll have to wait. Perhaps Macromby'll turn up sober enough to take them on by and by. As for the message in transmission, I dare say it will keep. Mr. Fanshaw's not expecting any particularly important communication that I know of. Oh, hang it, Sherbrand whistled dismally. I'd forgotten, that's just what I am. Shall I go and see if I can find Rumble? Suggested Macromby's assistant helpfully. He's at the engine sheds. He's been a locksmith. 'Twouldn't take him more than a sec to open the office door. Cut then, exceeded Sherbrand, and the telegraph clerk touched his pen, discovering by a jab of the ink-eye nib that he was wearing it, and set off at a trot in the direction of the engine sheds. You are to suppose that von Hernung's sharp ears had gathered the pith of the communication. Some meaning in the isolated words the clerk had repeated had had a palpable effect upon his nerves. His face looked bluish-grey and streaky as he said to Sherbrand, stammering in his eagerness, "So then it is agreed about my flying your machine. I see no objection." Gut, von Hernung went on, concealing a huge joy under a careless camaraderie. "Can you lend me a cap and coat and a pair of Schulzbrill goggles you call them? Yes, the coat should better to be a large one." He stumbled in his English now through sheer excitement. "I am so much a bigger man than you." "Certainly, we keep flying rigs in all manner of sizes. It's in the way of business," Sherbrand said. Then his glance fell upon Davis, whose little black-avized countenance wore an expression of sulky resentment, and he uttered a slight exclamation. "I forgot, Davis, I really am very sorry." He turned to von Hernung and explained in a tone of finality that enraged the hearer, "This is Davis's afternoon off. I cannot ask him to repeat the climb. It is hellishly annoying, but see, listen, my fellow." He addressed himself to little grimy Davis, unhelmeted and unbuttoned, leaning against the bird's flank with his hands in the pockets of his oily overalls, chewing a blade of grass. "You will go up with me if I tip you a sovereign. Come then, the gold does it. You will go up with me, will you not?" "Yes." Davis spat out grass and delivered himself. "Not even for my young governor and a Bank of England fin-up. Do I do the soaring Hegel hacked again this blooming Wednesday?" Welsh Davis had come to London from a mountain farm in Meirioneth, speaking nothing but his native Cymric, and had culled his Sassenach from Cockney lips. Von Hernung bid another sovereign and then two more ineffectually. "Nayo," Davis was rock. "I've done my day's stunt and I'm nuffy. D.I. a tumble, nuffy, you knows what that means if you're a flying bloke. Damn you, I will give you £10. Von Hernung's face was wrung and streaked with passion. He breathed hard and the brown leather satchel jumped and wobbled in his shaking hand. "It isn't any use," said Sherbrand. "Really, money doesn't count with Davis where his off time's concerned. Davis doesn't want to go up again, and I've not another man of his weight available. What do you turn the scale at? I should guess 16 stone or thereabouts. I weigh 16 cent, 8 pounds in my ordinary clothes. Well, I tot 11 cent, 6 pounds in the fullest of flying rig, and Davis only 8 cent, 5 pounds. And the bird is built to carry, in addition to her engine, what with the instruments, so forth, and man freight, a cargo of something like 22 stone. You see, even with Davis, you'd load the machine a good bit over her." He smiled at the conceit, her plimsoll mark. "Again, I'm sorry. Your luck no flying for you today. It is damnably annoying." But von Hernung's red-lashed blue eyes were busily scanning Bourne's face and figure. "But suppose I could get a boy of 6 stone to go up with me, merely as ballast, for I do not require an assistant. The difficulty might be got over in this way. What you say, my little English fellow?" He turned on the boy with a great air of jovial patronage. "Are you plucky enough? Shall we go for a voyage together in the sky?" "Yes, please." The dark blue eyes met the hard light ones bravely, though every vestige of color had sunk out of the young face. Then back to lips and cheeks the banished color came racing. Bourne flushed crimson as von Hernung held up a bright bit of gold and sharply shook his head. Will you not take the sovereign?" von Hernung demanded. "Are you a faint heart after all?" The boy bit his lip and said, clenching his small fists desperately, "It's against the rule for scouts to take tips, so I don't want the money, but I'm ready to come with you." "Look here, old fellow," Sherbrand was beginning anxiously. The boy stopped him with, "Really and truly I'm not funky, and you said I was to have another flight." "So I did, and so you shall," agreed Sherbrand. "But this won't be just a bus trip around the aerodrome. It will be climbing and spiraling and hovering and all the rest." Bourne persisted. "You could strap me in, and I'm not afraid, really." And von Hernung interposed, "I shall not ascend higher than 3,000. Probably less will do for my purpose. The boy will be quite safe. Surely you are able to trust him with me." Sherbrand hesitated, then said to Bourne in a relieved tone, "Well, there's the doctor talking to a tall lady in white with a hat that glitters. Run across to your father and ask him whether you may go." "I'd rather you asked him if you must and let me stop here." Gut say a gut. Von Hernung's tautened nerves would have been relieved by some hard Prussian swearing. He jangled out a laugh instead. He caught hold of the boy under the armpits and lifted him high above his head. "What is your weight? 6 stone. Come now, have I not guessed nearly?" He had not relinquished his grip on the leather satchel, and as it banged against his ribs, Bourne realized that it was quite light. "Papers inside," he said to himself. Something quite hard was under the leather at the corners, perhaps the thinnest of metal plates. Its contact with the boy's body seemed to sober von Hernung's exultation. He dropped Bourne unceremoniously and straightened himself again. "How much petrol has been used?" he asked hastily of Davis, going over to the bird and mounting on the landing carriage to look at the gauges. "Because when I fly I never take risks. You will have to fill up the tank again. Do you hear, my fellow? If Mr. Sherbrand orders me," Davis spat out another piece of grass, "say I shall do it." He eyed von Hernung with surly disapproval as he craned over the bird's fuselage, while audibly commenting to an acquaintance who had strolled up, "Sheer blinders, I call 'em these air fritzies. Walk into Buckingham Palace next minute and ask to look into the Privy Puss. 'Ope the governor comes back before 'e gets Nosey Parkerin into the horizontal overing gear. Perish me if I ever met a bloke with such a nerve. Whatto, old sonny?" He addressed himself to the boy. "Ain't you feelin' up to the posh?" "I am quite all right, thank you," Bourne responded, while his heart bumped against his ribs. In his brain words and sentences kept forming. "I'm only a little chap, and this is a big thing, bigger than the chief expected, perhaps, and he said he'd be back in half an hour." Half an hour meant 30 minutes. He glanced at the big round white-faced clock above the entrance of the cafe restaurant. More than 15 minutes of the half hour had gone. To stick to the big, brutal German was his, Bourne's, secret mission, and the inspiring, uplifting voice that thousands of boy hearts thrilled to all the big world over had said to him, "Quit yourself like a man." Chapter 32. To Patrine, when the shadow of the familiar figure of the doctor mingled with hers upon the dry green grass, and Saxum's voice called her by her name, it was as though his presence had a weight that physically oppressed her, and his scrutiny seared her flesh like the approach of white-hot iron. Through her mind passed swift sentences. "Yet another of us has disgraced him. My father and mother are not the only traitors of our name." In the rawness of her mental anguish, every sense was unnaturally exaggerated. The ticking of Saxum's watch, that the furious beating of her heart could not drown, tormented by its iteration. And worst of all was the consciousness of defilement in the physical sense. "Did not your mother give you my message?" Always pale, her pallor did not demand particular attention, save that under their ruddy salve the edges of her lips showed white. She answered, forcing the lips to smile, compelling her eyes to meet Saxum's. "About coming to see you." She remembered and drew from her gilt-chain vanity bag the letter she had not posted. "This was written to you today. Then I thought I would have been able to look in at Harley Street, and in the end, you neither paid the visit nor posted the excuse. Well, be more considerate in future to those who love you. Sincere, clean love does not grow on every gooseberry bush, my dear." The curt speech, made in the doctor's brusquest tone, conveyed to Patrine an impression of exquisite kindness. So many boons, so many benefits had been conferred in that grim, curt way. She had wept and would not weep again, but her hard, bright eyes grew misty as she thanked him, and asked after Lynette, with a touch of wistfulness that recalled to the doctor that unforgettable time when greedy death had threatened to rob him of his joy. He answered her cheerfully, and they found themselves chatting of familiar, everyday matters across the gulf that yawned between. And then, warned by some swift change of expression in her face, Saxum glanced up to see Sherbrand approaching. "Doctor," he called, "sorry to interrupt, but would you listen a minute?" The tall, lightly built, lightly moving figure came swinging towards them. He still carried the eared cap with the goggled visor. His thick, silvery blonde hair was darkened at the temples with the dampness generated under the close covering of waterproof. His light grey-blue eyes were smiling, yet there was a pucker of anxiety between his eyebrows as he put von Hernung's case. "So," he ended, "instead of taking a second flight in the bird with me as we arranged, would you trust your boy to this foreign crack who's in a hole for a passenger? He is Captain von Hernung of the German flying service, winner of the 2 days' flight from Hanover to Paris in April, a famous run." He added, "I need hardly say that with such a record as von Hernung holds you cannot be apprehensive of any rashness or neglect on his part. But I'll own I would rather take born up another day myself. Still, von Hernung, I am aware of the reputation held by the person you mention. I am going now to speak to him." The doctor's face was devoid of all expression, but he battled as he spoke with a masterful desire to forbid Bourne the expedition. To assert parental authority on this point would have been the mode of dealing approved by one of the two men who dwelt within the doctor. The other Saxum said, "Hold. Dare you place your paternal love," that other Saxum asked, "between your son and his duty? Because it would be so easy to do it is the reason why you should refrain." The doctor had walked a few paces towards the object of his troubled reflections. He wheeled abruptly, returned, and presented Sherbrand to his niece. A faint blush rose in Patrine's white cheeks as her eyes met those of the tall young aviator. They looked at her without any sign of recognition, and the conviction, "He has forgotten," shot stingingly across her mind. "He did not think me worth remembering," came next. And then she could have laughed, recalling that she had dismissed him from her own thoughts on the discovery of his connection with Fanshawe's. She had made so certain that a teacher of flying couldn't be a gentleman. Now face to face with him again, in his upright, easy bearing, in his straight and fearless regard, in the pleasant, well-bred voice that addressed her in a brief conventional sentence or so, she read his patent of gentlehood. From whatever root it sprang, the flower was noble. Her swift eyes shot a glance at the bigger figure in grey. What a hoggish knight of the dunghill, what a high-born clown had she not distinguished by her choice and selection. The smile of scorn that curved her mouth was suddenly banished by the sudden recollection of Bourne. "Uncle Owen, you have not yet told Mr. Sherbrand whether Bourne may go up again or not. I am sure, if you won't think me, if you don't mind my saying so, that he has had enough for today. I think it would be better if you would not." It was not the deep, warm voice of Patrine's characteristic utterance, but a weaker, thinner voice that hesitated and faltered and trailed away. It recalled nothing to Sherbrand. He looked at her and transferred his gaze to Saxum, who asked, "Does this German officer intend climbing to any high altitude or perpetrating anything in the nature of a display?" Sherbrand explained, "He does not want to go higher than 3,000. Just to try the hoverer, regarding which some business friends of his are bitten with curiosity. My mechanic is not able to go up with him, and he wants a lightweight passenger. He is over 16 stone himself, and the bird has been built to carry me with Davis. I calculated her wing area too. Sherbrand travelled into the realm of technicalities, using terms that were Volapük and Esperanto to Patrine. He had supple, finely shaped hands and used them as he talked with vivid, illustrative gestures. So, he ended, as your plucky youngster asked to go, it seemed a way out of the difficulty, provided you weren't dead against the thing. Of course, we'll swad the little chap in a sweater, or so, under the pneumatic jacket. It'll be a bit parky even at 3,000 now the sun's beginning to down. He added, I'll see to the strapping myself, you may rely upon it, Doctor. Saxum said with a look of kindness at the handsome face with the clear, candid eyes. I am sure of that, he added, mastering that inward impulse. I shall not forbid the flight if Bourne is set on it, but first I must speak to him. And the great form with the stern, thoughtful face and scholar's stoop moved across the greensward, followed by the tall young figures of Sherbrand and Patrine. Of the two, the man was by a bare inch the taller. This Patrine realized in a swift side glance. Certain featural characteristics of him, personal impressions received half unconsciously, retained their clear sharpness then and for many days. The silvery yellow hair toning into the pale brown skin, the powerful sweep of the brows over eyes set flush with their large orbits, prominent, brilliant, mobile as the eyes of a bird of flight. The nose arched and jutting like a kite's beak, with large sensitive nostrils, the somewhat sunken cheek and the sharply angled jaw, the little ear and the rounded skull superbly set upon the full muscular neck rising out of the collar of the gabardine, made up a portrait upon which some happy woman might well dote and dream. It was 5 o'clock, and the breeze that smelt of heather and clover hay and strawberries blew more strongly, straight from under the westering sun. Patrine drank in deep draughts of the buoyant sweetness. The leaden gyves had fallen from her limbs, the leaden weight had lifted from her bosom. She had recovered something of her old, elastic grace of movement that even the sheath skirt could not spoil. Looking at her, Sherbrand said to himself, she walks like a Highland hill woman or a native girl of the Philippines. And did Heaven or a Bond Street specialist give her that extraordinary hair? I rather hate it, and yet I have to go on looking at it. Does she know? I wonder if she knows. She felt his eyes on her, and the buoyant sense of well-being that his presence brought to her was mingled with an agony of apprehension. Her heart clamoured like a brooding thrush attacked by the owl. That Bourne should not be permitted to risk himself with von Hernung. Does any other living being know him as I know him? She asked herself. If by some misadventure it came to a question of one life or the other, would he scruple? No, he would not scruple for an instant to sacrifice the child. 3 words to Uncle Owen, if one only dared to speak them, would have put the thing out of the question. But at the thought of the dreadful avowal to which such an utterance might lead, Patrine was stricken dumb. She could not face the music. This was one little ear of wild oats out of the full field that waited for her reaping, sown in the hours that lie between the midnight of pleasure and the dawn of the day of remorse. Perhaps she and Sherbrand had walked more slowly than it had seemed to her. She saw Saxum and his son meet, heard indistinctly the exchange of a few brief sentences, and then the boy, with a jump to hug his father round the neck, ran to her as she came up. Cousin Pat, I'm going to get into my flying kit in a minute. His heart was thumping so that it shook him, and the short upper lip with the gold-brown dust of freckles on it quivered, hard as he tried to keep it stiff. One doesn't do it before people generally, but I'd rather like you to kiss me now. My precious, 12 times. She said it impetuously in the deep womanly baritone that Bourne loved, and Sherbrand started as he heard it. She dropped her tall sticked sunshade and caught the little boyish figure to her broad womanly bosom, hugged him until he panted and kissed his pale cheeks red. You do not need to be reminded that Patrine was a galumpher. Don't go, she whispered in her darling's neck. I hate your going, and I don't believe Uncle Owen likes it. Say you've been up once and you're nuffy, pretend you funk it. Do for my sake. I can't, ouch, you tickle, please let me go, this is business. He squirmed and she burst out laughing and released him. The act was a wrench that tore her bleeding heart anew. He bounded instantly after Sherbrand, seeing him go forward to join von Hernung, who was standing watching Davis fill the bird's tank with petrol and her reservoir with oil. There was no spurring these lazy devils of English into movement. The accursed pig dogs, the stupid sheep's heads. If that fragmentary wireless message had really to do with the business, within the next 10 minutes everything might be ruined. One walked perilously as amongst pebbles, holding a watch-glass of high explosive in one's hand. Here came the man and the boy. He joined them with a noisy burst of forced laughter. Presently you saw all three moving in the direction of a building where the flying kits of all sorts and shapes and sizes, of which Sherbrand had boasted, were kept for the use of the patrons of Fanshaw's school. As they went in, Bourne cast a wistful glance up at the clock on the front gable of the cafe-restaurant, now supplying afternoon tea served in brown teapots, and rolls and butter on thick white platters to a thin sprinkling of customers. 3 minutes to the half-hour, said the clock. Would the chief come, or must this thing be carried out by a small boy whose heart lay, a palpable lump of cold laid in the pit of his stomach, and whose knees were turning to jelly as he went? If Cousin Pat, when she begged him not to go, had known how badly he, Bourne, had wanted to hold her round the neck and beg her not to let him, he would at this moment have been unheroically safe. She was so big. He had most dreadfully wanted to cling to her and cry, imagine a fellow of 12 doing anything so kiddish. But he had swallowed the unmanly tears and wriggled out of her strong protecting arms. He looked back and saw her tall white figure standing near the hulking black-clad shape of the doctor, who had pulled his hat-brim low down over his eyes and did not seem to be talking or laughing at all. Davis was doing something with a spanner to the bird's undercarriage, and the long, thin shadow of her in combination with the squat shadow of the little stooping Welshman stretched eastwards over the dry green grass. He heaved a big sigh and followed his man in. Von Hernung was already trying on pneumatic coats, swearing in nervous German when they were not big enough. At last he was caparisoned in a heavy suit of flannel-lined Carberries and a buttonless hooded jacket. He had stripped the burst glove from his wounded hand, thrown it away, and replaced the magpie pearl ring upon his little finger. He had put on a woolen helmet and tied over that a flapped cap with goggles and earpieces. While he attended to his outfit, the leather satchel lay at his feet, or sometimes between them, or he would keep a boot toe on a corner of it, and his hard blue eyes were vigilantly watchful against surprise. Sherbrand and the dresser, who presided over a long room of shelves and pegs laden with queer garments, and who looked like a washed mechanic in spotless blue overalls, put Bourne into a woolen sweater and added to the panoply he had worn already that morning, and which consisted of leggings, slip-strapped to a webbing waist-belt, a pneumatic jacket, a knitted helmet such as von Hernung wore, and a pair of goggles. They looked like the Eskimo hunter and his little boy in the Book of the Arctic, a volume specially beloved of Saxum's small son. It was 5 minutes past the half-hour when they emerged from the dressing shed. Saxum came to meet them, turned and walked by his son's side. Davis, whose weakness as regards the sex we know, had pinched from the visitors' enclosure a green-painted iron chair for Patrine. She half rose, stung by an impulse of escape when she saw von Hernung approaching, and then controlled herself and sat down again. Nothing escaped her long eyes. They saw Sherbrand glance from Saxum to von Hernung and read the intention of an introduction in his look. He had just begun, "Doctor, I don't think you have met Captain," when von Hernung lengthened his long stride, outstripped his companions, and went over swiftly and stood beside Patrine. Chapter 33. She knew that he had interpreted her movement as an invitation. He saluted her and said, speaking thickly, "It is necessary that I have a word with you. Walk with me for 1 moment. I shall not keep you more." He bulked huge in his rig-out, but looked thoroughly at home and deadly workmanlike. He pushed up his goggles as though conscious that they discounted his personal attractions, and his blue eyes were stony and glittering, and his full mouth showed pale and hard set under the scarlet roll of his moustache. I shall not see you again today, and I have something important to tell you. He spoke rapidly, and his breathing was harsh and loud. I have been recalled by my chiefs and returned to Germany in another 2 or 3 days. That we do not meet again before I leave is possible, therefore I wish to give you my address. She did not look up. A white hand with red hairs growing thick on the back of it offered her a penciled card. She made no movement to take it. He said, thrusting the card underneath her eyes, "It is printed here in German letters. You read and speak my language badly, so I will translate for you. Squadron Captain Pilot Count Theodor von Hernung, Imperial Field Flying Service, Flight Station XXX, Torberfeld near Diebrich, West Hessen, Germany. Write your letter to me in English. The address copy from this. Will you not take the card? There is no need to. I do not mean to write to you." "Dank. You are candid," he said. "At least, you give me to understand that whatever happens," he repeated the words with a singular inflection, "whatever happens, you will have no more to do with me. Have I not told you so twice already?" He gritted his teeth and said, controlling furious anger, "Erklären Sie was jeebed ease. Why are you so rottenly furious with me? You have yourself to thank for what has happened. You led me on. You made me crazy about you. And the devil of it is I am so still. The sight of you maddens me. Listen, do not be stupid, unkind to yourself and to me. In 3 days from now you will get an envelope at your club with plenty of money. Join me at my headquarters at Torberfeld, and then you will see we will be happy. You shall have plenty of money to throw about when we visit Berlin and other big cities, and jewels, dresses, pleasure, admiration, everything a beautiful woman wants. Gross Gott. Can I offer anything more tempting? What are you saying, yes or no?" Her narrowed eyes looked like long black slits in her white face. The pale lips barely moved to answer. "Neither. Are you proposing to marry me?" He laughed woodenly and repeated, "Marry you, ha ha, what verdammt nonsense are you talking? What has love to do with getting married? Nothing that I have ever heard. Of course I shall marry, my family have arranged all that for me. But my countess will not interfere with my mistress, that I promise you. Come, be kind, my beautiful Isis, whisper now that you agree." He bent his head to hear. The whisper came from the pale lips, "I will see you in hell first." He started, taken aback. Her own utterance had shocked her. "Am I a streetwalker already?" she asked herself, "that I begin to curse and swear?" A whistle trilled. He started and said, "So then, all is over between us." She bent her head assentingly, and her glance fell guiltily on Born, who was standing near. Von Hernung, aware of him at the same instant, turned on him with a scowl and the harsh demand, "What is this? Do little English boys pry and listen?" Born returned, looking at the other squarely. "Beg pardon, but Mr. Sherbrand's calling you. He says it's getting jolly late." "So?" Von Hernung glanced at his wristwatch, in the act lifting the brown leather satchel into fullest view. The boy queried with open-eyed, innocent curiosity, "Shall I carry that? Are you going to take it with you?" "Ease mag wohl sein," Von Hernung answered. Then he clicked his heels and bowed formally and kissed Patrine's cold and heavy hand. She felt his teeth grit as he did it. She knew he was swearing in his way. "Adieu, then," he said, smiling at her maliciously. "Will you not wish me angenehm Reise?" "Certainly. A pleasant voyage and a safe landing." Her eyes fell on Born's little, oddly garbed figure, and her woman's heart spoke in spite of her. "Take care of my dearest," broke from her, and Von Hernung answered, "He is your dearest? Ah yes, I will certainly take very good care of him." He bowed, wheeled about, and walked from her with his long strides, and the boy, with a face all flushed and quivering, suddenly jumped at her neck and hugged her, bringing with the rough little embrace the queer scent of waterproofed material and dubined leather, knocking the silver-spangled hat awry, loosening divers tortoise-shell hairpins and an amethyst slide buckle holding up the heavy tresses of the dead beech-leaf-coloured hair, as he whispered, "Remember, I love you, Pat. Don't mind," and she shuddered as he freed her and ran from her, asking herself, how much had the child overheard of Von Hernung's proposal? What had he comprehended of what he had heard? Next, she was aware of the pleasant voice of Sherbrand calling and saw Von Hernung imperiously beckoning. A cold sickness of dread assailed her, and her knees trembled underneath her weight. A mechanic came running past, carrying away the chair Davis had brought her. He set it down at a safe distance from the aeroplane, and she staggered to it. leaning on the long staff of her sunshade, and sat heavily down, feeling chilly and old. Saxum had squeezed Bourne's shoulder and kissed him, and then withdrawn to a distance whence he could see all that took place. He watched Davis and Sherbrand help the boy into the forward cockpit, and fasten about him the safety belt attached to the fuselage on either side of the fixed bamboo seat. "You are sure you really want to fly again? Mind, I believe you're as safe with him as houses, but if you don't want to go, say the word and you shan't." Sherbrand whispered the words as he busied himself with the boy, and Bourne set his small teeth and squared his sturdy boyish shoulders, registering an unspoken vow to go in spite of all. One had been told to drop a word to Sherbrand if one found oneself in a tight place. But could one ever hold up one's head again before the patrol if one did this? To share one's mission with another when the chief had said, "I'd rather you'd carry through on your own," wasn't to be thought of. Mother, he swallowed hard at the thought of her, would say so too. It troubled his faithful little soul that he could no longer see von Hernung. He heard him talking in his guttural English to Davis, whom Bourne could not see either, as he stood near the nose of the machine in readiness to start the tractor, any more than the two mechanics who steadied the bird, pressing each a toe on the axle of the undercarriage as they held on to a steel rod that ran along under the rearward edges of a single plane. His final directions sharply given, von Hernung stepped up on the undercarriage, threw a long leg over the bulwark of the fuselage, and stepped into the pilot's pit. Bourne screwed his head round and saw through and over a low talc windshield the upright torso of the German, big, hard and indomitable, the leather satchel still gripped in his strapped-up left hand. "Are you going to take that leather case along with you?" Sherbrand's voice had a note of surprise in it. "You'll find it a handicap, let me say. You can't sit on it or lean against it, and if you tried to put it under you, you'd find it dead certain to foul the controls." To Sherbrand's voice, von Hernung's answered harshly and rather angrily, "Surely I shall be able to carry this. It is not thing but a folding camera with a telephoto lens made especially for survey and reconnaissance. There is still a good light. If I fly with the sun behind me, I shall be able to take quite a panorama of London northwest. It is not forbidden, no, your government would not object." "I don't suppose my government would care a little hang," Sherbrand's voice answered, "but this isn't one of your German army albatrosses or condors, and I don't see where you're to stow your camera unless in the observer's pit. Of course, the hovering installation takes up a lot of room, and I can't possibly risk your hampering the controls." "Ganz recht, very good," came von Hernung's voice, giving in with simulated heartiness. In another moment his long legs, followed by his great body, came scrambling into the forward cockpit, and his hands busied themselves about the stout belt of pig leather that secured the boy in the observer's seat. "Look here, my fellow, you will take care of this for me. See, I have passed the belt strap through the handle. Do not touch it." The guttural whisper had menace in it. "I shall be sure to know if you touch it or try to unbuckle the strap." "What's up?" Sherbrand's head and shoulders came thrusting over the other side of the cockpit. "Why did you unstrap him?" he demanded brusquely of von Hernung. "Don't you know that he is my friend's son and that it is my business to see to this?" Sherbrand's hand felt over Bourne's belts and bucklings before his head and shoulders vanished. Then von Hernung's big body withdrew itself, his voice, sounding from the pilot's pit on the other side of the low windshield, gave a peremptory order, and the tractor began slowly to revolve. An instant later, with a blinding flash, it began to roar and whiz round furiously. The bird, freed from the hands that detained her, leaped forwards, hurtling over the smooth turf at the speed of a racing motor car. The smooth floor of the cockpit unexpectedly tilted up, and a rough, cold wind buffeted Bourne about the head and shoulders, sent eddies down about his dangling feet, bellowed in his covered ears, and made him gasp for breath. Then houses and people, trees and hangars fell suddenly away, and he knew that the bird was rushing upwards at the bidding of its gnome motor, long superseded now, but then the latest marvel in aerial engineering, towards the blue sky with its lines of gilt mackerel clouds. On each side of the roaring, flashing whirl that meant the tractor spread North Middlesex, with its fields fast diminishing to the size of billiard tables. That patch no bigger than a garden lawn, with a row of wooden things like dog kennels and chicken coops, must be Bourne knew that it was the aerodrome. Deafened by the noise and a little sick, for the roaring, striving, hurtling thing in whose body he sat fastened stank horribly of castor oil and seemed to agonize and call on Bourne to suffer with it. He looked up and took courage from the warm, blue, beautiful, cheerful sky. He was quitting himself like a man. Nobody could say otherwise. How high, how much higher was the bird going to climb? Chapter 34. He looked down, and under his feet, left of the long transparent case that housed the horizontal hovering gear, was a little steel-framed glass port. Seen through this, the ground with its trees, fields and houses hurried along beneath him as though a comet travelling in the opposite direction had been harnessed to our old Earth and was towing her away. The floor of the cockpit suddenly altered its angle. It had tilted upwards. Now it tilted all to one side. Sick and dizzy, but secure, the boy hung in his straps as she lay over, and saw on his left hand a wing of the bird rising and blotting out the heavens, while on his right hand the earth reared up so horribly that Bourne could only shut his eyes tight and hold on to the arm straps of his seat, and gasp out a little prayer. Then the cockpit floor became more level, and the wind buffeted less. The roar of the tractor and the twanging drone of the wires made one's bones hum and tingle to the very ends of one's teeth and fingertips. But nothing had happened. Perhaps nothing would. He drew a great breath of relief, and his heart left off bumping. His mouth was cold inside, and his tongue felt dry and stiff. Only our Lord and our Lady and his guardian angel had seen him funky, and for this Bourne was grateful. They understood, and people would not. He guessed it about 5:45. By the genial warmth on one cheek and shoulder, and the way his shadow stretched over the pale-grained ashwood that lined the cockpit, he knew the west must be upon the left. He raised himself, craning his neck, and through the low wind screen behind him, against the background of a sky all flaming and boiling with molten gold and liquid amber, he saw the wide square shoulders and tall helmeted head of von Hernung, the hard eyes staring unflinchingly through their round glass goggles, the mouth set in a straight inflexible line under the tight red roll of the moustache. The red moustached mouth opened, and von Hernung shouted something. Nothing reached the boy but a sort of muffled roar. He shook his head vigorously, and then, one does not wear the signaler's badge for nothing, released a stiff little gloved hand from its grip on the armrest and rapped out with his clenched right fist on the edge of the fuselage. "I can't hear." The code was understood. The helmeted head some 4 feet distant nodded. One of von Hernung's gauntleted hands freed itself from the steering bar. Its knuckles drubbed out the question, "Have you the brown satchel?" Bourne had quite forgotten the brown satchel. He screwed back his head and looked down, and there it was, lying on the numb knees of him, buckled to him by the tough strap of pigskin that held him in his seat. He nodded assent and signalled, "All right, good." Von Hernung signalled back through the hurly-burly of the bird's transit. Bourne mustered courage to knock out, "Where are we? When shall we go down?" Von Hernung's right hand lifted itself and described a sweeping half-circle. The brusque gesture answered Bourne's first question, bidding him look and see. The boy, impeded in his view by reason of his small proportions, wriggled in his straps so as to get his chin well over the gunwale of the bird's fuselage, and the buffeting wind that was dug up and spaded over her bows by the dizzying revolutions of the tractor got hold of him and pummeled and buffeted him again. Her course was still north. The sun was setting in great smoking lakes of gold and sulphur on her left as she flew. Thick patches of dark green bushes that probably were woods, reddish-green blotches that might be heathy commons, shiny square patches that he guessed at as reservoirs, toy-box villages that were thriving suburban boroughs, specks that were villas, glittering ribbons that suggested canals, and one broad shiny stripe that was a river with tiny boats upon it, were swirling from right to left, sweeping along in the opposite direction, under the rushing body of the winged thing that bore him, ruled by the hand of von Hernung upon the steering wheel. Behind her a chaotic, formless greyness brooded on the horizon, innumerable spires rose out of it, and a glittering haze hung over all. That was London, the great grimy mother of cities, tearing away from her little son at 80 miles an hour. The shriek of an engine and the rumble of a train, reduced by distance to infinite tenuity, pulled the boy's eyes downwards. A weeny mechanical toy that meant one of the double-humped colossi of steam traction, dragging a string of matchbox goods trucks, raced another locomotive, towing a crowded passenger train neck and neck along the spider-fine perspective of gossamers that meant the Great Eastern Railway. Now fear was swamped in the sheer joy of the experience. This thin air that kept you perpetually gulping and swallowing saliva made you feel more than ever how good it is to be alive. Billows and billows of green, interspersed with patches of purple heather, meant Epping Forest, though he did not know it. A great aggregation of grey walls and housetops, looking like a section of an old wasp's nest, stood for Waltham Abbey as the bird drove on. Quite a tangle of the shiny grey-blue streaks that were rivers meant Ley and Orwell, Ouse and their trouty tributaries. East England rolled away underneath like an endless carpet woven in irregular patches of many hues. Green and brown, grey and yellow, and innumerable shades of these, so tempting in their suggestions of good things to eat that a most unheroic hunger reminded the schoolboy of tea time. Hours and hours gone by. He looked round in search of von Hernung, who maintained unchanged the same attitude, his shoulders level, his unseen hands steady as rock upon the wheel of the steering pillar, his mouth shut tightly, his hard eyes ranging ahead or lowered as he conned his course in masterly fashion by aid of the roller map, protected by its transparent, rainproof casing, or the compass, clock, altimeter and other instruments gimbaled in the wooden frame in front of the pilot's seat. How long? The small fist rapped out. Von Hernung detached a hand and signalled in answer. 1 hour. When do we go home? We go home now. The hand signalled, and the boy settled down in his seat to wait. Between hunger and weariness he dozed, and soon slept soundly, his hands hanging laxly over the leather armrests and his head nodding over the brown satchel lying on his knees. It figured in his dreams as something huge, oppressive and uncanny that suddenly took to itself malevolent life, spread a pair of wide leathery bat wings and would have flown away but that he gripped it fast. "No, no, you shan't, I promised," he heard himself crying, and suddenly the thing collapsed limply in his grasp and became nothing but a satchel, and he was awake and very stiff and rather sick and sleepy, and with the salt smell in his nostrils and the salt taste in his mouth that could only mean the sea. He looked over the gunwale and cried out in astonishment, for a vast carpet of rounded, woolly grey-white clouds lay spread beneath, the carpet beginning to rise and the cockpit floor to incline downwards. A thin, clammy fog suddenly blotted out everything. The bird had dived through a field of woolpack mixed with ground fog. Now flying some 100 feet beneath it, she regained her level in the clear light stained by the sunset as water in which a dash of red wine is mingled, the light that is the aftermath of a radiant summer's day. And with the smell of the sea sharper in his nostrils, the boy became aware of moving, muddy grey water, with ships and boats and steamers on it, far down below. Now the southerly breeze that had steadily tagged on some 23 miles an hour to the bird's 80-odd, began to veer and come in strengthening puffs and gusts from the northwest. Swirling eddies of air came upwards from the water, rocking the machine as a swell takes a boat at sea, and splashed upon the frail, silk-covered wings of the aeroplane in deluges of invisible spray. On the right hand and the left were wide stretches of muddy grey salt water, banks of sand, and drain-piped foreshore merging in patches of potato and swede and yellow squares of unripe corn. Clusters of white dots where shingle and seawalls bordered the drab, restless water were fishing hamlets, villages, and little coal port towns. Upon the north bank, rapidly receding in distance, could be dimly sensed, beyond a dense fringe of masts standing close as pins in rows upon a pincushion, the oblongs and squares and rectilinears of docks and shipyards, stone quays and piers and tide basins, mixed up with blocks and streets of sheds and warehouses, stations and goods yards, and huge, many-windowed factories, whose towering chimneys yet belched forth thick black smoke gouts, licked by red tongues of flame, though even if the Saturday noon steam siren had not silenced the throbbing of pneumatic riveting hammers and the roaring of steam coal chutes, hydraulic grain dischargers and oil pumps, and all the hellish hubbub accompanying the huge export and import trade of Yorkshire and Lancashire with North Europe and the continent, these sounds would not have reached the ears of the boy in the aeroplane save as a dull and muffled murmur, vaguely sensed, through the musical moaning of the stay wires and the racket of the tractor screw. Now the sunset was behind. The land was rushing back upon the right and left hand. The 2-mile-wide river was broadening to a great estuary vaster than the Thames, between Fort Victoria and Shoeburyness. Long crawling strings of linked-up barges, sailing vessels of the old windjammer type and yachts of the latest rig, battered tramp and collier steamers, high-sided rusty-looking oil tankers, pilot cutters, Coast Guard motor launches, whole fleets of steam trawlers, thrashed up and down its broad south side fairways or cannily negotiated the treacherous channels of the north bank. Ocean-going giants of the merchant service, flaunting the white-bordered jack or the red duster, or under Admiralty warrant, displaying the blue ensign, behemoths of the North Sea passenger service showing the 3-striped merchant flag of Germany, or the tricolour of the Netherlands, or the crosses of Norway, Sweden and Denmark, with more rarely some big grey armoured cruiser upon harbour and coastal defence service, or a brace of stumpy, square-ended patrol boats, or a trio of the stinging black hornets we have learnt to call torpedo boat destroyers, ranging in company upon some business of the powers that order Britannia's naval affairs. Fascinating, wonderful to look down upon, alike however diverse in size, shape, or uses, in the impression of flat unsubstantiality conveyed to you, together with the doubt that the emmets crawling upon them could possibly be life-sized men. A drifting daisy petal meant a smart private steam yacht. You look down from 2,000 feet above, on the open-lidded snuff-boxes that signified the fire control and signalling stations of some leviathan of the home fleet, and a string of black holes jabbed in an oval of floating white millboard represented her funnels. Black discs or white alternately stood for her ventilators, and her imposing deckworks, her turrets or barbettes, her gun houses and casemates, and the terrible monsters bloodthirstily nosing out of them, were reduced to a more or less symmetrical arrangement in thick or thin black lines. The rosy light was greying. The gusts came more fitfully. To the south, upon the right hand, were stone-built fortifications with black muzzles of big guns poking from the ramparts, over stretches of salty marsh, drab-coloured mud flats and slimy rocks covered with blackened seaweed, sticking up from pale silvery sand shoal, licked by the restless white tongues of the outgoing tide, and bumped by stranding buoys. Black dots and grey dots wheeled and scurried and settled. Crows and gulls were feeding ravenously as the tide drew off the flats and sand shoals, and by the queer sensation in his empty stomach, Bourne knew that he too was ravenous. From the beaconed north shore of the vast estuary basin, edged now by low rambling cliffs and belts of shingle and sand, a long curving headland with 2 lighthouses at the crook end, rushed now towards the bird at what seemed the speed of an express train. Bourne winced as the tall granite towers, topped with helmet-shaped domes of rust-red iron, rose up like twin giants threatening to destroy. An iron balcony with a flagstaff and signal mast ringed the base of each dome top. A stairway spiraled round each shaft to a railed stone platform well above high-water mark, and a shrimp-sized man in a red guernsey waved a speck of blue handkerchief and bellowed a disproportionately loud greeting through what was presumably a megaphone. In reality, the lighthouse keeper was indicating the M.O. cone storm signal, which hung point downwards from the west end of the yard arm, presaging a southwest or northwesterly gale. Whether or no this warning was lost upon von Hernung, proof of its value followed, for a great upleaping billow of brine-tasting wind caught the bird as she flashed past the twin lighthouses upon the headland, tossing her upwards like a withered leaf, and a curved iron shutter in the nearer of the two rust-red dome tops rolled down exactly as the nictitating membrane of a bird's eye does, and with a wink of glass from the prismatic reflector, a broad triple beam of blinding white acetylene light leaped north, east and south. In the same instant, upon each side of the flashing tractor, the boy sensed a vast, shimmering, liquid restlessness. Here was the sea, the very sea. Chapter 35. Something in the blood of the child answered to the call of the ancient mother. He cried out, half in terror, half in delight, and the cockpit tilted so suddenly that he was violently jerked against the seat back and the canvas bulkhead behind him. Looking up, he saw a large old moon of luminous yellow, sailing away overhead through a sky all shot with pink and grey as though hollowed out of a fire opal. The bird was rushing through space at 90 miles an hour, and great lumps of cold salt wind splashed overboard and took his breath away, and his hands were numbed with bitter cold and his legs were legs of ice. So brave a spirit dwelt in his little breast, that the sob that heaved it and the tears that stung his eyelids and dimmed his goggles were swallowed and blinked away as soon as shed. The cockpit became level, and there was an imperious rapping behind him on the upper canvas deck. He turned his head and met the hard, unflinching stare of von Hernung, who held in the hand with which he had wrapped a bitten piece of chocolate. Still munching, he signaled, "Hungry." He smiled grimly as the boy nodded in the affirmative, stuffed the bit of sweetstuff into his mouth, produced from its cache below the level of the upper deck another square of chocolate, tore off the silver foil with his teeth and crunched it greedily. He smiled, because of a queer tickling pleasure he felt as he did this, akin to the sensation experienced when his taunts had tortured Patrine. "Take care of my dearest," he fancied he could hear her saying. Not until she had committed herself to that incautious utterance had he, von Hernung, realized what rich vengeance on the desired, hated woman might be wreaked by the simple act of carrying off the boy, whom he had regarded until then as a mere bag of ballast, less useful but certain to prove less troublesome than the cockney-tongued Welshman, who might or might not carry a cheap revolver in the hip picket under his overalls with which to enforce his protest against being taken away. Von Hernung was himself armed with a Browning automatic pistol. A deadly shot, he would have been capable of dealing with half a dozen Davises upon the solid ground. But no lover of avoidable risks, he saw himself steering with one hand and shooting with the other, while Davis sat astride the chair in the observer's cockpit and argued with an 18 and 6-penny Birmingham Fort chamber, loaded with the cheap little cordite cartridges, whose pea-sized bullet can kill a fine big man. "What is this? You are sick." Even while keeping his ears open and his eyes skinned, as he negotiated the bird through a choppy cross-current, conning his course between the compass and the roller chart map, now illuminated by an electric bulb, his great shoulders shook with merriment as he saw the boy's head sink helplessly against the side of the fuselage, and his small body convulsed by throes of the sickness that is indistinguishable from the dismal malady of the sea. He had shut off the engine to shout to him, and in the sudden cessation of the tractor's racket, the deep organ note of the waters rolled in upon the hearing, mingled with the shrill piping of the wires and the ruffle of the freshening wind. As he switched on power once more, the broad white ray from the bull light leaped forth again, and caught them as it ran eastwards over the tumbling white-crested billows, flinging a huge shadow of von Hernung over the canvas-covered space of deck before him, and showing him to the white-faced boy who had twisted round once more to look at him, as a featureless human torso shaped out of solid ebony with diamond specks for eyes and gleams of grinning ivory teeth. "When are we going home? Why are we over the sea now?" Von Hernung shut off again for the luxury of hearing, and, answering, "I have told you because we are going home. Our home is Germany. You will not be an English boy but German once I have got you there." The shrill cry of anger that came from the open mouth of the white face was lost to him in the necessity of switching on the engine. He nodded pleasantly to the white face, and in the darkness of his own shadowy visage, there was the glimmer of a laugh. Then he applied himself to other business, for the tide would turn in an hour, and then the wind might blow hellishly from the northwest. Flying lower, he knew his course the true one, for the white headlight and green starboard lights of a big steamer pricked twinkling holes in the thick grey dusk to northward on his port beam. He told himself she was one of the Elba Company's big bluff-bowed liners making from Newcastle for Hamburg docks, the stern lights of a sister ship hailing from Grimsby. By her steerings were also discernible in the murk ahead, while the lights from her tiers of cabins made her look like a black water beetle with golden legs, hurriedly scuttling over the sea. Following the course of the Hamburg-bound liners, even if one failed to make connection with one's accredited pilot, it would not be long before one picked up Borkum Riff lightship, and in due course, spiring silver-grey against the pink and golden sunrise, the twin towers of Nordic Wireless marking the journey's end. Chapter 36. The Journey's End. A gust tearing the mist that veiled the livid waters showed the shadowy shapes of a procession of battleships steaming southwards in single line. You see the German assailed by the wind, now hard on the aeroplane's port beam, craning over, counting the speedlights passing diagonally underneath. 8 steel leviathans stabbing bright points of electric light through fog and funnel smoke, with an effect of diamonds seen against a background of dull grey plush. 8 rushing neutral-tinted shapes, conveying a formidable impression of grim power and force and ruthlessness. A squadron of battle cruisers of the British Home Fleet, new from the brine of Lerwick waters or the fierce green surges of Scapa Flow, bound for Harwich Roads or Sheerness or the Solent to figure in the huge pageant of steel and steam, electricity and man-power that would be called the King's Review. What a chance, supposing Der Tag were come already for the delivery of a consignment of bombs. It warmed like a draught of wine to think of the devastating effect of a couple of such German love gifts exploded in the bowels of one of those steel monsters, packed with complex machinery, high explosives and inflammable oil. True, there might be a reverse to the medal, damping even to the spirits of a Superman. Wireless signals would go forth at the order of one amongst a little knot of dark figures on the forebridge of the flagship, warning each of those grey monsters of its danger. Not an armoured cruiser scouting for them on the horizon, not one of all the torpedo boat destroyers in their vicinity, not a submarine nosing in the thick cold darkness below the restless white crests, but would join in the manhunt that must ensue. How the dusk would spring alive with the eyes of foes, and long rays of searchlight would go probing, and the mobile noses of guns great and lesser would be thrust from their hoods of proof armour, sniffing bloodthirstily for the enemy up in the sky, while from the flagship's mothering side a Navy seaplane armed with a Vickers machine gun might swing out and plop upon the water, rise from the white snarl of waves with a vicious scream of her propeller, and keen as a gull-hunting sea hawk, launch herself in chase. Phew! The thought made one sick at the stomach. Cold, isolation and darkness tried a man no matter how courageous. Buffeted by the bitter wind, aching and stiff with weariness, lonely with the loneliness of some small bird of the migratory order, outstripped by its companions on the wild journey over the North Sea, The Kaiser's messenger drew energy and cheer from the conviction that the dispatches entrusted to him by imperial favor were such as would hasten the arrival of the day to which all good German officers devoted the second toast on mess nights, when the Black Eagle would swoop, and the nodding witch-hag Britannia would awaken from her whiskey dreams of world dominion to find her armor obsolete, her sword rusted in its scabbard, the trident of sea power stolen from her hand. Hurrah for the day when the program arranged by the all-highest warlord and his war chiefs should be carried out in the complete overthrow of British supremacy, the seizure and domination of British territory, the solution of the great German race problem, in the transformation of the United Kingdom into a German dependency, the annexation of India and the British colonies, and the forcible Teutonization of the hated race. Aha, much to be locked in an imperial messenger's letter bag, thought von Hernung greedily. What in the way of guerdon might not be lavished by a gratified all-highest upon the danger-braving and to duty fearlessly devoted flying officer who should accomplish the secret mission and lay the brown satchel at the imperial feet, probably the second teacher, the first class of the Iron Cross, with military promotion and a handsome sum in hard cash, laudatory articles in the state-inspired press organs and service gazettes presently. Meanwhile, was it fitting that the future of von Hernung should lie, not upon the knees of the gods, but on the lap of a little seasick English boy? True, the brown satchel was firmly strapped to the boy, now lying in an attitude of complete exhaustion with one arm thrown over the gunwale and his small round head feebly nodding to and fro. The child knew nothing of the imperial dispatches, and yet one would have been wiser to keep the bag about one, in spite of the danger of fouling the controls. It will be gathered that a chilly premonition of imminent disaster crawled in the veins of the Kaiser's messenger. Hunger and fatigue were spurring von Hernung to imaginativeness unworthy of a superman. Now he knew his frail winged craft beset by cunning, treacherous enemies, the invisible air that cradled and supported her, only waiting to destroy. Other elemental forces, gale, lightning, hail, a waterspout, in collusion to bring about a swift and speedy ruin. The sea, no less than these, was an implacable adversary, reaching up innumerable greedy hands to drag her down and drown. The hawk hoverer would have been a help at this juncture if one had had some previous experience in the use of it. As things were, it was wiser to leave the Englishman's invention alone. A labouring beat admonished the man's quick ear of impending engine trouble. Ah, if the motor, that was the living heart in the aeroplane, should break down at this juncture, or the human intelligence perched behind the roaring tractor falter, the game was up. Kaput for von Hernung he very well knew. As though the very fear had brought on the catastrophe, the revolutions dropped. Below 1,000, said the indicator's trembling finger, and there was a miss. The bang, bang of a backfire followed. If one had believed in God now, this would have been the time to pray to him. But now the aviator's keen eye, peering downwards through Sherbrand's binoculars, picked up something that had emerged with a sudden yeasty swirl among the white-crested waves. No handsomer nor bigger than an undersized steam trawler, the casual observer might as such have accepted her. But a moment more, and fore and aft of the stocky little pseudo-steamer stretched the long, snaky, whitey-brown hull of a submarine. U-18 on observation service off Spurn Head, or a Britisher. An Evans signalling pistol loaded and with a supply of spare rockets was fixed in a cleat beside the instrument board within reach of the pilot's hand. The altimeter, illuminated by the electric bulb, gave an altitude of 600 as von Hernung snatched the pistol and fired, aiming towards the sky. The shot was followed by a second detonation, and a brilliant crimson light illuminated the grey welter, throwing up orange balls of fire as it ascended, to burst in showers of incandescent sparks. Switching off, von Hernung strained both ears and eyes for an answer to his signal. With the cessation of the motor, the diapason of the North Sea rolled upwards through the twilight with a threatening of storm. As the weather cone had presaged, a gale was coming. It blew strongly from the northwest. The engine backfired again, and von Hernung swore at it, trying to make out the nationality of the submarine running on the surface 600 feet below. There were half a dozen tallish figures on the narrow man-railed catwalk running along her hull forward, and one upon the screened-in platform of her humpy conning tower. Then the blue-white ray of a searchlight leaped forth, illuminating her bows and forward torpedo tubes, revealing the long neutral-colored hull with the wireless mast raised for use and soapy seas hissing off the armor plate. A backwash of brilliance picked out the black, white and red Jack of Germany, fluttering from a short pole mast sternwards. Signal lights of white and two colors broke out upon another slender mast aft of her conning tower, and winked and jabbered. U-18 was in touch with her man. It was quite time, for the Bird's engine hiccuped more and more disastrously, and her pilot's frozen hands could only guess the steering wheel. He grunted relief. Sapperlot 1 star had not deserted one. Once more the Prussian field flying service would, with reason, quote von Hernung's hellish good luck. Meanwhile the submarine's 3 lights chattered volubly in German Navy code. Do not attempt make harbor, heavy weather coming, original orders cancelled, heave to, will stand by to take you aboard. To which von Hernung, keeping pace with U-18, replied with long and short flashes of an electric signaling torch. Understood. What is the sea like? Keep off and on. Am coming down, and he came forthwith. The commander of U-18, standing on the little platform over which furious seas were slashing, watched him critically through a pair of Zeiss binoculars. You two are asked to see him, pulling round the Bird's head into the teeth of the nor'wester, shutting off her hiccuping engine, implacably thrusting her nose seawards, and diving with a splendid swoop into the widening paths of spirals that ended amidst the angry surges below, hitting the North Sea with so shattering a slap that the Bird's landing carriage crumpled and buckled, and the frail spars of her wings crunched like the bones of a small bird in the jaws of a hungry cat. A fierce green sea leaped, towered and broke, dumping a ton of water on von Hernung and knocking the breath out of the man. He tore open the safety belt as consciousness left him, and recovered in the warm benzene-flavored stuffiness of the officer's cabin aboard the U-18, to the stinging of schnapps in his mouth and gullet, and the cheer of German words in his ear. Hey now, we are coming about. That is well. Drink another draught, comrade. You have had a hellishly narrow squeak. Another time, when flying over sea with dispatches, start early, pick your weather and ship a life belt if you are wise. Thus Lieutenant Commander Luther of Undersea Boat No. 18. You see him as a spare, weather-bitten, black-bearded officer in a full panoply of yellow oilies and a sou'wester shading little eyes, sharp as lancet points and now twinkling with his bit of fun. But the word dispatches, coupled with the jest about the life belt, vaulted through von Hernung like the discharge from an electric battery. He gulped and choked, collecting enough tinned air to talk with, and at last got out, the boy with the satchel, where is he in the devil's name?" Thus adjured, the commander answered pithily, "If you mean the half-drowned little English rat petty officer Stoll, found washing about in the bows of your aviatic, he's alive. Don't worry about that." Through the churning foam upon his lips, von Hernung spluttered furiously. "Himmelkreuzbombenelment, what is the verdammt boy to me? It is the satchel that was strapped about the boy's middle. I am asking for the Emperor's Herrgott. I shall go mad." He staggered to his feet, hitting his head a stunning crack against the low white painted over deck. The incautious reference to the Emperor electrified those who heard, squatting on the little folding bunks, or kneeling on the palpitating deck of the little officer's cabin, into desperate activity. Von Hernung found himself boosted up a ladder and through a manhole, guided along a narrow, slippery catwalk, washed by the surges of the North Sea, to where a collapsible boat was being emptied of a lot of shipped salt water, and the battered wreck of the bird of war, lashed to the U-18's forward man rail, was waiting the commander's order to be finally abandoned to her fate. Chapter 37. They launched the collapsible and ransacked every cranny of the bird's waterlogged fuselage. Not the ghost of a brown leather satchel rewarded their feverish search. In the forward cockpit the belt swung loose. The patent fastening had been opened by pulling the pin out. Clearly the boy had released himself when the bird hit the sea. "Let us go look at this boy," suggested the commander on receiving the news that the kind had breathed and vomited sea water. Luther promptly led the way to the men's cabin, where Petty Officer Stoll and an earringed first-class seaman were working over a little limp naked body, outspread on the giggeting deck plates in the raucous glare of the electric light. Bourne was questioned, but nothing could be got out of him just then except North Sea, so they wrapped him in a blue navy blanket and left him in charge of Petty Officer Stoll. "This is hellishly unfortunate, you must know, Count," said the commander, alone with von Hernung in the vibrating steel box over the upper accumulators, called the officer's cabin and separated from the men's quarters by a paper-thin sliding bulkhead of painted steel. "You are asked to consider it furnished with 7 narrow folding bunks, a trestle table about as wide and long as a coffin lid, some folding chairs, a marvelous array of charts on spring rollers. Fixed against the steel walls, a row of wooden lockers, a chronometer and auxiliary gyro compass, several cylinders of oxylythe for respiratory emergencies, an electric stove of small size, a logbook and writing materials, a shelf of German literature, chiefly nautical reference books, sets of dominoes, a violin and a cornet, speaking tubes and a telephone, a gramophone and a giant cuspidor." Von Hernung, having swapped his waterlogged flying kit and soaked underclothes for dry flannels lent by the second in command, topped off with a pair of the commander's spare trousers and a Guernsey frock belonging to the biggest man on board. You can see him supplementing the shortness of the trousers with a pair of long sea boots, thrusting his huge arms into the Guernsey, beginning already to be superior to his rescuers upon the strength of his family rank and wealth, and his flying record, his bulk and handsomeness, and his magpie pearl. He was of the Prussian top-dog breed and let others know it, even whilst smarting under his loss. That he felt it was shown by the livid pallor testifying to mental disquiet and physical exhaustion. But he judged it wisest to bluff, and did. "The cursed machine would have drowned me if you had not arrived in the nick of time," he said suggestively, smiling under the red moustache that hung uncurled over his full sensual lips. "Suppose you say you found me swimming in the water, the aeroplane having foundered. It is merely rewording a report." "So many thanks," returned the commander, chewing hard at an unlighted cigar, sending a jet of saliva into the cuspidor and smiling in a wry and dubious fashion. "But when I said things were hellishly unfortunate, I meant unfortunate for you." He moved to the green baize-covered plank that served as a cabin table, and took from a weighted document file a penciled paper slip. "As far as they concern you, I will read you them as taken down by our wireless operator. To Undersea Boat No. 18 on observation duty off Spurn Head. Stand by to get in touch with ACT pilot and render aid if necessary to German Imperial Secret Service messenger, crossing to Nordyke in British aeroplane. The message comes from the German embassy in London and the sender is Grand Admiral Prince Heinrich. I have carried out my instructions to the letter. There is only one man going to be broken over this affair." Von Hernung knew who the man was. The commander chewed some more of his cigar, picked his oozing yellow oilskins off the deck, thrust himself into them, crowned himself with his sou'wester, and said, taking a farewell shot at the cuspidor, "And to brew more thunder beer for you is not my desire. I am sorry for you, Bay Gott, but to make game of those who command me is not the purpose for which I am commissioned, Herr Count. Nor have I any experience in doctoring reports. I rate only as lieutenant in the Imperial German Navy, a man born of plain people, without fortune or even von before my family name. Von Hernung sensed that he had bitterly offended the only human being who could help him. He apologized subserviently, and catching at the straw afforded him by the commander's admission of poverty, offered him the pickings of the wrecked aeroplane. For her instruments and signaling outfit, the seats and vacuum flasks even are well worth the having, and her engine and tractor will sell for, he named the sum in marks. There is a patent stabilizer under her belly that I reserve for Majesty. The French have bought it or think they have. The speaker rubbed his hands. The hoverer might yet prove a sop for the all-highest. Imperial displeasure thus averted, all would go well, he added, feeling that he might actually afford the luxury of grumbling. As for me, I am what the English call fed up with special missions. Conceive it, I am at a Hendon flying school, chatting with a handsome Englishwoman who has taken me for her lover, as I am waiting to get an inkling of the sort of invention the French War Ministry think worth buying for use in their service aéronautique. I am summoned by a groom of our embassy to speak to some excellencies. I follow and find myself clicking my heels before Prince Heinrich von Moltke and Krupp von Bohlen in an embassy autocar to be sent off at a moment's notice in a little cranky devil of an English monoplane with secret dispatches for the all-highest on a journey over the North Sea. With the barometer falling and the hour past 5 meridian, that's my luck. The speaker paused for breath. Luther said, pulling his black beard through his fingers with a crisp sound, a trick of his when in meditation. There was no time to lose. And you have a wonderful record for long-distance flying. And luck it was. If you had been of my mind, tell me, did not they give you plain instructions? Do they ever speak plainly? Von Hernung scoffed, and Luther answered calmly. Yes, to an ordinary man who does not understand obscure language, they would have said, Lieutenant Commander Luther, here is a brown leather satchel with something inside it belonging to the Emperor. You will convey the satchel to Nordyke and deliver it to His Majesty's hands. And from the moment I entrust it to yours, it shall be close as your very skin to you. If you meet death upon your errand, die with it next your heart, the speaker added with a wounding accent of irony. Perhaps that marks the difference between a plebeian and a nobleman. I would have lashed it to my body under my clothing. You strapped it about the boy. By the way, what is the boy? The boy, nothing, a piece of ballast merely. Von Hernung, warmed by dry clothes and exhibitions of schnapps, was fast recovering his characteristic arrogance. He added with a shrug and a wave of the hand, as for the lost satchel, it may well be that duplicates of the dispatches contained in it have been sent to the Emperor by another messenger. That is the usual method, perhaps you are not aware. Duplicates exist, but in only one place on earth will you find them, and that place is the London War Office. The commander pitched his cigar butt into the cuspidor, snapped the 3 stud clips that secured his yellow oilskin storm coat, and dug his piercing little eyes into von Hernung's as he asked, Have you never heard of the war engine of Robert Fouley's, the Scottish sea captain who first suggested to the British the use of steam as applied to battleships, and invented the screw propeller, and the big devil knows how many other things besides the mysterious secret weapon that Great Britain has kept hidden up her sleeve 126 years? It was offered by Fouley's, then Earl of Clanronald in 1812, to the British government, and it frightened people like the drunken regent and the Duke of York and Lord Mulgrave into refusing it. It was offered again to their War Office at the time of their Crimean War, taken into consideration by the Duke of Newcastle and again ejected, because gross Gott, it was too inhuman, as though a weapon that could end a war in a twinkling by sheer deadly effectiveness could be anything but a boon to mankind. Phewie, such hypocrisy makes me vomit worse than 30 hours of submergence. Not because of its inhumanity has Britain stored up the old man's war engine, out of diplomacy, to brutalize the great Germanic nation into subservience under the rod of fear. Luther and von Hernung, otherwise antagonistic, were alike in their rabid hatred of Great Britain. Luther had talked himself plum-coloured and hoarse by now, but he went on, pounding the air with a knotty, clenched fist. Thus it was well done on the part of the Kaiser's secret agents to steal Clanronald's war plan, on the brink of the day to which we have drunk so long, not the duplicates buried in the Whitehall strongvaults, see you, but the originals from the muniment-room of the Welsh castle, the country seat of the present Earl. Less than an hour after you took flight from Hendon, London was alive and buzzing with the tale. How do I know? Does not a man know everything with wireless? And you, with no inkling that you carried for Germany, victory in the world war that is coming, you who have lost Clanronald's secret are a ruined man, bei Gott, he added, as von Hernung broke out cursing and raving. As I have said, I pity you, though you have tried to bribe me. But it will not do to talk of suicide, for I shall prevent that. Your cartridges are wetted, your revolver will not serve you, and you will not get a chance to drown yourself, for I am going to submerge. My fellows have got the flying motor out of the stirrups and stowed it away with the auto-hoverer and the other things for the Emperor whose property they are. Then we run, only periscopes showing, for the Gat of Norderney. There is a clear dredged channel to Nordyke Harbour, navigable in any tide. You have to account there to the all-highest for the satchel, or I, bei Gott, must account to him for it, and you. And Luther slid back the steel door, passed through the narrow gangway and shot up the narrow steel ladder to attend to affairs on deck. Two of his subordinates instantly replaced him. On no account was von Hernung, the living proof of the commander's fidelity to his instructions, to be left alone. You understand? One would have said the Superman believed in God, he blasphemed him so industriously. When he was quite spent and voiceless, the lieutenants offered him practical sympathy in the shape of gingerbread and lager beer. He accepted the beer and sat on one of the sofas drinking it and brooding lividly while Undersea Boat No. 18, with hermetically sealed hatches, folded down her signal and wireless masts, shut off her 2000 HP. Diesel oil engines, sucked water into her ballast tanks, and with only her periscopes showing above the surface, ran under her electric motor power for Norderney Gat and Nordyke Quay. Behind her, as she sped, a red stain upon the angry waters gave back the last rays of stormy sunset, smouldering out behind bars of drift track, beyond the bleak East Country beaches and the long blue-black, desolate worlds. Von Hernung's private, personal sun was setting somewhat after the same fashion, amidst sable clouds of imperial wrath. It was to sink below the horizon in deepest disfavour, rise again in the day's gory dawning, and fall, its evil fires quenched in a drenching rain of blood. Chapter 38. Even as petrol and air mingled in the bird's cylinders, and Davis rotated the tractor and nimbly leaped out of the way of sudden death, the buff broadsheets of the Evening Wire edged the curbs of Fleet Street and ran up Kingsway to High Holborn. And from Ludgate Hill to Charing Cross, Pall Mall and Piccadilly Circus, the raucous voices of newsboys yelled through a pelting hail of pence. Amazing theft of a family secret. Stolen from Gwyll Castle, the Clanronald war plan. An echo of Crimean days, thief known, police sanguine, common cracksman's enterprise or diplomatic stroke. Strings of news carts laden with bundles of papers were rattling east, north, south and west. Trains were taking in the story by bales of thousands and disgorging it at every stoppage. As von Hernung opened the throttle, and the bird raced 100 yards or so, bumping like a taxi going over a bad road, then rose into the air as gracefully as a mallard and launched upon the first wide spirals of the aerial ascent. The small audience interested in the aeroplane, her freight and her behavior, watched her as she dwindled in the sight and died upon the ear. The spectators in the enclosure had departed in dribbles. The last three-seater Airbus had rounded the aerodrome, landed and deposited the last passengers. 2 or 3 over-enthusiastic students lingered, but the rest had shed their grimy overalls and beat again themselves home. The mellow light of late afternoon lay sweetly on the wide expanse of treeless greensward, and on the woods that tufted the horizon line, rooks and starlings were wheeling over distant tree clumps. The bands no longer brayed or tootled. The mechanics were leaving the sheds and hangars. The waitresses were hastening to other employments, such as program vending at suburban music halls and picture theaters, the selling of stale boutonnieres about the entrances of restaurants, the serving of drinks and suppers at nightclubs, and so on. On the verge of the white-marked oval from which the bird had taken her departure, Saxon was standing with Patrine. Their faces were lifted to the sky as they talked together, and Sherbrand's eyes were irresistibly drawn to them, so heroic in mould and so curiously alike. There was a puzzled line between the instructor's thick, fair eyebrows. He was ready to swear it was the same girl, but the face that had looked into his that night in Paris was somehow softer, younger. It was not only the alteration in the color of the hair. If you had taken the big, hearty, smiling young woman of the Mills Placiers and dipped her into a vat of hydrogen peroxide, so that not only her hair but her whole body had been bleached, you would not have accomplished such a transformation unless the chemical had possessed the power to change the color of her mind and soul. The girl of the Mills Placiers had looked at you frankly and spoken to you like a pal. In that atmosphere of sexual excitement, amongst those crowds of men and women, flushed with meat and wine and the desire of sensual pleasure, she had appealed to Sherbrand like a heather-scented breeze from the north. Beautiful and big and sisterly, she had seemed to him who had no sisters. He had often wondered how she came to be in that place, but it had never occurred to him to lump her with the ordinary pleasure-seeker. He had read more correctly than von Hernung, who believed her from the first to have bitten deep into the fruit of knowledge, purity if not ignorance in her wide curving smile and honesty in her clear unshadowed eyes. What eyes they were, long, brilliant, blackly lashed, browny green as agate. What a wonderful voice came out of the depths of her splendid chest. The arch of her breastbone reminded you of a violoncello. How splendidly her head was set upon its column of warm, living ivory. Her firm, round chin had a dint in it that the old Greek sculptor had failed to bestow upon the glorious Venus de Milos, the lady of the Isle of Music. Everything about her was planned on the scale of magnificence. 6 feet tall, she walked the earth like a goddess, or as women must have walked when the sons of light mated with the daughters of men. Thus Sherbrand, meditating on his fate to be, while destiny limped towards him in the person of an undersized telegraph clerk whose complexion, previously pallid, had deteriorated to dirty green. He began extending a shaky hand from which dangled a slip of limp paper. "For you, sir." Rumball hadn't got a picklock among his tools, so he burst in the door with a No. 10 spanner. "They rung us up about 20 times while he was at the job, and the message is important, sir." "I'll see, thank you, Burgin." Sherbrand took the telegram from the jerky hand and read, "Your German acquaintance suspected agent robbery, documents national importance. At all costs keep him until I come." The chief's name at the end was the nail that clinched the thing, but the cry of Macromby's undersized assistant was the hammer blow that drove the nail to the quick. His sharp eye, following the climbing aeroplane, had seen her flatten and swing about and leap forwards, exactly as the carrier pigeon strikes out its line of flight for home. "My God," he yelped out. "See there, blimey if the S not done us, bunked it by air to Kaiserland while I was spelling out the screed. Gone with the bird and the overing gear, my God, what's to be done?" "Shut your head on what you know," said Sherbrand's voice in the pale clerk's ear as Sherbrand's hand fell ungently on his shoulder. "You've done your best, it's not your fault if luck was on the other side." But his eyes went to the doctor's great figure standing beside the tall white shape with the hat of twinkling silver. But the boy, a sickness swirled up in him and a dizziness overtopped it. He caught at and gripped the clerk's thin shoulder to keep himself upright. "My God, how shall I break it to the doctor?" Sherbrand asked himself. "If that German fellow has carried off the boy." "Steady-o, catch on to me, sir, nobody's looking," said the telegraph clerk. He was a hero worshipper on a robust scale and Sherbrand his chosen deity. This ain't our young boss jivin' in, but just his empty inside playin' tricks on him, he assured himself. To Sherbrand he said humbly, if you'd come over to the cabin, there's hot cocoa and toke there. Grubble steady you, if you'll excuse me taking the liberty of saying so, and you can't do nothing till he comes. The person to whom Burgin referred had passed the entrance gates, almost before the sentence left the lips of the clerk. Now his alert, upright figure came in sight, briskly turning the corner of the restaurant, and wrought to the point of ironic merriment by the greatness of the blow that had fallen on him. Sherbrand shook off his dizziness and faintness, straightened his tall body, clapped both hands to his mouth, and gave the huntsman's view halloo. Stole away, stole away. Small cause for mirth. And yet he laughed, pointing to the dwindling speck high upon the north horizon that represented the worldly prospects of Sherbrand, and a handsome sum in cash. The bird, just then entering a broad belt of gold-white mackerel cloud, was lost to view in another instant, but the chief had wheeled upon the pointing gesture and seen and understood. Then he was upon them, saying in accents jarred with anger, "How was this allowed to happen? You were warned. You had my wire." Sherbrand's mouth was wrung awry with another spasm of mirthless laughter. He fought it back and held out the crumpled slip of paper, saying, "I did, but luck was on his side. Thanks to a relapse on Macromby's part, I got this after the bird had flown." The bird, the blue-grey eyes in the keen hazel met and struck a spark between them. The bird, he has taken French leave, or more appropriately German, by the help of your machine. Sherbrand nodded, setting his teeth grimly. The wailing voice of the pallid clerk came in like a refrain. "Ooked it, bunked, so 'elp me Jimmy Johnson, with our young governor's mono and the gyro over her," said the chief, moving sharply towards where the wireless mast straddled over the telegraph cabin. "He has adopted the only means of exit by which it was possible for him to escape. All railway stations are being watched, all highways patrolled by our agents, traveling in high-powered motor cars. We are on the lookout for him at every ocean shipping port. One road we left open, not having the means to block it, and that is the road of the Stork and the Swan. Decidedly, I might have guessed that he would play young Lochinvar after this fashion, but until I left the ground an hour ago I did not know of the theft of the Clanronald plan." "The Clanronald," Sherbrand was beginning when the chief cut him short. "I had forgotten that you are as little wise as I was an hour back. Better glance at this paragraph while I make use of your O.T. installation and wireless, and put the fear of heaven into Macromby, incidentally and by the way." He thrust a tightly folded copy of the Evening Wire upon Sherbrand and vanished into the rum-flavoured stuffiness of the cabin, with the pallid telegraph clerk close upon his heels. And upon Sherbrand, in the act of unfolding the newspaper, rushed his fate, in a hat of silver spangles, challenging the knowledge in him with blazing eyes well upon the level of his own. "Mr. Sherbrand, tell me what has happened. Why do you look so queer and white?" She herself was whiter than her narrow dress, and the mouth the eager rush of words poured from was pale under its rose-tinted salve. She hurried on breathlessly. "They show no signs of coming back. It fidgets me horribly. And I was looking from over there where I was with Uncle Owen when you called out 'Stole away,' and waved your arm." She glanced at the sky, shuddered, and looked back at him. "Am I silly? But all the same, the General told you something. I don't ask what, but I funk, I don't know why, but it's beastly, the sensation. Tell me I've nothing to be afraid of. I swear I'll take your word." And that she was just then a creature full of fears was written large upon her. She might have quoted Queen Constance, who I think was also a galumpher, meaning a woman of big build and sweeping gestures and an imperious temper withal. Sherbrand feared also, and the pang of solicitude for the pretty boy so unexpectedly dragged into the vortex of a diplomatic and political felony was, to do him credit, quite as sharp as the pang caused him by the rape of the bird. He answered, "Miss Saxham, I do not believe that there is any danger of an accident, but that there will be delay I shall not try to disguise. The fact is," a guttural Teutonic voice said close at Sherbrand's shoulder, "Nedige's Fraulein will wish to return home. It is getting late, so very late. I have instructions from my master to drive the Fraulein back to her address." Sherbrand wheeled to be confronted by the thick-set figure of the moustached and uniformed attendant who had occupied the seat beside the chauffeur of the big blue Fiat car. "Who is this?" he demanded in a look, and Patrine, her pallor drowned in a scarlet blush of horrible embarrassment, stammered, "I really haven't the least idea. You hear?" Sherbrand's tone was not pleasant. "The lady does not know you, that ought to be enough." Patrine felt herself drowning in chill waves of horror. The man persisted, "The lady is a friend of the gentleman who brought her here. I have my orders to drive the lady home in the yellow car." In his muddy eyes there flickered a leer or a menace. Patrine saw the doctor coming and flew to his side. Sherbrand said, looking sternly at the German, "You understand, your orders are nothing to the lady. She does not choose to be driven home by you." The man protested. "But my master," Sherbrand demanded. "Who is your master?" Then a sudden light dawned upon him, and he turned and knocked sharply at the cabin door, at which the liveried attendant, as a man who finds hesitancy a double-edged weapon, wheeled in military fashion and retreated. He casting a surly glance over his shoulder and quickening his heavy footsteps to a jog-trot as the general's active person appeared at Sherbrand's side. "That man, Sir Roland." Sherbrand's slight gesture indicated the thick-set figure now getting hurriedly into the yellow Darracq. He added as the car swirled round the corner of the restaurant and vanished in the direction of the entrance gates, "Ought I to have grabbed the brute and hung on to him? He was certainly with a party of foreign-looking people who interviewed von Hernung just before he got away. You saw them?" "I certainly saw them. And I agree with you that their unexpected appearance has had to do with their countryman's sudden departure," said the chief. "But to grab an orderly of the German embassy would be only less risky than grabbing a Kaiser's messenger on suspicion of his carrying stolen war secrets in his official bag." A Kaiser's messenger. Sherbrand's mouth shaped a soundless whistle. "Why, now I remember, he had a dispatch case or valise with him. Wouldn't hear of leaving it behind." "I dare say not," the chief's dry smile commented. Sherbrand went on, "I developed muscle in persuading him to let it go in the observer's cockpit for fear of it fouling the warping controls. No wonder he stuck to it. War secrets. It is plain you haven't glanced at the Evening Wire. It tells the story rather pithily, beginning with an outbreak of fire on Tuesday night at Gwyll Castle, Denbigh, caused by a short circuit in the electric lighting apparatus of the North Tower. He went on, "I waste no time telling you, for all that's possible has been done now in setting our agents on the track of the flying thief. The North Tower at Gwyll holds the priceless Clanronald Library and the Muniment Chamber, where they bottle up the original MSS, detailing the war plan of the old earls. The short circuit that set up the blaze was the kind that any amateur can arrange for with rubber gloves, a pair of pliers and a bit of soda-water wire. Is it known who the amateur was? There is reason to suspect one Herr Rassing, an underlibrarian of German nationality, who behaved like a hero according to the local fire brigade. He it was who suggested, Clanronald being absent on a yachting cruise in the fjords of Norway, that the contents of the muniment chamber should be transferred to the strong room in the basement of the East Wing. He superintended the removal, armed with knowledge, enthusiasm, and a large-sized Webley Scott revolver, with which he volunteered to keep solitary guard till morning outside the strong-room door. And when daylight came, hinted Sherbrand, it discovered the zealous Herr Rassing to be missing, and a corresponding hiatus in the treasures of the muniment chamber. Item: a sharkskin case inlaid with ivory figures, Japanese, antique and valuable, containing the original diagrams, chemical formulae and so on, embodying the famous plan. Sherbrand asked, "Was it as tremendous as they tell one?" The crisp voice answered, "Tremendous it not only was, but is. The most terrible and effective method of annihilating an enemy that has ever been conceived by the brain of man." Sherbrand said, drawing a deep breath, And that is what von Hernung carried in the brown leather valise thing that he took away with my machine. Not that I trouble about the bird, she was old, and I've got the stuff to build a new one, but my patent, the hawk hoverer, that's another pair of shoes. The hawk, fee. The chief whistled a rueful note, and his keen eyes softened in sympathy. I had forgotten your invention. So von Hernung has scooped for Germany the gyroscopic hovering apparatus that the French War Ministry were proposing to buy. Now I understand the something about you that has puzzled me. You wear the look of a father, Sherbrand, bereaved of an uncommonly promising son. Saxum's stern face rose up in Sherbrand's thought, stamped with that look, and his throat contracted chokingly. The chief asked, "What sort of man is the mechanic von Hernung has commandeered? A fellow easy to bribe or intimidate? It would be worthwhile to know." "It's a boy, not a man," broke from Sherbrand hurriedly and hoarsely. "General, no more unlucky thing could have happened. Dr. Saxum's 12-year-old nipper took a tremendous shine to von Hernung and he's gone with him. That's the news the doctors got to hear by and by." There was a silence. The chief's face was turned away, then he said quietly, "There was no question of a shine. My scout was obeying an order. His chief scout had said, 'Keep this man under observation, and if he leaves the flying ground, follow him if you can.'" Sherbrand could not speak for pity of the small white face that had grinned at him out of the clumsy woolen helmet. He understood now that when he had bent to strap the safety belt about the little body swathed in the flannel-lined pneumatic jacket, he had felt a terrified child heart bumpety-bumping under his hand, and he struggled with his grief and rage in silence, broken by an utterance from the other man. So he followed him into the air, seeing no other course before him. "My old friend Saxum has good reason to chortle over such a son. I said today I am proud of my scouts. Well, tonight I am 10 times prouder. I shall tell the doctor this when I get a private word with him and wind up with thanks to Bourne." Then the doctor, Sherbrand began, a weight lifting with the hope that the news might not have to be broken. The doctor knew. "I had said to him, 'Doggily, I'll give your pup a fighting chance to prove his Saxum breed. It's a stark breed, hard as granite, supple as incandescent lava, with a strain of berserk madness and a dash of oriental fatalism. They can hate magnificently and forgive grandly and love to the very verge of death.'" Could she, Sherbrand wondered, letting his eyes travel to the tall white woman standing by the doctor, as the chief went over to them and grasped his old friend's hand. Then both men moved away across the dusky ground together. Those words of thanks and praise were being spoken. Coming from such a source, they must be heartening to listen to. But presently, when their glow had paled and faded, and the boy did not come back, presently when the empty chair and the vacant bed and the little garments hanging in the wardrobe should be filled and occupied and worn only by a shadowed child wrought of lovely memories, by and by, when the silence in the house should clamour in the tortured ears of the woman and the man, then Sherbrand knew no praise of their lost darling would console Bourne's parents. Dry-eyed they might smile until their lips cracked, but their hidden hearts would weep. Their tongues might be silent, but their hearts would cry always. Did we wish our child to be heroic? Had he been a craven, we would have had him now beside us. Give us our living boy again. Oh, keep your empty words. That which hath wings a cry from Patrine prodded Sherbrand to active sympathy. So at last they had told her. She knew all. And true to her type, she was raging at the doctor and the chief like a very termagant, upbraiding them with a spate of words rushing over her writhing lips and lioness frenzy in her blazing eyes. "I begged you not to let him go." This was to the doctor. "Faint? Do you take me for a bally idiot to faint when there's something to be done? Follow that man and get him back. If he takes him away to Germany, don't you know we shall never see Bourne again?" "Oh, why can't I make you understand?" The raging voice grew hoarse with sobs, though her furious eyes were dry as enamel. She added with an inflection that made Sherbrand blink and gulp, don't you know it will kill Aunt Lynette, and I shall be guilty, I who love them so. Oh God, I must do something or die raving mad." The doctor's great arm held her firmly round the body. Saxum was strong as an oak tree, but who can control a woman in the frenzy of hysteria? Standing 6 feet tall in high-heeled no. 7 shoes, she wrestled and fought, and her tawdry hat of silver spangles tumbled off, and her superb hair shed its pins of tortoiseshell and rolled, yellow tawny as a South African torrent in flood time, down over her heaving shoulders, over the supple back and writhing loins reaching nearly to her knees. Then her strength went from her and her tears came. She dropped into a chair Sherbrand had got her and crumpled up there crying bitterly. Chapter 39. With her hat off and her hairpins out and her tawny-coloured mane tumbling over her heaving shoulders, the superb illusion of maturity vanished. The 3 men viewed Patrine with clear, unprejudiced eyes. Stripped of the magic cloak of Circe, here was no transformer of man into the hoofed and rooting mammal, but a great galumphing schoolgirl, pouring out a heartful of trouble, without the least concern for her complexion, mopping her streaming eyes with a little sopping handkerchief, temporarily ending its brief career of usefulness with a dismal blast upon the nose. "Take mine," said Saxum, thrusting the large-sized square of cambric upon her. Thank you, Uncle Owen." She said it in the voice of a child. The torrent of tears, so different from those shed earlier, had washed her heart clean. Something hard and cynical and evil had passed out of her. She was Bourne's dear Pat again. A lean brown hand that wore a chipped and ancient signet was next held out to her. She grasped it and was straightway hauled upon her feet. "Are you better?" said a friendly voice in a crisp way. "I think so, thank you, Sir Rowland," she added in a tone as tear-soaked as her handkerchief, while Saxum offered her hat and Sherbrand tendered tortoiseshell hairpins. "I'm awfully afraid I have behaved like a fool." "Like a woman," said the friendly voice even more crisply. "Do you think women are fools?" she was beginning when she caught his eye and broke off. For she had met Sir Rowland's mother, and she knew his young wife quite well, and her Aunt Lynette, the one living being whom she worshipped, was one of his closest friends. No, to this man women were sacred. Why had she uttered such a banality? For the life of her she did not know. She drew a sobbing breath and looked about her vaguely, and suddenly a mist rolled away from her brain. The net of tragedy whirled high and fell upon her, and the steel trident was driven deep between her ribs again. "I had forgotten." She stared upon them. "What must you all think of me?" Saxum's arm came round her, and Saxum's voice answered, "Nothing, my dear, but that you are human and have had a tremendous shock." She leaned against the doctor's great shoulder, sighing, "Thank you, I'm all right now, not going to cry any more. But Bourne, if we wait long enough there will be news of him. We shall get him back." She felt Saxum's iron muscles jerk and his ribs heave as though the trident had found a home between them. Perhaps he could not find his voice, for it was the chief who said, "We are doing everything possible. Mr. Sherbrand is helping. He has been good enough to place the telegraph installation at our disposal and the wireless also." A call, Burgin. The undersized clerk had waved a hand from the threshold of the cabin. The chief vanished. Patrine sighed. "Oh, if there should be news." "You are too sensible to be bowled over if there happens to be no news," said the doctor's voice, but his arm was tense about her waist and she felt the beating of his heart. "Uncle Owen." Sherbrand had withdrawn out of earshot. She squeezed the kind, responsive hand, turned her mouth towards the doctor's ear and whispered tremulously, "Uncle Owen, you don't know him as I do. That's why I am so horribly afraid for Bourne. He would be cruel to anyone you liked if he hated you, and he is furious with me. I have thwarted him in something he wishes. He is bad, dangerous. Do you understand? He cannot be a bad pilot with such a record. And in such calm weather there is little danger of an accident. We must be patient. There is nothing else to do at the moment but wait." Saxum had feigned to misunderstand her, for very pity you can conceive. Blurting out her miserable secret in this moment of unselfish sorrow, his heart was wrung in him to an anguish of compassion for Patrine. But no less was he wrung by the truth her words conveyed. His son and Lynette's was in the power of an evil man. What was David's daughter saying? "Uncle Owen." The tall figure of Sherbrand had moved away into the reddish twilight, and a wild desire of confession spurred on the girl to desperate frankness of speech. She hurried on, nerving herself to the change that would presently show in Saxum. Uncle Owen, I think you had better know, since I met him in Paris. Stop, said Saxum, but she would not stop. She had his blood in her and went on, though to have set her naked foot on glowing iron would have been easier than to tell. I have flirted with him, gone alone with him to restaurants and music halls. Let him take me to the Upas. There was a tightness like knotted whipcord about her throat. That's not the worst. I guessed it. Stop, Saxum repeated. Who told? She faltered brokenly and shivered at the deep stern whisper. No one told, but the reputation of the man is known to me. His type does not hesitate where a woman's virtue is concerned. A great sigh burst from her. And you can speak to me and touch me kindly. You don't hate the sight of me. No, my poor girl, God forbid. How good, she began, broke off and said, shuddering. But Aunt Lynette, how could I bear it? If she were ever to know, Saxum said harshly. She shall not know. Who do you dream will tell her? Not I, so set your mind at rest, my girl. You are a girl, though you talk like a woman of 30, she said with a miserable catch in her throat. 19 is rather young, isn't it? Perhaps things would have been different if only Dada had lived. The utterance was as inapposite as it was sentimental. If David had still been in existence, his daughter would have had no less cause for regret. But Saxum, inwardly quivering and wrung with pity, could only acquiesce. Perhaps things would. What you have got to do now is forget. Do you hear me? I order you and I will be obeyed. And I will have you leave this titled lady who employs you and who is all kindness and no discretion. Resign your post tomorrow. You need not return to your mother. My house is your home. He went on in his rare tone of tenderness. You need no telling that I care for you as a daughter. Come to me and to Lynette, who loves you dearly. She will want comfort now that. His voice broke and his mouth twisted. He fought with his anguish in silence, turning his grim white face away. Who will tell Aunt Lynette? Oh, who will tell her? He heard Patrine whisper. He commanded himself to answer. For the present, I have telephoned her that we may be detained here until late. Suppose you twist up your hair now and put your hat on. Sherbrand, a sweet, manly voice answered out of the dimness of the flying ground. Here, doctor, you called me. In the madder and umber light of the dying sunset, Sherbrand's tall brown shape came towards them. Saxum said as Patrine swept her tawny tresses into one rough rope. I am going to ask you to find out whether the people at the refreshment place could give my niece something by way of substitute for dinner. A cup of coffee or cocoa with milk, a roll and butter, and a slice of cold beef or ham, Sherbrand said eagerly. I am sure Miss Saxum can get anything like that. Mrs. Durrant keeps open house till 9 o'clock or later if there is reason. She caters for the school staff respectably by contract. I lodge a very decent berth over the dining room where I have my grub, noisy by day but quiet enough at night time. Will you come this way, Miss Saxum? You too, doctor. Saxum declined. They left him standing there, in the wide expanse that was filling up with brooding shadows, with his back to the dying rose of the sunset, looking fixedly to the north. Chapter 40. Patrine, that magnificent animal, had passed unknowingly through the painful ordeal which accompanies in the human the evolution of a soul. No doubt she had had one before without suspecting it. Now she was conscious of the presence of the guest. Through the big barbaric halls of her nature, glittering with tinsel over plaster backed with canvas, thronged with vanities, appetites, desires and ambitions, jostling at the glittering fountains, buying at the tawdry counters, flocking to the dubious restaurants, swooping down the water chutes, wandering through the painted landscapes, drinking in the dubious atmosphere, had passed a ray of light, pure, vivifying and cleansing, had blown a breeze of crystal mountain air. And through the blare of brass a note had sounded that would never cease to vibrate in Patrine's ears. Having partially confessed, she experienced a disproportionate rebound of spirits. Her fears for Bourne weighed on her less heavily. Saxum's reference to cold ham had awakened in her the pangs of healthy appetite. The proximity of Sherbrand was a vividly keen pleasure. She had always wished for a brother, and here was the very beau ideal of one. She meant to ask him if he had sisters. She was sure they would be awfully nice girls. 1 or 2 electric lights were switched on in the big room full of little white-covered tables, with the counter at the far end piled high with thick white plates. The big nickel urns were cold and empty, but Mrs. Durrant, the stout and smiling proprietress of the restaurant, produced hot coffee and milk in a twinkling, bread and butter, the cold ham and a cold pigeon pie. With her own very fat, very pink hands Mrs. Durrant ministered, voluble the while in sympathy. The lady had been upset because the dear little boy hadn't come back. People were sometimes kept for hours through a loose nut, or a slack wire or a carburetor or some little thing or another going wrong. You remember when Under-Instructor Davis took Mr. Durrant for an air beano all the way to Upavon, Mr. Sherbrand, flares burning all way through the night, and poor me. New to the flying then, wasn't I, Mr. Sherbrand? Going from one fit of Asterix into another and running out to meet Durrant, when he dropped down calmly 'ome at 4 in the morning, with my hair all untidy and hanging about me. Patrine swiftly put up a hand to assure herself that her own tawny coils were securely fastened, for all the world like an Indian squawk. Wives had their feelings, it was only to be expected, said Mrs. Durrant. Mothers had also theirs, and that was natural too. Patrine found the idea of her own maternal relationship to Bourne so firmly fixed in the mind of Mrs. Durrant, it was barely worth the trouble to endeavour to explain it away. Mrs. Durrant had none of her own worse luck, but here, just coming with the salad and some fried potatoes, was Mr. Durrant's married niece, Ellen Agnes, and nobody knew better what it was to lose a darling child. Ellen Agnes, wan-eyed, anemic, slipshod and overworked, supported the statement. Only in April it 'ad append, and Ellen Agnes 'ad never eed up properly since. And little Elbert, the healthiest of children, rising 3 and never an illness till the pneumonia carried 'im off. 'Ad 'im photographed 3 days before it append, with his lovely little limbs and body naked, sitting on a fur rug, the blessed dear. Ellen Agnes not appearing to recognize any connecting link between the nude pose and the pneumonia. Patrine suppressed the obvious suggestion. Both women meant well, but their talkative sympathy oppressed her. She imagined how, when Sherbrand ate alone, the stout aunt and the thin niece would hover round his table, assailing his ears with their cockney voices, making their common, vulgar comments on the happenings of the day. Perhaps her disrelish showed, for the kind women presently slackened their attentions. There was nothing then to divert Sherbrand's attention from his guest, beyond the undeniable attractions of the hastily spread board, so they ate the pie, all of it. Patrine cried in frank astonishment at the evaporation of her second plateful, "But I am a wolf or something. No, not even salad. What must you think of me, crying my eyes out 1 minute and stodging pigeon pie the next? Do the rest of the friends you feed here behave as badly as that?" Sherbrand returned, ignoring the mention of other guests. "Now, what should I think? Nothing but that you wanted something to buck you, and I was pretty ravenous myself. It was pretty parky up there at 10,000. He answered to her question how high that was. "Why, comparatively, you might imagine it about 9 times as high as the top of St. Paul's Cross from the level of the ground." Little the speaker dreamed then of aerial battles to be fought at 20,000. She asked whether he had felt giddy, and he shook his head, saying, "If I had felt inclined to giddiness, I should have put off climbing until I felt fitter. I sympathize with opera stars who disappoint full houses, because some high C or lower G is a hairsbreadth off the bull. The singer can't afford a false note. It's death to a reputation. And the flying man can't risk brain swim, because it means possibly nose dive and smash. So I stay out of my sky unless I'm sure of myself. There's nothing on earth like being sure." He had a way of saying "my sky" that was queer and rather beautiful, just as though he had been a lark, occurred to Patrine, and indeed in the beaky jutting nose and the full, bright eyes set forward and flush with the wide orbital arches, there was some resemblance between the man and the bird. Patrine sunned herself in the lighter moment. She who had lain through the night sleepless, had risen still a bond-slave, realized that her fetters were broken now that her evil genius had flown. Taking with him her beloved, she fully believed in malice. Piercing though that knowledge was, it could not mar the blissful sense of freedom, mental and physical. Bourne would be brought back. Meanwhile, one's blood sang through one's being. Mere living was riotous ecstasy, mere breathing sheerest delight. The joy of life radiated from her. And to Sherbrand, sitting opposite at the little coarse-clothed table, she grew momentarily more and more like the girl of the Mills Placiers. True, instead of cloudy black, her hair vied in tone with the banner of coppery flame that streams from the crater of an active volcano, or burns above some giant crucible of molten metal ready to be poured forth. Her long eyes under her wide level brows looked the color of peat water, in the electric light that contracted their pupils to pinheads, and brought out against the yellow distempered walls the creamy whiteness of her wonderful skin. When she leaned her round elbows on the tablecloth and smiled at him, it was the frank, generous smile that had warmed his heart when he stood solitary and unfriended on the rose-pink carpet near the gilt turnstile on the upper promenade. He would put it to the test. He beckoned the pallid Ellen Agnes, asked for the bill, slipped his hand into a breast pocket and drew from it a tiny white silk purse. "Oh, you found," with an indescribable emotion, half pain, half pleasure, as she saw her missing property in the broad, extended palm. "Ed, it flashed on me, even as I blackguarded Davis, that you must have paid that commissionaire fellow at the turnstile, or he'd have been breathing vengeance at my back. So I ran back to find you and ask for an address where I might send the money. You were gone. He had got this purse in his hand, so I bluffed the brute for all I was worth and got him to give it me. A stroke of luck, for I'd no money left to bribe him with. Be kind and tell me how much you gave the fellow." And the deep dimple Sherbrand remembered showed in the full oval of one of her white cheeks. Slowly the pale rose flush sweetened and warmed the whiteness. Her eyes were dusky stars under the barbaric wealth of beech-leaf tresses. A slow smile curved her mouth, the scarlet lips parted widely, showing two perfect rows of gleaming teeth. "Two half-jimmies," said the rich, mellow woman's baritone. "Why did it talk such awful slang? Half my screw for one whole week of letter-writing, running errands, doing shopping, and generally sheepdogging for my friend Lady Beauvais. Then please take this." This was a fat, bright sovereign. "And be kind and say that I may stick to the purse." "If you care to," Patrine began dubiously. "I care most awfully," he went on quickly. "Lady Beauvais, your friend, I've seen her. If she's very pretty and tremendously American." She nodded. "You've spotted her. That's Lady Beau, the dear thing. But she only talks Yankee Doodle to bounders or fogies or people who seem to expect it from her. Her English is as good as mine." "You don't mean it?" His keen face crinkled with laughter. She was superbly unconscious of its cause. He went on, rather ashamed of having made fun of her. "That accounts for the old Kent Road Cumwaite Capelle I've heard from the august lips of British duchesses at cricket matches when Eton and Harrow were playing varsity. Does it? I think not. The duchesses weren't amusing themselves or trying to snub swankers. They were just mothers, real mothers, trying to talk cricket to their boys, and the boys, the sweets, grinning up their blessed young sleeves and saying yes and nom, how I do love boys, don't you?" Her smile contracted with a spasm of anguish. "And I'm sitting here gobbling and gabbling when my darling—" She rose taller than ever from the little table, caught up her feather stole from a chairback near and slung it vigorously round her, straightened the tinsel hat with a side glance at the strip of a looking-glass, nailed in a frame of cheap gilt beading on the match-boarded wall at her right hand, picked up the vanity bag and the long-sticked sunshade, and declared herself ready to go. Chapter 41. She reached the door before him. He had turned to say considerately to the good woman of the restaurant, "We shall be late, frightfully, I expect. Promise me you won't sit up." "Oh, but I can't promise. One never knows. Best to have people up and ready when there might be need of 'em." Patrine heard as she wrenched at the handle of the green curtained glass door. "No, no, let me." His hand touched hers and she drew it away, not before a keen, sharp thrill had traversed her. "Vile, hateful creature," she said to the Patrine von Hernung knew, the other woman within her whom she loathed. "Is not it enough that you have done what you have done?" Then as she passed out into the night, feeling beneath her feet the roughness of the gravel walk that led between grass plats studded with green painted chairs and little iron tables, A strange roaring filled her ears and hellish tongues of fire licked a sky of vivid blackness. She recoiled, saying in awed and shaken tones, "Why, what has happened? What does it mean? How horrible!" The door had shut behind them. Now the round dome of the sky showed not black but velvety purple. Away in the southeast, a fierce red moon drifted like some derelict vessel burning away to embers on a waveless midnight sea, and sheaves of dazzling blue-white flames, leaping and roaring, fenced in or seemed to fence a dreadful lake of Stygian darkness, upon the surface of which figures, were they men or devils, moved. "Don't be scared, Miss Saxham, it's nothing, though I ought to have wanted you." Not with intent, her heaving shoulder pressed against the breast of the man who had followed her. Perhaps the contact thrilled him, for his voice was unsteady as he went on. "I was rather a brute to forget. It's a night flare to guide possible homecomers. Wads of tow dipped in petrol, burning in iron buckets round our landing place." "I ought to have guessed," she said ruefully. "Forgive me for being such an idiot." His answer was unexpected. "On condition that you'll leave off saying 'Great Scott' and things like that." "All right, but what's the matter with the expression anyhow?" she demanded. "Do you always get riled when women use slang?" They had been standing within the gate that led upon the flying ground, still girdled by its valkyring of leaping flame. He said, holding open the gate to let her pass through, "I use slang myself habitually, like every other man I know. But I don't know a man who really likes to hear his wife or sweetheart copy him in that respect. For myself, who have neither wife, sweetheart, nor even sister, I can only say what I feel. It is that a beautiful woman should use beautiful language. One of the old Greek poets put the whole thing into 2 lines. I've forgotten the original, but the translation runs like this: from the goddess the speech of Olympus, from the herd maid the language of the cows. I'm no goddess, God knows," said Patrine sorrowfully and sincerely. Then a light, scorching flame seemed to envelop her whole body. She felt Sherbrand's breath upon her cheek. He said, speaking swiftly and close to her ear, "No, you are not a goddess, but something far better. You are a woman one could worship. You could hate magnificently and forgive greatly and love to the very verge of death. That was said to me of the doctor, and you are like him." "Don't," she said, wincing. "You don't know me," he answered firmly. "But I do know you. I knew you the moment I saw you in Paris. You're the girl I have been waiting for ever since I read Morris's Irredwellers. You're the friend. Now I've found you, I shall never let you go again." What midsummer madness was this, prompting him to sweet audacity? His "I shall never let you go" had a convincing manly ring. She quickened her steps, wading through a shallow sea of shadows through which the warm short turf came up to meet her feet. He kept by her side, and together they moved towards the valkyring of fire, changing as they advanced into isolated pillars of towering flame outlining the huge white oval of Fanshaw's landing place. Here and there the goblin-like shapes moved, stirring the flares with rods, feeding the blaze with something from vessels they carried. And 2 other figures stood in talk by the telegraph hut, recognizable, outlined against the oblong of electric radiance framed by the doorway, as Saxham and the chief. "This is a bit previous, you think? Headlong, ill-considered on my part, to have spoken like this to a girl I've only met once before. You must understand, a man who follows a risky profession gets into the way of not waiting for tomorrow, because today may be the wind-up. Say you are not angry," Sherbrand pleaded. "No, you poor dear boy, but you're so awfully mistaken." There was a rich and exquisite tenderness, it seemed to Sherbrand, in the deep, full, breathy tones. "I'm not a bit what you think me. There is nothing worthy of worship in a woman like me," said Patrine. He asked as they walked side by side from patches of brilliant blue-white light into deep oases of shadow. "May I say more? May I tell you that I've thought of you ever since that Paris night? What things I've called myself, if you only knew, for not getting your address, but I swore I'd find you somehow, and I would have. I'd know your voice among 1,000. If I were blind and forgot other people's faces, I should always see yours painted against the dark. At night, now, when I shut my eyes, there it is. You are not angry. No, I'm only sorry for you," she said in her deepest, sweetest tone. Sorry. There was keen anxiety in the face that was illuminated by the petrol flare they were passing. "You're not married or going to be?" he asked. Neither, thank God, said Sherbrand simply and sincerely. Now I'll go on. My rank bad luck gives me a kind of right. This morning I got up solid in the conviction that you and I were meant for one another, that we should somehow be brought together, that the French government would make it possible for me to marry you by buying my hawk hoverer, for with only the 200 a year my uncle left me and the 200 my instructorship here brings me, how could I possibly have the nerve to ask you to be my wife? And he caught his breath, and everything I'd dreamed came real. The test succeeded. I dived down out of my sky to find you, miracle of miracles, and not 20 minutes later I found myself nearly, if not quite, a ruined man. For if my invention has been swiped off to Germany, France will never buy for money what a neighbor gets for naught. I understand, my poor flying man, you've been plucked of some of your wing feathers. I don't care if you'll wait for me until they grow again. How grim a day had been followed by this night of wonder. Woven of the shining stuff of dreams it seemed, then and for long years after, to Patrine. Their intimacy grew and ripened like a magic beanstalk in the light of the red moon and the fierce blue petrel flares. She said with a catch in her breath like Sherbrand's, "You must be serious." "I never was more so," she amended. "We must be sensible. Oh, but this has been a close-packed day." "Hasn't it?" Sherbrand agreed, as they moved on side by side, from islands of raw, glaring light into broad pools of lusterless darkness, their tall heads level, for Patrine carried her hat of silver spangles swinging from the top of the sunshade with the lengthy stick. Sometimes, for weeks, the days slip by smoothly as the beads of a rosary over a baby's finger. Then bang, 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 they explode like a rocket fired by a signal pistol, until things fizzle out into dullness again. It's true, her bosom rose in a sigh, but it's possible to get awfully fed up with banging and fizzling. One can learn to long just for a little dullness, as long as it means quiet and rest and peace of mind. That Patrine should voice such an aspiration was incredible even to the speaker. "How changed I must be," she said to herself as Sherbrand answered her, "with heathery moors and towering scores, and galloping trout rivers brabbling over lichened boulders, and somebody one loves to talk to, one calls that kind of dullness a happy honeymoon." She thrilled as his hand, swinging freely by his hip, touched hers lightly enclosed and then released it. He was no tardy lover, this flying man. He knew 1,000 times better than von Hernung how a girl should be courted and wooed. For with her heart in joyful tumult, and her usually pale cheeks warmed and rosy with shy blushes, it was a girl who walked beside Alan Sherbrand that night. I am sorry she could forget so easily the slip that had led her over the frontier line, the Rubicon that can never be recrossed. But in fact she did forget, just as a young man would have forgotten, though she was to remember as only a woman can remember, and to suffer as only a woman can. In the midst of the new, wonderful happiness, so strangely threaded not only for Patrine, with bitter loss and tragic possibilities, she suffered a quite intolerable twinge of memory in the sudden recollection of the boldly scrutinizing look cast upon her by the bearded man in the white naval uniform. She did not realize that an imperious gesture of the brown hand, whose wrist had sported a massive gold watch bracelet, had whisked von Hernung off the scene, but she guessed that the huge red-haired Prussian, bowing at the side of the big blue F.I.A.T., had clicked his heels before a master who could break him at his will. He had boasted. They knew, not only the bearded man whose look had stung so, but the close-shaven old colossus with the tortoise-shell-mounted pin-snares on his thick, heavy nose, and the huge wart on his yellow cheek, and the sallow diplomat in the Homburg hat shadowing the sly glance and the moustache tucked up by a sinister smile under his drooping oriental nose. They all knew. Even the servant had worn the leer that is born of knowledge. As he said in his Teutonic gutturals, "The lady is a friend of the gentleman who brought her here." Horrible, but she would not remember. She banished the hateful, knowing faces with a gallant effort and turned to Sherbrand, asking whether he had been an Eton or Rugby or Harrow boy. For had her flying man borne the cachet of the public school, Patrine Saxum would have infinitely preferred it. That it is possible to be a snob even in the most tragic or romantic moment of one's existence, she had not realized before she discovered herself to herself in this way. Downside was my school, he said quite proudly. Patrine had no acquaintance with Downside. My father would have liked me to go to Harrow, but my uncle, my mother's brother, who paid for my education, being a Catholic, naturally preferred the place where the faith was taught, and my mother as naturally shared his preference. I was happy at Downside. The fathers were thundering good to me. I worked hard and I played hard, and when it wasn't SWAT or cricket or football or fives or boxing, it was the making of flying sticks, just shaved laths with paper wings at first, and then a dodge much more ambitious, a model right in varnished card with a propeller worked by a rubber release. My father was pleased at my being a chip of the old block in my turn for mechanics, but when I wouldn't go up for Woolwich, when I entered at Strongitharm's College of Engineering on Tyneside, and spent 2 years at Folsom's Works at Sunderland, he rather gave me up, I fancy, as a low-minded kind of cad. He shook himself as though to shake off the adverse paternal judgment. I had my reasons for not going in for the army, though I love it. They weren't easy to explain, and so I didn't try. But my father never liked the idea of my being a civil engineer. Even my mother and my uncle, dear old fellow, he understands me better now. Why? Because he's dead, said Sherbrand simply, and the holy souls know everything. The holy souls. By the glare of the flare light her puzzled eyes questioned him. The holy souls in purgatory, they're privileged to help us. We help them by praying for them. It's a spiritual intercommunication, a kind of endless chain, a circuit of influence received and transmitted, not by etheric flashes but by a medium more subtle. Prayer, in a word. His bright-winged intellect had outstripped her heavier, duller intelligence. She suddenly felt like a caterpillar on a cabbage leaf, slow-moving, groping, but dimly conscious of a distant affinity with the jewel-winged butterfly hovering high in golden air. Prayer, she repeated dully. Do you believe in prayer? Naturally, said Sherbrand, since I believe in God, do not you? I hardly. In the ensuing pause, Patrine had a brief retrospective vision of the curate who had prepared her for confirmation, and who had talked of the Almighty as though he were a crotchety but benevolent old man. And last time she had been to church, a fashionably attended high church in the West End. Another curate in a black cassock and tufted biretta had preached about the par of card, the baptismal dar of grace, the bar of flowers, in which our first parents dwelt in Eden, the fatal hour in which they sinned, and the shower of tars with which Eve lamented her fall. No, she said bluntly, I don't think I believe in God at all now, though it sometimes seems as though there must be somebody behind things. Somebody who punishes, somebody who laughs. As for religion, I don't suppose I've ever had one. Oh yes, my religion is Aunt Lynette. A mental picture of Lynette years ago in the Harley Street nursery, teaching a curly-headed baby born to say his evening prayer, while a great galumphing girl stood in the doorway and looked and listened, rose up and brought with it the horrible choking sensation. She fought with it as Sherbrand said, I think you are speaking of Mrs. Saxum. Well, one must have a star to hitch one's wagon to, and she is a star if ever I saw one. A woman with a face like a Donatello Madonna or a tall lily growing in the garden cloisters of some Italian mounting convent, and who has the faith, ought to be able to teach you to believe in God. Why not ask her? I once knelt in a church near her and saw her praying. She seemed very close to what Norman or someone else called the eternal verities. She will be nearer still, said Patrine with sudden savage roughness. If anything happens, if Bourne is killed, she will die of a broken heart. Then why not pray, argued Sherbrand, that she may get him back again? Why not try it? There's nothing else that helps so well. Pray. The tall girl stopped short and swung round on him, facing him. A moment since they had walked like lovers. Now the spell was broken, at all events for the time. Pray, pray, she mocked. Am I a sneak, to pray when I don't believe in prayer? And if I did believe, God, if he exists, would not hear me. Even the parson's own, he has his favorites. I am not one of them, I am one of his forgets. Chapter 42. Tall, lithe, vigorous, masterful, they confronted each other across the gulf that suddenly opened between them, the bottomless chasm that yawns between faith and unbelief. In the fitful, uncanny light, the darker side of Patrine started into sinister prominence. Her defiant face was masked by shadow, but the fierce, vibrating voice and towering shape had something of the fallen angel. Had wide sable pinions sprung and bannered from her shoulders. Sherbrand would hardly have been surprised. Let us draw the line at that, if we are to be friends, and I would like us to be. Agree to it, but since you have what I have not, you would call it faith, no doubt. He guessed the wide mouth curving in a jeering smile. There is nothing to prevent you from praying for Aunt Lynette and for Bourne too, unless you are the kind of physician who draws the line at taking his own drugs. If she had thought to disconcert Sherbrand, she erred. He said instantly, I give you my word of honor that I will pray for them. But there is one other person much dearer to me than either. You don't ask me for her, but all the same. You kind, dear boy, pray for me all you want to. She was his big, smiling girl of the Mills Placiers, and the pat young Bourne worshipped as she stretched out her beautiful, massive arm and offered him a cordial hand. Shake, mister, making love to me 1 minute and bally-ragging me the next. Great Scott, I've said it again, and I gave you my word I'd not. He took the hand in a close grasp, sought for the other, and took it also. Thank you. Why, how you're shivering. You have nothing but that feather thing over your thin gown. Wait half a minute, I'll get you a wrap. He was gone in an instant, leaving her standing on the borderline of one of the oases of black velvet shadow, swayed by the violence of her emotion, as some tall young birch might have been shaken by the fury of a southwest gale. His touch she had not dreamed. Her head drooped, and a long sigh went fluttering after him into the darkness like some night moth whose wings are wrought of hues more gorgeous than the peacock butterflies whose scent is on the alert, and whose diamond eyes pierce the blackest midnight in search of the partner of its kind. A footstep she knew approached. A familiar voice called her, Uncle Owen. The spell broke. Her mind leaped up alert and quivering. Have you any news of Bourne? I have news. Not the worst news, said Saxum's harsh voice, but not hopeful. They are not coming back. She strove to set her heel on the treacherous hope that he would say no, for how could she bring herself to desire the enemy's return? And yet the thought of Bourne was a stab of anguish in her bosom. What was the doctor saying? The last definite intelligence received of them confirms the certainty that Captain von Hernung is now over the North Sea. He alighted nowhere, that we have positively learned from many different news centers. A tractor monoplane answering to the description and carrying 2 passengers passed the Bull Light on Spurn Head at a few minutes before 8. The lighthouse keeper signaled that bad weather might be expected. The pilot paid no attention, and later on, as Saxum spoke with that strange hoarseness, Patrine took his arm tremblingly. Her heart plunged as though it would burst its prison as the doctor went on. An hour or more later, a wireless came in. It had been sent on to Sir Roland from the Admiralty. I will not puzzle you with technical details, but at 8:30 the officer on duty on the upper bridge of the second in line of a battle squadron steaming through northern waters on the way to a southern rendezvous reported having heard an aeroplane pass overhead, crossing the course of the squadron diagonally, apparently flying due east. Saxum added, the aviator made no signal for assistance, but the engine beat told of trouble developing. There is nothing to do but wait and hope. What had really happened on board HMS Regasimo's, maintaining her appointed speed of 15 knots, and her statutory 2 cable lengths from the stern of the flagship ahead, and the bows of the sister ship following her, had been that as the ship's band struck into the roast beef of Old England, and the owner took his place at the head of the wardroom mess stable, his second in command on the forebridge got a speaking tube message from the navigating lieutenant on the upper bridge to say that the drone of an aeroplane, flying at about 400 overhead, had been picked up by warrant officer so-and-so of the gun and searchlight control per medium of the microphone. The second in command called back through the voice tube. An aeroplane, you're sure? Could hear her racket myself without assistance, but put it down to a fleet seaplane taking a flip round the squadron for exercise, or one of the goody two-shoes from the RNAS station at Rosforth, blown out to sea doing coast patrol. An answer rumbled down the pipe. It was an aero all right, sir. The rattle of her floats 'ud have given away a goody. Travelling east against the side drive of a 40-mile-an-hour northwest gale, and with engine trouble well developed, missing and backfiring like the gayest kind of hell. The second in command took his ear from the mouth of the speaking tube, and with a glance that included the figures of his sub-lieutenant, the midshipmen, signalmen, and lookouts at their posts, swung into the chart house and logged the occurrence in the plain language of the sea. The clock told 8:35 p.m. As he finished, capped his fountain pen and slipped it in an inside pocket, soliloquizing, travelling east against a 40-mile-an-hour gale from the northwest, and with engine trouble to top up with. Little Willie will be seeing the angels pretty soon at this rate, or piling himself up somewhere on the coast of Holland. Wonder who the bally idiot is. Saxham continued, and now he croaked as hoarsely as a raven. Sir Roland has little doubt that the aeroplane heard on the Regassamos was Sherbrand's bird of war. If so, there would be very little hope left unless it had been previously arranged that a vessel belonging to a foreign power was to watch for and give help if she should require it. Now you know as much as I do. I have telephoned to both Lady Beauvais and your mother that you return with me to Harley Street. We shall go presently. First, I want you to speak on the telephone to Lynette. To Lynette, Patrine breathed. The doctor told her, I have kept the worst from Lynette hitherto. I shall do so until the ultimate hope is abandoned. My wife knows my voice so well, you understand. As she would suspect something. His voice stumbled and broke, and clinging to the arm of the big man standing quietly beside her, potent in inertia as a lump of raw iron, Patrine realized that her anguish was a drop in the ocean of his. She took his hand and said in a tone he had never before heard from her, Come, dear, we will go and speak to her now. So they went across to the telegraph cabin, raw with unshaded electric light and littered with papers. The chief was there, looking livid and careworn, leaning one elbow on the edge of the stand that supported the wireless, and wearing the telephone headband with the earpieces, as he dictated to the pallid clerk who occupied a Windsor chair at a stained deal desk, and wrote with a spluttering pen on a depleted paper pad. At first sight there seemed to be nothing else in the place but a low voice speaking, a railway key instrument, a file for telegrams, and an overpowering odour of rum. The odour of rum consolidated to Patrine's view into a stocky, thick-set man with a square, heavy yellow face set into a tragic mask of despair. It was Macromby, ex-petty officer telegraphist, whom the Royal Navy had spat forth for being D.O.D. 15 full years before, sacked now from his civil employment for the old glaring, unblinkable offence. The liquor had barely faded out in him. His breath came across the little cabin like a flaming sword, and his eyes under their beetling coal-black eyebrows looked burnt out. He rose from the debilitated office stool he had been sitting on, saluted Patrine stiffly, and said, Mem, this is no place for a leddy, why a drucken wastrel like mysel in it. I he lat o'er a drap too money, I am a wather new why my wiked o white, but no wheut a warsel have I yielded to the enemy. His anguish broke the floodgates in a rumbling roar. Like Job he cried out in the nisht watches to my Creator, sparing o him why he made weak men and strong rum. He didna gie me ony answer, and I am ganging down the broad roads fast as my bluidy thirst can carry me, a disgraced and ruined man. Mr. Sherbrand will give you another chance, I know he will. I'll ask him, came impetuously in the big, warm, womanly baritone. You're a grand woman to luick at, and the ladd'll gie in, and the Hale Dales dance to begin Aunt's mare. Na, my bonny leddy, said Macromby, he can never lippen to the promises o' a drunkard. Best lat me gang my gate to muckle hell. I'll no be lonesome there for want o' company. Talk, what a regiment o' Macromby's dade and damned will answer present to old Satan's roll call. Good nisht, my leddy, and thanks to ye the same. He took his cap from a peg, and from the corner a bundle of miscellaneous possessions, rolled up in apparently a worn alpaca office coat, and girt about with knotted string. He saluted the chief and Saxum, and nodded to the telegraph clerk, and went out of the cabin in a plodding kind of hurry, as though no grass should grow under his feet before he set them for good upon the dreadful downward road. His vice had played into an enemy's hands, and he would trust himself no longer. He meted out judgment to rum-soaked Macromby, assuming for himself the prerogative of the one judge. But he got his chance in spite of himself when Britain's hour came. Chapter 43. At Saxum's nod, Patrine rang up Lynette, and the familiar voice that came back spun out to a spider thread of sweetness across the distance, stabbed the listener to the heart like a delicate blade of gold-wrought steel. It said with a quiver in it, "Of course I am not nervous at all, and I know how much Bourne would enjoy the night flying. But if Owen were not there, perhaps I might be afraid that something was wrong." "Owen, say that I am here," the doctor signed, and Patrine obeyed. "Tell my darling to speak to me," said the voice, and Patrine, dropping the microphone from suddenly useless fingers, saw Saxum take it and force his stiff white lips to speech. "It is not possible just at this moment. You forget, of course, the fireworks." "Just so, the fireworks expect us in another hour, and Patrine is here and coming back to Harley Street to stay. Please tell Mrs. Keese and Janey to get a room ready." The cordial answer came, "I will at once. Dear Pat, how glad I shall be to have her." "This is Patrine speaking now." Saxum's steady hand touched Patrine's in transferring the receiver of the telephone, and the chill of it stung like the touch of death. She could not control her trembling as she answered, "You are always so kind to me, dear Aunt Lynette." "No, dear, in an hour then. Take care of my precious," the sweet voice pleaded, "until I see you both." "Yes, yes." Saxum's hand hung up the receiver, rang off, and steadied Patrine, whose knees were melting under her weight. "Don't ask me any more, I can't," she begged of him brokenly. He said, and with those deep lines that showed in his hard grey face and his light eyes staring haggardly from caves that grief had dug about them, Saxum looked older by 20 years. "I know it was hard, but the thing had got to be done. How could I bludgeon her with the truth whispered over a wire, once face to face? The first glimpse of me will show her that I have lied to her." "God help me," said the doctor. "I told her I had stayed on here with Bourne to give him the treat of seeing a night-flying display." "How horribly clever of you." "So clever," Saxum answered harshly, "that I shall probably regret it to the end of my days. In the whole of my practice I have never known a well-meant deceit do any good, rather the opposite. Consequently, I preach to my patients truth before everything, and break down and lie when my own turn comes, like the damned coward I am." "We shall leave here now in a few minutes," went on the doctor, glowering at his chronometer. "I sent Keese away with the car upon a message. He will be here to take us home to Harley Street at 9:30. You have ample time to telephone to Berkeley Square for your clothes and so on. Lady Beauvace's maid can pack them for you, I presume." "Oh, yes, she's decent in the way of doing things for me." "Very well." The doctor left the telegraph hut, and Patrine phoned to Berkeley Square. Then, with a sudden recollection of an appointment which must be cancelled, she gave the number that meant Margaret's newly furnished mansion, and presently heard the little bird-like voice chirping. "Yes, this is 00 Cadogan Place. I'm Lady Norwater. Is that you, Pat?" "Yes, what cheer? I'm having a long, deadly domestic evening. Frankie's reading an improving book aloud to me, at least he was when you rang up, Matrimony for Beginners. A Handbook to Happiness, it's called. But I don't believe the man who wrote it ever had a live wife." "Probably not. Margaret, pet, I can't possibly lunch with you tomorrow. Don't say you back out because of the book. Fitz has got it now under the sofa." Fitz was Frankie's Lady Bull Terrier, "and by the time she's done with it there won't be much left. Say you'll come," Margaret urged. "Frankie's got to test a new car, so Rona Helverlin's coming with 2 or 3 militant pals of hers. I'll give you lobster américaine and cold lamb in mint aspic and strawberry mousse." "There, I'm frightfully sorry, my dinky, but it simply can't be." What tosh, and we're going to talk over ideas for speeches at the monster meeting of women in October at the Royal Hall. And Rona has a grand slam in the way of surprises. Did she say anything to you about the Mansion House banquet demonstration she's thought of for Monday night? Yes, and I'm down on it like houses, declared Patrine. Is Rona really spoiling for a taste of skilly and yard exercise? Don't you get mixed up? Think of Frankie reading the paragraphs, popular young peeress on the suffrage warpath. Society beauty heckles the Lord Mayor. Viscountess Norwater bursts upon banqueting bishops in the character of a woman who wants a vote. Patrine called goodbye and rang off, turning with the smile upon her lips to see Sherbrand standing behind her with a long white coat upon his arm. I have brought you a wrap. A lady forgot it here the other day. Let me help you to put it on. Patrine shivered as he drew the large, loose garment round her. It was a white Malta blanket coat, very soft and fleecy and warm. Shall we have another turn on the grounds before the doctor's car? Sherbrand was beginning when the chief removed the wireless headband and came forward. Miss Saxham, I must detain you for a minute, I am afraid. Sherbrand went out of the hut. At a sign, the pale clerk evaporated. Sir Rowland moved nearer to Patrine. How old he looked, she thought. You are done up, Esquinte, aren't you? I am tired, but neither done up nor the other thing. Miss Saxham, you just now put me in possession of the details of a suffragist plot. The friend of yours, backed by some other viragos of the militant order, intends, I quote your own words, to a bid for a diet of skilly and prison-yard exercise by interrupting the after-dinner speakers at the Mansion House banquet on Monday night. Kindly let her know from me that the stewards will be prepared to prevent her doing so, and tell her that women will never make successful conspirators until they learn to hold their tongues. Now, good night. Your incautiousness has rendered Miss Helverlin a service. She will bless it one day if she doesn't now. He took Patrine's hand in his frank, strong clasp. The haggard lines on the keen, bronzed face did not mar the beauty of its kindliness. You have given her a chance. Let's hope she makes the most of it. To herd with the wild she-asses isn't the way to serve her sex. Rowdiness and shrieking will never get the vote for women. Burning down empty country houses won't land a female member in the House of Parliament. It isn't propaganda to behave like an improper goose. Mind you tell her that, you Saxham. As a tall figure came towards them out of the glimmering darkness fitfully splashed by the petrol flares now burnt down and dying out. Best take your niece home to Harley Street. She is thoroughly tired. Sherbrand and myself and Mr. Burgin here are good for hours yet. Chapter 44. Owen. Lynette was dressed in a delicate, filmy black chiffon dinner gown, and as Saxham's latchkey clicked in the front door lock and she rose up out of the tail-carved armchair that stood beside the large hall fireplace, her paleness seemed to diffuse light like the whiteness of the moon. Owen, he is not. What? Her wide, bright glance went past the tall, wrapped-up figure of Patrine to the taller shape that bulked behind her. No small, active boy form danced in its wake. She put out her arms, groping, blindly swayed and would have fallen, but that Saxham strode past Patrine, caught the slender figure in his powerful embrace, turned and carried his wife away down the short corridor that led to the consulting room. Miss Pat, my dear, there's cold supper all laid and ready waitin' in the dining room, by the doctor's special orders, and I was to see you eat. Thus Mrs. Keese, now for years housekeeper at Harley Street, a little light-haired woman, common of speech and innocent of grammar, but a pearl of price in the doctor's estimation and her mistress's right hand. Don't say they fed you at Endone on almond salad and pigeon pie. Trash is the word, said Mrs. Keese, for restaurant pastry, and them there pigeons, if language could be given, would bear me out in what I say. But Patrine refused baked meats, submitting to be escorted to her room and tenderly fussed over by the kind, cockney-tongued little woman and yellow-haired, pink-cheeked 13-year-old Janie, out of whose small triangular face looked the honest grey eyes of W. Keese. Both Mrs. Keese and Janie had been crying for Keese, who acted as the doctor's chauffeur, had broken bad news in the kitchen regions. Master Bourne, according to Keese, had been taken for a trip in one of them Harrows by a German flying bloke, and it was feared, not having returned or been heard of, that something or other had gone wrong. Mrs. Keese, a born optimist, rejected the idea of accident or casualty with ringing sniffs of incredulity. Master Bourne, the blessed dear, had probably been kidnapped by some foreign nobleman wanting an heir. Trust a German, Mrs. Keese would never, having when a young woman in service at Alexandra Crescent, Kentish Town, N.W., been treated something frightful by a young man who travelled in shaving sets of German silver and other fancy articles of Teuton origin. Keese must often have heard her mention that they're green. Keese responded, lighting his pipe, for his wife and daughter had accompanied him to their own private parlour in the basement, looking out across the yard to the garage over which Billy and Janie had been born. Twice a day since you and me stood up before the Dodger to get married. But you never tipped me as the bloke was a bloomin' fritzer before. Do you make it out? Switch me on to the notion. 'Cause something in the German nickel drummed in gettin' into 'im and affectin' 'is blood. Mrs. Keese, impervious to sarcasm as incapable of grammar, maintained that the subject under discussion had spoke with an accent particularly noticeable when upset. Broken English in moments of passion, with red eyes and white hair similar to one of them verbenas, had in conjunction with a decided bent towards bigamy and an appetite for other people's savings, distinguished that their green. W. Keese and Janie went off to bed, and the other servants, instructed through the doctor's consulting room speaking pipe, shut up the house and retired, all save the night maid who answered the telephone and attended to the midnight rings at the hall door. But Mrs. Keese did not follow the household. The doctor and Mrs. Saxham were still shut up together in the consulting room. Mrs. Keese owned to herself that she had talked all that rubbish about that they're green and cetera, to hide that her heart was as water in her bosom, and that she trembled and shook all over after the fashion of them fancy shapes of chicken in haspec, or coffin cream, or blue mange coloured with Scotch anneal. It grew late and later. The flares on the flying ground, many times renewed, had died down to greasy black ash in the scorched and dented buckets, before there was a movement or a sound in the dark consulting room. Then the woman who sat in the chair sighed, and the long quivering breath she drew stirred the thick hair of the man who knelt upon the floor before her, holding her in his arms. "Owen, my wife." The sigh that had escaped her seemed to flutter through the unlighted room like some dusky-winged creature of the darkness. She leaned her face upon his brow, pressing her lips upon the smooth place above the broad meeting eyebrows. The first kiss she had ever given Saxham had been placed just there. Now the sweet lips were cold. He could feel how the delicate white teeth were set behind them. Had she relaxed her grip upon herself, he knew she must have cried aloud, nor could he help her save by his sustaining hold and the silence of a grief only equalled by her own. Thus they had remained speechless through the hours, drawn closer than ever by the anguish of mutual loss. Now she stirred in Saxham's arms and spoke collectedly. "Tell me Bourne is not dead. Give me courage to go on waiting, and yet do not help me to deceive myself or you with a false hope. If the worst had happened," said Saxham almost appealingly, "should we not have known it?" She breathed between stiff lips, trying to control her shuddering. "Twice tonight I have heard him call me mother, and then again mother. Now I feel," she closed her eyes and opened them widely, staring through the darkness, "that he is wanting me, wanting you, as he never has before. We were always near till now." He could not realize what parting meant. She fought with sobs, and the tears she could not keep back fell in the darkness on her husband's face. His own were mingled with them. Perhaps she knew it as she wiped them away with a touch that was a caress, saying, "We must not give in, we must not fail him. To abandon hope too soon would be to fail." Courage had come to her with the paling of the stars and the greying in the east that meant the dayspring. She was full of solicitude for Saxham's weariness, as he rose up stiffly as a knight who has watched his armour through the long hours, kneeling on the threshold of the sanctuary, and knows with the waning of the flame in the lamp before the tabernacle that his vigil is over and done. You are tired, so tired, dear Owen, go to bed now, if only for an hour or two. There will be news of him very soon now, there must be news. Saxum took a delicate fleecy wrap from a chair and put it about her, for she shivered in the raw chill of the unsunned morning air. Then he touched the blind, and it rolled up upon a vista of backyard and garage. The shriek of an engine and the vibrating passage of an early train through Portland Road Tube Railway came into their ears, standing together at the open window, as dawn in her streaming crocus veil peeped shyly through the vast smoke bank that broods upon the morning face of London, engendered by the innumerable little fires of those among her 5 millions who must rise and eat, and go forth to labour ere yet it is fairly day. Owen, tell me, what is coming? What is it I feel here and here? She turned upon her husband suddenly with the question, touching her brow and heart lightly and fixing on him her widely opened eyes. The haunted look of Beatrice had come back to them, his wife's strange likeness to the Guido portrait in the Barberini Palace gallery, the tragic face with the wistful eyes that, despite the asseverations of the learned and critical, will be associated as long as its canvas hangs together with the daughter of the Sensei, leaped up in her at this hour to startle him afresh. What is in the air? She asked. What changes are taking place about us? What great and horrible thing is moving towards us as we stand together here? Saxum's powerful arm went round her protectingly. He answered, You shall know, my love, my comrade. In confidence I am permitted to tell you this much. We stand upon the very brink of international war. She looked at him, and in the golden eyes he read courage, endurance, and tenderness, love that would be changeless, fidelity through life beyond death to the life that is for evermore. You mean that Austro-Hungary will attack Serbia and that Russia will intervene? As Austria intends, no doubt, said Saxum, shrugging, prompted by her mentor and ally at Berlin. In him we have a personality blatantly vain, immensely egoistic, feverishly energetic, imbued to the verge of monomania with the idea of his own appointment by the Almighty, as they understand him in Germany, to be imperial leader of nations and arbiter of the destinies of kings. He went on, suppose the great powers of the world a row of straw bisceps, susceptible of being upset by a Hohenzollern kick. Will the mailed toe of imperial Germany refrain from giving it, invading France through the lost Alsace-Lorraine provinces, the moment Austria-Hungary gets to grips with the Russian bear? Britain is France's ally, bound in honour to support her. Now you understand what vital questions the chancelleries of the world were burning electric light and brain power and eyesight over, the long night through, while you and I— She stopped him. You make me think. You have told me that man who has taken my darling is a German flying officer. He may have had some urgent, secret reason for quitting England at once. It is more than probable that he carried dispatches of importance, but I can answer no questions on that point. I should be verging, if I did, on a betrayal of confidence. Lynette Saxum looked at her husband earnestly, and the change wrought in her by the long night's vigil of sorrow sent a pang through the man's heart. That line of anxiety between the slender eyebrows and the bluish shadows round the golden eyes came to him, like the sorrowful sweetness of the exquisite lips, out of the past. Why do the Germans hate us? She asked, and he answered wearily and somberly. As the nation with which Germany runs neck and neck in military armament, national wealth and influence, Germans pay us British the compliment of dislike. German ambition, spreading rank and high, is checked in the attainment of its ends even by our geographical position. We carry in our veins too large a share of Teutonic blood to be ingratiating or subservient to our arrogant and domineering neighbours. What hatred is bitterer than racial hatred? Where is enmity deadlier than that one finds existing between women and men of kindred blood? The face of David, fair and debonair, rose up before Saxum as he said it. Strange, that even while he thanked his stars for David's ancient treachery, the fact of the betrayal should rankle in the doctor still. Nowhere is there hatred more terrible. Listen, Owen, there is something I want to tell you. Lynette shivered and drew the fleecy shawl more closely about her white, bare throat, and the slender shoulders and arms that were revealed through the laces of her filmy dinner gown. In the first days of the siege of Gelderstorp, a woman from the native stad, the wife of a Barala herd, who came to the convent for medicine and soup for a sick pickanin, told the mother that long before the Orange Free State threw in its lot with the Transvaal, long before Paul and Vader Steyn ordered that all Ruinek soldiers sent by Groot Brittange to South Africa should quit the country, the Barala could not sleep in their kraals at night for the going of the creatures. Not all the creatures of prey, the eaters of flesh, the crows and the aasvogels, the wild dogs and jackals, the aard wolves, and hyenas, but the hartebeest and springbok and prongbuck and rietbuck, with the little gazelles and tiny antelopes, the dasses and hares, and all the shy, wild, harmless things that are stalked and shot for what is called sport by most men and some women, they passed away in multitudes each night until just before the dawn. Even the meerkat and the leopard went, the baboons and snakes and the big lizards. Barala trackers followed the trails north to the marches of the Okavango, and farther still into the Mabunda country, the woman told us, and their wise men had warned them that it was a token of war to come. Her wistful eyes strained towards the east, where between the crowded roofs of the vast city and the shadowy purple day brow showed a clear wide band of crocus yellow, melting into exquisite hyacinth blue. Perhaps I am like the antelope and the hares and the wild bucks and the other creatures. It may be that this nameless thing that I have felt coming nearer and nearer is war, said Lynette. Then she winced as though the net had whirled and fallen and the trident pierced, and cried out irrepressibly, "If so, Bourne will be out there unprotected in the midst of it. Owen, do you hear me? How can you stand there so calmly when such a thing may be? How could you consent to his going?" Saxum's square face was set like a mask in the stern effort for self-control. He was in spirit with the navigating lieutenant on the upper bridge of HMS Regassimos, hearkening to the drone of an aeroplane struggling against the thrust of a northwest gale. He heard the double knock of a backfire, and heard men talking about engine trouble, even as he brought himself back to say quietly, "I did as you would have done in the same circumstances. If the same voice that spoke to me had virtually said to you, 'Here stands your only son, a child in years and yet a man for England. Will you let him go?' Would you not have consented? If you deny, I shall tell you that I know my wife better than she knows herself. A child in years, a man for England." The fold between her slender eyebrows deepened and the delicate, sensitive upper lip lifted, showing the white, slightly irregular teeth. "I do not understand," she said piteously. "Was there any question of an order to be carried out, a duty to be done?" "There was a question to be settled," said Saxum, "involving Bourne's whole future, here and hereafter, and the question was this: whether the son you have given me is worthy of his mother, or whether he has inherited any twist of brain, any degenerate and wretched weakness from the father whom your pure hand saved and led back, my guardian saint, my heart's beloved, from the very threshold of the gates of hell. Owen, don't speak so of yourself. I will not hear it. You had been so wronged, driven beside yourself by misfortune and betrayal. You were not responsible." She covered the little ears with the slender hands. He took the hands down and kissed them and held them in his own as he went on. "That is what I should like to believe, but the truth is very different. There is still, I suppose, a spot of weakness in me, a bubble of air in the casting, a flaw in the wrought steel." He looked like wrought steel as he spoke. "I had to be sure our boy is sound, mentally and morally, as he is physically, fit in the fullest and highest sense of the word, rather than have the doubt," said Saxum, "or the knowledge that confirms the doubt. I would—" No. She tried to free her slender hands, but the doctor's hold was as inexorable as gentle. "You must not say that. I cannot bear. Ah, my poor love, you too have feared lest the sins of the father might some day be visited on the son." said Saxum with a strange mingling of pity and sorrow and exultation. Well, now for your comfort, believe they will not be. Born is all yours, Lynette. Young as he is, he has learned to master self and conquer fear. Obedience, duty, and honor are welded into the metal of his character. If I had not been my boy's father, I should have envied that man, knowing what I have learned today. And therefore I do not grudge, I give freely. You give, you do not grudge. She suddenly wrenched away her hands and said in a tone that chilled Saxum, Owen, you speak like this because you believe Bourne is dead. The doctor made answer, I believe that if God so decree, our boy will yet be given back to us. As far as knowledge goes, except for one fact, I am little wiser than you. I must know what that one thing is. You will tell me now and all. The sun was rushing up over East London in a gloriole of golden fire. To her husband's thought, she was like some slender Roman patrician at the stake, as she stood up against the background of flaming splendor and waited to hear the worst. Chapter 45. If that story of the aeroplane over the North Sea in the thickening dark, fighting east against the side thrust of the nor'west gale, with the dropping revolutions and the hiccuping engine, had seemed desperate before, it was ghastly now. Saxum's last hope died as he told. When he had done, Lynette said with strange, unnatural composure, Perhaps I have loved our child too much, and that is why he is taken from me. And yet how can a mother love by measure and by rule? Did Our Lady withhold any part of her love from her divine child? Did not the dearest of all earthly mothers say to me, in that waking vision, the God-given reality of which I have never doubted, be to a son of Owen's what I have been to you? Her strained composure gave way. Her face quivered and the tears broke forth. She nipped her trembling lips close and shut her quivering eyelids with her fingers, but the fountains were unsealed and she wept. Perhaps it was better so. She dried her eyes presently, and yielding to Saxum's persuasions in that she consented to go and lie down, she came into his embrace and laid her arms about his neck and kissed him with wifely tenderness, saying, I will answer now what you said a little while ago. You shall see under the only leaf of my heart, Owen, that has ever been folded down over a secret kept from you. When my boy was to be born and I was weak and suffering, the doubt, the dread that has haunted and tortured you, assailed me and made me wretched for a little while. Then I gathered together jealously every noble, true and brave thing you had ever done for me or for others, every good deed of kindness, every unselfish, tender thought. I asked you to take me with you to visit your poorer patients. I saw their hollow eyes brighten and heard them bless you when you turned from their bedsides to carry comfort and help elsewhere. And I wrote down these things in a book. They shine from its pages like jewels. When I die, it was to be given to Bourne. It will be, if he lives, to come back to us. There is a prayer at the end that, in his goodness, God might give me and my boy a man like you. He went with her to the door and looked after her earnestly as she passed down the corridor out of his sight. Then he locked himself in and went back to his chair at the consulting room table. The bright boy had stood there beside him a few short hours before. He was there now, pleading with a silent voice, coaxing with unseen looks, tugging with invisible hands. He always would be. Though time softened the mother's anguish of loss, there would be no forgetfulness for Saxum, the grim, stern man whose nature was fidelity. Other children might yet call the doctor father, but their little fingers would never blur the imprint of the firstborn's babyish hand upon his heart. Perhaps you can see the man, wan and haggard and unshaven, trying to attend to the pressing correspondence that had accumulated since the previous noon. Even as, to the shrill crying of the fleet bugles, a windy grey day broke over the choppy Solent, showing the huge pageant of sea power ready for the king. Down 40-mile avenues of floating steel fortresses one might follow majesty, with a great muster of naval seaplanes and aeroplanes manoeuvring somewhat wildly overhead. As Saxum sat there with fate's trident rankling in him, those lights he had spoken of were burning behind closely curtained windows at the Admiralty and at the Foreign Office, and at the Belgian and German embassies. in Berlin and Vienna, in Brussels and Paris and St. Petersburg, later to cast off its Teutonic name in loathing and be Petrograd. Similar phenomena might have been observed. Austria was going to take some step, as Prince Lechnowsky had nervously stated to Britain's Foreign Secretary, adding that he regarded the situation as very uncomfortable. And the German Foreign Secretary ingenuously confided to the British Chargé d'Affaires in Berlin that it was the intention of Austria-Hungary to offer Serbia a pill which she could not swallow, in the note demanding the removal of all officers and functionaries guilty of propaganda against the dual monarchy, presented by Baron Giesel at Belgrade on the 24th of July. The ultimatum was to be accepted or rejected within 48 hours, a sweeping proviso in which one recognizes the Hohenzollern touch. The world trembled on the brink of Armageddon. Men even then were doubtful as to the issue. It might yet, some said, be peace. But if man, who arrives at conclusions by intellectual processes, was unsure, not so things that are guided merely by instinct. Like the wise creatures of Natal and the Transvaal and Bechuanaland in 1900, these knew quite well that war was in the air. It is on record that in these days preceding the great calamity, huge droves of wild pig, great herds of deer and small bands of the rarer elk, with bears, hares, martens, and foxes, evacuated the forests of Bavaria and South Germany for the mountain fastnesses of Switzerland. Immense flights of birds not usually migratory, partridges, pheasants, grouse, plover, wild doves, and waterfowl went south with the animals. Under cover of night, the colossal game preserves of East Prussia emptied into Poland, their furred and feathered peoples passing into the labyrinthine swamps of the Russian Dnieper and Dniester, spreading the news, sending the alarm before them. Man is coming, and with him war. Man was coming. That strange trembling of the earth had warned its creatures, even before the tramp, tramp, tramp of millions of marching feet, the rumbling that betokened the slow but sure approach of titanic death engines, told fine ears to seek safety in flight before the cataclysm of human flesh and iron and steel, and chemicals 1,000 times more deadly, rolled down to overwhelm and destroy. Hence through those July nights the sound of rushing wings above and stealthy pads, and trotting hoofs, and heavy bodies crashing through sedge and brake and underbrush, hardly for a moment ceased. Puffs of sweet wild breath and musky odors from hidden lairs, tufts of hair upon the thorns, and crowded spoor upon the dust of the forest paths or the mud of the river banks, told of their going to those who were skilled to read such signs. But the same mysterious instinct that urged them to flight bade the eagle and vulture that prey upon carrion, the raven and owl and crow, the wolf and lynx be on the alert, for the table of earth would shortly be spread for them as never before in the whole history of war. And their hoarse croaking and hooting and baying and barking answered, "War, war, war." Chapter 46. Patrine knelt beside the bed in her charming chintz-draped, white-enamelled room at Harley Street and clumsily thanked God for having taken away von Hernung. She petitioned that darling Born might be quickly found and brought back, and that if he were not, Lynette might not die. And she wound up with our father, rather imperfectly remembered, and got into bed wondering whether Sherbrand would be pleased if he could know her not quite as irreligious as she had boasted, and lay revelling drowsily in the comfort of cool lavender-scented linen until she fell asleep. She had not tasted sleep for nights, age-long nights of broad, staring wakefulness. Now Somnos, the gentle brother of Thanatos, took her and lapped her divinely round. She felt herself drifting away on a wide-flowing tide of deep, sweet restfulness. Then it was as though an electric light was suddenly switched on in the dark galleries of her brain. Insomnia, the malevolent hag-witch, jests thus merrily with her victims, suffering them to taste sleep and then whisking the cup away. Like many other practical jests, this ends in breakdown and brain fever, or drives its victims to the chemist for sleepy drugs, and to the madhouse subsequently. In the middle of the dazzling cocoon-shaped patch of brightness thus created, Patrine recognized the outlines of an ornamental fountain that occupied the center of the vestibule leading to the supper room of the Upas Club. Executed in the new art style of sculpture, of white and black and tawny marble, it was shaded by tall palms with gilded leaves. On low pedestals rising from the rim of the shallow oval basin of the fountain were three nude life-sized shapes delicately tinted, with gilt hair, carmined lips, darkened eyebrows, vague round eyes of pale blue. They had the flattened breasts and narrow hips of masculine adolescents with women's faces and shoulders, arms and thighs. One held a finger hushingly on its lip. Another was putting on a black vizard through which its pale eyes peeped slyly. The third was smiling over the rim of a golden drinking cup. The three were sharing a pleasant secret between them, or so it had seemed that night to Patrine. After complying with certain formalities and paying a heavy fee for admission, Patrine with her friend had passed through to a wonderfully decorated supper room with a big grill at the end, where white-capped cooks were busy with savory things. Wind and strings filled the room with great waves of music. Liveried attendants were serving champagne in crystal jugs to men and women seated supping at the daintily appointed tables. The hot eyes and lividly pale or purple-flushed faces of many of the revelers already told their tale of excess. The champagne at £1 a jug, a speciality of the Upas, had seemed excellent to Patrine. She was out for enjoyment, and fizz made you feel top-hole. They had supped, was it lobster américain or grilled oysters that had preceded the other things, when there came a change in the music. The unseen orchestra sighing and thrilling forth the amorous phrases of Samson et Dalila leaped all at once into another familiar theme, to wit, the dance of the jaguars in the jungle with its wail, clang, clash and growl as of strange, discordant, exotic instruments. Drums covered with serpent skin, gombos of elephant tusk, human skull rattles and all the paraphernalia of voodoo, to quote Lady Beauvais. Couples rose and began passing out through a wide curtained exit at the farther end of the supper room. The music grew madder. Patrine, laughing, took von Hernung's offered arm. Now, he told her, you are going to see something that is very chic. We shall dance in the Hall of the 100 Pillars. How frightfully ripping, said Patrine. Thus they joined the mob of people, a singularly quiet mob, and passed through the heavy, curtained entrance. The much-talked-of hall was merely a big circular ballroom, lighted by groups of electric lilies, set about with pillars of tinted glass, slanting from a dado of black marble, ending at a broad frieze of black beneath the ceiling dome. Theatrical and tawdry, gaudy and glittering, the scheme of decoration reminded Patrine of the inside of a solitaire marble. The walls of fierce bright orange were striped in curving oblique and transverse lines of black and silver. The silver dome was decorated with similarly curving lines of orange and black. To the strange, barbaric music of the dance from Sao Paulo, men and women were gyrating and posturing, gliding and pausing, as other men and women had done at the Mills Placiers. Presently Patrine and her friend were revolving like the others, in the valse with the hesitations and the tango steps in it. You had only to know tango and the thing came easily, or you imagined it did after so much champagne. Reflected in the wall and ceiling mirrors, the girl had seen herself, twisting and twirling amidst the mob of dancers, with her head thrown back and her long eyes blazing and her wide red mouth laughing wantonly before the black and orange and silver walls. The silver and black and orange dome spun giddily round her with the mob of dancers. Dazed, she had shut her eyes. She had felt herself being hurried somewhere out of the pillared dancing hall. She shivered, lying there in the sunshine, remembering. She recalled von Hernung's face as they had passed out of velvet-curtained, soundless darkness into a tapestry-hung, softly carpeted corridor. The inner angles of the eyebrows were lifted. The laughing mouth under the red-rolled moustache displayed the big white teeth in a tigerish way. The pupils of his eyes were dilated, the irises pale as water. He had looked at her curiously and said with a strange accent, "So, Isis, you are mine now. I suppose so. I did not suppose so. The experience has been very real for me. Shall we go back, or would you prefer? She said with her face turned from him sullenly. I should prefer to go to where I live. He had been loth to let her go. Then, under a promise of renewal of those strange, shameful, secret relations, he had wrapped her theatre mantle about her, and helped her arrange her lace scarf about her head, and taken her through a passage back to the vestibule where the three ambiguous statues stood about the central fountain, upon whose restless jet of water played shifting lights of different hues. By some arrangement of those who had planned the Upas, there faced you as you issued with your companion from the furtive side passage, the figure that had its finger on its smiling, carmined lips, and then the stale air of London at dawn in midsummer. In the shabby side street where long ranks of private cars stood waiting, von Hernung had signalled the chauffeur of one of them. Could the man have been the German who had leered at her that day at Hendon? And then he had put her in and followed her and taken her back to Berkeley Square. It irked her to remember that she had told to the sleepy manservant who had admitted her at 3 a.m. an absolutely supererogatory falsehood to account for her return at that belated hour. For Lady Bow wouldn't have bothered if you'd arrived with the milkman, so long as you turned up smiling at her bedside with your fountain pen and her coroneted paper pad when she'd had her early grapefruit and roll and coffee, and was ready to tackle her morning mail. Patrine must be discreet, cautious, must tell no lies of the unnecessary kind, for even though von Hernung had been removed, just when his attitude had become formidable and menacing, there might yet be pitfalls of her own digging to brave and shun. Pitfalls, perils. As she lay wakeful, conscious through shut eyelids of the white mouldings of the ceiling her face was turned to, suddenly a keen, sharp terror ran her through. She had heard her own voice say to von Hernung, "My God, can't you understand that I ask nothing better than never to see nor hear of you again?" He had mocked her with his hateful smile, and she had not understood. Under no possible conditions. Just think a bit, my dear, because to burn one's boats behind one, that is not prudent at all. And later, you give me to understand that whatever happens, you will have nothing more to do with me. Idiot, besotted idiot. She leaped up in the bed, visualizing the peril, clearly as though a shutter had snapped back within her brain. Horror froze her, realizing the shame she might live to bring upon those who loved Patrine. Uncle Owen, Lynette, Bourne, Mildred and Irma were minor considerations, shadowy silhouettes, negative quantities. Neither Irma nor Mildred had ever loved Patrine. Dad had, though. Poor dear Dad, she was glad he wasn't alive now. And Margaret, would Kittums cut one if that happened? And Sherbrand, a blush burned over her and she flung herself face downwards, burying her scorching face among the pillows, stifling the scream that the sheer torture wrung from her, by nipping a fold of the smooth linen in her teeth. So she lay and writhed on the red-hot griddle of her anguished recollection, until a neat housemaid knocked at the door and brought her morning tea. And as she set down the emptied cup, someone else knocked and opened the door softly, and Patrine turned to meet the look of Lynette. And then, though her struggling conscience warned her that she was unworthy to be held in arms so pure, she cried out wildly and felt herself enfolded, and the fierce emotional tumult within her broke forth in wild sobs and drenching tears. She heard herself saying, "I would have given my life over and over to have saved you from grief like this," and yet these were not the words she would have spoken. We are actors often and often when we least suspect ourselves, even when calamity with one swift stroke of the scalpel has divided the palpitating flesh and quivering nerves down to the living bone. "I would have given my life," she wept, and Lynette, seated by the bedside and bending over her, answered tenderly, "I know it, my kind heart. You have always loved him. You wished him not to go. You begged Owen not to allow." There was unutterable loyalty in the breaking of the sentence. "He thought it best. I trust my husband," said the sweet voice. "But yet I thank you, dear one, for your loyalty to me." "Don't touch me, I'm not fit," Patrine stammered, resisting the mothering, encircling embrace. But the cup of pure sweetness was held to her feverish lips. She craved it too much to thrust it from her. You can see her coming out of the bed in a galumphing outburst of passionate, remorseful tenderness. "Here is my place. Here," she gulped out brokenly, hiding her wet face on the elder woman's knees. Together they made a group not unlike Baugerau's great canvas of the Consolatrix, save that there was no dead, lovely boy lying amidst the scattered petals of the fallen roses on the stone. Perhaps if there had been, and the worst known, born Saxum's mother could hardly have suffered more. Not to understand, not to be sure, to be bereaved and never to know just how the beloved was taken from you. Can there be anything more fantastically horrible than this, the fate of thousands of sorrowing women since the beginning of the Great War? It was Sunday morning, brilliant and hot even for July weather. The clangor of church bells mingled with the clashing of milk cans, and the scent of pot roses mingled with the hot smell of London in midsummer. Lynette shivered in spite of the sultriness, and looked down at the girl spilt out at her knees under the meretricious splendor of her dead beech-leaf hair. She did not, how could she, fathom the secret of such wretchedness, but love and pity flooded her heart, thawed out of its frozen misery by the vital warmth of the contact. She drew the unresisting arms upwards and about her and lifted the prone head and took it to her bosom, saying, "My poor girl, my dear Patrine." They were silent a while. Then Lynette asked, her soft breath stirring the heavy tresses, "Why did you do this, dearest? Wasn't it sufficiently beautiful?" Patrine choked out, blazing crimson to the tips of her little ears. "No, at least, it is hideous now, and he hated it. I had to tell him," a sob and a laugh tangled together. "It was the effect of Paris air." Lynette smiled, though the golden eyes were running over. "Bourne thinks so much of you always. I don't deserve that anyone should. Nobody shall speak ill before me of anyone I care for. Why did you start?" For a vision had flashed into the brain of Patrine, of all the world mocking and jeering and vilifying, and Saxum and Lynette upholding and defending David's daughter who had brought disgrace upon them. She lifted her head and released herself almost roughly from Lynette's embrace. She stooped down and took the hem of Mrs. Saxum's gown and kissed it, and rose up looking wonderfully big and stately, and extraordinarily tall. "I love you," she said in her large, warm voice. "You are the best woman I ever met or shall meet, and I am a rotten bad hat, not worth a penn'orth of monkey nuts, take my word for it. But if somebody like you had been my mother, perhaps there'd have been something to show for it today." Lynette might have replied, but just then through the quiet house, unnaturally still without the boyish voice and the boyish laughter, and the clumping of little thick-soled brogues upon the stairs and in the passages, there sounded the sharp whirring ting-a-ting of the hall telephone bell. She turned and was gone with no more noise than a thrush makes in departure. Left alone, Patrine threw on her bathrobe over the thin nightgown of revealing transparency, lined with the opulent beauty that captures the desires of men, and looked at her fair reflection in the long cheval glass, smiling with something of the subtlety of the androgynous genius of the Upas Club fountain, the figure that faced the guests as they entered, tying a vizard over its mocking eyes. "You're worse even than I thought you," Patrine said calmly to Patrine, "but now you know what he meant by what he said. You're not going to trust to chance and luck. You're going for Uncle Owen's sake, and Aunt Lynette's, and Bourne's, and Mother's, and Irma's, and your own. Don't pretend you're a victim. To marry Sherbrand the Flying Man, not a notion of any possible or eventual wrong or injury to Sherbrand troubled her conscience. She had yet to develop on the side of moral sensitiveness, responsibility towards God, and duty towards her neighbor, the sense of these two obligations that are the foundation and cornerstone of Christianity, had not as yet awakened in Patrine. She liked Sherbrand. It troubled her more that he had not the cachet of one of the great public schools than to know him poor with his 400 per annum as the proverbial church mouse. But she herself was not altogether penniless. There would be £150 a year for Patrine when she married, derived from moneys bequeathed to his daughter's children by Grandpapa Lee Haley, strictly tied up and protected by various legal provisos from depredations on the part of the unknown possessive male, 550 between them. Anyhow, she told herself, that was better than a jab in the eye with a burnt stick. How soon might the marriage be brought off? One must bend one's energies to the solving of that question. How many sleepless nights, they were horribly unbecoming, lay between Patrine and security. The fear that lurked in her dried her palate at the question. She felt like the runner of a marathon fainting in sight of the goal. Chapter 47. On Monday morning, July 20th, under a flying double column of naval goody two-shoes and aeroplanes, the king led forth his fleets for tactical exercises in the Channel. There were pictures on the screens at the music halls that night and for many nights after, that evoked from huge audiences tremendous outbursts of patriotic clapping. Hence first blood in the great war scores to Lille, belonging to the most ancient of all professions, who had accepted the invitation proffered by a Teutonic stranger to join the familiar crowd on the Empire Promenade. The German paid for drinks. A friend joined him. There were more drinks, and the two men began to talk, discussing the ultimatum expected from Austria-Hungary and the inevitable refusal of Belgrade to eat Vienna humble pie. War with Russia must ensue. They were cheering in Berlin that night for Krieg mit Russland. It must come some time, said Lille's patron in an undertone to his crony. Why then should it not happen now? War with Russia means war with France, the other returned in the same key. And war with France, a reckoning with these pig dogs, snarled Lille's temporary owner. If the Serbians and Russes are to be smacked, good; if the French, good also; if the English, 1,000 times the better. Let us hope, said the more placable Teuton, emptying his second liqueur glass of Kümmel, that it will not be this time as at the affair of Agadir. We are ready, said Lille's patron with an oath. We have 7 millions of men ready, and 2,000 millions of cartridges, and for shell, one would not have dreamed the world held so much steel packed with super-explosive. No, diesmal word is nicht sein why in der Agadir, he inquired as they left the bar and moved to where Lille, steeped in the pictures, was standing at the front of the promenade. What are these got-for-flucked jackasses braying about? The jackasses were lustily cheering the portrait of Admiral Sir John Rushworth Jellicoe, Commander-in-Chief of the Grand Fleet, now flung upon the screen. And the jackasses got upon their feet with a sound as though the packed house were tumbling to pieces. And the orchestra changed on the final bar of Rule Britannia, and the more belligerent of the two Teutons leaned over the barricade and hissed malignantly, as wind and strings crashed tumultuously into God Save the King. The row broke out in the promenade as the royal portrait flashed out and faded. A German voice swore shrilly, another expostulated, and a woman screamed and screamed. What's up now along, oh you young woman?" demanded a burly gold-braided commissionaire, thrusting through the staring crowd that had gathered. He dragged Lille, still screeching and clawing, from the windpipe of her dishevelled patron, adding, "Do you call this pretty behaviour? I'm ashamed, oh you, I am." He hissed the king. Lille gasped, scarlet and vituperative and still clawing. "Let me get at him, let me." "No, hold her tight. It is a lie, she is drunk," snarled the German who had hissed. His necktie, a choice thing in Berlin haberdashery much sported on the Unter den Linden, was plucked up by the roots, and a broad bleeding scratch adorned his flushed and angry features. But at the suggestion that he should give the offender in charge of the police, he melted with his companion into the thinnest of thin air, and Lille did not spend the night in the cells at Wine Street Police Station. There ought to have been a paragraph in the Daily Teller or the Morning Wire, but it was crowded out by the report, in leaded type, of von Hernung's death and that of the boy, his volunteer passenger, the only son of Dr. Owen Saxham, M.D., F.R.C.S. M.V.O., whose distinguished share in the defence of Gelderstorp would always be remembered, etc., etc., even now that the frank, manly, and courageous policy of General Botha had established permanent and solid ties of friendship between the Briton and the Boer. A sudden freak, perhaps a private bet, had induced the deceased officer, Captain Count von Hernung of the Prussian Field Flying Service, son of a distinguished official of the German Imperial Foreign Office and hero of the 2 days' flight from Hanover to Paris in the previous April, to essay the crossing to Germany at a late hour and in the face of a threatening gale. Another paragraph recorded how the wreck of the monoplane, bird of war wrongly described as the property of Fanshaw's flying school, had been found by a passenger steamer of the Hamburg Line, bound for Newcastle, floating derelict in the North Sea. A telephone call followed the ring that had heralded the stroke of fate's scimitar on that thick bullneck of Saxums. He answered it through the roaring in his ears of the North Sea waters that had drowned the boy. "Are you there?" came in the voice of the friend so toughly tried, so faithfully trusted. "You have heard the report, your voice tells me you have. Hope, man, hope, against everything go on hoping." The thick, slow answer came stumbling over the wire. "Have I grounds for hope?" came the prompt reply. "I say yes, dare to despair when you hear that from me. God bless you, Jenner. Have you have not told her?" Saxum answered, steadying his twitching lips. "No, I thought I should like to keep my wife for another hour or two." There was a crisp, sharp order, "Go to her now and steal her with this from me, that the aeroplane when found had been thoroughly gutted. The first officer, who is English and one of our men, swears positively to this. The Gnome engine had been taken out of the stirrups, and the gyroscopic hovering gear removed wholesale. Do you comprehend that this means a prearranged thing? Listen. I'll pound it into you, confound you. Once they have been picked up, twice they have been picked up, 3 times they have been picked up. Go to your wife and tell her so from me." The speaker rang off, but he knew discouragement. The rapid march of events across the page of history since the Saturday of von Hernung's flight from Hendon had elicited a check from official headquarters. "Without signing the book that all visitors must sign, and cooling your heels in the anteroom, you are to be admitted to the private sanctum at the War Office, Whitehall, and the presence of Britain's Secretary of State for War. See him seated square and upright in a high-backed leather-covered armchair behind a big green cloth-covered mahogany desk. A thinnish, wide-shouldered man, with a nose of the beaky type, brown crisp hair sprinkled with grey receding from tall sunburned temples, and deep-set smallish blue eyes, a little weakened by much recent poring over state documents by electric light. The British government found it incompatible with its present line of foreign policy to take steps towards the recovery of the Fooley's papers. For 45 years their duplicates had lain in safe keeping at the War Office. They were there now. That was the minister's chief point. The Fooley's war engine had never been patented, never acquired by the British War Office. Such distinction or favour as the 10th Earl had received from government had been conferred in recognition of the dead man's gallant services to his country, not as the reward of his inventive gift. Ergo, the British government could not concern itself with the theft of the original plans from Gwyll Castle. To pursue and arrest the thief was the affair of the head of the Clanronald family. If his lordship chose to drop the matter, the colonel's celebrated parliamentary shrug and smile conveyed the rest. There was another point still. If the plans of the war engine of Clanronald had once been seen by alien eyes, the possession of the formulas did not matter 2 pence. The cat that had grown grey in the bag was out of it for good. In the colonel's opinion, a priceless asset in the highly delicate condition of international politics, a more formidable document than the Fooley's plan was the note which was even then being placed by Austria's representative at Belgrade before the Serbian Council of Ministers. This, in conjunction with Germany's deferred answer to our proposal of a conference of representatives of the great powers, and the sudden, secret return of the Emperor of Germany to Berlin, justifies Admiralty orders that have been issued, said the minister, directing our first, battle fleet concentrated as it happens, at Portland not to disperse for maneuver leave. The speaker, who had pushed back his chair and crossed his legs, looked very steadily at Sir Rowland as this last sentence very quietly left his thin lips. Not a muscle twitched in the other's lean, keen face. The minister went on. Thus I may hope I have made clear to you my view of the situation. As for the flying officer, Count von Hernung, we may presume him to have been, for no doubt he is drowned, a military spy. The German General Staff have a preference for employing men belonging to the higher social circles for work of this kind. Wonderfully organized, their system of strategical and political investigation. Sir Rowland agreed. Wonderfully organized. When one goes closely into its ramifications, tracing and following them to their headquarters in a certain underground office at the Wilhelmstrasse. But they fail in one thing. The kind of operations they contemplate can usually be deduced from the line of their reconnaissance. And yet in the instance under consideration, hinted the minister, Count von Hernung's intention of commandeering a machine from the Hendon flying ground seems to have been fairly well disguised. Pardon me, opposed Sir Rowland with quiet assurance. He had no such intention when he arrived at Hendon. His orders were conveyed to him on the ground, and the haste with which he was got out of England with the brown satchel proves that his superiors did not dare to delay even for the precautionary measures, and that no copies nor photographs have been made of the Fooley's MSS. And plans, take it from me that the cat, if she has not already got to Germany, remains in the brown bag, and the bag is somewhere in the North Sea. But it may be recovered, said the minister, with the body of von Hernung. The general returned, with a deepening of the lines upon his forehead, and at the angles of his mobile nostrils. It may be recovered, as you say, but if so, it will be found upon the body of the boy. He added, meeting the question in the tired eyes of the other man. Some objection was made by Mr. Sherbrand, the owner of the now wrecked aeroplane, to von Hernung's taking the satchel with him in the pilot's pit. So Mr. Sherbrand informs me, von Hernung strapped it to the safety belt that secured Saxum in his seat. A gleam of interest warmed the frostiness of the ministerial countenance. The boy, ah yes, as I think I mentioned before, I sympathize deeply with the boy's parents. He is a son of a personal friend of your own, I understand. Dr. Saxum, sir, late attached to the medical staff at Geldersdorp. Saxum, that is the name, and the child is the only one, most sad and regrettable. And I think the paragraph in the wire mentioned one of your boy scouts. One of my scouts. The chief's bright eyes snapped as he added, very much to the honor of his troop, very greatly to the credit of the organization, as I mean to prove to him should he happily survive to return. Indeed, you interest me. Pray tell the story. It was told succinctly and crisply. He said quite warmly, I could hardly have credited what pluck and energy, and to dare the thing on the strength of a second flight. A boy like that should have lived. Goodbye, my dear General, he added, accompanying the visitor to his door. These are pleasant summer evenings to be wasted in London. A shower or so, and one could do a great deal of execution with the white coachman on our Hampshire trout rivers, sir. He spoke like an angler mildly peeved by deprivation of the sport he loved best, and even paused to tap the glass of a barometer hanging by the wainscot, on his way back to the writing table littered with state papers, in defiance of the thin, shrill summons of the telephone bell. So the general went away, owning to himself that the thing looked desperate. It was better for England that the plans of the Fooley's war engine should lie at the bottom of the North Sea. But what of his friend, what of his friend's wife? The keen eyes were unwontedly dim as he reached the wide turkey-carpeted landing, and the messenger caught a snatch of the flowers o'er the forest, whistled in slow time as his hurrying footsteps overtook the general. Would Sir Rowland please to go back, was the gist of the message. The minister had something further to communicate. The war minister was not alone. Two persons were with him, a tall man in civilian clothes who stood looking out of the window as one who had temporarily removed himself out of earshot, the other a slim and dapper naval secretary. The something further proved to be the pith of an Admiralty communication just imparted. Early that morning, a British submarine on North Sea patrol duty, We will call her E-131. Upon returning to the surface to ascertain the cause of defective submergence, had discovered a brown leather lock strap to be entangled with her aft diving plane on the starboard side. A leather satchel firmly attached to the other end of the strap was jammed under the plane and subsequently extricated by one of the men from the collapsible. Perhaps you can imagine the lieutenant commander stooping over the retrieved bit of flotsam, lying under the shaded electric light hanging over the narrow sliding table that pulled out from under his bunk in the officer's cabin, a place of privacy again, the steel bulkhead doors being shut. For when you submerge, they are all thrown wide so that the commander's eye may traverse the whole length of an elongated engine room and see what every man is doing at his particular post in a single flash. The commander's eye was screwed up in the vain endeavor to see under the flap of the locked satchel. He took up the thing and turned it in his hands, while the strap, soaked and twisted by seawater and engine power, flapped upon his knees like a long frond of wet seaweed. Wonder who cut the strap? Clumsily, as though by a blunt knife wielded by a numb hand, it had been hacked through and the satchel scratched badly in the process. He went on, looks like some rich American globe-trotter's traveling satchel. No picking these locks. One might negotiate with the oxygen flame puff if it wasn't for the risk of damaging the wads of dollar bills that might possibly be inside. Nothing to be done but rip or cut the leather, and that seems to be made strengthy with metal somehow. He slipped the lean blade of a penknife between the strongly stitched edges. The satchel proved to be lined with thin plates of aluminium, as easy to get inside as the Bank of England. He grumbled, and so it proved if the Bank of England has ever been negotiated with a bullhead tin opener. Inside the leather case lined with aluminium, a little seawater had penetrated, patching with damp a small antique portfolio of pearly, bossy sharkskin exquisitely painted with birds and foliage by some old-world Japanese master of art. The quaintly feeble lock and corner guards were of bronze, gold inlaid with scowling fox masks and the inevitable chrysanthemum. The Japanese lock gave at a twist of the penknife blade, and then the portfolio disgorged its loose sheaf of yellowed papers strung together by a clue of faded silken twist. Drawings to scale and plans, sheets of manuscript and pages covered with the symbols used in chemical formulas, scribed in a clear, small, rounded hand. Great Scott, what's this? The ash from the commander's neglected cigarette fell upon the topside of the precious manuscript. He blew it reverently off and dug himself into the pile. Hum. By me, Robert Fooley's seaman, 10th Earl of Clanronald, GCB, Admiral of the Red, Rear Admiral of the British Fleet and Marquis of Araman, etc., etc. Invented and conceived not in hatred of mankind, but in defense of my country and the rights beloved by every true Briton. Marvellous old cock. And in 1854, when he was 80 if a day, he offers it for the 5th time to the British government. Busy owner. See, you've got inside the prize packet. My Christmas, what is it? Miss Araminta's diary, found after 40 years, or how I broke my engagement with the curate. This from a young, exceedingly wet and dirty engineer lieutenant, fresh from an interview with the damaged diving plane and smelling potently of castor oil. The commander looked up and strange things were in his eyes. You're pretty wide, he added, speaking partly to the other man inside the commander. Jolly good thing we're on the home trip. That main motor gives a lot o' trouble, and suppose some purblind sailing ship crashed into us and sent us to the bottom with this aboard. Great sea boots, it makes me crawl all down my back to think of it. The second clattered down the steel ladder and filled the doorway with his burly personality. What makes you crawl? Don't say the leg o' mutton we bought Saturday from the skipper of that Grimsby trawler has gone back on us. Is that what the liar means by fresh meat? If I told you, you'd crawl too, or you'd think it a case of sunstroke or DT, of the deferred kind. The commander stowed the papers back in the sharkskin case with gingerly carefulness that provoked the query whether he thought he had got hold of a new kind of floating mine, and elicited the retort, I don't think, I know it. No one got anything more out of the speaker, who, presently declining stewed mutton, whose wholesome savour amply certified to the moral character of the trawler's skipper, went to the wireless and dispatched a pithy message to the commander of E-131's particular coast defence station, and the news was flashed to Whitehall, to go forth ere long from thence over the world. Sir Rowland said, with that unwonted cloud dulling his bright eyes and a certain huskiness of utterance, "There's no other solution of the puzzle," remembering that I had said to him, in an emergency you might do good service to your country by destroying this. My scout took the only course open to him and dumped the satchel into the sea. The minister admitted with characteristic reticence, "Whether I concur with your theory or not, I must admit to you that the report received specifies that the strap had been cut. Hacked through is the actual expression, and the back of the leather outer case scratched as though by a knife. It is vital that I should examine the strap and see those scratches." The minister answered, "Tomorrow morning by 12 o'clock I can obtain you an opportunity. The recovered valise or wallet or satchel will be brought up to the Admiralty by the officer commanding E-131. She has not yet arrived in harbour, but the commander will doubtless receive instructions as soon as he reports himself." He continued, gracefully ignoring his previous statement that the government had decided not to interfere. "In the absence of the Earl of Clanronald, now yachting in northern waters, it is obligatory that the War Office should take the matter in hand." The very tall stranger had wheeled, and advanced to Sir Rowland with a smile and an outstretched hand of greeting. We know how great a heart beat in its pulses. Its short, hard grip spoke sympathy and understanding, though the voice was harsh and the light grey eyes stared out of the brick-burned, heavily moustached face with the old sagacious, indomitable regard. He said after a word or two had passed, the Admiralty Secretary temporarily occupying the attention of the War Minister, "By the way, you will be interested to hear something I have at first hand from Clanronald. He has been, as perhaps you know, cruising with two ancient cronies, Lord Gaynor and Colonel Kay, in his steam yacht Helga, along the Danish west coast of Jutland. He returns the richer by what I may term a unique experience," Sir Rowland said, meeting the Sirdar's eyes with great certainty. "If I may guess at the nature of the experience, I should hazard that it was an attempt in the kidnapping line." The other gave his short, gruff laugh. "You have hit it. They carry a wireless installation on the Helga and sparked the story via colour coats to Bredingley, who was stopping a weekend at Doom. The yacht was at anchorage in the outer harbour of Esbjerg, some 28 kilometres from the frontier of Danish Germany. It was midnight. Everybody on board, including the watch, seems to have been asleep except Clanronald, who was roused by something scraping the side of the yacht. Presently he heard stealthy footsteps on deck and whispering. He was squatting on his bunk with a brace of loaded revolvers and a Winchester repeating rifle when the intruders opened his cabin door. Did any of them survive the intrusion? If so, Clanronald has very much changed. The Sirdar returned with the quirk of a smile lurking under the heavy moustache whose brown was getting flecked with grey. "Well, the Helga has recently been re-enamelled, and Clanronald is faddy on the point of his new paint. Besides," the quirk deepened into a laugh, "he thought it would be more useful to take them as live specimens of the kind of material that goes to make up the crew of a German submarine." They looked at each other, laughing. Sir Rowland inquired, "I venture to hope that while Clanronald was about it, he collected the submarine." "Unfortunately, no, and very regrettably. The collapsible boat in which the raiders had made their midnight visit was swamped when the two others, there had been 4 of them, jumped into her to make off. Presumably they could swim and were picked up by the submarine undersea boat No. 14, according to the testimony of one of the prisoners, the other of whom, an officer and leader of the foray, took poison and was found dead in the cabin that served for his prison cell. The other, a mere seaman, is too dazed with terror to be intelligible according to Clanronald, but the whole thing is interesting, hugely and instructively, as shedding, said the general, a certain light upon a mystery that baffled the Weissackers in 1913. I refer to the mysterious disappearance of the engineer-inventor Riesel from his cabin aboard a Hamburg Line, Leith-bound steamer, with a contract in his pocket for the supply of crude oil-consuming marine motor engines to the navy of a power other than the German government. Possibly, one never knows what forces are working beneath the surface. The set, brick-dust face and grave, sagacious eyes of the great soldier seem to testify to his complete innocence of anything like a double entendre. He ended as the War Minister dismissed the Secretary from the Admiralty and turned again to Sir Rowland, saying in his most pompous tones, 12 o'clock tomorrow, then, General. Meanwhile, pray convey to his parents my admiration, in which I feel the First Lord will concur, of the remarkable qualities manifested by young Saxon. Astonishing devotion to duty and courageous self-reliance. He should have lived. He would have made a noble man, came the curt reply. He is alive now, I am convinced of it. The minister gave the speaker a glance of incredulity. It was so very clear to the War Secretary's logical mind that the child and the man were drowned. But the harsh voice of the great Field Marshal, England's most faithful friend, who was to succeed him in his place of power, answered for him. One would expect you to stick to your guns, General. Should you prove right before I sail for Egypt, bring him to see me. I promise that faithfully, my lord. They shook hands and parted. It seemed a long week until the morrow, when the secret of Robert Fooley's came home to roost at Whitehall. But it ended, and 12 o'clock brought that keenly desired opportunity of examining the cut lock strap and the empty knife-scored satchel in the official sanctum of the First Lord Commissioner for the Admiralty, and in the presence of that functionary. There seems, the First Lord mounted a pair of gold-rimmed pince-nez to be something in the nature of an address scratched upon the leather. Sir Rowland corroborated after a brief inspection. There is, most undoubtedly, and the address is that of the London headquarters of our organization. No, 1000 Victoria Street. Dear me, most remarkable. Now here, said the right Hon. Gentleman, breathing asthmatically and twinkling through the gold-framed pebbles, is something not so easily deciphered. A rude symbol, something like a fleur-de-lis with letters at either side and a few other meaningless scrawls. It is not a fleur-de-lis, Sir Rowland answered, but a fox mask with the number and signature of my scout. He belonged to the Fox Patrol, 331st London. Here is his troop number 22, and here are his initials, BMS, born Mildare Saxon. It is perfectly in order. In this way he would be expected to sign a communication to his fellow scout, and the marks below, I can assure you, are not meaningless. They convey that there is trouble of a very definite kind. In addition, the arrow here, taking the top of the satchel for the north as in a map, signifies road to be followed east. He added with a stiffening of the facial muscles that made the keen face as hard as a mask carved in boxwood, and followed it shall be. That which hath wings it had been decided amongst those who controlled such matters that the British public were to be fed with the tale. The tapes began to run out at the newspaper offices as the General took leave of the First Lord and the War Minister, and got into his waiting car, and sped away to Harley Street to tell the doctor how the Saxon pup had proved worthy of his breed. The evening papers made great marvel out of the story, and at all the street corners of London and the suburbs broadsheets lined the gutters, proclaiming in huge Inkai capitals, "Mysteries of the Sea. Extraordinary attempted capture of British yachtsmen by pirates in Danish waters. Miraculous recovery of Clanronald war plan. Submarine in North Sea fowl's bag containing priceless heirloom stolen from Gwyll Castle. Last message of hero Boy Scout." Chapter 48. In the face of the outrunning tide, undersea boat No. 18 had nosed her way from Norderney Gat to Nordyke by the deep-dredged low-water channel of which Luther had told. The boy had been roused by the kick of a foot shod with a heelless rubber boot out of a dog sleep on the vibrating deck plates of the men's cabin under the white glare of the electric globes. The man who kicked him hauled away the blue blanket and pitched him his clothes, yet moist and heavy with sea water, ordering him in broken English to get into them quickly to go ashore. The boy obeyed stiffly, for he yet ached in every limb from the resuscitative rubbing administered by Petty Officer Stoll and his assistant, and his temples throbbed and there was a singing in his ears. Perhaps that was from the smell of the petrol. One breathed petrol, devoured tinned meat stew petrol-flavored, and drank soup and coffee made with petrol, judging by the tang upon the palate. On board the German submarine, the hatch at the top of the dripping steel ladder was open, letting in the smell of the sea tanged with the odors of fish and rotten seaweed and sewage. One emerged through the manhole into a strange, windless, woolly world. Through a weeping woolly grey mist, grey, greasy-looking water lapped and licked against a weedy jetty of grey stone alongside which U-18 lay with the fog smoking off her whitey grey painted steel skin. A bluff-bowed galliot, a yacht or two, and some lighters laden with bricks and cement sat on the blue-grey mud of a small harbour. Grey and white seagulls were feeding on the mud, gaily painted rowboats were lying on the shelving beach of weedy sand. To the right hand, a lighthouse or beacon made a yellow blur in the prevailing woolliness. Behind one, the foggy land seemed mixed up with the foggy sea, even as the yellow-white curd mixes with the whey in a dish of rennet. North, the intermittent beam thrown from a lighthouse came and went in sudden winks. Facing to the mainland again, one made out east of the quay an aggregation of tiled roofs and chimneys, and a wooden church spire with a quaint gilded weathercock. Running south were black and white signal posts, buffers, and a big, barn-like railway station. Beyond, the fog came down so like a curtain that the shining metals of the permanent way ran into it and ended as sharply as though they had been cut off. There was a trampling of feet on the steel ladder. Heads showed through the manhole, and a rough hand caught the boy by the collar of his pneumatic jacket and jerked him out of his better's way. Luther appeared in his panoply of yellow oilskins, passed aft and went up on the platform, where his second officer and another stood together at the rail. Von Hernung followed, dough-pale and wearing an old navy cap in place of his goggled helmet, and a junior officer came after. They brought the tang of schnapps with the smell of their oilskin coats. The boy had seen them drinking and nodding to each other at the narrow table in the officer's cabin as he had hurried into his clothes. Gut Reis, Veal Gluck, Luther had shouted to von Hernung and waved his hand with a heartiness that did not seem quite real. Auf Wiedersehen bis den Dank. Von Hernung had called back to the commander and set his foot upon the one-rail gangplank by which a seaman had connected the submarine with the quay, and then he had drawn it back, as though the salty plank had burned him, for a party of tall grey soldiers with brown boots and belts and spiked helmets covered with grey stuff like their clothing came tramping along the quay with bayonets fixed, and halted at a harsh order from their officer, and von Hernung, with a shiny grey face and grey lips under his red moustache, had croaked out meaningly to Luther, "My thanks for this, Herr Commander, we will settle the score one day." He went on then, and the officer arrested him, and while Bourne stood staring, taking in the scene, another brutal hand had grabbed him by the scruff, lifted him as a boy lifts a puppy, and slung him on to the stones of the quay. "You come with us." Somebody spoke to him in English. It was von Hernung, and his eyes were poisonous with hate. "You bear your share in this, her dearest." This was a curious nickname by which the enemy was often to address Bourne. "Where I go you will go also, do you understand?" The officer said something harshly, making an imperious gesture with his drawn sword, and von Hernung saluted and fell silently into place between the grey files. Then the party marched along the quay between rows of storehouses with doors painted in broad horizontal stripes of black and white, and passed through a yard and a big open gate at the end of it, with a black and white sentry box, and a grey-uniformed, spike-helmeted sentry on duty outside the gate. The sentry presented arms and the party swung through and struck into a wide main road that crossed the railhead, a sandy road with a dike at either side of it that followed the curve of the shoreline east. Beyond the shoreline, the North Sea fog came down, blank and drab as an asbestos curtain, waiting a westerly breeze to roll inland and blot out everything. Between shore and road were the clumped houses of the fishing village and a church with a wooden spire shaped like an old-fashioned needle case. Sand dunes covered with sea holly and bent grass came up to the road, but on the other side of the road, beyond the dike, the eye traversed a wide expanse of dead, flat fenland, drained by a many-branched creek. Set in the midst of the fenland were buildings of some kind. One thought of barracks in the same enclosure with a Martello tower or a powder magazine like that in Hyde Park. But two strange landmarks sticking up into the foggy sky altered the character of the flat-roofed structure of grey stone standing in a wide expanse of gravel enclosed by a strong wooden fence, stained with some drab weather-resisting composition, and entered by an imposing pair of spike-topped gates. A wide dike full of sluggish water girdled the fence. You crossed by a wooden swing bridge leading to the big gates. When you approached them by the road that branched from the main road at right angles, you realized the immense height of two hollow triangular towers of grey-painted steel lats and girders that straddled over the flat roof of the squat stone building, the shorter tower nosing up 300 feet into the air, and its big brother more than double that height, sheathing its sharp point amongst the leaden-hued clouds, bellying full of moisture sucked up from the North Sea. They looked alive to Bourne in a queer, ugly way, throwing out their mile-long antennae to the supporting poles, linking their metal guy ropes to solid structures of stone and concrete, like colossal web-spinning insects, half spider, half mantis, wholly horrible. And they reminded him of the three tall wireless masts rearing over the Admiralty at Whitehall, and Marconi House in the Strand, and the little one that straddled over the telegraph cabin on Fanshaw's flying ground. And at the remembrance, the salt tears overbrimmed his raw and burning eyelids, blotting out the muscular, vigorous backs of the men who walked in front of him, and his throat felt as choky as though he had swallowed a whole bull's eye. There was a sharp order to halt, and boots marked time on sandy gravel. A grey-uniformed soldier of the two on guard outside the big spike-topped gates, flanked with a black-and-white sentry box on either side, brought his bayonet to the slope and challenged sharply. A sergeant major of the party stepped out and answered. The sentry bellowed, "Rouse!" and with the ruffle of a side drum the gates swung open, the guard turned out of a stone guardhouse within, and the armed party with the prisoner and the boy marched into the gravelled courtyard. The gates shut, and von Hernung was taken off to a block of buildings distant from the central erection with the wireless towers. There was a clock over the doorway of the guardhouse. The hands indicated 3:45. Bourne, standing shivering in the morning rawness, heard the infantry officer commanding the party say in a loud, harsh voice that the boy was to be kept close and sharply looked after. Then a heavy hand gripped him roughly by the collar, and the voice belonging to the grip shouted, "At the Herr Lieutenant's orders," whereupon the boy was summarily thrust before the gruff-voiced speaker to a shed behind the guardhouse, a shed whose planks were a-tremble at all their lower edges with glittering drops of North Sea fog. He was helped in with a kick scientifically administered, the big key crashed in the lock, and one was free to sob one's bursting heart out, lying face downwards among the hard, clean, shining straw trusses that covered the floor of beaten earth. Somehow the tears relieved, and merciful sleep came to the child, and presently he awakened under the oilskin coat that served for bed covering, to the rustling of the straw under his head, and through one unglazed aperture that admitted light and air shone a large, lucent moon in her last quarter, with Saturn blazing like a great blue diamond at her pale and silvery side. In the shed, which had been destined but luckily not used as a kennel for the adjutant's Pomeranian boarhound, the boy remained in durance vile for a period of several days. The drills and parades, the buglings and drummings that marked the ordinary course of garrison life, alone enlivened the cramped monotony. He was given coarse food and drink 3 times a day, and permitted to exercise for half an hour in charge of a corporal within the limits of the gravelled courtyard. Soldiers were drilling there on most of these occasions, big men in the brand-new green-grey uniform that seemed a kind of service kit, and who regarded Bourne with looks of quite incomprehensible malignancy, and when their mouths were not closed by Prussian military discipline, made coarse or beastly jokes at his expense. You are to suppose a pitifully unequal struggle on the part of the boy to maintain decency, cleanliness, and self-respect under these conditions, which would have ended in hopeless lethargy had the Saxon pup sprung from a feebler race. 2 things helped him at this juncture: the rosary he said in his straw lair at night, and certain stimulating reading contained in a sea-stained and grimy-paged scout's notebook that nobody had seen him with, or having seen had thought it worth their while to take away. You can see him on the 6th morning of captivity squatting on his straw, poring over the alphabet of the Morse signalling code, the rules for first aid, and so on, following the 10 precepts of scout law. Rule No. 7. A scout obeys orders of his patrol leader or scout master without question. He nodded his head as he read the words, and his heavy eyes brightened. He pushed back the dulled and rumpled hair from his forehead and straightened his hunched back. Rule No. 8. A scout smiles and whistles under all difficulties. The smile was bravely forced. He held up his head, filled his lungs with air, inflated his chest, pouted his lips, and began to whistle Rule Britannia. And at the second bar somebody booted the door heavily, and a thick voice bellowed, "Halt den Mund." It was the voice of the soldier who was Bourne's jailer, and the whistle quavered and broke down. And as the boyish heart swelled to bursting and the irrepressible tears brimmed over, a musical motor horn some distance off sounded clearly and sweetly, "Ta-ra-ra-ta-ra," and a Prussian officer's voice drowned out the sweetness of the answering echo, shouting, "Echtung wash heraus." Bugles sounded, side drums beat, there was a crunching of heavy boots upon stone and gravel, followed by the click of presented arms and the groaning of the heavy gates swung back. Amidst all these significant noises, you caught the purr and crackle of pneumatic tires rolling over the wooden bridge into the courtyard. As they stopped short, a bugle sounded imperatively, and hoarse voices gave the order, "Helm ab," and a multitudinous shout answered, a thick, short, crashing utterance that suggested the fall of a tree. 3 trees fell crashing, and then in a little still of awe a sharp, hollow voice answered, "Dank main kinden," and the boy, squatting, listening in the straw, was conscious of a queer tingling sensation that made his hair stiffen on his scalp and sent odd little waves of shuddering down the whole length of his spine. The voice was not melodious or powerful, but it set the nerves on edge and made you wonder what he could be like, the man to whom it belonged. And the question made a picture in the mind of a mouth with thin lips that were parched and discolored, a cruel mouth, matching the harsh and hollow utterance. The time crawled on and the sun climbed high. It must have been noon or nearly when measured steps approached the shed, and the door was unlocked. This time a non-commissioned officer who had kicked Bourne yesterday caught hold of the boy, hauled him out of the shed, and made it the double towards the squat stone building bestridden by the pair of wireless towers. Their intolerable shadows, the sun being nearly overhead, barred the big courtyard with wide lateral and diagonal bands and stripes of blackness. It was as though 2 Brobdingnagian spiders had spun there a pair of webs of incredible size. There were soldiers on guard with fixed bayonets at the open doors that led into the square, low-ceiled stone vestibule. Before the 2 wide steps stood a bright yellow motor car. It was big, roomy, and luxurious, with the Prussian eagle in black and red on both doors. A young officer in field grey and flat cap sat immovable at the steering wheel. At a little distance waited 2 other cars. Their chauffeurs wore a dark blue livery with silver braid and buttons, and these cars were black enameled and studiously plain. Inside the vestibule were more sentries and a small body of soldiers, all with fixed bayonets. Also 3 dubious individuals in black uniform who might have been detectives or not. They were grouped outside a heavy door on the right hand as you entered. Despite the presence of so many persons, a singular quiet reigned. Footfalls made no noise on the floor, presumably of stone, covered with thick, resilient red rubber. There were no windows, light being admitted from overhead by a skylight of thick opaline glass. I have said that quiet reigned, but as the corollary of a sharp, harsh voice that talked without cessation. It upbraided, denounced, interrogated, interrupted conjectural answers with contradiction, burst out anew into shrill denunciation, and switched off the current of abuse to pelt its object with questions again. It rasped the nerves. Of the men who heard it, some grew pale, others were red and sweated freely. When it broke off in a scream like a vicious stallion's neigh, a susurration of horror passed from one to another of the erect, silent and rigid men waiting in the vestibule. The neighing scream was followed by a small commotion. The door opened, and a tall, grey-moustached, grey-cloaked cavalry officer in a silver helmet crested with a perching eagle demanded, Bourne's little German serving him once more at this juncture. Water. Immediately a glass of water, and vanished again. An orderly got the water, passing out by another tall door in the center of the vestibule and coming back with a filled tumbler on a china plate. One of the men in black snatched it from him and knocked officiously. But the harsh, shrill voice had begun to rate again, and when the door was opened, a thick-set officer in a spiked infantry helmet, with a glittering gold moustache and sharp blue eyes twinkling through glittering gold pince-nez, waved the water away as though it had never been asked for. "The boy," he said in a shrill falsetto whisper, "Seine Majestat wants the boy." Then it seemed as though 20 zealous hands propelled the boy towards the mysterious room's threshold. The officer in pince-nez grabbed his arm and pulled him briskly in. Chapter 49. The man of the day. You were in a square, singularly light, though windowless room immediately underneath the lower, pointed end of the biggest wireless. The room was lighted along the top of the walls on 2 sides by oblong slabs of thick opaque glass with many ventilators controlled by levers. The huge metal ribs and supports of the colossal steel tower overhead were built deep into the solid stone masonry. Through a massive block of crystal glass, the insulator on which the pointed end of the mast rested, your vision was snatched up dizzily through the vertical labyrinth of metal ribs and girders, until it ended at the inner extremity of the apex 750 feet above. The shrill song of the wind amongst the steel ribs and spars and guy ropes, whose ends were linked to reinforced steel beams or ground anchors, sunk in heavy outside foundations of masonry, hardly reached one here. But from the dynamo room that absorbed the space between this and the second wireless chamber, you heard the deep moan of the Goldberg alternator, its rotor speed maintained by a 500-horsepower Craft engine sunk to lessen the tremendous vibration in a solid steel and cement-lined powerhouse deep below the level of the soggy ground. The boy's wide blue eyes took in the wonder and the strangeness of his surroundings. Lightness and whiteness, a ship-shape neatness, a scrupulous freedom from dust, a dazzling polish and burnish on surfaces or knobs or handles of wood, brass or copper characterized the place. About the walls were metal cylinders with pipes and induction coils, frames supporting reels of wire in rows and brass things like pincers in rows above them. And above these, rows of shining crystal bull's-eyes like port lights, and yet others with stars and circles of electric bulbs. At the distant end of the long, light, shining room, the deck-like run of the polished boards was broken by a step leading to a platform where the rigidly erect figures of 3 men in dark blue uniforms sat at the middle, and at either end of a long, narrow table burdened with instruments whose use Bourne partly knew. The midmost operator, sitting with his back to you, wore a headband with receiver earpieces, beyond which his ears, large, thick, and red as quarter-pounds of beefsteak, projected in a singularly grotesque way. The man seated on the right of the table had a paper pad and pencil, and the man on the left sat in front of a typewriter, with lowered, intent eyes and fingers crooked above the keys, as one waiting to type off a wireless message, and the tingling desire to approach and see the apparatus more closely evoked a wiggle on the part of the boy that was grimly checked by a big hard hand that gripped his arm. This reminded him that he was a prisoner, like von Hernung, Born thought, and then upon his right he became aware of von Hernung, green as a drowned man and with all the stiffening gone out of him, wilting over the supporting arms of 2 officers of the garrison. And then a voice said something shrilly and harshly, and Saxum's son found himself looking into a pair of steel-blue, shining, flickering eyes, with whites curiously veined with red. The man to whom the eyes belonged sat immediately facing you, on the opposite side of a big knee-hole writing table with rows of drawers in its pedestals, and official-looking ledgers upon it, also files of papers, dispatch cases, 3 big inkstands, and the shining metal pillar of a telephone transmitter, the base of which the officer gripped with his right hand as he leaned forwards, sharply scrutinizing you. The hand was large and muscular, with short, thick, crooked fingers, covered with jeweled rings that sparkled in the sun. 6 other officers stood at some little distance behind the seated personage. 5 out of the 6 wore the service dress of grey-green serge, with spiked helmets covered with the same material. Badges, buckles, chain straps, and the hilts of swords, curved or straight, were dulled to rigorous uniformity, and belts, gloves, and boots were of earth, not tang-coloured, brown. Thus much Bourne grasped, but of these individualities, save one, he got no clear impression. You were obliged to look at, and think of, the man sitting in the chair. Those strange eyes stung as they fastened on you and sucked at you, somehow making you think of a tiger lurking in a cave of ice. They were shadowed by the peak of a grey-green field cap, with an edge of vivid crimson showing above its deep band of silver lace, oak leaf and acorn patterned. He wore a loose grey overcoat with silver buttons, thrown open to reveal a grey-green single-breasted service jacket with a turn-down collar edged with silver lace and faced with crimson, and a glittering decoration dangling below the hook. But as he was of the short-necked, fleshy type of man, and kept his head well down and thrust forward, staring you out of countenance over a grizzled moustache with upright, bushy ends, and all the light in the room came from overhead, the decoration was obscured by the shadow of his chin, a sharp chin, meagerly modelled with a cleft in the middle, suggesting petulance and vanity. The chin of a mediocre actor of romantic parts. So you are the boy. The tobacco-stained teeth in the mouth under the dyed moustache were filled and patched with gold that glittered when he spoke to you. There was a flash of yellow metal now as he added, "You do not answer, no. Come nearer, boy." His legs, short, thick legs in grey riding breeches and brown boots with beautiful spurs of gold and steel, stuck out towards you under the table. As you stepped out briskly to lessen the distance between you, he pulled the legs back sharply, and a handsome, dark young officer, standing on his right, put out a brown-gloved hand warningly, as though the border of the big Turkey rug on which stood the knee-hole writing table were a frontier line that must not be crossed. As he did this, the seated man glanced round at him, nodding approval, and the pale, jagged seam of a scar on his left cheek showed plainly against the dark, harsh, fever-dry skin. With the slewing of his head, the decoration hanging by a swivel at the collar of his single-breasted service jacket flashed into the light. Bourne saw a large Maltese cross, 8-pointed and blue enamelled, having a black eagle with outspread wings between each arm. Crossed swords in diamonds were above, surmounted by a diamond crown imperial, and a black and white ribbon supported another cross of plain black edged with silver, at a buttonhole of the Norfolk-cut jacket of grey-green. Possibly the boy had guessed in whose presence he stood, even before the young officer, at an impatient signal from his master, said in excellent English, I am commanded to tell you that you are in the presence of the Emperor of Germany. Chapter 50. Don't tell me not that you ever have that there ain't such a thing as Providence. Thus Frankie after lunch upon the fateful 3rd of August from the hearthrug of the drawing room at 00 Cadogan Place. When he went on, just as I'm on the point of sending in my papers to please you good old England currumps into war, he continued as Margaret shrugged her small shoulders. All right, best child, bet you 20 to 1 in gloves it comes off. As sure as the Austrian monitors were shelling Belgrade, and the British cabinet were sitting on Sunday, and the weekly rags selling like hot cakes, when you and me and the rest of the congregation were slowly oozing out of church. Why, the Kaiser and the Tsar have been at loggerheads since Saturday. German troops are swamping Luxembourg, and the next move will be the invasion of France. There we come in, and the rest of the big European powers, like a row of beehives kicked over, all the swarms mixed and stinging, and Kittum's little Frankie in the middle of the scrum. Why are you so frightfully keen about it? Margaret's great dark dear eyes were vaguely troubled. She got up from her writing table, a lovely thing in Russian tulip tree, the shelf of which was graced by a row of mascots, Tai-Tai and the Jade Tree Frog, Jollikins, Gojo, and half a dozen more. Best child, I'm not keen, asserted Frankie, but I'm patting myself on the back, gloating over the knowledge that I'm not a bally has-been, but a real live soldier, just when I'm likely to be wanted to be one. Switch on, he added as Margaret shook her head. My grammar's a bit off, but I know what I mean if I can't express it. Here's a telegraph kid on a red spider, 2 to 1 in cough drops that yellow screeds for me, calling me to headquarters just as I'd got into my civvy rags to spend the afternoon with my wife. The prophecy proved correct. Frankie vanished upstairs to peel, plunge into his guard's uniform, and whirl away, borne by a taxi, into the dim conjectural regions known as headquarters. Margaret went back to her desk to reread a typewritten letter from the secretary of the Cross and Wolfenbüttel Frauenklinik at Berlin, counseling the honored English lady whose introduction, supplied by a former lady client, was specially satisfactory, to secure a room at the institute by the payment of a moiety of the fee in advance. The crowd of applicants desirous to subject themselves to the wonderful Purple Dreams treatment was so large, the accommodation by comparison so restricted, that to follow this course would be the only wise plan. Similar treatment could be obtained in Paris and Brussels, but to ensure success beyond doubt, it was wisest to seek it at the German fountainhead. 100 guineas would secure admission to the Berlin Frauenklinik, by cheque made payable to the British agent of Professors Cross and Wolfenbüttel, Mr. Otto Bush, 000 Cornhill, London, EC. It would be advisable were the English client to follow her remittance, taking up residence in Berlin within the next few days. Travelling might not be so easy in October, mildly hinted the secretary of the institute. Why, Bosh, what utter piffle. Good old England wasn't going to toddle into any European war in a hurry, decided Margaret. She had had enough bother over the South African biz. Perhaps if Germany was having a rag with Russia and a tiny bit of a scrap with France, one would have to get a passport and travel by a different route to Berlin. Perhaps the best thing would be to go now and stick the boredom of a 3 months' residence in the Kaiser's capital. Why not? Under the existing circumstances, one would be bored anywhere. She drew the cheque and enclosed it to Mr. Bush's address and wrote a little letter in a huge hand to the secretary saying that she had done this and was obliged by his advice. Then she phoned to the club to ask Patrine to come round to tea at 00 Cadogan Place. Miss Saxon was not there according to the hall porter, but might be found at AA Harley Street. There Margaret ran her to earth. Yes, Pat would come with pleasure, but upon condition that Lady Norwater was alone. Of course, Margaret remembered. She's in mourning for the pretty kiddie cousin. I must be getting stupid, or I'd have thought of that. But when the tall figure passed under the Persian portiere of the Cadogan Place drawing room, It was arrayed in a revealing gown of pale rose lace with the well-known stole of black feathers, and a tall-crowned hat of golden braiding topped the Nile sunrise hair. "Why, I thought," Margaret began. "I know, do you think it horribly unfeeling?" The speaker stooped to kiss the soft cheek of the little creature curled up in the corner of a favourite sofa in a favourite attitude which conveyed an impression of Margaret's having no feet. Patrine did not look at all horrid or unfeeling as she said, winking back the tears that had overbrimmed her underlids, "My heart is in crape if my body isn't." "I know." Margaret's lovely eyes looked sympathy. "I remember how fond you've always been of the little cousin. Uncle Owen and Lynette won't believe that the darling's drowned," Patrine went on. "But I can't hope, I'm not of the hoping kind. When I shut my eyes I seem to see Bourne fighting to keep afloat, then sinking. It's as though he called me, and it's horrible." She shuddered. "It's horrible. And Count von Hernung, the German flying man." Margaret touched the large white hand next her. "You know what a bad hand I am at saying things that are consolatory and cozy. Couldn't rake up a single text for my life, or if I did I'd quote 'em wrong end topside, like the callow curate who assured the weeping widow that heaven tempers the wind to the lawn sham. I'll let you off the texts, not being a weeping widow." But Patrine's pale cheeks burned. Margaret pursued, not looking at them. "Rona Helverlin told me there was nothing serious between you. Indeed, she said you rather hated him than otherwise. But of course you're sorry he's drowned." Naturally, there was a silence. Then, yes, Patrine agreed, "I rather hated him than otherwise." "Ah," Margaret's little face was sage. "It's a pity you don't care for some nice man or other, isn't it? But you will one day. It's much nicer to live with your husband than with your sister." "Though I never had a sister," added Margaret. Then her mind, light and brilliant as a hummingbird, flitted to another subject. "Rona and her two militants lunched with me on Sunday, awfully down on their luck all three. The grand slam they'd planned, the surprise packet for the Mansion House banquet, had had the lid put on it by the police. Fancy Scotland Yard finding out anything, but it had. For Rona got a mysterious note warning her that she'd be dropped on before she could open her head. So the bishops toddled through their speeches without being interrupted. Sit down and light up. These Balkan sobranies are top-hole. I can't stay." But Patrine sat down on the sofa, dipped in the ever-brimful silver box and kindled a cigarette. "Where's his nibs?" she asked, for not even the chastening of bereavement could cure Patrine of slanginess. "Called to be PG. Headquarters suddenly. Margaret Blue Rings. Or doing duty for some pal or other at the tower. Don't bother about him. Tell me, why can't you stay with me? Aunt Lynette wants me for one thing, and who for the other? A man." Patrine sent a thin blue spiral of cigarette smoke twirling upwards from her pursed lips. Intently she watched it climbing and spreading. When it faded between her absorbed eyes and the futurist mouldings of the lapis lazuli-grounded ceiling whereon a silver comet swung in a great elliptical orbit about a golden central sun, she resumed. "A man, that makes two men," said Margaret shrewdly. "No, only one, a man I'm going to marry. Rather soon too," said Patrine calmly, and put a cigarette into her mouth again. Margaret was staring at her blankly. "Well, my dinky, isn't this frightfully previous?" Patrine removed the cigarette to say, "It depends on how you look at things. But when did you meet?" "In Paris." "Do I know him?" "No, luckily for me." Margaret's small, amazed face dimpled a little at the compliment. "Is he nice?" "I think so. In our set, I don't think so. He's a flying man by profession. Now you know nearly as much as I do," said Patrine. "And I've to be getting back to Harley Street." She rose from the sofa, towering over her small, indignant friend. "You're not going out of this room until you tell me the rest of it. What is his name? And when did it come off?" "His name is Alan, and he only asked me on Wednesday when he came to Harley Street. He has called every day since that horrible 18th of July, but this time he came to bring—" Patrine choked a little. "Bourne's scout, staff and smasher. They had been forgotten in the dressing shed at the flying school. Lynette was too ill to go down to receive them. I had to instead, and the sight of them broke me up." "I see." And Patrine went on. "Alan was being sympathetic when Uncle Owen came in. My hat. Margaret sat up, her small face alight and sparkling. The doctor man with the chin and eyebrows, did he give you unlimited wigging or relent and bless you like the heavy uncle in a proper French comedy? He saw how things were between us. He wasn't astonished. He was very kind. He is always kind, said Patrine, swallowing. If I really believed God were as good as Uncle Owen, I shouldn't be afraid to die. He makes me feel like an earwig under a steamroller, affirmed Margaret. And the charming aunt, does she cotton to the engagement? Lynette is not for the present to be told. I ask that. It seems so cruel to be happy when she is so broken-hearted. Then Irma and your gay and giddy mater, how do they take it? They haven't been asked to take it anyway. Oh well, love is good while it lasts, Kittim said from the summit of a pedestal of experience, but if I could change back to Margaret St. John again, you wouldn't I? That's all. This horror that November brings, that's coming every day closer. Pat, I haven't told Frankie yet, that's to be got over. But I've definitely settled to go to that institute in Berlin where women can have babies without knowing anything about it. Under bother, I never can remember the name of that drug. Patrine sat up. Her face was curiously expressionless. She said, crushing out the last spark of her cigarette end against the face of a Chinaman on the lacquer ashtray that occupied a little stand beside the sofa with the silver sovereignty box. You told me something. You showed me the pink book with the pretty title, Weep No More Mothers. Wasn't that the name? You've made up your mind. Does it cost the earth? 200 for patients of the superior class, Wohlgeboren clients, half paid in advance, stiff. To make sure of not suffering, I'd plank a thou. It's a nightmare and a daymare that haunts me all the clock round. That's why I'd change and be Margaret St. John again. That's why I can't whoop with joy when my friends tell me they're going to be spliced. Patrine got up. Oh, well, perhaps I shall escape. After all, it's a lottery. Not for big, splendid women like you. You were made to be a mother, Pat. Don't. She kissed Margaret hastily and went to the door. Stop. Margaret scrambled off the sofa. You've forgotten the most important thing of all. Hasn't Alan got a surname by any chance? Patrine looked back over her shoulder with something of the old smile. Rather, what do you think of Sherbrand? What do I think of Sherbrand? How odd, it's Frankie's family name. Queer coincidence, but my Sherbrand hasn't any relatives in the peerage. Or if he has, he hasn't told me. I'll butt you wise when I know him well enough to ask him about them. You see, the whole thing has been beautifully sudden. Bring him to lunch at the club tomorrow. You're not in mourning, and if you were, it wouldn't matter. It's simply a family affair if he's really Frankie's cousin, so say yes. Very well if he'll come. Chapter 51. Patrine kissed her friend again and went, leaving Kittims in a whirl of astonishment. To Frankie, presently returning from the conjectural region known as headquarters, she announced, "Here's something like news. Pat Saxham, the girl with the Nile sunrise hair that you don't like, is going to marry a flying man, and his name is the same as yours. By the great snipe, you don't say so." Frankie, slim and dapper in the Scarlet Guard's tunic and crimson sash, divested himself of his sword, dropped his immaculate buckskin gloves into his forage cap, and sighed with undisguised relief as the attentive Jobling, who had been hovering in the background, disappeared with these articles. Then he proceeded carefully to choose a cigarette from the silver box of sovereigns, lighted it up, bundled Fitz out of her master's corner of the sofa and dropped into it with a sigh of relief. Sherbrand must be the aviator fellow we met in Paris, the chap whose hoverer was bane-tested by the swells of the French S. I saved your life and snubbed me for asking him to dine with us. Well, that's what I call a cannon off the cush for the Saxham girl. His dislike of her betrayed itself in his tone. Must be the same man, supposing him short of a father. Hilton of ours showed me an advertisement in the B.M.D. column of the Banner this afternoon briefly announcing my uncle Sherbrand's death. Never read the Banner, that's how I missed it. Can't say I feel much like puttin' crepe on my sleeve in any quantity, went on Frankie. My Uncle Noel has been the family skeleton, poor old chap, since that affair in 1900. No doubt his son's cut up, wouldn't be decent of him not to, but at any rate it brings him nearer these. Frankie stuck out a beautifully cut pair of red-striped auxiliaries ending in dazzling patent leather number 8s, and craning over Fitz, who had jumped upon his knees, regarded them critically, ending after a pause, "By one life out of the 3 that stand between. Don't be so gushin', old girl." The rebuke was for Fitz, who had taken advantage of her master's attitude to lick him on the chin. Margaret crinkled her slender eyebrows and moved restlessly among her big, bright, muslin-covered cushions as she asked, "Is this Volapük or Esperanto? For mercy's sake, don't be obscure. Why is this flying Sherbrand nearer your shoes by one life out of 3? What has he got to do with your shoes at all? Don't you switch on?" He lifted his sleek brown head and turned his neck in the setting of the gold-encrusted collar badged with the Scottish thistle, and stared at Margaret with the brown eyes that had seemed so beautiful under the awnings of the Nile dahabeah, and were only stupid now. "Have you forgotten? Don't you twig, best child? Suppose, for the joke of it, there's war and I get wiped out trying to keep up the fightin' traditions of my family and get a bit of gun metal to hang on a ribbon here." He glanced down at the left breast of the red coat, guiltless of anything in the decoration line. Then, unless the child, his tone grew gentle, "our kiddie that's coming happens to be a boy. My cousin Sherbrand steps into my billet. He's the next heir to the Norwater Viscounty. Look in Burke or Whitaker if you don't believe me. Get down, old lady, you're covering me with white hairs." He bundled Fitz off his knees, got up and rang. "A man ought to be here from Armour's," he told the servant, who responded. "Armour and Co., Paul Mall, military tailors. Send him up to my room and tell Jobling to help him with all those cases and things." "No, don't send Jobling. Send Dowd." The said Dowd being Frankie's soldier servant, between whom and the civilian Jobling reigned a profound mutual contempt. "What is Dowd going to do?" "Oh, only going to help overhaul my service kit and so on," Frankie responded lightly. "What with gettin' leave and bein' married, I've hardly sported carks since last autumn's slogs. Wouldn't do to find myself too potty to get into the regulation tay-leaves in case my country called." What rot! But Frankie had swung out of the room and clattered upstairs with Fitz close upon his heels. Fitz, who ordinarily unwilling to be out of sight and sound of her master, now adhered to him like a leech or his shadow, whining and fidgeting in his absence as though her feminine mind were beset by haunting apprehensions of some sudden parting or impending loss. Long afterwards Margaret wondered, if I had loved him as Fitz loves him, should I not also have felt that foreshadowing dread? But she was conscious only of her own physical discomfort and the increasing weariness that movement brought her. Sharp discontent piqued and pinched the tiny features. She caught a reflection of them in a screen mirror and shuddered. With every day that dawned now, their wild rose prettiness faded. By and by, if I were as good to look at as I used to be in June or even a month ago, she wondered, would he leave me as he is leaving me tonight to go down to the house? Don't I know that the house means the club or the music hall or a card party? Why do men get the best of everything and never have to pay the bill? She dined in a tea gown, and when Frankie, still in that strange mood of suppressed excitement, attired to 4 pins in the magpie evening garb of civilized life, had kissed her and said, "So long, Kittum's little woman. I'm going down to the big talk shop for a bit. Expect me back on the doormat when the mouthpieces of the nation have done swappin' hot air." She tucked up her feet on the big sofa in her charming drawing room and read Weep No More Mothers, until the pink pamphlet with the gilt sunrise stamped upon it grew heavy in the tiny hand. Then she rang for Pauline and betook herself to bed. The bedroom was blue-green as a starling's egg, its painted walls adorned with delicate lines of black and silver. Perhaps you can see Kittum's, under her Brittany lace coverlet amongst the big frilled pillows in one of the narrow black oak bedsteads standing side by side on a carpet of deep rose. A silver night lamp burned under a dome of sapphire glass on her night table, and an electric clock noiselessly marked the hours. Lying thus, wrapped about with all the swaddlings of civilization, this dainty daughter of the 20th century strove in blind revolt against nature, the huge, relentless force that was slowly grinding her down. The ant that gets fed into the mill hopper with the grain might resent the millstone after the same fashion. Ridiculous but infinitely pathetic, the tragedy of an infinitesimal thing. What did Frankie comprehend of her terrors, her forebodings? Even Saxum's counsels were a man's counsels, his advice a man's advice. Face your ordeal, do not flee it lest you encounter something even more terrible. Not more terrible for oneself, mind you, but for that unknown, conjectural being referred to by Frankie with such foolish tenderness. The child always, never Margaret, she set her little teeth, staring out into the blue-green dusk from among her pillows. What if it were to be always so? My boy, my son, forever instead of my wife. It was a breathless night. A hush of suspense brooded over the huge, hot city, such as prevails before the breaking of a storm. Sentences from the secretary's letter came back to her as she tossed under the cool light coverings. Wiser not to delay lest travelling should become difficult. It will be advisable indeed for the gracious lady to start as soon as may be. English banknotes are negotiable here to some extent. A sum in gold is most convenient to bring. Why hang back, why hesitate because one expected opposition from Frankie? Why not slip off on the quiet without a hint to him? What a perfectly top-hole idea. One could pack secretly, get funds from one's bank and skip with Pauline via Ostend tomorrow. Berlin was a dull place, but anyhow one had got to be dull for some months yet. The thing could be arranged while Frankie was absent on duty at the tower, or on one of his mysterious errands to headquarters. One could cable to him afterwards from the Frauenklinik at Berlin. An electrical thrill of energy and purpose vaulted through the hummingbird brain under the silken brown waves. Margaret tossed back her coverings and sat up suddenly in bed. Her great eyes gleamed like a lemur's in the light of the night globe. She would steal that march on Frankie, she told herself, tomorrow or at the latest the day after. Wouldn't it be A1? The small face dimpled into mischievous smiles. She caught a glimpse of it in a mirror on the opposite wall and kissed her little hand to Margaret with saucy gaiety. If Frankie, down at Westminster, could only know what Kittums was planning. She had a vision of the Houses of Parliament under the white-hot August moonlight, outlined in bluish-green and dazzling silver against a background of glittering black. Like a Limoges enamel, she told herself. The long lines of electric arc lights stretching over the bridge, up Whitehall and down Victoria Street, all along the Thames embankment, strings of diamonds, crowds and crowds of people, talking bosh about war when there wouldn't. She was asleep. Asleep while packed thousands waited under the blue glare of the arc lights for the rising of the curtain on the world tragedy, of which 4 year-long acts have been played out, for the tag of which humanity is waiting with held breath, too weary even to cry out, "How long, O Lord, how long?" Prone to assume strange, angular attitudes when speaking, the Foreign Secretary hung over and clutched at the dispatch box before him, as though it literally contained that most malignant of all the swarm of evils that issued from the box of Pandora, as he told his hearers of the rejection of the German bribe, and warned them of the imminence of a declaration of war. Then, amidst increasing, deepening excitement, the Prime Minister read the appeal of the King of the Belgians, and told of Great Britain's ultimatum to Germany. No wonder those close-packed crowds of sturdy Britons waited, under the blue glare of the arc lamps, to hear Big Ben bell the midnight hour. As the great voice boomed 12 from the illuminated square of the dial amidst the striking of the countless clocks of London, a tremendous roar of cheers acclaimed the pipping of the egg of fate and destiny, echoed by other crowds in distant thoroughfares, spreading in waves to the unseen horizon, whose east was pregnant with the Kaiser's day. That 4th of August, eve of the feast of British Oswald, king, soldier and saint, whose address to his Northumbrian warriors before the Battle of Dennisburn, fought against pagan Cadwallader in 633, the Catholic Church enshrines in her chronicles. Let us all kneel and jointly beseech the true and living God Almighty in his mercy to defend us from the doughty and fierce enemy, for he knoweth that we have undertaken a just war. Whereupon, says the venerable Bede, all did as the king commanded, and advancing towards the enemy with the first dawn of day, they won the victory their faith deserved. And before midnight of this pregnant 4th of August, from the great wireless station of Eilweis in Hanover, Germany flung round the world this vital message to all her mercantile marine: war declared on England, make as quickly as you can for a neutral port. On the outbreak of war, the British Navy cut the all-German cables. One by one, the German colonial wireless stations were dismantled. When the great station at Kamina in Togoland fell, the only remaining link in the system was between the fatherland and the United States. Dawn, outlining the silken blinds, vied with the blue glimmer of the night lamp as Margaret wakened to hear in the hush that precedes the Brocken hunt of Sloane Street motor traffic Frankie's low, urgent appeal: "Kittums, Kittums, best child. What on earth did you wake me for?" said a sleepy and distinctly cross voice. "Couldn't help it, I simply had to tell you," Frankie began. The little hand touched the electric clock button, and on the ceiling wavered a gigantic dial of yellow brightness. "Had to, at 3 o'clock in the morning, when I was having such a top-hole dream. Thought I was back at the club in my 3 dear rooms with the Adams doors and chimney pieces, and Pauline came in with a huge basket of white flowers, and I asked, 'Who are they for?' and she said, 'For Mademoiselle.' And I was Margaret St. John and had never been married." There was infinite wistfulness in the little voice. "White flowers mean death, don't they, when you dream of 'em? And I'm sorry your dip in the bran tub of matrimony has turned out such a bad investment. What I came to tell you should revive your hopes of making a better one, my child." That jarring note of mingled resentment and irony, how new and strange it sounded to Margaret. Until this moment, Frankie's voice had never been anything but gentle. It was gentle now as he said at his dressing-room door, "Finish your sleep. I was rather a brute to wake you." He was going without a backward glance. "Come back, come off it, don't be dignified," Margaret called after the retreating figure. "I'm quite awake now, so you'd better tell what's on." He came back to the bedside, looking tall and shadowy in the blue dimness. Margaret put up a little hand and patted his cheek. There were wet drops upon the smooth, warm skin. Perhaps he had walked home and it had been raining. "Or Frankie, you're not." He captured the little hand and took it in both his own and squeezed it. He said in a cheerful but rather choky voice, "Of course not, and the news could have waited. Only since midnight England and Germany have been at war. The big scrap is 3 hours old. 1st Battalion of ours is under orders for the front. I've exchanged out of the 2nd with Ackroyd. Too sick a man for fightin' just now, luckily for me. You know Ackroyd. Used to flirt with him frightfully, to give me beans when I'd vexed you when we were first engaged. When do we go, did you ask? Liable to be off at any old minute. Bye-bye, little woman. Too late to go to bed, heaps of things to attend to. God bless you, see you at brekker or lunch if I've luck." Chapter 52. Kittums, upon that fateful morning, coming down to breakfast and finding no Frankie, was annoyed. One might just as well have had breakfast in bed. She didn't want any, but cook would be hurt if the chowder and eggs and croquettes of chicken weren't eaten. Therefore Margaret ate to avoid wounding the cook. The daily papers she left untouched, knowing that war would leap out from the huge capitals heading the columns and strike her in the eyes. She had herself dressed and phoned for the car. The house did not seem a place to stay in somehow. Dowd was busy in his master's room, ordering jobling about in loud, authoritative tones and being waited upon by the maids. Even Pauline, ordinarily scornful, referred to him as Monsieur Dowd instead of "Zat man Dow." Once in Sloane Street, the war rushed at you. Groups of men, young, old, or middle-aged, stood talking at every street corner. Newspapers rustled in every hand. You couldn't escape the papers. Huge flaring headlines shrieked from the broadsheets in the gutters and on the railings. War declared. Ultimatum expired. British fleet ready for battle. Invasion of Belgium by German Army Corps. The drapery salesman who was to win the Victoria Cross, called from the top of a Knightsbridge motor bus to the grocer's assistant who was to receive the Maydale militaire at the doughty hands of Joffa, the budding airman who was to bring down a Zeppelin single-handed chuffed past on a motorcycle, the girls who were to make shells for British guns or pack made ones with TNT, and kindred explosives tripped along in their transparent hobble skirts to meet Alf and Ted at the tube, and neither Alf, who subsequently took 5 Huns prisoner by the single hand, shepherding them back to the British lines with dunts of the gun butt and sarcasms more pointed, nor Ted, who threw himself down over the exploding bomb, dying that his comrades in the trench might live, dreamed what kind of chick would pip fate's egg for him or her presently. Yet the dullest face wore a new expression, in the tamest eyes burned the light of battle. Unquenched it burns in them still. After 4 dreadful years of war, the club, already deserted by August holiday makers, would be utterly abandoned to chimney sweeps, charwomen and window cleaners, and yet Margaret told the chauffeur to drive to the club. Turning out of Piccadilly, she discovered Short Street to be blocked by taxi cabs. An endless procession of telegraph boys plunged in and out between the thudding swing doors of the vestibule. The vestibule was congested with battered, dusty ladies, ladies' maids even dustier and more battered, and travelling bags battered and dusty to the nth degree. Some of the bags were bursting, not a few of the maids were hysterical. All the returned travellers were telling their adventures at once. The air was thick with exclamations, explanations, cries and ejaculations. Unfed, unslept, baggageless and penniless in many instances, the members of the ladies' social seeking health or novelty in half the pleasure resorts upon the map of Europe had come hurtling back to Short Street like leaves driven before the furious blast of war. "Has anything happened?" Lady Norwater addressed this query to the club hall porter, a bald person of habitually slow movements and singularly bland address. The man gnashed his teeth at her, uttering a sound between a groan and a snarl made as though to tear non-existent hair, leaped with astonishing nimbleness over a pile of luggage and vanished. Margaret would have made a note of his conduct in the complaints register, but that the hall table was obliterated by heaps of rugs, dust cloaks and waterproofs. Wondering, she made her way into the big general room on the ground floor. Here travel-creased, dust-smeared members sat in voluble rows on the comfortable sofas, or reclined speechless in the capacious armchairs. Medical men hastily summoned by phone moved noiselessly from patient to patient. Husbands and male friends listened not unmoved to piteous recitals of adverse experiences undergone on enemy ground. Kittums, snatched into the whirl, moved from friend to friend, gathering experiences. Mrs. Charterhouse, with her Pekingese pug and her maid, had just arrived at Homburg to undergo treatment for a 22-inch waist when the war cloud gathered monstrous on the horizon. Had not a Swiss doctor written a warning instead of a prescription, the white and golden Cynthia, Mademoiselle Mariette and Chin Chin would at this moment have been languishing on rye bread and bean coffee in a Teutonic jail. As it is, we've spent a whole week, and every sou we had on us making the journey, said Cynthia in her plaintive tones. They held us up at Frankfurt, Basel and Geneva. What inquisitions, what scowling, suspicious looks. To be hunted and suspect makes you wicked, I've found out. When we got to Paris at 4 yesterday morning and took a rickety fiacre to the Palais, all the taxis have vanished. I could have prayed for a cup of tea and a roll, but at the Palais all was confusion. The hotel was shutting up, every male servant called to the reserve. We got to the Spitz, the same experience there. Exhausted, I sat on something in the vestibule, it moved, groaned, and I found it to be the wreck of Sir Thomas Braham. He and Lady Watt, his man and her maid, who have been all through July at Franzenbad in the Edgeland, reaching Paris after awful adventures, had all 4 been hurled out in the same way. One of those jiggety motor omnibuses took all of us to the Curon. They were full to the roofs and cellars, but they wedged us in. Somehow, then, for 2 days Sir Thomas tore round Paris trying to get laissez-passers. She turned her lovely eyes upon a large, stertorously breathing, but otherwise inert object reclining with closed eyes and folded hands in the biggest of the club armchairs. "Didn't you, Sir Thomas?" "Papa." Braham, waking with a bewildered stare, regarded the charming Cynthia uncomprehendingly until the goblin, sitting opposite, centre of a knot of bosom friends, repeated the query. "Didn't you run about Paris for passes for 2 days?" "No," bounced out Braham, now aroused and purpling under the coal dust that begrimed his large, judicial visage. He added, with a vestige of his King's Bench manner, as the goblin stared at him in concern for his mental state, "I retain the use of my reason, dear friend, but I will not consent that the varied tortures of the abominable ordeal I have undergone could possibly be packed within the nutshell limits of 48 hours. MPH, if to fight your way back, stage by stage, amidst inconceivable difficulties, obstacles and insults is horrid, if to travel for 2 long days and nights in trains crowded to suffocating excess merits the term." She loosened the quadruple string of superb oriental pearls that tightly clipped her stork-like throat and went on. "If it comes under the heading to find yourself and your friends in tatters after a suffocating struggle, packed with 60 other squalid wretches in a luggage van en route for Deep, if to sit for 3 hours on your jewel case, waiting in a crush of congested humanity for the arrival of the New Haven boat, if to fight as with beasts at Ephesus to gain its gangway, if to fall in a heap on the sodden deck, to lie there lost to everything but the fact that the waves that drench you are British waves, and the British coast is slowly crawling nearer. If all this and how much more can be lumped under the term of horrid, it has been, dear Lady Wastwood, horrid in the extreme." Lady Wastwood's small, triangular, white face with the V-shaped scarlet mouth looked enigmatical. So dust-covered was the ex-justice that the very act of shaking his head rebukingly at the goblin raised a cloud that made him sneeze. He uttered the curious composite sound that heralds sternutation, drew out a voluminous, coal-dusty handkerchief, stared at it indignantly, and in the very act of returning it to his pocket, fell asleep again. "A perfect wreck, as I said just now," whispered Mrs. Charterhouse to Kittums. "How I congratulate you, dear Lady Wastwood," said the goblin, "on not having gone abroad." "Was it so horrid?" asked Trixie sympathetically, arching the eyebrows that resembled musical slurs. "Was it so?" Lady Watt shrugged her thin shoulders and gave the ghost of one of her rattling laughs. She arched the thick black slurs that were her eyebrows again, and said not without intent to her crony Cynthia Charterhouse, who would have dreamed only 3 weeks ago, when that excessively long-legged and extremely good-looking Count von Hernung sat here and talked to us about German women and German supermen, that we should be at war today with Germany. Poor Count Tydo. Something rattled in the goblin's meagre throat, as though she had accidentally swallowed some of her pearls. That dreadful report in the Wire made the Franzenbad treatment disagree with me horribly. To be drowned in that commonplace North Sea crossing, upon the very eve of realizing the one ambition of his life, for he hated us so thoroughly. His Anglophobia was a perfect obsession. Poor dear Tydo, one might call it a wasted career. The speaker dried a tear and continued, "His family will be frantic. You know he was to have been married in October. A Baroness Kriemhilde von Wolfensbredgen-Hirschenbuttel, immensely rich. Her father has large interests in the pearl fisheries of German New Guinea. Her betrothal gift, a superb black and white pearl the Count always wore as a mascot. Poor Baroness, she will be inconsolable. Marriage means the first draft of real freedom to young German girls," Mrs. Charterhouse said in her sweetly venomous way. "Miss Saxon bears up under the circumstances." "Under what circumstances, might one presume to ask?" Then, reading aright the ambiguous smile of Mrs. Charterhouse, the goblin rattled out her characteristic laugh. "What absurdity! You refer to a mere dinner-table flirtation in Paris, the mere rapprochement of atomes crotchets. Miss Saxon and Lady Beauvais dined with us on the night of the Grand Prix. Poor Tydo was certainly struck with her. I remember he talked about her eyes and figure afterwards. But her hair being so black and growing so heavily did not please him. He found the effect, I think his term was, too crepuscular. "Ah, you throw a ray," said Mrs. Charterhouse in that sugared way of hers, "on a mystery that has intrigued me. Now I know why Miss Saxham went to the Atelier Weiber in the Rue de la Paix and got her crepuscular tresses changed to terracotta, not saffron." "Now," said Lady Wastwood, pensively tilting her own green-gold head and elevating her arched black eyebrows, "I should have called that shade saffron or turmeric. Who do you suppose footed the bill for the process? The wretch Weiber simply won't look at you under 450 francs. Perhaps Vivie Beauvais," suggested Mrs. Charterhouse. "I think not." Vivie preferred the crepuscular effect. It contrasted capitally with her own style of colouring. "You must have noticed they are seldom seen going about together as they used. Dear Lady, what, do you feel faint? Can I get you anything?" For something had clicked behind the goblin's pearls, and she had suddenly stiffened in her seat. The superb figure of Patrine Saxham had entered by the swing doors leading from the vestibule, followed by a tall, broad-shouldered young man in loose grey tweeds, whose left sleeve displayed a band of black significantly new. "Can that be Miss Saxham?" "It must be. Her type is so unusual. Not having seen her since the night of the dinner I referred to, I did not quite grasp the meaning of your references to ingredients common in Indian curries. Of course I understand now." The goblin surveyed the tall, pliant figure with the dead beech-leaf hair through her lorgnette before she leaned forwards and roused the sleeping Braham by a brisk application of the instrument. "Look, Sir Thomas, would you have known Miss Saxham?" "Papa, war, God bless my soul, no." Braham, turning in the armchair as the zoo walrus turns in his concrete pond, surveyed Patrine with a bloodshot stare. "Silly girl, spoilt her looks," he snorted. "Handsome as the deuce with her gypsy black tresses. Won her bet. Won't get a ring now though, unless von Hernung paid before he flew. Was there a bet between them? How is it you never told me? Have I deserved this from you?" demanded Lady Watt indignantly as Mrs. Charterhouse and Lady Wastwood exchanged glances and smiles. "Sorry, forgot," Braham gobbled apologetically. "Man I know happened to be close to leaving Spitz's restaurant that Sunday night in Paris. Told me he heard von Hernung lay Miss Saxham his magpie pearl solitaire against a bit au palais royal paste she was wearing, that she wouldn't change the colour of her hair. Made the appointment for her with Weiber, Pastiches Artistiques and so on, Rue de la Paix. He bragged of it afterwards at the Circle Modern. Damn Germans, no idea of decency. Why do English women intrigue with bounders that kiss and tell?" There was a significant pause, broken by the goblin's shrillest peal of laughter. The ex-justice, whose vitality was low, folded his hands and dozed again. "Then, now we know who footed the bill," said Cynthia Charterhouse in dove-like accents, while Trixie murmured in the vexed ear of Margaret, "Kits, my dinky, you are a pal of the Saxhams. How far had the affair really gone?" "There was no affair," said Margaret's sweet little voice very clearly. "Pat rather hated Count von Hernung than otherwise, judging by the mute evidence of her hair," began Mrs. Charterhouse languidly. How Margaret loathed these women, erstwhile her chosen friends and associates, tearing with greedy beaks and vicious claws at the reputation of an unmarried girl. "Her hair belongs to her. She can bleach it if she wishes." The little figure rose to its altitude of 4 feet 7 inches and surveyed the scandalmongers with wrathful eyes. "I have said that there was nothing between Miss Saxham and Count von Hernung." The little voice was crystal cold. "I should be extremely obliged to all of you if you will understand this clearly. Miss Saxham is engaged to my husband's cousin, Alan Sherbrand. Had Frankie heard that stately reference to my husband, he would have been bold to quote himself. Frankie likes him, and so do I, tremendously. We are both keen on their bringing off the match." There was another resounding silence. Braham snored melodiously. Then Trixie Wastwood said with her Pierrot smile, "Really, Kits, it was hardly cricket not to have warned us," while Mrs. Charterhouse added in tones of iced velvet, "Regard me also as prone beneath Miss Saxham's number 8 shoes. Did you say her fiancé was a cousin of Lord Norwater's, not possibly the son of the uncle who died quite recently? Captain the Hon, Noel Sherbrand, late of the Royal Gunners. My husband used to know him before people left off. It is the same. He muddled his career somehow and most people cut him, but he is dead, said Margaret very deliberately, and his son, if we have no, the delicate cheeks flushed with sudden vivid crimson. His son is perfectly top-hole and Frankie's next heir. We met him in June in Paris, and so did Pat Saxham. How do any of you know she didn't tint her hair to please him? Possibly she did, but according to Sir Thomas, it was the other man who paid. Odd, isn't it? In this world, said the Goblin with her crackling laugh, the other man invariably pays the bill. And so the young gentleman over there, who is quite remarkably good-looking in the blonde Norman style and who is going to marry Miss Saxham, succeeds to Lord Norwater in a certain eventuality. May one be permitted to hope, dear Lady Norwater, that fate and yourself will combine fortuitously to keep the cousin out of the house of peers. Rude, ill-bred, horrid woman, thought Margaret, clenching her little teeth to keep back these epithets. How dare she twit me with that, how dare? Then her hot flush sank away and a mist came before her eyes and she would have fallen, but that tricksy waistwood jumped up from the sofa and threw about the little figure a kind, supporting arm. I've got you. You're not going to faint, Kittums, are you? Forgive us, my dinky, what pigs we have been. Heckling the tomtit for defending the saffron-crested blackbird. I rather agree with you, admitted Mrs. Charterhouse as Margaret freed herself, saying it was nothing and proudly moved away. We women are horribly spiteful, continued Cynthia. Yes, we are spiteful, Lady What? I am perfectly in earnest. What is the reason? Will anything cure us? Do somebody tell me. Colonel Charterhouse would say it is because we eat too much rich food, walk too little, automobile too much, and want some useful work or other to occupy our minds. He is coming here to lunch with me. He was quite touchingly anxious to be invited. Her beautiful eyes widened as the swing doors thudded behind three entering masculine figures. Why, here he is with Lord Norwater and your boy Trixie, all three in khaki. What a day we are having, she added as her handsome middle-aged colonel made his spurred way through the ever-thickening crush to her. I am enlightened, so this was your surprise. Not half as big as mine when I found they were willing to take me, fit as a fiddle according to the M.O. Gad, he went on as his wife made room for him on the settle by her side.